Synopsis. A glitch in Hell's management system causes a young man to die before his time. Reborn in a powerful fantasy world, Ayaka rises through the ranks with unexpected skill. But Hell made one crucial mistake: they never paid attention to this realm. As Ayaka grows stronger, the line between fantasy and reality begins to blur, and the consequences may reach further than anyone imagined. Chapter 1. Ayaka woke up from his coma. His brain was still dizzy when he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. There was an eerie aura emanating from the surroundings, and the sound of a leather whip beating was audible in his ears from time to time. What happened? Did I run into a human trafficker? Ayaka was startled, then quietly looked around extensively. What caught his eyes was a long line of spirits that couldn't be seen at a glance. It turned out that was all ghosts. These ghosts were floating about 3 feet above the ground, moving slowly forward. There were also some ghosts holding whips and steel forks on the side for management. Those ghosts were ugly, fierce, and vicious. If they found any slow walkers or souls who jumped the queue, they would use the whip to hit them fiercely. Such a crowd. Everyone, please behave when you see the judge, you will be reincarnated. A ghost officer shouted fiercely, pointing at a soul who was a little bit slower with a whip, which instantly made the souls silent. Ayaka looked at all this in disbelief. If he was one of the souls, was he already dead? The deep environment gradually changed. As the footsteps moved, a row of stately but gloomy buildings suddenly appeared in the field of vision. The colossal gate had a scandalous word on it: Hell. Is this Hell? Ayaka shook his head with a bitter smile. He never thought he would report here at such a young age. How did he die? Could it be that I have some hidden disease in my body and just die a violent death? Nope. Although I often stay at home and lack exercise, my body has always been perfect. How can I die? Ayaka tried hard to remember. He vaguely remembered that last night he was alone in the apartment all night reading the Dragon Ball comic to reminisce about the story. Then, he seemed to fall asleep. Ayaka recalled what happened last night, and his footsteps couldn't help but slow down. Snap! A leather whip came down, interrupting Ayaka's memories with a burning pain coming up. What do you think? Are you dawdling? Walk faster. The ghosts shouted at Ayaka. Ayaka held back the pain and didn't cry out. People had to bow down under the eaves. If he dared to contradict himself, the ghosts wouldn't mind giving him a few more whips. Ayaka followed the troops slowly forward, through the gate, and finally entered Hell. Soon, he saw a vast palace in front of him. That was the destination, the place where the judges presided over the souls. The front of the palace was erected with 100 gates more than 10 meters high. The long and narrow soul path was divided into more than 100 tracks in front, and each track allowed only one soul to pass. Those souls would be shunted into more than 100 lines to walk into the gates and then receive the judge's trial. This judge's workload is still quite heavy. Ayaka looked at the large number of souls lined up in front of him. His heart was empty and silent. As the saying went, in the worst case, it was just a broken jar. Everyone would die without having done anything bad in their previous life. Why should I put myself into the animal path? At this time, a person dressed in a white robe with a tall white hat on his head came toward Ayaka's side. The man in white came to Linya's side and looked at him up and down. Master by Wu Chang. The ghosts on one side respectfully shouted. In Hell, the hierarchy was stringent and couldn't be exceeded by half a step. Master by Wu Chang's status was only below King of Hell and several judges, a very high status existence in Hell. That's him. Master by Wu Chang pointed at Ayaka, who was a little fuzzy. Ayaka looked at him and heard by Wu Chang say to the ghosts around him, Judge Lu wants a special trial for this soul, so I'll take him away first. With a wave of his hand, Master by Wu Chang took Ayaka into his palm and headed to the hall where Judge Lu was. Ayaka felt a powerful force wrapped her up. No matter how she resisted, she could not break free. By the time she came back to her senses, she had already been brought into the hall of judges. Is he Ayaka? Ayaka saw a vast figure sitting on a workbench in the center of the hall, holding a black tablet in his hand to check. The black tablet's bottom was marked with the 3 words, Book of Life and Death, and from Ayaka's view, he could see these 3 words. Book of Life and Death. These 3 big words stung Ayaka's eyes. Well, there was some pit. Wasn't the Book of Life and Death supposed to be a book? When did it become a tablet? It was too advanced. Yes, Judge Lu. Master by Wu Chang's expression was severe to answer. Judge Lu continued to consult the computer version of the Book of Life and Death in his hand, while Ayaka looked nervously at Judge Lu, wondering how he would judge him. He was just an ordinary student for more than 10 years. Although he kept making small mistakes, he never did anything treacherous or evil. After graduating from high school, he didn't go to college. Instead, he stayed at home and became a geek. He didn't even go out of the door, so he shouldn't be given a harsh sentence. Ayaka. The judge put down the Book of Life and Death. His voice sounded slightly powerful. Ayaka's heart trembled. He carefully replied, "Yes, I'm here." Haha, relax. No need to be so nervous. Judge Lu showed a kind smile, but in Lingye's mind, that was more like a professional smile. Suddenly, his heart said it was not good and that it was risky. Ayaka, a male, born in 1991, father XXX, mother. Judge Lu spoke in detail about Lingye's life. Even when he was skipping a few elementary school classes and stole a few eggs from his elementary neighbor, everything was being spoken. Listening to this, Ayaka broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it was the computer version of the Book of Life and Death, otherwise, with so many things recorded, one book wouldn't be enough for one person. Died in 2010, at the age of 19. Ayaka listened to Judge Lu, reading his profile, and felt that his life was too uneventful. Your life was uneventful, nothing out of the ordinary. You didn't do anything evil, and you're just an ordinary person. Judge Lu said. However, your life is a little different from what was recorded in your original Book of Life and Death. Ayaka looked at Judge Lu in confusion, waiting for him to explain. Judge Lu said, due to the rapid expansion of the number of humans in recent times, Hell began to become overwhelmed. The judges and Imperator were severely understaffed, so they introduced automated management models and management tools to Hell in the nearby universe. However, this is a brand new management model, and as you know, the management of Hell in the new model will inevitably leave loopholes to some extent. Although this loophole is extremely tiny, and the possibility of error is infinitely close to zero, now the error has happened. Judge Lu pointed to the Book of Life and Death and said, according to the original record in the Book of Life and Death, you will have become a distinguished scientist and would have received great honors. You will have many children and grandchildren and passed away at the age of 89. Due to the system's error, this life of yours has changed dramatically. Now, I am compensating you on behalf of Hell, and I can meet your 3 requests. The system error caused a change in his life, and now Hell wanted to compensate him with 3 requests. Ayaka was stunned by the sudden news, feeling that the sky was falling. The ups and downs of life came too fast. 3 requests. Did they mention it randomly? Any request? Ayaka asked in disbelief. As long as it's within my ability, you can ask for anything. Ayaka suddenly felt that he was surrounded by great joy. The pie was indeed falling and just waiting for him to catch it. His mind calculated what kind of request to make. Since it was to compensate for his losses, it couldn't be too light. After a long thought, Ayaka suddenly had a flash of light in his brain and remembered the comic he read last night. Can you let me enter the Dragon Ball world and become a scion? Ayaka asked carefully. The Dragon Ball world? That's a fantasy world, right? Can't I? Of course you can. This counts as your first request, to enter Dragon Ball world and become a scion. Strictly speaking, this one request implicitly includes, enter the Dragon Ball world, and, become a scion, 2 wishes. The second request, I want to have the East Supreme Kai's guard, Kibito, instant transmission technique that does not need to sense the ki to be able to pinpoint. Ayaka put forward his second request. Yes, let's talk about the third request. Judge Lu readily responded. The third request, I want to have an immortal body. The kind that is immortal and has the property of being able to recover quickly no matter how badly I am injured. Ayaka gritted her teeth and said, finishing with a furtive glance at Judge Lu. He was afraid that he would disagree. This requirement was even more ruthless. It included immortality life, immortal physique, and super recovery ability. Ayaka was sure Judge Lu wouldn't want to grant these 3 unreal requests. Huh, you kid. Good, I agree with the third request, Judge Lu laughed and agreed. Judge Lu had judged countless ghosts so that he could see through anything. Ayaka's little thoughts were already in his eyes, and he didn't care. Did he really agree? Lingye showed some disbelief. He knew very well how perverted the third request was and how it could cause chaos in the whole world with just immortality alone. It's just immortality. Besides, that is just a fantasy world. Even if you destroy the whole world, it will not cause any damage to the real world, we don't care about that. Judge Lu said indifferently and gathered a large strand of pale white energy. He then put the energy into Ayaka's soul. I'll give you a little favor so that you can be young forever. When you reincarnate, these divine powers left in your soul will transform your body so that you can achieve what you want. Ayaka's face was covered with a smile when he heard this. With these 3 requests, the Dragon Ball world would be at his disposal, and he could not wait to enter it. For so many years, you are the only one who dares to make these requests with me. I promise to make you very, very satisfied. Judge Lu smiled wryly at Master Bai Wuchang. Unfortunately, Ayaka was immersed in the fantasy of the future and didn't notice. Judge Lu opened up a reincarnation channel in the hall. Master Bai Wuchang nodded in understanding, then dragged Ayaka into the reincarnation channel. Ayaka felt dizziness in her brain and immediately lost consciousness. Chapter 2. Planet Vegeta, Baby Nurturing Room. This was a very high-technology place, and space inside was also vast. The whole room had more than 100 baby cribs discharged in a row. Each crib was made of transparent material, the beds were padded with comfortable cotton materials, which were synthesized using high-tech technology to allow babies to sleep better. Since King Vegeta led the scions defected to Frisia, Planet Vegeta's technology had been fully developed. A green-skinned cosmonaut with a large duck-like beak inspected the infant room, followed by several cosmonauts with the same green duck beak, who were busy recording the baby's data. Patinis, only 4 power levels. Such a low-level warrior, what trash. The lead cosmonaut looked at the scouter next to the baby's crib and said disdainfully to the cosmonaut beside him. This is Labaya's daughter. Labaya is very famous among the low-level warrior. I didn't expect he would have a daughter with such a low power level. It seems that a low-level warrior is a low-level warrior, being outstanding individually doesn't mean his offspring can be as outstanding as him. This little girl will have nothing great in the future. A cosmonaut looked at the records and reported the baby's details in the crib that they were pointing at. Tisk, it's a female scion offspring. The scions are a warrior race, and women are hard to become powerful, let alone a low-level warrior's daughter. When she grows up, if she's pretty, she might be able to find a strong man to marry and have a backer, but if she's not pretty and has no one to shelter her, she'll definitely be sent to war, and then she'll be cannon fodder. Scions are becoming more and more unproductive. The children born this year are having a low power level. Sooner or later, they will be abandoned by King Frisia. The next cosmonaut agreed. In addition to King Vegeta, there are only a dozen warriors with a power level of 10,000 or more. I heard that not long ago, they also ran into their old rivals, Tuffle, and seem to have suffered heavy losses. Another cosmonaut whispered to their head. King Vegeta's son was also born. He seems to have more than 600 power levels at birth and will probably grow up to become a powerful scion. His name is Vegeta. King Vegeta named him after the planet. Don't talk here. Hurry up and record all the data and give it to King Frisia. The leading cosmonaut scolded his subordinates. As soon as they heard about King Frisia, they suddenly became obedient and hurriedly recorded these babies' power level. King Frisia was an invincible existence that could destroy planets with a wave of his hand. This kind of power had already exceeded their perception, and they could not imagine what else could compare to King Frisia, who was a veritable king of the universe. So, as long as they heard King Frisia's name, their hearts were full of awe. After these cosmonauts left the nursery, the baby girl called Patinis opened her eyes. Vegeta was just born, so there are still 4 or 5 years before Frisia destroys planet Vegeta. This baby girl was the reincarnation of Ayaka into the Dragon Ball world. It was just that Ayaka didn't expect Judge Lu to reincarnate him as a woman. Damn, how dare you reincarnate me as a woman? How can a woman mix in Dragon Ball world? Thinking of the weird smile Judge Lu had before the reincarnation, Ayaka's heart was itchy. At that time, how could he didn't notice and didn't emphasize reincarnation into a man? Now, when he thought about it, he could only regret it because it was too late. Ayaka also thought about using the Dragon Ball's power to change himself back into a male body, but the divine power of Judge Lu transformed his body. The power of Shenron shouldn't be enough to change the characteristics of this body. Damn, is this the way I am going to be in this life? No matter how reluctant he was, it didn't seem to help. So, Ayaka was a little discouraged to think about it. Forget about it. As long as I'm here, it should be enough. I have just been born, I can think about such complicated things later. Just now, those cosmonauts said my name is Patinis, which is ugly. Well, I have to change it. Or maybe I'll call myself Ayaka, I'll be the strongest warrior as well. Thinking about that disdainful attitude of the cosmonauts before, Ayaka was furious. In a flash, more than a month has passed since Ayaka was born in planet Vegeta. During that time, Ayaka's father, the scion named Labaya, had visited her once. However, after seeing the scouter on the crib she was lying on, he was greatly disappointed and hadn't come back to see her since. In his mind, Ayaka was estimated to be a loser in this life that could hardly even reach an ordinary low-level warrior. If she were a boy, perhaps through a battle, her potential could be stimulated, but she was a girl. She was bound to have no achievements in the future. For Scion, unless they were the offspring of middle-level warriors or elite warriors, girls wouldn't focus on training. In other words, if we followed the norm, Ayaka had no more flowers in this life. During this month, Ayaka obtained the instant transmission ability that Judge Lu had loaded into her soul. This ability was like her instincts, without the need to meditate and concentrate. When she wanted to use it, she only needed a thought, which was countless times more advanced than the instant transmission that Son Goku later learned. It was much more flexible than East Supreme Kai Guard, Kibito, and Ayaka had been sneaking out to test it during the month. Her other ability was immortality, which Ayaka hadn't yet tested. To test it, she needed to let herself get hurt. Ayaka didn't want to play with self-harm, so she only thought this ability must be compelling. At night, the whole planet Vegeta was covered with a festive atmosphere. Scion Prince, the son of King Vegeta, was born with 600 power levels. For his 1-month celebration, King Vegeta specially set up a banquet at the palace. Those with higher status and some prestigious Scion warriors attended the banquet. Ayaka was quite disdainful of such a banquet. So what if he had 600 power levels? Was it worth such a big fanfare? A true honor was to rely on great strength to achieve. Now, Vegeta was just a hope to become a powerful warrior. What was there to celebrate? Well, this was Ayaka's jealousy. Vegeta's 1-month celebration passed in a lively banquet, and planet Vegeta returned to the usual calm. Warriors began to go out one after another to carry out the tasks assigned by King Frieza. At the docking port, personal spaceships come and go, and spaceships were continually rising and falling. In the distance, 100 or so cosmonauts came, their hands were holding a baby. Following the Scion's tradition, these babies were sent to different planets to receive exercise. The strength of the force where they went was determined according to the baby's power level. Although the Scions believed in fighting and could even be very cold-blooded, it was impossible to send Scion children to planets where they would die. According to the traditional force division, a planet with a maximum power level below 1000 was classified as a low-level planet. A planet with a maximum power level between 1000 and 10,000 was classified as a medium-level planet. A planet with a maximum power level above 10,000 was classified as a high-level planet. Only planet Vegeta's most powerful warrior could be sent to subdue planets with 10,000 power levels or higher. The Scions, including King Vegeta, who had a power level of more than 10,000, were only 13 people. Among them, King Vegeta was the strongest with 100,000 power levels, and the most famous of these 13 people, of course, the low-level warrior, born Bardock, the future father of Son Goku. However, through a battle, he miraculously had nearly 60,000 power levels. Today, the children born during this year would be sent to distant planets, and Ayaka was one of them. Since Ayaka was born with only 4 power levels and was a baby girl, she was sent to planet Faroko, which had a shallow power level. Ayaka watched with wide eyes as each child was sent into the capsule and then flew into space. Soon, they left planet Vegeta on their journey. Ayaka's heart was very excited as her dream was ahead of her. As soon as she left planet Vegeta, she would have her own space. She would break out into glory and achieve her path of being stronger. A cosmonaut was gently put Ayaka into the pod capsule. The spaceship's destination had been set for planet Faroko. The sleep mode and Scion training mode also had been activated. After the ship lifted off, Ayaka looked at the gradually smaller and faraway planet Vegeta and sighed in her heart, such a beautiful planet, who would have thought that 4 years later, it would be destroyed by Frieza's energy ball. Ayaka then closed her eyes and entered the Scion training mode, waiting for her destination's arrival. Chapter 3. Unknowingly, the ship Ayaka was on had been flying in space for more than 8 months. With a beep, a computer alert sounded in the ship. Approaching the target, planet Faroko. Expected to arrive at planet Faroko in 1 day. Repeat. Approaching the target, planet Faroko. Expected to arrive at planet Faroko in 1 day. As the beep sounded, the ship's sleep mode gradually turned off, and Ayaka woke up from her slumber. Is it getting there? Ayaka thought to herself. Although Ayaka had been in a deep sleep during the 8 months of flight in the universe, the computer instilled Scion combat techniques into her brain every moment. Now Ayaka's brain was filled with all kinds of fighting styles, so she was very eager to land on planet Faroko quickly and then practice the skills she got in her head. Struggling to calm herself, Ayaka closed her eyes and began to receive the last day of learning. Planet Faroko was a relatively primitive beast planet. 70% of the planet was the ocean, and nearly 30% of the remaining was the polar regions covered with snow and ice. The land accounted for about 20% of the entire planet, mostly jungle and only a few plateaus and deserts. However, various kinds of beasts and birds of prey living on this land area were not extensive. Planet Faroko was a low-level planet with the strongest species having a power level of no more than 500. It was enough for Ayaka. Such a planet was suitable for scions like her to exercise. After all, Ayaka's power level was still shallow. It was unnecessary to go to high-level planets because of the risk of accidental death. Goo goo. There was a strange sound. A large bird in the middle of the jungle spread its wings and soars. Not far away, a leopard was waiting to attack the elk drinking at the river. Grck. There was a loud cracking sound in the sky, then a spherical object with a red glow fell from a high altitude at an incredible speed. The animals below were scurrying in all directions as they sensed the commotion coming from a high altitude. They tried to get as far away from the area as possible. Boom! There was a loud sound. The sound of a violent impact shook the 4 directions at once and then struck up a thick layer of sand and gravel. A shock wave spread out in all directions from the point of impact. The vast trees towering high under the shock wave's effect fell towards the side one after another, causing the whole tree to be uprooted. Gradually, the smoke composed of sand and dust dispersed. The bare sand and gravel presented in front of the eyes had become entirely unrecognizable, nearly 100 meters square. There was a huge impact crater about 40 in diameter and about 10 meters deep in the middle. Who? The door of the spaceship opened. Ayaka climbed out from inside and dragged a single mirror frame scouter in her hand. Pressing the scouter switch, a beep sounded in her ears, and a series of data appeared on the screen. The scouter detected that the highest power planet on this planet was around 467, more than 1,300 kilometers away from here, followed by dozens of sources with a power level of 300 or more. The power level of planet Faroko is not very low. Ayaka continued to test, and nearly 100 power levels of more than 200 kilometers were found one after another. It should be noted that Master Roshi, known as the God of Martial Arts, had a power level of only 139. Ayaka took the scouter to test her power level. Beep. There was a sound of a beep, and a set of data appeared on the scouter. 17. Ayaka was not disappointed. Although her power level was a little lower now, it was not difficult for her to become strong with her extraordinary physique. Let's start training. Ayaka made up her mind and then began to train according to the training methods she learned on the spaceship. Time passed day by day, and soon a month passed. A young figure in the jungle constantly waved her fist at the big tree in front of her. She snapped a fist on the big tree and made a burst of fist sounds. When the tiny palm hit the tree of more than a meter thick suddenly shook, and then many leaves floated down. Ayaka put away her palm, and her body crouched down and then kicked out diagonally. After the heavy kick on the tree, there was a creak sound of the tree fell. The moment the tree fell, Ayaka jumped back 5 meters, looking at the fallen tree, and her face showed a smile. With the training of the past few days, Ayaka had been able to control her punches' speed and force. Her power level was also rising slowly, and she had 21 points of power level now. Next, Ayaka planned to challenge those aggressive beasts. After turning on the scouter, Ayaka began to look for the beasts that matched her power level. Soon, she found a target. In the southwest, there was a signal source of 26 power levels. Now that she had found the target, Ayaka didn't stop and planned to go there immediately. Poof! Ayaka activated instant transmission and disappeared in one go. At a distance of about 2 kilometers from the location, Ayaka's figure appeared on a large tree's trunk. She looked around and found that giant trees surrounded the vicinity. The vegetation was very dense, and not far from the ground towered a few rock shelves with a giant reptile similar to dinosaurs lying there. That was Ayaka's target. The giant reptile's perception was very keen, so the moment Ayaka appeared, it found her. It buzzed and ran in the direction of the tree where Ayaka was and appeared in front of Ayaka in no time. Boom! The reptile hit the tree's trunk with its vast body, and the tree broke and fell quickly. Ayaka took the opportunity to flash to the reptile's side, stomping hard towards the ground, and rushed to the reptile. She clenched her fist and smashed heavily on the belly of the reptile, making it rolled over and fell to the ground, raising a thick layer of smoke and sand. The giant reptile let out a painful scream, and its tail fiercely flung towards Ayaka. Ayaka was taken aback and disappeared in an instant when she was about to be attacked by the tail and then appeared in the back of the giant reptile's head. Look at this move. Ayaka struck the giant reptile in the head with a series of several blows. Oh! Due to the heavy blow to the head, the giant reptile roared in anger and opened its big mouth to reveal its sharp teeth to bite Ayaka. The speed of that mouth was breakneck, but Ayaka was prepared. Her body fell slightly to the side, cleverly avoiding that big mouth. Then, with a foot on the ground, Ayaka did a few backflips and pulled away from the reptile by tens of meters. She then swooped with a dive and kicked the reptile in the elbow. The reptile swayed and howled a few times and then started to fight back. The two of them kept attacking each other, and it didn't take long for both of them to create wounds on their bodies. Ayaka and the giant reptile pulled away. She then wiped off the sweat and blood on her forehead and calmed down to take a look at her prey. This giant reptile's skin is so thick that ordinary attacks can't do much damage to it at all. It takes real skill to fight this reptile, she thought to herself. Fortunately, she was a scion. Although she was young, she already showed extraordinary agility and reaction ability, which was a warrior race characteristic. Concentrating all the ki in her body onto her right index finger, she slowly emitted a faint blue light from her index finger. Sword wave! Ayaka lightly shouted. A thin wave of ki shot out from the index finger towards the neck of the giant reptile. This wave of ki converged all of Ayaka's ki, and without much hindrance, the wave of ki penetrated through the neck of the giant reptile. The giant reptile let out a roar of pain with blood flowing from the wound on the neck. Its body swooped to the ground and soon lost its life. Seeing the big reptile fell to the ground and die, Ayaka collapsed helplessly to the ground. Her mouth was gasping for air, the ki wave just now had exhausted her full strength. This move was called Sword Wave. Ayaka created the energy wave after realizing the existence of ki and then combining it with the Scion moves. It was made by gathering the energy of the whole body and was very powerful. However, with Ayaka's current pitiful ki content, she would fall into a state of total exhaustion after using this move. Ayaka just lay on the ground to slowly recover. Only when she was fully recovered, she slowly got up from the ground. Looking at the sky had become dark, Ayaka got firewood from the surrounding area and began to prepare dinner. She sliced off a few meat pieces from the reptile and grilled them on the bonfire to eat, even when the taste was average. After eating and drinking enough, Ayaka jumped on the tree. She laid down in the branches of the tree and began to rest. Chapter 4. The next day at dawn, Ayaka jumped down from the tree and began to do morning exercise. She jumped up without stopping, placing her body in the air, and then swung her fist and kicked at the air. Ayaka's movements were very fast, leaving a residual shadow in the air from time to time. After about an hour of practice, Ayaka stopped and then stood in place with her mouth gasping for air and her face turning a little red from the intense exercise. Wiping away the beads of sweat on her face, she touched her stomach and found that it was already rumbling with hunger. So, her petite figure abruptly ran deep into the forest. She was no longer going to eat the reptile meat from yesterday, so now she needed to go deeper into the forest to see if she could find some fresh food. In a short time, she came back with a rabbit. She removed the rabbit's hair and gutted, then set up a bonfire and began to grill it. After a beautiful breakfast, Ayaka opened the scouter and began to look for the object of today's attack. Then, she ran to the target according to the prompt that appeared on the scouter. It was a beast with a power level of 30. Planet Faroko. The planet with unremarkable life in the universe. On an empty and deserted plateau filled with weathered and cracked rocks, there was a child of 2 or 3 years old facing a giant pterodactyl not far away. The pterodactyl had saliva dangling from its bloody mouth and seemed to see the young child as its meal. Snap, snap, snap. The pterodactyl flapped its wings and swooped down, but the child in front of it suddenly moved, and the sound of palms slapping rough leather rang out instantly. The fight kicked off, countless glowing blue ki waves along with the sound of breaking air shot in all directions. The ki waves hit the ground and exploded at once, splashing thick gravel, leaving a mess everywhere. That child was Ayaka. Almost a year had passed since she came to planet Faroko. Ayaka was 2 years old, close to 3 years old now. However, because she had a mature soul and an exceptional physique, it made her look nothing like a child of just over 2 years old. In this year, Ayaka was almost in the fight with the ferocious beasts on planet Faroko every day. The frequent battles made Ayaka's battle experience became more affluent and more prosperous. Her strength also improved by leaps and bounds. The Scion battle skills in her brain had been integrated. During so many battles, Ayaka would often be seriously injured, but because she had an immortal body, she would be fine as long as she didn't die, and what was considered not dead, simply put, as long as there was a cell existing, she was not dead. In addition to the immortal body, she also got the fantastic recovery ability from Judge Liu. So, after each injury, she would recover quickly. At the same time, the Scion physique also allowed her to have a considerable increase in strength. Ayaka was deeply injured and was in a near-death situation several times, but she escaped with her unique ability. The perfect instant transmission ability played a decisive role at this time. In these frequent battles, Ayaka broke through her limits repeatedly, allowing herself to grow. Her application of ki had also improved significantly, and now Ayaka had almost mastered the Earth's method of using ki to sense the intensity of energy. Just over 2 years old, Ayaka now had a power level of 145. Her power level was higher than that of most children who had the title of Elite Warrior. At this time, Ayaka faced a pterodactyl. The pterodactyl was a relatively common species on planet Faroko, but its strength shouldn't be underestimated, just a little lower than Ayaka. Ayaka teleported to the sky above the pterodactyl and then shot a few ki waves. The energy wave hit the back of the pterodactyl accurately, emitting a blue sound. The back of the pterodactyl became bloody and fleshy as a result of the ki wave attack. The smell of roasted meat was also emitted. Ouch! The pterodactyl roared in pain and stared viciously at Ayaka with wide, angry eyes, then quickly rushed towards Ayaka's position. Good timing. Ayaka shouted, ignoring the immense body of the pterodactyl. She flew up in the air and took a turn to attack her opponent as well. Boom! A vast impact sounded. Ayaka and the pterodactyl's bodies were both bounced off by the powerful impact and flew backward. Ayaka flipped a dozen heels in the air, then unfolded her hands in the air to stabilize her body. She began to attack the pterodactyl again after excluding the dizziness caused by the impact. The crazy pterodactyl shook its big dizzy head as it saw Ayaka's tiny figure rush to attack. It roared in anger and spread its 2 wings on its body to 10 meters wide. The pterodactyl flapped its wings hard when Ayaka was about to attack, twisted its body quickly, and aimed its claws at Ayaka to strike hard. It's not good. Ayaka didn't expect the pterodactyl to move so fast. She wanted to stop, but it was too late, and she was caught off guard by the pterodactyl's sharp claws. Her body fell uncontrollably from the air in a straight line. There was a boom sound, and the ground was smashed out of a large pit. At the moment of impact, Ayaka jumped out of the pit, avoiding another attack by the pterodactyl, and then jumped to a towering stone pillar. At this time, Ayaka's appearance was somewhat wretched. One of her arms was hanging, and blood was dripping at her arm. It had been badly injured because the bones had been broken. The pterodactyl's claw blow contained a tremendous force, making Ayaka felt her whole body tingling. Not caring about the injured arm, Ayaka hurriedly dodged around to avoid another series of attacks by the pterodactyl. The mistake just now not only made Ayaka arm wounded, but the pterodactyl combat rhythm also pinned her down. This made Ayaka annoyed. Her power level was higher than the pterodactyl, but she couldn't win. It seemed that she was careless and sighed in her heart. She couldn't do that in the future. Ayaka cheered up and looked at the pterodactyl with a stony face. She suddenly disappeared from the spot with a whirring sound. She moved quickly at a super-fast speed, leaving dozens of illusory shadows around the pterodactyl. Thump, thump, thump. Only the sound of Ayaka's feet on the ground could be heard, but her position could not be detected. The pterodactyl flew in the air with its wings flapping, and its 2 eyes kept turning to observe Ayaka's position. Good chance. Ayaka said secretly, catching an opportunity, and rushed towards the pterodactyl. She accelerated the movement speed and arrived in front of the pterodactyl in an instant, lifting her leg and kicking it. Ayaka attacked where the wings were attached to the back so that she could do better damage to the pterodactyl. Ayaka's kick hit with a bang toward the pterodactyl's wing, and the whole wing twitched in the air. Due to the attack on the wings, the pterodactyl suffered a painful blow and quickly fell from the air. For a moment, it lost the ability to fly. Ayaka couldn't let go of such an opportunity. She teleported below the pterodactyl and threw a handful of energy balls at it. Boom! The energy ball occurred a big explosion, scattering a large cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Ayaka could see the pterodactyl's miserable appearance. With that, she knew she was close to victory. At this point, she needed to be more cautious to prevent her opponent's counterattack. Roar! The pterodactyl roared madly, and the enormous roar shook the surrounding echoes. The ground seemed to shake up. Ayaka carefully observed the pterodactyl, she couldn't let it have any respite. After making up her mind, she moved up again at high speed, then launched a powerful attack on the pterodactyl. It hit the pterodactyl prostrate on the ground, making it screaming in anger. Ayaka unleashed a total of more than 850 heavy blows on the pterodactyl in this instant, causing it unable to resist. The pterodactyl roared at Ayaka in grief and anger, and its whole body began to emit a light red glow as its energy was rising. This is not good. Ayaka was alarmed and quickly distanced herself from the pterodactyl. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose in the sky. The powerful destructive force produced a shock wave visible to the naked eye. The shock wave spread in all directions at a breakneck speed, making Ayaka not have time to avoid the shock wave swept in. The shock wave destroyed all the trees and rocks in an instant. After a long time, the dense fog formed by sand, rocks, and vegetation gradually dissipated, and visibility began to recover. Ayaka's tiny body was buried in sand and dust, and now Ayaka was covered in wounds. The energy of the pterodactyl's self-destruction hit her squarely, causing the bones of her entire body to be seriously deformed. The injury was much worse than the pterodactyl. If she didn't have the immortal body, she would have been dead by now. Ayaka struggled to crawl out of the sand and dust, her face was pale, and she was panting heavily. Chapter 5. The injuries on Ayaka's body were severe, there was hardly a piece of intact skin all over her body. She also kept bleeding, and her bones were interrupted by the explosion just now. She moved her body carefully. The intense pain that immediately came from her body made her face distorted, making each step challenging to move. After moving away from the battlefield to a slightly flatter open space, Ayaka collapsed in exhaustion. I never thought I would become so miserable this time. Feeling the condition of her body, Ayaka smiled bitterly. Her bones were broken in several places, especially one of her arms, wholly deformed and already ruined. My body is still too fragile. The strength of this body has not kept up with the growth of my power level, which will limit my ability in the battle. If my body were stronger, I would be able to resist more powerful attacks. The body strength that cannot keep up with the power level is too disadvantageous. It is necessary to strengthen the body strength as soon as possible. Ayaka was lying flat in the open space while mentally calculating. The first thing now was to fix the body's injuries as soon as possible. Slowly mobilize the body to recover a little ki, she began to fix her body injuries. Ayaka's body was not only immortal but also could recover quickly. When she used ki, her body's wounds were healing at an alarming rate, and the broken bones were reattached. A piece of old skin was peeling off from her body, revealing the white and pink skin. After an hour or so, the whole body was completely repaired. Ayaka stood up and twisted her neck left and right a few times and then stretched her body. Her whole body instantly came like a fried beans, crackling sound, and there was indescribable comfortable energy. Ayaka greedily breathed in the ki in the air, a feeling of survival from the dead was born. She then sensed the abundant power coming from her body, and her ki content increased. After surviving from death, Ayaka's power level had once again surged. Power level 270. Ayaka used the scouter to detect that 270 power level, which could already be ranked in the top 50 on planet Faroko. In less than 2 years, Son Goku will be born. When he was 16, he will fight against Demon King Piccolo with a power level of just over 260. It meant that I had reached that power level 18 years earlier than Son Goku. After so many battles, Ayaka had a wealth of battle experience. She had a keen insight into the judgment of the battle situation and battle conditions, especially after this battle. She found serious shortcomings in her own body. The crucial factors that determine victory or defeat in battle were the judgment of the situation, the speed of the attack, the force of the attack, the ability to resist blows, and the ability to recover. The judgment of the situation would have to rely on the long battle to train. There was no shortcut to accumulate experience through non-stop battle. Attack speed and attack power could be quickly improved as long as one used a perfect training method to increase. The Scion training method was excellent, which Ayaka already had. Lastly, the ability to resist blows and recovery ability. Ayaka had adequate confidence in the recovery ability. However, her ability to withstand blows and her body strength was troubled her. The Scion experience wasn't an effective method. After the battle, Ayaka also found several problems. She knew she had a strong recovery ability, which far exceeds Son Goku and others. However, it was still not enough compared to Demon King Piccolo's rapid regeneration ability and the more perverse Cell and View. Demon King Piccolo's rapid regeneration was through the consumption of ki in the body to achieve a break in rebirth. Ayaka could also break in the resurrection, but it didn't grow as quickly as Piccolo. However, the advantages were also evident. Every time Ayaka broke, the rebirth was equivalent to a trip from the edge of life and death. After recovery, there would be a significant increase in power level and strength. However, compared to Cell and View, the degree of immediate recovery was still too far away. Just now, it took an hour to repair the injury. Ayaka thought about this body given by Judge Lu that shouldn't be like this because it had been transformed by divine power. Could it be that her body's recovery ability also depends on strength to enhance? And when her strength grew to a certain level, she could also do it with just one cell left to recover immediately. As long as there was a cell, she could immediately recover, and then it would be equivalent to a simplified version of the immortal body. Ayaka's additional ability was divided into two parts. One part was the characteristic of never dying. Compared to Son Goku would die if he was injured to a certain extent. However, Ayaka wouldn't die if she was seriously injured. It was just that if she were seriously injured, for example, because of a powerful energy blast, she wouldn't be able to move. Therefore, she wouldn't die because she would be reborn soon after her body disappeared, although she would slowly recover from her injuries. Another part was to have a strong recovery ability. This ability relied on her strength to enhance. When she reached the best state, she could immediately recover as long as she had a cell that existed. When these two parts reached the limit and then perfectly combined, it was the true immortal body. Ayaka understood that her recovery ability depended on strength to enhance a little. That was to say, she needed to practice through combat, and it was impossible to break through immediately. Judgment ability, attack speed, attack force, resistance to blows, and recovery ability. Her judgment ability and recovery ability relied on the battle to grow. Attack speed and attack force could use the Scion's training experience. Finally, only the resistance ability, which seemed to have no training method. Could it only grow passively? Gravity chamber. Ayaka quickly rejected the idea. The gravity chamber was to increase the gravity on their body, which was used to cultivate speed and strength. Physical strength was only additional, and the growth of physical strength wasn't noticeable. Ayaka would have to use the gravity chamber later, not now. Her body and strength disconnect was extreme, so no matter how much her power level grows, her body strength and power wouldn't be a match. This wasn't Ayaka's problem alone. Son Goku and others also had such problems. They didn't have body strength when their power level grew. If Son Goku's body strength could match his body strength, either in the battle against Vegeta or Frieza or even against the humanoid Cell, he wouldn't be severely injured. For example, when Son Goku fought against Vegeta, Son Goku couldn't stop Vegeta's movement no matter what he did. Of course, there was a gap in strength, but the body strength couldn't be ignored. If Son Goku could withstand a higher number of Kaioken, Vegeta would never be an opponent. Wait. Ayaka thought of something. Vegeta. Right. Although Vegeta's power level was higher than Son Goku's Kaioken had made up for the gap in power level. Even so, he still couldn't cause significant damage to Vegeta. Did the Scions have any good way to enhance the strength of the body? But that couldn't be right either. Son Goku was also a Scion, or was it because Son Goku had lost his memory when he was a child with a severe head injury that he forgot his Scion fighting skills? So, because of that, he had a lousy inheritance of Scion skills. But that doesn't seem right either. Oh. Power Ball. Ayaka remembered. Vegeta had a move called Power Ball, but she didn't. Was it because she missed it or because this move hadn't been developed, or could it be that this move was only qualified for elite warriors to learn? In any case, Ayaka intended to return to the place where she landed on planet Faroko and find the spaceship that carried her to see what she could find. Chapter 6. In a calm and quiet jungle, the wind blew the leaves, and the branches were swaying with a creaking sound. The sunlight spilled through the tightly packed leaves, dotting the ground with spots of brightness. Not far from, the animals were lying comfortably, enjoying a leisurely life. It should be around here. Ayaka flew in the air and surveyed. The thick jungle was making it difficult to determine the exact location of the spaceship. Swoosh, Ayaka flew higher as a way to increase the field of vision. There it is. Ayaka saw an area without trees, so she speeded up and flew over and soon came above that area. The vast impact crater was still there, with fine grass growing among the messy gravel. In the center of the impact crater, the spherical spaceship half sunken in it. The spaceship was half open and covered with moss. Ayaka landed, came to the side of the spaceship, and dug the whole spaceship out of the pit. Beep. Ayaka pressed the button of the spaceship. The computer made a snorting sound and automatically detected her. When the spaceship self-test complete, Ayaka went to the pod inside and then ordered the computer to query body strengthening information. Beep beep beep. The computer worked according to Ayaka's instructions to query the relevant information. However, the results made Ayaka disappointed. The computer didn't store information about body strengthening, which meant that she would have to find the method herself if she wanted to strengthen her body. Ayaka was disappointed and went out of the pod. The palm of her hand aimed at the pod and sent a wave of energy. With a boom, the pod was blown to smithereens, sending up black smoke. Then, another energy wave was sent out at the ship. Now, the spaceship had no use for Ayaka, so there was no need to stay. It must be destroyed before it was too late. Upon looking at the destruction of the spaceship, Ayaka's heart was very depressed. If she wanted to enhance her body strength, it seemed to be a long way to go. At the same time, at the distant planet Vegeta. Report, the signal of the spaceship number 89 disappeared. The cosmonaut who specializes in monitoring the condition of the spaceship reported. Spaceship number 89. Check the database for information on the person on board. A cosmonaut who looked like the one in charge said with a bland expression and quietly waited for the results to be reported after he finished speaking. The disappearance of signals from spaceships happened often and was not too uncommon. As a member of the Frisia Legion, several regional battlefields were conquered every day, and sometimes hundreds of spaceships lost contact in a single day. Most of these lost contact spaceships were turned into cosmic dust, also known as battle attrition. The difference was that they weren't responsible for the battle spaceship's formation, but the newborn scion in the spaceships. The loss of signal from one of them meant that a scion child had lost contact. This should have been a big deal, but because the cosmonauts in charge of supervising these spaceships were not scions, they reacted lukewarmly to it. Report, Spaceship 89 is carrying a female scion named Patinis, file number X112316, belonging to the low-level warrior. The intended target is planet Faroko. It determined that spaceship number 89 has lost the ability to return, and it is recommended that the spaceship be removed from the sequence. The officer in charge nodded, that's the one that belonged to Lobaya's daughter. It looks like the little one is dead. Delete her profile from the computer. It's a pity, the spaceship was a good one. Inform the logistics department that the spaceship's wear and tear will be deducted from Lobaya's reward. These cosmonauts couldn't be blamed for being so reckless, mainly because scion children were trained in computers and won't leave the vicinity of the spaceship until they were strong. The ship was made of unique materials, and the general impact couldn't cause any damage to it. Something that could damage the spaceship shouldn't be something that ordinary scion children could deal with. So, this little girl was most likely dead. These cosmonauts weren't good people. They came here because of the order of King Frisia. They simply didn't care if one or two scion dead or alive because, without a spaceship, they couldn't come back even if they were still alive. The cosmonauts did what Ayaka wanted. Without the data record, she wouldn't be remembered by others, which could save her a lot of trouble. The cosmonauts would never have thought that Ayaka had complete memories of her previous life and could become so powerful in just over a year. Ayaka flew depressingly through one forest after another. When some weak beasts saw her, they hid far away, and when she came across beasts that were stronger than her, Ayaka didn't have the heart to fight and went straight. After flying to the sea and looking at the vast and boundless ocean, Ayaka's mood was surprisingly much better. Poof! A few giant whales in the distance buzzed and screamed, ejecting a high column of water, which shot into the air and clattered into the water. Planet Faroko was 70% ocean, and in the sea lived a large number of creatures. The ocean. Right. Ayaka clapped her hands, and a way to increase her body's strength came to her mind. Let's use the pressure of the sea to force the body to keep getting stronger, and then enhance the body little by little according to the depth of the dive. The pressure of the seawater will continue to increase according to the depth of the dive. All parts of the body can be subjected to the pressure of the seawater, so basically there will not be a mist. The more Ayaka thought about it, the more she felt that this method was feasible. She remembered external forces powered the legendary techniques of refining the body in her previous life. For example, Golden Bell, Iron Shirt, and Iron Palm. These forces could push the body to become stronger continuously. However, after all, it was only a partial strengthening, while the sea had the pressure to come in all aspects. After thinking of this, Ayaka then quickly descended from the air and went into the sea. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. With the increasing depth of the dive, Ayaka gradually felt the pressure of the sea. Especially to the back, the pressure of the seawater almost exponentially increased with each meter dive. Of course, this wasn't the actual situation. Because the ability to withstand almost reached the upper limit, Ayaka finally couldn't dive any longer when she came to 340. She found that the sea squeezed the bones of her body. The lack of oxygen in her brain made her feel dizzy, and she couldn't go down another meter. Ayaka's head poked out of the sea, and with a deep breath, she dived back into the sea. After reaching 340 meters, she was unable to dive again. She then gritted her teeth and swooped down, diving another 10 meters hard. Cackle. Ayaka's bones were crushed by the pressure of seawater. The lower half of her body became a bloody mess, and blood oozed from her nose and ears. After transient to land, Ayaka laid on the ground with her mouth gasping for air. Having fresh oxygen went into her body made her brain much clearer. She then greedily breathed in the air. I was too impatient. Ayaka recovered and laughed bitterly. Fortunately, the Scion's physique was exceptional. Although the pressure just now acted on the flesh, the bones directly bore a large part of it. It was a good relief because the sudden loss of pressure triggered the sudden expansion of compressed oxygen in the blood, causing a fatal flaw. The results of using the pressure of the sea to force her bodies to become stronger were undeniable, but the price paid was also considerable. A careless mistake would let her be buried in the ocean. The first time alone let Ayaka paid a heavy price. Her lower body was crushed, her head and internal organs were severely damaged. Fortunately, she could move instantly and teleported to the land when she couldn't hold on, otherwise, she would have died. It seems I have to come little by little. First, let's adapt to the 300-meter deep sea. After waiting for her body to recover fully, Ayaka dived into the bottom of the sea again. This time she was cautious and stopped when she dived to 300 meters deep. At this depth, she felt the tremendous pressure of seawater. Her body's muscles were pressed by the seawater squeezed inward, her chest had a stuffy feeling, and her internal organs were squeezed. Ayaka tried to keep herself calm and slowed down the body's metabolism so that she could stay in the deep sea for a longer time. After constantly diving every day, Ayaka adapted to the depth of 300 meters. Her body no longer produces any discomfort, and she felt her body had become much stronger. Next, she wanted to challenge the deeper places. After a slight recovery, Ayaka dived to 350 meters. Previously, it was at this position that she was seriously injured. She dived again to this depth and still felt very uncomfortable. Her skin squeezed inward, making her internal organs feel the pressure. Her bones creaked all over her body, and her ears hurt from the intense pressure. After a short stay in this position, Ayaka teleported to land. She rested for a moment and dived again to a depth of 350 meters. After numerous trials, Ayaka gradually adapted to 350 meters and then continued to dive down. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Ayaka was more than 3 years old, and she had been able to dive to 500 meters at this time. At 3 years old, Ayaka had grown a lot taller. She looked like she was 5 or 6 years old and was no longer so tiny. Chapter 7. At night, Ayaka sat facing the sea next to a bonfire. There was a large fish on the bonfire with a tree trunk on the grill. The fish was more than 2 meters long, more than a meter wide, emitting a fragrance. The fish was her dinner. After such a long time of exercise, Ayaka's body was strengthened a lot. The Scion physique, combined with her super recovery ability, made her able to carry out various extreme challenges without fear. Day after day passed, and now, every time she swings her fist, she could feel her strength was increasing. For her, this body was at the peak of growth. Although the base of power level was still relatively small, the progress was quite evident. Due to the sea pressure assistance, Ayaka's use of ki had reached the level of subtle. Now, she could control every ki in her body. If all the ki converged, she looked like an ordinary little girl. No one would think that such a small child had a strong power level. Since the dive to 500 meters, the difficulty after each dive had increased sharply, and the body strength requirements would be more stringent. Ayaka set 5 levels for the body strength, 1 level for every 500 meters, and she had just begun the second level of training. After dinner, Ayaka laid on the bed looking at the night sky glittering stars. She felt that the starry sky was gorgeous and then fell asleep in a daze. 2007, 2008, 2009. Ayaka did push-ups, a whole 3,000 push-ups, and then started running again. These were her daily compulsory training. Generally speaking, simple exercise was quite dull, lacking the necessary recreational activities. Wasn't it painful to hammer yourself all day long? The Scion bloodline made her happy with this tedious exercise, which was probably the benefit she got after coming to the Dragon Ball world. She was glad she chose the Scion blood. If she was that character in her previous life, without extraordinary great perseverance, who the hell knew if she had a chance to make it in this life? After moving her muscles and bones, then jumped into the sea. She dived down to the bottom of 500 meters and then continued to dive. The pressure around her rose in vain and her chest began to become a little dull. 550 meters, 560 meters. Ayaka continued to dive, using ki to protect her important parts from resisting the sea's pressure. The muscles of her body couldn't help but tremble. A feeling of soreness and swelling came up, and slowly the soreness and swelling disappeared and was replaced by severe pain. Ayaka stopped, her body remained motionless in that position. This was a condition she had encountered countless times, indicating that she had reached the limit of tolerance and could no longer dive. The pain was still coming, and at the same time, her recovery capabilities were beginning to work. Special energy was secreted from each cell, repairing the damaged cells little by little. The cells were broken continuously under high pressure, and the new cells were immediately born to replace the ones that had just been destroyed. Repeatedly, the cells of her whole body would be replaced, and the regrown cells were far superior to the original ones in terms of strength and vitality, which was the unique feature of the Scions. The number of the cell divided generally had a limit. When the cell reached a specific number, it couldn't continue to divide, which was the main reason why the creature had a limited lifespan. However, Ayaka didn't care. She was like a profligate, very extravagantly squandering her already nearly infinite life potential. Humph. Ayaka felt a muffled sound coming from her body. Her entire body became relaxed, and the seawater's pressure seemed to have lessened a lot. My body has become stronger again. Ayaka was secretly rejoicing that her body's strength was now powerful. Ayaka returned to land, and sure enough, the white skin on her body looked even more crystalline, as if it would be broken in a snap. However, the actual strength was far beyond imagination. After resting for a few moments, then she continued to exercise. She flew deeper into the land to find new prey. Physical strength was an aid that could raise her power level. However, the power level was also the key. Since her body had kept up, she had to strengthen her power level even more. Ayaka looked for new prey and found a black panther with a power level of about 300. Ayaka launched a fierce attack on the Black Panther, and countless waves of ki rushed to the Black Panther. The Black Panther was hit by the ki wave with a loud boom. The heavy smoke obscured the view, making it impossible for Ayaka to see the Black Panther's condition. With a whoosh, the Black Panther reacted and attacked Ayaka. Its sharp claw lunged at her. Ayaka was prepared and reached out with one hand to grab the Black Panther's claws and threw the Black Panther toward a distant rock. The Black Panther hit the rock with a boom. The rock was crushed, and the Black Panther also disappeared in the moment of impact. Ayaka's face was stony as she observed the surroundings, her ears listening for any sound. Here. With a heavy blow to the air, there was a bang. Black Panther's head was hit squarely, and its entire body flew out in a straight line. Ayaka couldn't let go of this opportunity. Her body, whoosh, quickly disappeared in place and appeared in the Black Panther's flight path. She then clenched her fist and slammed it hard. The Black Panther felt dizziness after being hit by a series of fierce attacks. As soon as it calmed down, Ayaka attacked again. Nearly 100 energy cannons shot down from the high altitude and hit the target accurately. Ayaka attacked again, punching and kicking the Black Panther. This was where the physical advantage came into play. Often, the Black Panther's attacks wouldn't affect Ayaka, but her attacks could badly injure the Black Panther. There was a crackling after a series of attacks. The surrounding environment had become entirely unrecognizable because of the powerful energy bombardment, and there were potholes everywhere. The Black Panther and Ayaka were moving so fast that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Boom! There was another violent impact, and Ayaka had turned a few heels. The Black Panther pulled out of nearly 100 meters distance. She then attacked again with a swoosh. The original place where she stood sank half a meter due to the powerful impact, and the ground was covered with fractured gullies. Woo! Black Panther let out a sad cry. Its whole body was penetrated by Ayaka's fist, causing a massive explosion sound. Ayaka won this battle ultimately. This was the benefit of physical strength. The opponent's attack couldn't cause substantial damage to her, while she could inflict a painful price on his opponent. The Black Panther's power level was actually on par with Ayaka's, but its body strength was far less, which was why it caused such an ending. The summer came and went, the spring went, and the winter came. In the blink of an eye, a few years have passed. It had been 5 years since Ayaka came to planet Faroko. Counting planet Vegeta's journey to planet Faroko a few months, now Ayaka was 6 years old. Judging from the understanding of my previous life, planet Vegeta should have been destroyed by Frieza with energy balls for 2 years. 6-year-old Ayaka had grown very cute. She had a small and lovely face with white and pink skin. Her pair of bright and divine eyes were perfectly dotted on the face. The flaxen of some reddish hair naturally crosses her shoulders. She was wearing simple clothes made of animal skin, making her look like a wild beauty. When she grew up, she would be a great beauty. According to the cosmonaut, even if she couldn't become a strong person, she could rely on her looks to get close to a strong person and gain a strong person's shelter. This sacrifice of sex for survival was a widespread phenomenon in this war-torn universe, making many people envious. However, how could Ayaka accept this? Ayaka, who was already a strong person, didn't need anyone's shelter. Should I go to Earth? Ayaka thought in her heart. However, after thinking that Son Goku was now just over 2 years old, she dismissed the idea. It's still too early to go. Let's wait a few more years. With a swoosh, she flew towards a mountain, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. The strongest creature on planet Faroko was the saber-toothed tiger, with a power level of 467. However, Ayaka's power level had already surpassed it 2 years ago, and now there was nothing on planet Faroko that was her opponent. The reason for Ayaka's hesitation to leave was that she intended to break through her body to the 5th level, which was a dive of 2,500 meters on planet Faroko. However, this goal had been accomplished 2 months ago. These 6 years had been a magnificent butterfly transformation for her. She transformed from a useless nerd to a scion with a power level of 860. Of course, there were some hiccups and some small surprises. However, no matter what, these 6 years were significant for Ayaka. It was the beginning of a new chapter. Chapter 8. Although she didn't plan to go to Earth right away, but she knew that it was time to leave planet Faroko. Staying here any longer wouldn't help her much, so she might as well go to another planet and check it out. Ayaka's home was placed on a mountain peak with a cave that was originally a brown bear's lair, which she had occupied since her arrival. After simply packing up her things, Ayaka launched an instant transmission and left planet Faroko, where she had lived for 5 years. On a planet very far away from planet Faroko, Ayaka's figure appeared on it. Her instant transmission ability had the apparent advantage of seeing an overview in the destination before she teleported so that she would not mistakenly teleport into space or even into a star. The distance of the teleportation was closely related to her ability. The Dragon Ball world didn't seem to highlight the differences between the planets too clearly, giving the impression that each planet's gravity and gas composition weren't too different. However, due to the planet's different volumes and mass, countless planets larger than the Earth could easily appear in the universe. The gravity size was very different from that of the Earth, and combined with the difference in gas components, the real planets suitable for the activities of Earthlings could be said to be very few. Of course, it was challenging for those strong people to use common sense to measure them. Ayaka only chose a planet suitable for survival when she teleported this time and didn't determine the destination in detail. When arriving at the planet, she realized that the planet had no civilization. There was no other life visible to the naked eye, except for the strange plants that grew like cacti. The air was also filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, which smelled very unpleasant. Just as Ayaka was about to launch an instant transmission to leave, something crashed down from the sky in a bright ball of fire. With a loud boom, the fireball hit the ground with a loud explosion. The sky was covered with sand, and dust struck up, a thick smoke filled the air. With Ayaka's eyesight, she soon discovered that it was a spaceship. What a coincidence! Ayaka smiled and flew towards the place where the spaceship crashed. Surprisingly, it landed just as she was planning to leave. It was a disc-shaped spaceship, about 150 meters in diameter, a small to a medium-sized spaceship. At this time, the spaceship was emitting black smoke, obviously scrapped. Ayaka landed near the spaceship and began to survey it. Who? The hatch of the spaceship opened, and a man came out from inside. The man was 30 years old, wearing a beige leather coat. The upper body was draped with a one-shoulder animal-made fur, and at the neck and wrists were furry cotton. Such a racy look, have I seen him somewhere? Ayaka slightly froze. A vague shadow flashed in her mind, and it seemed to have some impression. She always felt like she'd seen this man somewhere before but couldn't remember for a moment. That's right. This is Yardrations' outfit. With a clap of her hands, Ayaka finally remembered. This was the traditional outfit of the Yardrations. When she mentioned planet Yardrat, many people might not know. However, if she mentioned the clothes that Son Goku wore when he returned to Earth after defeating Frieza on planet Namek, many people would have an impression. That is planet Yardrat, planet that was full of magical secret techniques, and Son Goku learned his instant transmission from there. The Yardrations also saw Ayaka. There was some surprise in his eyes, not expecting to meet a human on this barren planet. May I ask if you are a Yardrations? A very polite voice rang out. However, Ayaka froze after the question because she was speaking the Scion language. How could the Yardrations understand it? My name is Podia. I am a Yardration. Little girl you are. The man reflexively replied when he heard Ayaka's question. Then, when he saw the tail behind Ayaka, he reacted. So you're a Scion, young lady. Since the destruction of the Scion planet, I thought I would never see Scions again. The Scions were famous in the universe, but their reputation was not a good one because of their aggressiveness. They were indeed powerful, but they gave the impression that they were mostly stuck in the brutal level, without the strong humility and elegance. Not to mention the silent, national appeal, especially after following King Frieza, the Scions became one of several major battle groups on the front line of Frieza Legion. For this reason, Frieza took a lot of blame. Of course, the Scions' home planet, Planet Vegeta, was turned into pieces of the universe. All the Scions were instantly removed from the universe, which also brought a considerable shock to the entire universe. How could such a powerful warrior race suddenly disappear? With the destruction of the home planet, coupled with the large number of Scions gathered on it, it could be said that only a minimal number of Scions survived that natural disaster. In the universe, there were peace-loving peoples, and there were also peoples who preferred to fight. Those peace-loving nations were naturally rejoicing when they heard that the Scions had suffered a natural disaster. However, those who liked to fight considered the disappearance of the Scions a significant loss. The death of a rabbit and fox hurt their class, while the disappearance of a strong nation, leaving people lamenting. The man's answer left Ayaka dumbfounded because he understood the language of the Scions. Podia saw that Ayaka stayed there without speaking for some reason and thought she was lost in thought because she heard that her home planet was destroyed. Little girl. Podia looked at Ayaka worriedly. Why can you understand my language? Ayaka asked in confusion as she responded. It's a secret technique of Planet Yardrat, where you can immediately copy the language system of the other side just by hearing what they say, Podia explained. It was so amazing. Ayaka's eyes showed a longing look. She must learn this kind of secret technique. Uncle, can you teach me? Of course, this is not a big secret technique. However, the secret techniques of Planet Yardrat were complicated to learn, and now with this environment. Podia looked at the surrounding environment. He shrugged and told Ayaka to stay aside first. He then walked into the spaceship and rummaged through it to see if there is anything useful. Alas, unfortunately, everything is broken. Ayaka looked at Podia for a long time but did not find a good thing, so she asked, Uncle, what are you looking for? I'm looking for something that can repair the spaceship, but unfortunately, all of them cannot be used. Podia stopped helplessly. Without tools, this spaceship was impossible to repair. The pungent smell that filled the air made him sick. What's your name, little girl? How come you're alone on this planet? My name is Ayaka. I've always lived alone. Podia had also dealt with other Scions and knew that they would send their children to other planets for exercise. So it was natural to think that Ayaka was also one of those children who were sent out. Well, Scions are too aggressive to be sent out at a young age. What about the spaceship that sent you here? He thought of the spaceship that carried Ayaka here. It was destroyed, Ayaka told the truth. Her words disappointed Podia. If the spaceship was destroyed, then it was impossible to leave. This planet was deserted. There was no food on it except for cactus-like plants, making it impossible for people to survive on it. Ayaka saw Podia sitting restlessly on the ground and felt amused. She then secretly took out the scouter to detect him. Beep beep. The scouter sounded twice softly. 1785. Podia's power level was not low, it was more than 900 power levels higher than her. No wonder he dared to hang around in the universe alone. Nah, Uncle Podia. Ayaka negotiated and said to Podia, if I take you off this planet, can you teach me that secret technique of learning languages? Sure. I'll teach you anything if I can get out of here. Podia casually responded. He then reacted, wait, what did you say? You said you could get me out of here. Of course. What about the spaceship? I thought it was destroyed, was there another spaceship? No. Podia was speechless. Children were children. How could they leave the planet without a spaceship? Therefore, he treated Ayaka as a little girl who spoke without thinking. Seeing that Podia didn't believe her, Ayaka wasn't happy. Uncle, don't you, Yardrations, have a technique called instant transmission? Podia naturally knew about instant transmission, but that required key to sense, and he couldn't do it. Even on planet Yardra, there were only a few people who could teleport instantly. Not to mention the distance between living planets was so far. Ayaka stretched out her 2 fingers and put them between her forehead, making a gesture of instant transmission. Her instant transmission didn't need a trick at all, she could launch it directly with her mind. I can teleport. Seeing that Podia didn't believe her words, Ayaka's face showed dissatisfaction. She unleashed instant transmission with a swoosh and disappeared from in front of Podia, then reappeared 50 meters away. Podia looked very surprised. He opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. This little girl knows instant transmission, but how did she learn it? It is simply impossible to use it without strong key. He could see that what Ayaka used was indeed instant transmission, not a high-speed movement. Even he didn't know how to use the instant transmission, and the little girl in front of him did it. She was like a living devil. It was as if his family inherited the secret art he had not yet learned, but he saw the neighbor's child had used it freely. How absurd. Well, can you teach me the secret technique now? Because Ayaka was not tall enough, she could only pat Podia's knee while smiling smugly. Podia nodded woodenly, obviously hadn't come back to his senses. Chapter 9. Ayaka pulled one of Podia's feet and closed her eyes to look for the location of planet Yardrat. Fortunately, planet Yardrat wasn't too far away from here. Found it. The image of a living planet appeared in her mind, and it was none other than Podia's hometown, planet Yardrat. Ayaka then unleashed her instant transmission, and both of them disappeared from the same place at once. Planet Yardra was located in the eastern part of the north area. There were countless magical secret techniques on it that people could only dream of. Yardrations were peace-loving people who were hospitable and hated fighting, but they had developed numerous magical techniques. Although their power level was extremely high, they never took the initiative to invade others. They were responsible for the relatively peaceful atmosphere in the entire eastern part of the north area near planet Yardrat. In this area, Yardrations were the big brothers and were loved by the weaker cosmonauts nearby for their pure nature. When Ayaka arrived at planet Yardrat, she was warmly welcomed by them, especially when they learned that Ayaka had brought back Podia. So, now she was staying at Uncle Podia's sister's house. Yardrations' houses were built on stone pillars, with spherical structures built on top of it, tens of meters high, looking like a giant lollipop from afar. Ayaka wore the Yardrations' outfit that Uncle Podia's sister had prepared for her. Just after she stepped out, she ran into Aunt Puniti, who was living next door. The Yardrations generally had a strong power level. Even Aunt Puniti, a peasant woman, had a power level of over 500. So when she first arrived at planet Yardrat, she was shocked to see so many strong people moving in front of her eyes. No wonder planet Yardrat could sit in the position of the big brother of the nearby region, their strength was indeed not a cover. Hey! Where are you going, little Ayaka? Aunt Puniti greeted her enthusiastically. I'm going to find Uncle Podia. Podia is just over there at the mine. She pointed to the location of a hill on the east side. Ayaka nodded, smiled, and thanked Aunt Puniti. She then went to find Podia, who still owed her a secret technique. Ayaka soon found Podia, who was collecting ore in the pit. This was a tough job. If it were other cosmonauts with comparable power levels, they would undoubtedly drive the weaker peoples to do this tiring work for them. However, here it was different. Even Podia, who had thousands of power levels, had to do this work himself. What a simple people they are! Ayaka exclaimed. He could be the king of other planets with his strength, but he was still here to do manual labor. When he saw Ayaka coming, Podia stopped what he was doing and jumped out of the mine. He almost forgot about it, so he patted his head, smiled, and took Ayaka to an open place. He then began to teach her the secret techniques of the language. The secret techniques of Yardrations were very tedious to learn and involved various fields. It took her 3 months to learn this secret technique after Podia's explanation and her hard work. After learning it, Ayaka had to exclaim that it was indeed an efficient skill. At least in the future, there was no barrier to communicate with the Namekians. As soon as they spoke the Namekian language, she would be able to learn their language through this secret technique. One day, Ayaka was lying on the roof of her house, basking in the sun. Her little life was very leisurely this time. Suddenly a figure appeared beside her. "Ayaka, the Grand Elder wants to see you." The other person opened the door and said that he was the guard of the Grand Elder. The Yardrations were led by elders, just like the Namekians. The Grand Elder represented the highest authority. The Grand Elder, whom Ayaka had met when she first came to planet Yardra, was a chubby old man. Following the guards into the great hall where the elders lived, Ayaka secretly thought to herself, "I wonder why the Grand Elder wants to see me." After waiting in the hall for a few minutes, the Grand Elder came out, holding a yellowing book in his hand, followed by 7 or 8 elders. Every one of them was the high authority, and she never thought they would all appear today. A female elder came forward and touched Ayaka's head. "After a few months on planet Yardra, you should know the planet better." Ayaka nodded. The Yardrations were peace-loving people, which was very rare in the universe. Although their power level was not top-notch, their intelligence was number 1 in the universe. The female elder then said, "We have created countless secret techniques, which is just the pursuit of our clan, but we are not willing to interfere in the struggle between universes. You saved Podia, and we are willing to be friends with you. Scions are a warrior race, but I can see that you are not like other scions." Ayaka wondered what the elders meant by saying these things to her. They couldn't have seen her different physical qualities, could they? The thought of this made her heart flutter. However, she overthought. The Yardrations didn't see her physique. The Grand Elder looked at Ayaka and said thoughtfully, "You have a powerful potential that far exceeds that of ordinary scions. Perhaps you will become a legendary super scion. Our Yardrations has a secret technique to predict the future, and we predict that one day in the future, the universe will be enveloped by a dark force, and you have the potential to lift that crisis." Ayaka heard and understood. That crisis that could affect the entire universe should be the Majin Buu. In her understanding, Majin Buu would be ended by the Super Saiyan, but not her. Instead, it was Son Goku. "You have learned the secret technique of language. So, to deal with that crisis, you can choose to learn another 2 secret techniques." The Grand Elder handed the yellowing book in his hand to Ayaka. "This is the description of Planet Yardrat's secret technique. You can pick 2 of them, and we will arrange someone to teach you." Ayaka was stunned by the sudden news. Isn't this such a good thing? Joyfully, she took the books from the Grand Elder's hands. She didn't expect the Grand Elder to be so generous as to let her choose. Ayaka flipped through the books page by page. There were so many secret techniques written on them, and each of them was very good. It was tough for her to pick out 2 of them. "Can I take it back and study it?" She had to choose these 2 secret techniques for herself. The elders smiled and nodded. They had no intention of letting Ayaka pick them out now. After all, it was still tough to choose 2 from such a thick book. Ayaka was full of joy as she held the book and planned to walk out of the great hall. "Wait!" One of the elders called out to Ayaka. Ayaka stopped and looked at the elder in confusion, wondering why he had called out to her. "That tail of yours will bring you unnecessary trouble. It's better if I pull it out for you." Ayaka shook the tail behind her and only then remembered that this tail might be her only weak point. Although after intense and complex training, this tail was still her most vulnerable point. Initially, she intended to go to Earth and then let Earth's Cami pull it out, but since the Yardrations elder was willing to help, then it would be great. The Scion's tail was involved in the Great Ape transformation. In the early stage, because the Great Ape transformation was far stronger than the normal form, so it was an indispensable life-saving weapon. However, in the later stage, the Great Ape transformation's effectiveness was not so prominent. Then, the tail became a liability. Some of the secret techniques of Planet Yardrat are not inferior to the secret technique of Planet Namek. Ayaka turned around and poked her tail at the elder who had called out to her. That elder took hold of Ayaka's tail. All of a sudden, Ayaka felt her power diminish a lot, and her body became weak. "This tail is my weakness. Obviously, after a lot of training, it can also withstand the pressure of the deep sea. However, when it was grabbed, why I become weak? No wonder the later Son Goku and Vegeta pulled off their tail. The elder gripped Ayaka's tail using the secret technique. Ayaka felt a numbness in her buttocks as if it was electrocuted, and then suddenly, she felt cold as her whole tail had been pulled off. Ayaka took her tail, thanked the elder, and left the hall. Outside of the hall, Ayaka's hand sent a wave of energy to her tail and destroyed it, leaving only a faint smoke in the air. Chapter 10. Can that child save the universe? One of the elders asked after Ayaka left. No one answered, none of them could say they could accurately predict the future. However, according to the secret technique site, it was indeed the Scions who saved the universe. I don't know. There is an indescribable aura on Ayaka. There exists a mystery that even I can't see through. Finally, the Grand Elder waved his hand and said calmly, whether she was the one who saved the universe in the end or not, she is a friend of the Yardrations. Ayaka ran toward Podia's sister's house with the Yardrations secret technique book in her hand, greeted by friendly Yardrations from time to time on the way. Soon, Ayaka returned to the place where she lived. She gently closed the door and sat down at the table to carefully flip through each secret technique inside. There were nearly 10,000 secret techniques recorded in the book. Each with a unique function, and on the third page, Ayaka saw an account of instant transmission and then skipped this one to continue reading. After eliminating some of the secret techniques useless to her, she selected those suitable for battle and then analyzed and compared them one by one, trying to pick out the most ideal for her. Ayaka studied the book until she forgot to eat. Even when Podia's sister came to call her for dinner, she did not respond. Finally, after a night of struggle, she selected 2 secret techniques that she thought were practical. The first secret technique was called unsighted. It was an eye technique ideal for use in battle. When the unsighted was opened, the eyes would appear light blue, enhancing battle awareness to a great extent. It could grasp the rhythm of battle more naturally and play a perfect supporting role in the battle. The unsighted also had a more convenient ability, which was to determine the opponent's power level. Whether it was deliberately hidden or not, it could accurately give the opponent's power level value. After a series of comparisons, Ayaka felt that the unsighted was very practical. It could play a perfect role in assisting future battles, much better than the scouter. Even the hidden strength couldn't be hidden under the unsighted. Ayaka chose the second secret technique called energy bound. It was an ability suitable for survival in the space of the universe. Now, Ayaka was steadily increasing in both power level and physical strength, but her dependence on oxygen was the only thing she couldn't get rid of. The lack of oxygen in outer space or the deep sea would have caused her fatal injuries. Although Ayaka had an immortal body, it didn't allow her to survive in space. If the enemy entered space to attack her, then she could only stare. The energy bound allowed her to escape the constraints of oxygen. After entering outer space, she could absorb the free energy of the universe, allowing her to survive in space and even giving her an extra supply of energy, which was perfect for fighting cosmonauts. With these 2 secret techniques finalized, Ayaka ran towards the Great Hall of Elders. The main hall guards didn't stop Ayaka when they saw her arrival, obviously knowing her visit's purpose. The elders saw Ayaka and asked, "Child, have you already chose?" Ayaka nodded and told the elders the 2 secret techniques she had chosen. The elders couldn't help but smile when they heard it and complimented, "These 2 secret techniques are excellent, but they are challenging to learn. Even within the Yardrations, there are only a few people who know them." Turning his head and giving a few instructions to the officers around him, the Grand Elder smiled and said, "I will arrange for Pamikuka to teach you. From now on, you will follow him and learn. Pamikuka is one of the few powerful warriors on planet Yardrat, so we are comfortable with him teaching you." Several elders laughed and said. Not long after, a strong middle-aged man walked in. He was wearing Yardration's unique outfit, but there was a slight difference, it was a combat suit. With 2 scars on his face, he was Pamikuka. Pamikuka first greeted the elders, then looked at Ayaka. "Is this the little girl who wants to learn the secret techniques?" "Yes. Her name is Ayaka. She is a friend of Yardrations, you must teach her well." Pamikuka nodded and said to Ayaka in a friendly manner, "In that case, you will follow me from now on, little girl." He said with what he thought was a relatively warm smile on his face. However, that smile was paired with 2 scars on his face, and it looked very carnivorous. "Hello." Ayaka hurriedly returned the salute. Although Pamikuka's smile looked very scary, she could see that Pamikuka was friendly to her. Yardrations were very lovely to get along with. After leaving the main hall, Ayaka followed Pamikuka to a particular training room decorated with various instruments used for exercise, many of which Ayaka couldn't even see the purpose. Pamikuka explained in detail the purpose of these instruments and then began the teaching. The first thing to learn was the unsighted. Although Pamikuka explained in great detail, Ayaka was still confused. The unsighted was worthy of the secret technique of the Yardrations. The principle was much more complicated than the language secret technique she had learned before. The two were not on the same level. After Pamikuka kept demonstrating and explaining, Ayaka understood the mysteries of the unsighted, but she was just getting started. Once, Ayaka mischievous take out her scouter to probe at Pamikuka. She wanted to know how much power he had, but she didn't expect the scouter to explode with a boom when it reached 12,000. After all, it was an old-fashioned scouter. The maximum amount of energy that could be measured was not too high. However, from then on, Ayaka worked even harder to learn. Pamikuka is a strong person with a power level of more than 10,000. Having him as a guide will help me a lot. Ayaka learned hard from Pamikuka. From time to time, she asked questions, and Pamikuka answered them carefully. The time passed quickly, and Ayaka's strength under the guidance of Pamikuka soared. Finally, after almost a year of study, Ayaka learned the unsighted. The first time Ayaka learned the unsighted, she used it on Pamikuka. Her eyes slowly emitted blue light, which was the characteristic of the unsighted. Ayaka immediately felt as if her brain was cleared. There was some incredible feeling, and her brain became extraordinarily clear. A string of numbers surfaced in front of Ayaka's eyes, 34,000. She couldn't imagine that Pamikuka had 34,000 power levels, 16,000 higher than Vegeta's when he attacked Earth. She then used the unsighted to observe again. 1850. Ayana froze. She never thought that in just 1 year, her power level had increased so much. She was happy that the effect of the guidance of a strong person was different, and she was looking forward to learning that energy bound. She wondered how much her strength would increase by then. Pamikuka knew that Ayaka was now very happy and didn't interrupt her enthusiasm. After more than a year of living together, he knew the little girl was a serious, hardworking, and adorable child. After the excitement, Ayaka happily urged Pamikuka to hurry up and teach her that energy bound, because she couldn't wait to learn it. The unsighted was a secret technique that belonged to the auxiliary category. It could be an excellent addition to the battle. On the other hand, the energy bound was a training and survival secret technique. It allowed her to survive in the universe and provided her with additional energy support. So, if she entered the universe to absorb the universe's energy, her strength would grow faster. Ayaka knew that with her power now, she must have been unbeatable on Earth. Even if she looked at the whole universe, she could compare to a large number of planets. However, these were far from enough. It should be known that once you stepped out of the Earth in the Dragon Ball world, the increase in the power level was simply inhuman. In the beginning, the increase in power level was tens and hundreds, very impressive, right? The latter was even more powerful with thousands and thousands of increases. By the middle and later stages, it was too hard, and the power level soared as if it could increase for no reason. At that time, the battle was squandering. It seemed like a waste to Ayaka, stinging her eyes. Ayaka was a person full of a sense of crisis. She was just getting started. What was the point of being in a hurry? In the future, when she reached several million or even hundreds of millions of power levels, she would learn from them and squander it generously. She wanted to be a strong person with a high power level. Chapter 11. The next step was to learn that energy boundary. The secret technique of energy boundary was more complex than the unsighted because it was about transforming human characteristics, allowing living beings to survive in the universe and absorb the universe's energy, which involved a more complex and profound knowledge. Before learning, Ayaka first had to engage in cosmology, astronomy, vitality, and spirituality. Luckily, she had a little foundation in spirituality and astronomy, so it was a little easier to learn. However, the other knowledge, especially vitality and cosmology, involved two profound things for Ayaka to learn. So, she spent 6 or 7 months learning these tedious things. The ancestors of the Yardrations make it impossible to describe in short words. Such profound things are actually managed to be explored. The admiration in Ayaka's heart deepened. With so many secret techniques, it was beneficial to learn just one. It was good that the Yardrations were a peace-loving people, and only people with good hearts could learn many of the secret techniques they created. Otherwise, these secret techniques alone would have caused chaos throughout the universe. Ayaka thought this aspect of the restraint was probably for the Dragon Ball world's protection. After thinking, she held the information and continued to study. Time passed slowly, and finally, one day, Ayaka let out a voice full of joy. Finally, I've got these things figured out. After 9 consecutive months of fighting, Ayaka finally finished these materials. She was liberated and rejoiced, and the next step was to train and transform her body formally. A small body was lying flat in the outer space with a faint light glowing from the body. Not far away, a big strong man coiled and trained, his attention stayed on the young girl beside him. The young girl's face was lying peacefully in the universe with invisible energy gathered from all around, entering the young girl's body. The influx of energy made her face seem a little flushed. Her flaxen reddish hair was flowing until her shoulders with 2 strands of hair hanging on her chest, the tips of her hair showing a faint red color. This young girl was Ayaka. She had been coming to space for more than 2 months for specific practice. At first, it was a little strange, but now she had adapted to the universe and was able to survive without relying on oxygen. The universe's energy converges into the body little by little so that Ayaka had an indescribable taste, warm and distinctly comfortable. That's it for today. The young girl opened her eyes to end the training. She then returned to Planet Yardrat with Pamikuka. Strolling through the streets of Planet Yardrat, carrying various ingredients in her hands, she took a small leisurely step. It had been 2 years since Ayaka came to Planet Yardrat, and it was time to leave. Before she left, she wanted to thank Uncle Podia's family for taking care of her, and today she was going to cook a sumptuous lunch. After lunch, Ayaka told them that she would be leaving. Podia's family was stunned for a moment but soon reacted. Although they were unfortunate to meet her, they understood that Ayaka would have to leave someday. Seeing that Ayaka was determined to go, they had to tell her to take care of herself. Ayaka nodded. After more than 2 years together, she was very attached to Podia's family. Reluctantly, she left Podia's family and then came to Pamikuka's home to say goodbye to him. Thanks to Pamikuka's teaching over the past 2 years that her strength grew so fast, Pamikuka was equivalent to her teacher, and she had to say goodbye to him before leaving. Are you leaving? Pamikuka said calmly as if he already knew. Ayaka nodded, with a few sadness in her heart. Time flies, and it's been 2 years. I'm leaving here to go somewhere else. Do not neglect your train. Your strength will not progress if you don't train. Pamikuka reminded very dutifully. Although he knew that even if he didn't say so, this girl would still work hard on her training. Ayaka twitched her nose as the parting sorrow came up all at once. Thank you, teacher Pamikuka. There was nothing more Ayaka could say. She then bowed deeply to Pamikuka and left. Looking at Ayaka's distant back, Pamikuka's lips twitched, and he shook his head. This child. After saying goodbye to the elders, Ayaka launched an instant transmission and left Planet Yardrat. During the 2 years of living on Planet Yardrat, Ayaka had gained a great deal. Not only had she learned mysterious and powerful secret techniques, but she had also gained some friends and teachers who were worthy of close reliance. Ayaka's power level had even exceeded the 4,000 marks, and she had grown taller. At the age of 8, she was already 1-2 meters tall and already looked like a little beauty. Whoosh! 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 After several teleportations, Ayaka landed on an asteroid belt, which was already in the northern part of the North area, 1,000,000 miles away from the eastern part where Planet Yardrat was located. Ayaka stopped at an irregularly shaped asteroid and found that there was a wave of energy nearby. This asteroid belt was relatively close to the planet it was on, and that energy should be emanating from the planet. Ayaka didn't intend to waste any time, so she sat on the asteroid and used the energy bound to absorb the energy. The free energy gradually converged under Ayaka's energy-bound traction. Soon, it became a wave of invisible ripples entering Ayaka's body. Ayaka's body began to emit a light pressure. It seemed as if there was a layer of flowing light on the skin continually swimming, entering the body. The energy converged like a thin layer of mist that distorted the vision slightly. The energy continued to enter her body, allowing Ayaka's strength to rise while the universe's vacuum continued to act on Ayaka. A mysterious force within the cells began to increase again to repair the broken cells, making the cells renewed continuously, and Ayaka's body was constantly getting more robust. Ayaka sat on the asteroid. A thick layer of dust slowly piled up on her body. She was still absorbing the universe's energy, and her body gradually had adapted to the vacuum. The mysterious power within the cells no longer appeared, and the strengthening of her body stopped. Ayaka woke up from the meditation, stood up, and moved her body. A series of crackling sounds came from inside her body, and a long-lost feeling of relief came to her heart. She took a look at her situation with her unsighted and was surprised to find that her power level had reached 12,000. My power level break through 10,000, reaching 12,000. Ayaka was very surprised that her power level had broken through 10,000 so quickly. Such a fast training speed in the history of the Science is also scarce. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little smug. Of course, Broly and Son Gohan were excluded. Broly was a legendary Super Saiyan, born different from ordinary Saiyans. He would often lose his mind and couldn't be counted in the category of normal Saiyan. As for Son Gohan, Ayaka didn't even bother. It was purely out of the box, which Saiyan was so perverted that he could do the Super Saiyan 2 transformation at the age of 9. In Son Gohan's case, the author gave him a hang, and during Majin Buu saga, he didn't return to his ordinary form. In addition to Broly and Son Gohan, she was the fastest in training. So, what if Son Gohan was being hung? Ayaka was very confident that she could surpass Son Goku's family and even the strongest people in the entire universe with her physical condition. After a little tidying up, Ayaka left the asteroid belt instantly and reappeared already in the very distant planet Kano. Chapter 12. The calm and deep universe was vast and boundless, and the seemingly quiet space was dotted with the glow of stars. The entire universe seemed quiet and calm, but there were various dangers in this relatively calm environment. Planet Kano was one of the countless planets with life in the northern part of the North area under King Cooler's rule. Cooler was Frisia's older brother, and his strength was even more terrifying than Frisia. They were members of the strongest race in the universe, born in planet Winter. The clan was frozen in their lifetime. The longer they were sealed, the more powerful they became. After all, they were a super rare warrior race in the universe, both in terms of natural talent and potential. Compared to them, the self-proclaimed warrior race, Saiyans, would seem to be mud and clouds. Like his younger brother Frisia, Cooler used his strength to suppress those planets that dared to rebel against him and engaged in the business of planetary trading, gathering a large number of powerful fighters and scientists under his hands. Ayaka appeared on planet Kano just in time for an attack by the cosmonauts under Cooler. Boom! As soon as Ayaka arrived, she heard a loud explosion and thought that she must have come to a planet where war was going on. Upon looking up into the sky, a colossal spaceship carrier hovered in the air. It was a giant military spaceship with a diameter of 1,000 meters, which usually only the great powers would have. From the bottom and sides of the carrier stretched out countless tentacles, each of which sent out energy cannons relentlessly. Boom! 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 The energy cannon hit a building towering into the clouds with an explosion, and the collapsed stone fell to the ground, still caught with thick smoke. The inhabitants of planet Kano were blinded by the sudden disaster and fled with helpless cries, while a group of cosmonauts wearing battle armor and loaded energy cannons in their hand kept chasing after them, catching every one of them. Looks like I came at the wrong time. Ayaka shook her head as if she had rerun into trouble. The moment she appeared was when the invasion had just started. So, she came right after the cosmonauts' forces launched their attack. She didn't want to care about what was happening on this planet because she couldn't help even if she wanted to. The universe was too big, and the weak were eaten by the strong, and most importantly, she was alone. Even if she drove the invaders away this time, she couldn't stay and continue to help them. It was possible that the invaders would be ruthless, and the next invasion would be even bloodier. There was no way Ayaka was going to let herself be tied up here. With that in mind, she was ready to launch an instant transmission to leave the place. Who knew that just then, a cosmonaut saw her and proceeded to fire an energy blast at Ayaka. The energy blast hit Ayaka's body with white smoke, but Ayaka didn't suffer any damage. Instead, the cosmonaut's behavior pissed her off. You cosmonaut want to suppress this planet, then go suppress it. How dare you mess with me? Do I have to act as a savior? Ayaka thought with displeasure. She saw that these cosmonauts' power level was shallow, not even 200. With the energy cannon in their hands, they didn't know who they had messed with. She disappeared with a swoosh and came to the back of the cosmonaut before he could react, then knocked him to the ground with a punch. Run! The other cosmonauts saw that Ayaka wasn't something they could handle and hurriedly fled towards the main camp. This person who suddenly appeared was a strong person. However, Ayaka wasn't going to let them go, and after a crackling series of blows, all of them were sent by her to King Yemma. In the end, a good person still helps. Ayaka felt that she was too kind since she helped to kill all those cosmonauts in the end. Ayaka leaped to the top of the spaceship carrier and gathered key waves in her hands. What's that? Inside the carrier, the commander saw Ayaka stopped in the air and was about to send a key wave. They then shouted in horror, "Go, hurry up and inform Lord Leapton." Boom! Ayaka fired out the key wave in her hand. The carrier fell from the sky after a loud explosion. When the fleeing Kanosians saw that a stranger destroyed the spaceship carrier, which destroyed their homeland, they immediately cheered excitedly. They worshipped Ayaka, who was still floating in the air, like a god. Ayaka peacefully accepted their worship and picked out a person of some status and asked him about it, which led to the news about several nearby planets. This is Cooler's territory. Ayaka's heart flashed with amazement. She would never have imagined that she had come to Cooler's territory. Cooler is not something I can deal with, so I'd better leave as soon as possible. She immediately had the idea of running away. Ayaka was still afraid to face Cooler. Legend said he had one more transformation ability than Frisia. Regardless of whether the rumor was true, he was more powerful than Frisia, for sure. That little girl is over there. A voice came from afar. Ayaka saw a bald cosmonaut fly over and stop above her. Seeing the flying cosmonaut, the Kanosians shouted in terror and fled in all directions. Soon, only the bald cosmonaut and Ayaka were left. Who are you? Ayaka asked in an unhappy mood. This is Lord Leap Tun. The bald cosmonaut barked arrogantly. That attitude made Ayaka's brow furrow. Ayaka felt that this cosmonaut's ki wasn't very powerful. Still, it was hard to guarantee whether he was hiding his strength. Therefore, she activated her unsighted to observe it. 7,800. The cosmonaut's power level was a little higher than the revealed ki, but not much higher. It seemed that the cosmonaut was not very good at using ki. He could indeed be arrogant in the universe with a power level of 7,800. After all, the overall strength of civilizations in the universe was low. In Ayaka's memory, the scion called Nappa, who came to Earth, had a power level of 4,000 and was already arrogant. As a cosmonaut with some strength, he can be properly arrogant. However, that is only applied in front of people weaker than him. If he was arrogant in front of me, he was looking for death. When Lord Leap Tun did not react, Ayaka lightly stepped on the ground and rushed up. There was a cracking sound. Suddenly, 100 square ground sank 3 meters in the position where Ayaka originally stood. The winding gullies covered the ground, and it turned into broken horizontal wreckage all of a sudden. Bang! No one knew when Ayaka had arrived in front of Lord Leap Tun and punched a heavy blow on him. Lord Leap Tun suddenly turned into a straight line, passing through several tall buildings deeply embedded in the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lord Leap Tun angrily flew out of the ground. He was not expecting the tiny girl in front of him to have such a strong force. Lord Leap Tun hadn't thought that Ayaka's strength would be above his. He figured that he had just been negligent, and it just so happened that this girl also had some natural divine power. Huh, little girl, how dare you to make this lord injured? This lord will make your life worse than death. With an evil glint in his eyes, Lord Leap Tun licked his lips. He quickly rushed towards Ayaka, but when he was about to attack Ayaka, a small, slender hand gripped his arm and stopped him. The small hand seemed to grab his arm like a steel vice, making him unable to move at all. How? Lord Leap Tun couldn't believe it. How could this little girl's strength be even greater than his? With a cackle, the bones of his arm were crushed hard, and then with a hard yank, the whole arm was broken off. Lord Leap Tun held the disconnected arm and let out a painful shout. His face became pale, and sweat seeped down from his cheeks as he looked at Ayaka's eyes full of fear. Throwing away the broken arm in his hand, Ayaka looked at him cruelly. She's a monster. We can't beat her. We must hurry and leave. Lord Leapton's brain was in a panic, but he also understood one thing clearly and unmistakably. He was certainly not her opponent, and he must escape. Must escape. With a swoosh, his body turned into a white light and fled towards the distance. Unfortunately, he found that no matter where he ran, the little girl always appeared in front of him. You can't run away. Ayaka said calmly, then sent a ki wave at Lord Leapton. Boom! The ki wave hit Lord Leapton's body, and his body was instantly vaporized by the ki wave's high-energy reaction, leaving only some blackened debris in place. On a planet not far away, inside the vast fortress, a man holding a glass of wine sat on a throne, sipping wine delicately. Countless computers in front of him flashed either red or green lights, and squeaking sounds emanated from the boxes as a group of cosmonauts busied themselves with operating the equipment. Lord Leapton's life signal has disappeared. A cosmonaut reported with an edgy look. After a brief moment, the man known as Dor had his face flashed with dismay, which quickly converged. He stood up from his throne and gracefully put the red wine aside with a wicked smile on his face. Chapter 13. Find out where Leapton lost his life signal, Dor said blandly. The subordinate hurriedly worked up and soon found the exact location. My lord, Lord Leapton lost his signal on planet Kano. Planet Kano. That's a planet with a shallow power level. What a waste. He can't even clean up that bunch of scum. Dor's face showed disdain and then instructed his subordinates to prepare the flight to planet Kano. As a King Cooler's armored squadron member, Dor didn't care to be associated with trash like Leapton, who didn't have a power level of 10,000. He went to planet Kano for fun because he only had few opponents in the universe as a Cooler's armored squadron member. It was not that he was ignorant, but in the northern part ruled by King Cooler, except for the terrifying strength of King Cooler and a few other members of the Cooler's armored squadron, almost no one was his opponent. Even in the entire north area, his strength was also among the top. Dor didn't think there would be any powerful existence in that weak starfield where planet Kano was located. Like Frisia's Jinyu force, Cooler also had his ace unit, the Cooler's armored squadron. There were 5 members in the Jinyu force, but only 3 in the Cooler's armored squadron. The team leader was Salza, and the team members were Nais and Dor. Although the number was very small, Cooler's armored squadron had far better strength than Jinyu force because each of their members' strength was above the Jinyu force leaders. Hearing Lord Dor's order, the subordinate cosmonauts immediately prepared a spaceship for him and headed to planet Kano. On planet Kano. Since she knew that she had come to the territory ruled by Cooler, Ayaka didn't want to stay for a moment longer. However, she couldn't resist the begging of the Kanosians and agreed to escort them out of this area. Ayaka sat on top of the building's wreckage, which had become a ruin, and watched the Kanosians pack their belongings and board a spaceship. She was feeling sorry for them. This is the sadness of insufficient strength. When you are unable to resist, you can only escape. My lord, everything is ready for departure. With sadness on their faces, the Kanosians helplessly boarded the fleeing spaceship. Ayaka nodded and stood up to board the spaceship with them. Are you guys planning to escape from that planet? Sitting in her seat and fastening her seatbelt, Ayaka asked the person in charge next to her. The person in charge looked at the fading home planet and looked a bit lost in thought. There is a planet inhabited by our people somewhere in the northwest. We plan to join them. Ayaka nodded sympathetically but didn't know how to comfort them, so she looked elsewhere. The spaceship flew through space for a week. The Kanosians gradually came out of their grief and were no longer quiet. One day, a Kanosians in charge of the route inspection saw something. What is that? Ayaka sniffed. She looked out the window and saw a disc-shaped spaceship that appeared not far away. On top of the spaceship was marked with gears pattern, the symbol of Cooler's armored squadron. Where have I seen that spaceship before? Ayaka said to herself. Suddenly, she remembered that Frisia used the same kind of spaceship on planet Namek. This is not good. She shrieked and reacted. Wasn't that pattern the symbol of Cooler's personal guard, the Cooler's armored squadron, which she had seen when she watched the anime? Damn. Why is the Cooler's armored squadron here? My lord, do you know what that is? The Kanosians saw Ayaka lose her composure and felt anxiety in their hearts, as if the sky was about to fall. What makes this powerful lady so nervous? Ayaka's eyes gazed at the disc-shaped spaceship outside and said seriously to the Kanosians, the strength of the people in that spaceship is very strong. Later, I will try to stop that spaceship, and you all have to leave at full speed. Whether you can escape depends on yourselves. The Kanosians looked at Ayaka with a worried expression after hearing the words. Even a few small children cried out in fear. Ayaka waved her hand to silence them. She wasn't entirely sure that the Kanosian spaceship could escape without any problems. Listen to my words, and leave at full speed later. After saying that, Ayaka used instant transmission to disappear from in front of the Kanosians and appeared in front of the disc spaceship. The Kanosians looked at each other and looked at Ayaka in space with pale faces and worry in their eyes. Listen to the Lord's words, and turn on the spaceship's full power. The spaceship picked up the speed violently and soon disappeared from view. Ayaka watched the spaceship go away and prayed secretly in her heart, hoping they could reach their destination without any problems. Then her eyes stared intently at Cooler's armored squadron's disc spaceship. With Ayaka's understanding, she should not be their opponent yet. Her advantage was her ability to survive in the universe and her immortality. Then let's destroy your spaceship first. A pale blue energy ball converged in her hand, and then she threw it at the spaceship. Inside the spaceship, Dor watched with a calm face as the Kanosian spaceship escaped. He didn't give a damn about those mongrels who had no fighting ability. Instead, it was the petite figure in space that caught his interest. What race is she? Her strength seems to be very good. He couldn't imagine that such a small girl would have such strength. It seemed that she was the one who defeated Leap Tun. She would definitely be a major threat to Cooler's armored squadron in the future. Boom! The energy ball hit the spaceship, causing the side of the spaceship to explode. The vacuum of the universe kept sucking the air in the spaceship into space, making alarms ring out inside the spaceship. Eventually, it was forced to land on a planet not far away. Ayaka descended to the planet following the spaceship. She wanted to know the strength of Cooler's armored squadron members. In the original story, Cooler's armored squadron appeared in the anime version. However, the Dragon Ball story's anime version was often in conflict with the manga version, making it difficult for her to judge some events. Dor covered his mouth to avoid inhaling the harmful substances generated by the explosion of the spaceship. He walked very casually towards Ayaka. When I decided to take action myself, there are not many people in the north area who can get this honor. It seems that you have good luck. Ayaka's gaze was grave. There was a great sense of oppression in her from Dor's standing posture alone. Let me see how strong you are, little girl. Dor turned on the scouter and beeped out the data, 12,000. Ah, surprisingly 12,000. Dor looked surprised and kindly suggested, you have such power level. How about you follow me and serve for King Cooler? Impossible. Dor showed a regretful expression, feeling sorry for not being able to recruit Ayaka. In that case. Then go to hell. Dor disappeared in front of Ayaka. Ayaka carefully observed the surroundings and quickly determined the location of Dor. She then extended a fist to attack, and the fist struck Dor's body. However, at the time of the attack, Ayaka felt something wrong, and the punch fell short. Huh. It's an afterimage. It turned out that the fist attacked only an afterimage. Ayaka carefully examined the judgment, and her eyes kept following the direction she saw. Suddenly, she felt something wrong on her side, and her body quickly moved away. Bang! Dor's fist smashed into the ground. The whole ground violently tumbled up, and the land within 1,000 meters was punched into a huge crater with furrows and grooves. That was close. Ayaka thought as she soared high into the air, looking at the ground that had turned into a crater. Chapter 14. At some point, Dor had arrived above Ayaka. What? Ayaka was startled, the pores of her whole body tightened up, and she made a defensive posture. Dor clenched his fist and hit Ayaka's head hard. Ayaka felt dizziness in her head, and her body fell rapidly. When she was very close to the ground, Ayaka struck a blow with her ki toward the ground, using the rebound to stabilize her body. At this time, Dor followed again and launched a constant barrage of attacks on Ayaka. Ayaka was passively defending, and her body was soon covered with bruises. Boom! 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 Ayaka and Dor were fighting back and forth. One punch after another was launched at each other, and because they were moving at high speed, only two shadows could be seen flashing. The battle scene continued to expand. Mountains, lakes, forests, grasslands, a large swath of land were destroyed. Ayaka stopped to catch her breath. She had consumed a lot of physical strength. In contrast, Dor only had his battle armor torn. There were not many injuries on his body, and his breathing was as calm as ever. Phew! Dor's figure disappeared again and launched a kick towards Ayaka's stomach. Ayaka caught that kick with both hands, but her body was sent flying far away. If not for her powerful body strength, that kick just now would have broken her hands. The gap is too big. After feeling her entire hand still tingling, several thoughts flashed through Ayaka's mind. With a bitter smile, she activated her unsighted to look at Dor, 145,000. Surprisingly, there was a 140,000 gap. No wonder I can't beat him. It seems that he is still just playing around and not taking it seriously. Ayaka secretly sighed, worthy of being a member of Cooler's armored squadron. His strength was indeed terrifyingly strong and suffocating. However, she wasn't willing to escape like this. Let's fight. As her eyes flashed with blue light, Ayaka's heart was ruthless, and her face was cold as she stormed towards Dor. Her hand shot out nearly 100 ki waves, each with a terrifying aura. Dor grinned and licked his lips disdainfully. He stood upright and stretched out a palm, ready to resist the ki waves. Turn! Ayaka shouted. Those ki waves then shifted direction when they were about to attack, hitting Dor from another direction. Dor's eyes widened as the ki wave hit him. The whole area suddenly rose a vast mushroom cloud. The heavy dust blotted out the sunlight, making the entire ground dark all of a sudden. It wasn't over yet. Ayaka was building up her strength to launch her technique. Sword wave. A spiral ki wave fired out of her hand. The sword wave directly hit the target, and in the blink of an eye, the even more giant mushroom cloud rose. The explosion produced a colossal shockwave that cleared away all the dust that had just blotted out the sky. Ayaka exhausted her ki, supporting herself on the ground with both hands. She panted heavily, and her body collapsed. Sweat moistened her cheeks, and her face looked distinctly pale. When some smoke dissipated, the sky regained its calm. There was a huge crater on the ground that looked terrifying, as if a planetary impact produced it. Looking toward the sky, Dor, however, stood unharmed in the middle of the vast crater. How is it possible? Ayaka looked on in disbelief, her eyes flashing uncertainly. I can't imagine that this can't even harm him. She prostrated helplessly, there was nothing she could do this time. The ki in her body had almost dried up. Little girl, you're outstanding. It's a pity to kill you. Dor shook his head and sighed. He was a little regretful. However, you can't blame me. Who told you to be unwilling to serve King Cooler? With that, Dor's hand condensed out a half-moon energy beam. Without much thought, he slashed toward Ayaka's head. Poof! The energy beam chopped empty space. Huh! Dor's face suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that the little girl disappeared, followed by a faint energy reaction that appeared in outer space. In an instant, she had run away to outer space. It turned out that at the critical moment, Ayaka launched the instant transmission. However, due to time constraints, she couldn't pick a specific location and entered the universe like a headless fly, relying entirely on her senses. Ayaka was lying flat in the universe with a panic in her heart. I almost died. Fortunately, I had a life-saving technique and finally got rid of Dor's entanglement. Upon thinking about Dor's strength, her face was distinctly ugly. Cooler's armored squadron members were already terrifying, so how much more frightening was the power of their masters, Cooler and Frisia. For the first time, Ayaka felt that her strength was so weak. I'm still too weak. Ayaka shook her head and managed to heal her body when she suddenly felt a burst of pulses. When she turned her head to look, she was shocked when Dor had arrived at her side. Damn! How can Dor survive in space too? Ayaka suddenly felt a burst of desire to cry. She wanted to escape but couldn't, and now there was no more ki in her body. Is that your special power? That's amazing. Dor was curious about Ayaka's move because it was very eye-catching. He wanted to learn how to use it, but he knew that she wouldn't tell him, so he didn't ask. Without doing anything, he sent a powerful ki wave directly at Ayaka. When she saw the ki wave coming towards her, Ayaka couldn't help but close her eyes in despair. Boom! There was a bright flash of light in the universe. Although there was no sound, the intense and blinding light heralded an unprecedented scale explosion in this place. In the blast, Ayaka's entire body was blown to pieces. Seeing that Ayaka had been blown into dust by the ki wave, Dor smiled sinisterly and then informed his subordinates to send a spaceship. Shortly after, the spaceship came from afar, and Dor's body swept through space into the spaceship's interior and left. After a long time, in the place where the explosion occurred just now, a cell appeared out of thin air. It was powdered and invisible to the naked eye. Then, flashing with a light golden glow, seemed to be mysterious power from this cell. The cell rapidly multiplied, and after several hours, it formed a ping-pong ball of flesh. That ball of flesh constantly wriggling, slowly growing larger, and 3 days later, it grew into the size of a baby. The head, arms, and legs were vaguely recognizable, and after another 3 days, Ayaka was reborn. Thanks to her immortal body, otherwise, she would be dead this time. Since she died directly this time, the resurrection time was taking a bit long. However, because it was a broken body, all the cells on upper and lower bodies were replaced, causing Ayaka's strength to become more powerful after rebirth. Although she didn't know how much, when she returned to her prime, her power level reached 18,000, a full increase of 6,000. This battle was the most oppressive since Ayaka was born because it was unilateral abuse. It was painful. Ayaka vowed that one day she would get revenge for all these 10 times, even 100 times. Ayaka recalled the battle with Dor. She found that she was incomplete in some places and was utterly following her eyesight when fighting. Also, although she knew many secret techniques, her number of moves she had was too limited. It seemed that she had to go to Earth to learn correctly. Although the people on Earth didn't have a high power level, their use of moves and ki was a masterpiece. When two people with the same power level fought, the Earthlings would gain the upper hand. It's time to move to Earth. With this idea in mind, Ayaka couldn't resist the urge to go to Earth immediately. However, since Son Goku was only 4 years old, Ayaka decided to go to Earth after 2 more years. In these 2 years, she would try to improve her power level. After all, there would be no one who could fight her, and there would be a less strange environment in the universe, so the breakthrough might not be so easy anymore. In the beginning, Ayaka intended to go to Earth when she was 10 years old. By then, Son Goku was almost 6 years old or so, and after another 6 years, the Dragon Ball story would begin. Chapter 15. In a vast solar system in the universe, the messy meteorites collided with each other without trajectory and then broke into several smaller meteorites. In the solar system near the Sun's position, a steel planet rapidly revolved around. The steel planet had no atmosphere, and the overall color appeared to be yellowish. There was no moisture on the ground, and heat, barrenness, dullness, and strong gravity were its main themes. A tiny figure struggled to make jumps, leaping more than 10 meters high with each jump. The steel planet was oddly giant, and the gravity was also oddly strong. Under the powerful gravity, it wasn't easy to stand up. 12,998, 12,999, 13,000. Ayaka stopped after doing 13,000 jumps in a row. She wiped away the sweat on her face. Her eyes revealed a determination, and then she started running again. Ayaka kept running until her feet became a little hobbled, and an intense soreness came from her thighs. The feeling of fatigue and pain kept coming to her body. Poof! The body fell to the ground, exhausted, and fell asleep. A dozen hours later, Ayaka woke up, then began to practice again with high intensity. After each exercise, her body would secrete magical power to repair the injured cells and muscles, while the meridians and bones would be strengthened. Ayaka continued to exercise on this planet with intense gravity, and as time went on, her strength was improving rapidly. Ever since losing to Dor, Ayaka felt a fierce dissatisfaction with her power, thinking of ways to enhance her strength. So, with a gravity higher than she could bear, it was a good challenge for her. When she first came to this planet, Ayaka was entirely immobilized by the powerful gravity. However, after several days of adaptation, she could barely stand up and walk, and after a long period of practice, she reached this present point. The steel planet was barren with no atmosphere. The iron lumps were the most abundant, and there was no sign of life. Fortunately, thanks to the energy bound, Ayaka could survive on it for a long time. Boing boing. Several key waves shot out, shining with blue light. Ayaka instantly moved to the front of the key waves after sending them to make a resistance posture. Boom! The key waves hit her body with a massive explosion, and the smoke dispersed. Ayaka stood there intact, patting her body to bounce off the debris generated by the blast. There was a flash of light in her eyes, and her body violently raised the strength. Click! The steel ground steeply produced a wave-like ripple as it cracked a reddened groove. Aya! Ayaka used all her strength. The key burst out from her body, forming a huge ball of energy. The ball of energy emitted a bright light, and at this moment, she was like turning into a dazzling star. The debris on the ground slowly escaped from the gravity and floated around Ayaka. Ow! The key in her body was ejected in all directions, with Ayaka as the center. A large amount of ki condensed together, like a roaring dragon mercilessly devouring everything around her. The high-purity energy generated extremely high temperatures, melting the iron on the ground at once. The powerful shock wave cut through the bumpy ground, rubbing out a hissing, ear-splitting sound. The violent energy gradually calmed down. And there was a 50-square, 2-meter-deep crater around Ayaka, with molten steel liquid flowing inside the crater and some light green smoke floating above. In the vicinity of the crater, the destruction stretched for several kilometers in a circular shape. Looking at the ground destroyed by her ki, a smile spread across Ayaka's face for a few moments. My strength is solidly improving. This is good. Let's do another 20,000 push-ups. Clapping her palms, Ayaka made another decision that would make strong men sweat. She then crouched on the ground and did push-ups. Each time she was exhausted, she rested for another 10 hours or so and then continued to exercise when her body recovered. Ayaka persisted in her training on the steel planet until she felt that she could no longer improve her strength. Ayaka sat on a lofty mountain peak, thinking, the gravity of this planet can no longer give me a breakthrough in strength. The ground below was pockmarked by her destruction. Without more powerful external forces, my strength will grow slowly or even stagnate. She stretched out her small, white, childish hand and made a fist, exerting herself 100 meters away. A wave of ki shot out from her fist, smashing a deep, bottomless cave 100 meters away. My strength is many times greater than before, but I'm still not a match for Door. Although her strength had improved a lot, Ayaka knew she was not yet a match for Door. The strength of Cooler's armored squadron is so powerful. If I don't work hard to improve my strength, I will be left far behind by the story. Son Goku and Demon King Piccolo's strength in the pre-Dragon Ball was not powerful and could even be said to be frail and weak. However, after entering Namek Saga, their strength improved at an incredible rate. In addition to their bloodline and excellent quality, their mindset was also essential. They were practicing with the heart of a true martial artist, which was incomparable to Ayaka and even more powerful cosmopolitans. Whenever they encountered stronger enemies, they also became stronger and improved themselves continuously. Although the Earth's overall strength was low, the martial arts on it had a long history. After a long time, various schools concluded a complete training system, focusing on ki and mind. For example, Master Roshi and Mateto, despite their low strength, they could all be called the greatest martial artists. Compared to the universe and scions, who focus only on strength, the Earth's training methods had more potential. With a bold and extravagant, one entered the subtle and frugal. If not for the Earth's bloodline that caused them not to have substantial power, it would be tough to say who was the hegemon of the universe. Ayaka was taking advantage of the Scion bloodline, and in terms of the foundation, she believed she was still far from it. In other words, she was still mainly at the level of wild profligacy. After arriving on Earth, I must carefully polish the foundation and sense the martial arts of the Earthlings. Ayaka had already made her plans. At this time, several golden shadows flashed across the universe. The golden shadows were extensive in area, trailing a long tail behind them, brilliantly illuminating the entire space in gold. Huh, what is that? Ayaka looked at the space illuminated by a golden color, and her face showed a curious expression. Her body flashed to space, only to find that the vast star not far away from the steel planet was now violently churning. The sun's surface was scorching with fire snakes roaring uncontrollably, ejecting many energetic particles into space. Solar storm. Her eyes flashed with excitement, unexpectedly encountered a solar storm. This solar storm had obviously just begun, still in the brewing. The energy of the solar storm is violent, but the energy generated is not small. I shouldn't miss it. Ayaka looked at the solar storm that kept throwing out charged particles. Her heart was tickled, thinking about using the energy bound to absorb all this energy. Directly absorbing the particle energy emanating from the sun was very dangerous. If she weren't careful, she would be burned by its blazing heat. She wasn't superior enough to withstand the fury of a sun. However, Ayaka didn't particularly care about this. She had an immortal body, no matter how much energy, it couldn't kill her. And also, such a massive jet of solar storms was rare. If she missed it, she didn't know how long she would have to wait. Ayaka flew to a place closer to the sun, where she could absorb more of its particle energy. However, the temperature was extraordinarily high, and Ayaka felt the tingling sensation coming from the body due to the high temperature. If people in the universe who were familiar with science saw her actions at this time, they would have laughed at her for not even knowing how to write the word death. The temperature is so high. Her body was burned by the sun at close range and became red. A burst of burning pain came to her heart, but Ayaka endured the discomfort from her body and began to absorb the sun's energy using her energy bound. Puff! A large cloud of solar particles pounced on Ayaka, but her body absorbed it little by little. The feeling of absorbing solar particles was not pleasant, and Ayaka's brow tightly wrinkled. The solar energy entered Ayaka's body little by little, and the scorching and tyrannical energy kept rampaging through the body. Although there was ki to keep her body in shape, that solar energy was not so well tamed, and it did not take long to kill countless cells. Newly born cells quickly replaced the dead cells as she continued to fight with the solar energy. Ayaka controlled the energy bound to tame solar energy slowly, and the tamed energy would gradually pool into her bones and internal organs. In this process, Ayaka's body parts were strengthened one by one. A few months had passed, and she had been immersed in the training. The feeling of coolness generated by the renewal of cells throughout her body made her intoxicated. It was the entire structure of a self-masochist. Chapter 16. After an active period of more than a year, this giant star in the universe gradually calmed down and not produced too much chaotic energy anymore. On one side of the sun, a human-sized dust meteorite floats, rotating periodically along with the sun. Suddenly, with a click, the meteorite shuddered, and a crack opened up on it, which gradually grew until it covered all parts of the meteorite. Boom! The meteorite exploded as a 1.5-meter tall young girl appeared there. The young girl stood naked in space, making her white and pink skin exposed. Her belly was flat and smooth, and her body was athletic without losing its softness. The young girl had a petite and lovely mouth with bright eyes just right dotted on the face. Her face looked a little tender, with flaxen hair a little on the red side. A few strands of hair naturally hanging down to the chest, and that kind of haze between lowly and girl had a beautiful sense of seduction. This girl was Ayaka, who absorbed the sun's energy in space. Soon, after she entered a state of training, the dust floating in the universe slowly wrapped her up. The dust slowly began to condense under the sun's high temperature and finally turned into a meteorite. 2 years have passed. Ayaka woke up and felt her body filled with vigorous power, a feeling she enjoyed immensely. Ayaka tried to unleash her ki, and suddenly her body glowed with a golden light. Mountainous and overwhelming ki emerged, and the golden light covered the sky and illuminated the nearby starry sky. This golden ki carried powerful energy that could destroy the world. If it were fired out at full power, it would be enough to kill the creatures of a planet instantly. It's definitely much more powerful than her previous one. Power level 120,000. Her power level had increased to 120,000. A full boost of several thousand. After 10 years of unremitting efforts and countless hardships, Ayaka finally possessed enough power to destroy the world. At this moment, she was really about to burst into hot tears. Ayaka found herself surprisingly naked. The few sets of clothes she brought from planet Yardrat were all destroyed in the battle, and now she had no extra clothes in her hands. I need to find a set of clothes first. Naked made Ayaka felt uncomfortable as she had slowly gotten used to her body. The 2 red dots on her chest seemed to be starting to bulge a little subtly, like fresh shoots fighting their way out of the fertile soil. At this age, her body began to develop. On her breasts, the 2 pink circles of red were thus full and bulging. Her vitality began to flourish, making Ayaka care more about her body and couldn't just let people look at it. The girl's body was troublesome. It's complicated to fight, and high-intensity combat is easy to explode clothes. Should I get a battle armor? This matter was related to her privacy, so Ayaka had to pay attention to it. However, the cosmonaut's battle armor wasn't quite in line with her aesthetics, and it felt hard to wear and was particularly ugly. The body looks so beautiful, so I can't wear such ugly clothes. Ayaka nodded. She was very proud of her looks and body proportions. She felt that the casual outfit with skirts and pants that an 18-year-old usually wears was quite good. Unfortunately, it was not strong enough. Earth, an azure planet located in the southern part of the North area. Earth was a low-level planet, a planet that wasn't put in the eyes of any race. The humans on Earth were only dregs with a power level of only a dozen, even if they were armed with firearms. However, this planet shouldn't be underestimated because there was a profound martial arts heritage on such an insignificant planet. It only needed a key to open the door, and it could shock the whole universe. 6 years ago, when a scion child descended on this planet in a spaceship, it was destined to become extraordinary. Ayaka teleported to a small village located in the northern hemisphere. She first had to take a few sets of clothes suitable for her to wear. When she came to the backyard of a villager's house, she secretly took away several sets of girls' clothes hanging on a bamboo pole when the owner wasn't looking and then hid to wear them. As she walked down the street, the pedestrians passing turned to look at her with astonishment in their eyes. Either men or women, they all valued her appearance. Ayaka looked at the various goods displayed in the store. When she wanted to buy, she realized that she didn't have Earth's currency and suddenly remembered that she had spent all these years in training and basically had no money. If not for the memories of her previous life, according to her growth trajectory, it was guaranteed that once she came to Earth without knowing anything, there was a great possibility that she would become a robber with excellent power level. Wow! What a beautiful little sister. Do you want to play with these senior brothers? Ayaka frowned slightly. She didn't like this kind of provocative questioning and looked up to see 4 young men with colored hair blocking her way. One of the gangsters saw Ayaka's beautiful face and reached out a hand to touch her. Ayaka avoided the punk's hand with a light dodge. The young gangster eyes showed desire and then stepped forward and said, "Little sister, do not run away. This senior brother will not hurt you, so let senior brother touch you." "That's right. Stay with these brothers and have a good time." The 3 gangsters next to him yelled with coaxing. They laughed loudly with eyes full of lust. Although the girl in front of him wasn't very old and hadn't grown up completely, there were already a few moving parts in the mold, looking very delicate and lovely. Ayaka's face became gloomy as she coldly said, "Do you want to play? I will let you play well." As soon as she finished, she took the four gangsters' hands and launched instant transmission, bringing them to a forest. "Ah, where is this place?" The gangsters shouted in fear when they saw that they had suddenly arrived in a strange place. "I'll make you guys play well." A cold smile appeared on the corner of Ayaka's mouth, and she slightly exerted a bit of ki. Suddenly, a powerful aura rose from beneath her feet. Bang! The ground where Ayaka stood sank a meter. It shook violently, and the clouds in the sky dissipated in a flash. The ground beneath her feet was utterly unrecognizable and became potholes covered with gullies. The four gangsters were stunned by the sight in front of them, shouting and begging for mercy, "Young lady, forgive us. We won't dare to do it again. Forgive us," they said and kowtowed repeatedly. Ayaka looked at them coldly and said with a grim face, "Bring out all the valuable things you have on you." The gangsters looked at each other but didn't dare to disobey, so they quickly handed over all the money they had to Ayaka. Ayaka took the money and counted it, and found that there was 300,000 cash. "You have quite a lot of money on you. It seems that you're a son of a rich family." She then launched an instant transmission and disappeared in front of the eyes of the gangsters. She didn't care about the death of the gangsters. Seeing Ayaka disappeared, the gangsters came back to their senses and looked at the forest that Ayaka had easily destroyed. Their minds were still unsettled. They looked at each other with a look of horror in their eyes, and then a few of them hit the guy who had just molested Ayaka. "I told you not to mess with a monster like that. How do you expect us to go back now?" Ayaka went back to the city and got a room in a hotel. She then took a nice hot bath to wash away all the sweat and stench from her body. At this time, she found that the currency on Earth was similar to the yuan's purchasing power in the previous world. After ordering the waiter to buy a few clothes for young girls, Ayaka went into the barber store to fix her hair. Ayaka had the barber gave her a small chopped haircut. However, instead of cutting it all to pieces, she left a cluster of long hair tied into a pigtail that hung down to her back, with two slightly reddish hairs hanging on her chest. She liked Maya Kurosaki's hairstyle in To Love Ru Darkness. With her hair color being flaxen on the red side, she resembled Maya Kurosaki's red hair. Putting on the blue striped casual shirt and denim skirt pants that the waiter brought, Ayaka also bought a pendant to wear around her neck, making her whole body instantly become youthful and beautiful. Ayaka struck a few poses in the mirror as she was almost mesmerized by herself. Suddenly, Ayaka snapped out of it. She touched her cheek and mused, "After all that time, I seem to have adapted somewhat to life in Dragon Ball. But, it seems to be not too bad." She grinned at the mirror. Chapter 17. After a good night's rest in the hotel, Ayaka came to the Capsule Corporation on the next day. She wanted to purchase some tools for wildlife. The capsule was a high-tech product developed by a company affiliated with Bulma's family, and the tiny capsule could hold motorcycles, cars, airplanes, and houses. After simply purchasing a set of double-decker houses and several pieces of electrical equipment such as refrigerators and color TVs, the money robbed from the gangsters was almost spent. This money is not well spent. With one hand, she picked up the box filled with capsules and found that there was very little money left in her hand. Earth was different from the planet Ayaka had stayed in the past here. Money was indispensable. "I need to get some more money as soon as possible." Walking down the street, she didn't carry anything in her hands. The few sets of clothes she had the waitress bought had all been loaded into the capsule. Ayaka was looking to get some money when suddenly, she saw a jewelry store in front of her. Right, there is a place full of gold and silver treasures hidden in the Dragon Ball world. Ayaka remembered Son Goku when he was dealing with the Red Ribbon Army. He once entered a pirate's treasure trove filled with gold and silver treasures along with General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army. Unfortunately, so many treasures in the original story ended up sinking into the sea. Since I'm here, these treasures will be received unceremoniously. Ayaka's body flashed, disappearing from the street. Fortunately, there was no pedestrian on the street, otherwise, people would be stunned to see a person suddenly disappear. Ayaka flew above the ocean, looking at the waves. She looked for the blue sea, searching according to her memory. It should be around here. After flying around the entire ocean for a few weeks, Ayaka roughly judged the location. Her body then swooped down and poof into the bottom of the sea. With the impressions from her memory, she quickly found the entrance to the treasure trove. I'm fortunate. The chance of finding this entrance is quite low. Phew. Ayaka burrowed out of the seawater and came to an enclosed underwater space. This place should be carefully arranged by the pirates because there were traps set up everywhere. In Ayaka's memory, Son Goku and General Blue suffered many attacks when they came here, and there were several robots inside guarding the treasure. After avoiding heavy traps and robot guards, Ayaka came to the treasure pile in front of the chamber. It had a thick stone door in front of it, and behind the door was the chamber where the treasure was piled. After pushed open the stone door, Ayaka walked in with a smile on his face. The chamber was filled with gold and silver treasures. These were the fruit of years of looting by pirates. Ayaka took out the box that had been prepared and put the treasures inside. Among these treasures, Ayaka didn't find any Dragon Ball like in the original story, but she didn't mind it. In the original story, the Dragon Ball was found by Son Goku when he was looking for the 4-star after summoning Shenron for more than a year. It should be when the pirates found it and brought it to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the chamber that had been carried empty, Ayaka showed a wry look on her face. She then teleported away from the bottom of the sea. If the pirates saw their years of savings were carried empty, I'm afraid they will be angry and vomit blood. Ayaka came to the big city. She took a huge scale of gold and silver to the big jewelry store. She went to the big store because she was afraid that the smaller store couldn't handle so many of her goods. However, the waiter was still shocked when Ayaka took out the mountains of gold and silver. At first, the waiter looked at her as a child and didn't believe that she was here to sell something. However, after looking at the gold and silver piled up all over the hall, sweat ran down her face. She didn't wipe out the treasury, did she? The actual situation was similar to what the waiter thought. Ayaka didn't wipe the treasury, but she emptied all the pirate savings. Watching the entire gold and silver, the waiters were busy counting the number while Ayaka was lying comfortably in the VIP room, holding a drink in her hand and sipping. Finally, the store owner handed 2 bank cards to Ayaka as he wiped his sweat and trembled. "Miss, you brought 11 tons of gold, 18 tons of silver. Including the jewelry, you have a total of 367 billion zeni." Ayaka smiled and took the 2 cards. With these, she didn't have to worry about money in the future. One of the 2 cards held 6 billion, and the other contained 70 million, both with worldwide access. After leaving the store, Ayaka went to the seafood market, ready to buy a few tons of fish. Ayaka intended to go to Korin Tower and exchange the fish for some senzu beans from Korin. In her mind, Korin should like to eat fish. Moreover, many Dragon Ball fanfiction had talked about taking fish to exchange for senzu beans with Korin. Whether it was true or not, these fish weren't worth much money anyway, so why not go ahead and try? The senzu beans didn't reflect much value in the early Dragon Ball story, except that they could make people full. However, at a later stage, it had become a life-saving magic weapon. Not only could it quickly return physical strength, but also instantly cure any injury. Unfortunately, the fat man, Yajirobe, overate it in the early stages, causing a severe shortage of senzu beans in the late Dragon Ball. Otherwise, Son Goku and others wouldn't have to fight for it. Ayaka had an immortal body, and her recovery ability was powerful. She wouldn't need senzu beans. However, not everyone had the same physique as her. So, having some senzu beans on her could be used for the people around her in emergencies. She asked the staff to divide the whole 10 tons of fish into 10 boxes and then pressed the button. With a bang, there was a burst of white smoke, turning into 10 tiny capsules. Ayaka picked up the capsules and put the boxes in it, then left the seafood market. The capsule is really convenient. It can hold a box contains 10 tons of fish. Sacred Land of Korin. Korin Tower was located inside a forest near the Sacred Land of Korin, guarded by a special tribe. Ayaka flew above the Sacred Land of Korin and saw a long tower soaring into the sky from afar. The top of which penetrated the clouds and was covered by white-capped puffy clouds. That's the Korin Tower. It's really tall. The ancestors of the Earthlings didn't seem simple enough to build such a miraculous structure. Legend said that it was impossible to reach the top of Korin Tower without climbing with bare hands. Although Ayaka scoffed at this legend and did not believe it much, the truth was that humans really couldn't get to the top by transport, at least not yet. Landing below Korin Tower, Ayaka observed up close. The Korin Tower was built with a particular stone, carved with various totem patterns. Those totems might be the ancient human belief in the gods. Legend said that Korin inhabited the top of the tower. As long as one climbed to the top of the tower to get the Korin's approval, one could take the sacred water to enhance their strength. This made many martial artists come to Korin to challenge the Korin Tower, giving Korin Tower a reputation as a sacred place. Immortals did exist at the top of the tower, but Ayaka knew that Korin lived for an unknown number of years. It had lived in Korin Tower even before God. Stop right there. Who are you? A man's voice came from behind her. Ayaka saw a Karina with stripes painted on his face, holding a bow and arrow, coming out of the forest. Is that Bora, the village chief, father of Upa? Ayaka knew Bora. The #1 assassin in the world, mercenary Tao, killed him when he was protecting Korin Tower, and then Son Goku used the Dragon Ball's power to revive him. At this time, Bora was still relatively young. Behind him, a Karina woman, carrying a baby in her arms. They should be Upa and his mother. After Ayaka's explanation, Bora put down the bow and arrow in his hand. Bora's heart was full of good feelings for the girl who came to challenge Korin Tower at such a young age. After teasing Upa, who was still sleeping peacefully in his swaddling clothes, Ayaka said goodbye to the Bora family and marched to Korin Tower. Chapter 18. Ayaka faced towards Korin Tower. With a whoosh, she rushed into the sky with a strong shock wave and soon disappeared in the white clouds. Below, Bora and his family were dumbfounded. They looked at the sky and lost sight of Ayaka. They couldn't imagine that such a small girl had such a strong power. After a long time, Bora closed his mouth, looking at his wife incredulously said, "That girl, perhaps she can meet immortal Korin. Yes, if only Upa could be as powerful as her in the future." Passing through a white cloud, Ayaka soon saw the top of the flat, spherical tower located overhead. Almost there. Ayaka revealed a smile, and with a burst of energy, a stream of air spurted out from under her feet. Suddenly, her speed increased several times, creating an invisible whirlwind behind her. Phew! Ayaka's figure came to the top of Korin Tower. She entered the top of the tower with a gentle leap and saw a fat white cat lying on a bed sleeping, with several water jars next to the bed. This is Korin. It looks the same as in the anime. I heard it's over 800 years old. Ayaka went near Korin and pulled up Korin's beard. Oh! Korin was awakened by her, looking at the young girl who appeared in front of him. Korin didn't come back to his senses for a while, but after a long time, he was surprised. I can't believe a girl climbed up the Korin Tower. You're such a lovely girl. Hello, immortal Korin. I heard that you have magical senzu beans here that can keep you from being hungry for 10 days after eating them, so I'm here to make a deal with you. A faint smile appeared on Ayaka's face as she told Korin her purpose. She avoided the critical point and didn't say anything about the important role of the senzu beans, and just saying that it could stop people from going hungry. Korin licked his paws, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Senzu beans, where did you hear about it?" I heard it from Master Rashi, who climbed up Korin Tower 300 years ago had seen senzu beans. Ayaka came prepared and said calmly. Master Rashi? So it was that kid. Korin didn't doubt Ayaka's words. He had a large number of senzu beans, which weren't worth much at all. Furthermore, he preferred fish to senzu beans. You said you want to trade. What do you want to trade with? Seeing that Korin didn't doubt, Ayaka was relieved. As long as she could trade the senzu beans over, she was fine. She took out the box of capsules filled with fresh fish and opened one of them. Boom! White smoke rose, and a large box of fish appeared there. This is a ton of fresh fish, and I have 9 more capsules here with different kinds of fish. Korin dropped the crutch in his hand and pounced next to the box, sniffing it with his nose. How do you want to trade it? Senzu beans are very precious. 1 ton of fish for 10,000 senzu beans. I have 10 tons here, so you give me 100,000 senzu beans. She said and brought out the other 9 capsules. Korin's body flashed and snatched the capsules from Ayaka's hand, as fast as a gust of wind. After keeping the capsules with fresh fish close to him, Korin went to the store and searched through the boxes. He finally found a jar of senzu beans in a nook and corner. He then looked at Ayaka, who was dumbfounded. What a disgrace to the gods. After receiving a jar of senzu beans, Ayaka didn't bother to count them carefully because it looked like the number was more than 100,000. Having gotten the senzu beans that she wanted, Ayaka's mood became cheerful. Her eyes showed a pleasant look, and she climbed up with Korin. Korin was also very curious about the young girl who had climbed up the Korin Tower at such a young age. Little girl, who is your master? Is it Rashi? No. Ayaka shook her head. I will go to him, but I am not going to become his disciple. Korin nodded. Master Rashi was indeed not suitable to take female disciples. Your strength should be powerful. Do you want to grab the divine water? Korin licked his paws. Ayaka knew that Korin did not understand her strength, so she let out a small part of her ki. Although this ki is only a fragile part of Ayaka's body, it also has nearly 500 power levels. It was much more powerful than the Cami on Earth. Suddenly, Corinne felt the mountainous aura that emerged from Ayaka's body, which turned into a gale and swept around, blowing the things on Corinne Tower. Corinne was shocked by the aura emanating from Ayaka. His body was somewhat immobile. He hadn't felt such strong ki even from Cami. Who? After Ayaka collected her ki, Corinne wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I never thought you were so strong. You're simply a monster. Ayaka smiled in embarrassment. Even with the little ki she just gave off, no one on Earth would be a match. Above Corinne Tower, the lookout. Cami looked at the lower realm with a shocked face. Just a moment ago, he felt a terrifying aura. The aura made him feel suffocated. Cami, what was that ki just now? Mr. Popo said with some concern as he stood next to Cami. Just now, he also felt that ki. That was powerful ki that shouldn't exist on Earth. Even the Demon King Piccolo back then was far less powerful than that ki. If the owner of that ki were evil, no one would be a match. I can't believe that such a powerful person has appeared on Earth. If that person hadn't taken the initiative to reveal her ki, we wouldn't have known about her existence. Cami looked down with a stony face and said slowly, that person is now on Corinne Tower, and it looks like she is not an evil person. There is an existence on Earth whose strength surpasses Cami. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Cami cast his gaze into the distance and said with a worried expression. Ayaka looked at Corinne's shocked look. She couldn't help but put a smile on her face and said with a faint smile, how about it? Do I still need the sacred water for my strength? Corinne calmed down for a while and said with a complicated expression, how do you still need any sacred water? There is no one on Earth whose strength is stronger than yours. Even Cami is not your opponent. There are many more powerful existences than me in this world. I was seriously injured by them some time ago. You shouldn't be an Earthling. Corinne judged that there would be no more powerful existences on Earth. Even if there was, a person who had seriously injured Ayaka wouldn't be able to hide his ki. It was unknown whether Corinne was oblivious or just didn't care that Ayaka might have lied about the senzu beans before because the senzu beans hadn't manifested their value yet. Yes, I come from planet Vegeta, located in the corner of the north area, very far from Earth. Ayaka saw Corinne look surprised and continued, the planet I live on was destroyed in a disaster, and the number of surviving clansmen is already very few. So, I came to Earth. However, you can rest assured that I like the Earth very much and will not destroy it. Ayaka cast her gaze higher into the lookout. Her words were addressed to Cami. If Ayaka didn't explain clearly, Cami wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Since she came to Earth, she needed to say hello to the highest authority on the planet. So she's from another planet, are all aliens this strong? Corinne didn't know much about other planets, but he was satisfied with Ayaka's goodwill. Since the girl who claimed to be from planet Vegeta had made it clear that she wouldn't interfere with Earth, there was no need to pay special attention to her. Corinne licked its paws and picked up a fresh fish and brought it to its mouth. Then, good luck living on Earth. Corinne knew that Cami must already know what was going on here. Since Cami didn't raise any objections, that was the default to let the girl live on Earth. Ayaka had already gotten the senzu beans she wanted and said goodbye to Corinne and Cami. Next, Ayaka had to go to see the little Goku. Son Goku was 4 years younger than herself, and by calculation, Son Goku should be more than 6 years old now. After saying goodbye to Corinne, Ayaka jumped off the Corinne Tower in one leap and flew towards Mount Paozu. Chapter 19. Mount Paozu was located in the northern hemisphere somewhere in the mountains, surrounded by steep and precipitous mountains. Because of the remote location and often fierce beasts, Mount Paozu was sparsely populated, and traffic was very inconvenient. After coming down from the Corinne Tower, Ayaka went straight to Mount Paozu. Initially, she intended to use instant transmission to find Son Goku directly, but suddenly, Ayaka realized that she might have overlooked a crucial link. My instant transmission is different from what Son Goku learned later. My instant transmission does not require the use of ki to locate, so will it make me dependent on it, in the long run, thus reducing my sense of ki. Upon thinking of this, Ayaka stopped in the air. She couldn't help but had a cold sweat seeping out of her back. Good thing I realized early. Instant transmission may seem convenient to use, but it may leave hidden dangers for me. Ayaka decided that in the future, as long as it wasn't planet-to-planet travel, she would try not to use instant transmission. Instant transmission could only be used as a secondary ability in battle, not a primary skill in combat. Ayaka flew in the air for a while longer, roughly found the direction of Mount Paozu, and then landed. The mountains here stood in a relaxed and quiet environment, with various strange pines and rocks strewn across the peaks, and the scenery was infinitely beautiful. After some searching, Ayaka came next to a large pool of water and found a set of dark purple practice clothes placed on the rock on the opposite bank. These clothes are Son Goku's, it seems that he is in this neighborhood. Ayaka leaped to the opposite rock. She took out a cloth in her hand, spread it on the ground, and then sat on the ground, waited for Son Goku to arrive. "Demon, who are you?" A crisp voice came from a naked child dragging a large fish tens of times larger than him in his hand. He was startled after seeing Ayaka and quickly leaped backward alertly. This is Son Goku. His mind is really simple, too cute. However, his strength is still feeble. His power level is only 15. Ayaka looked at Son Goku with a smile as she sized up Son Goku and said, "I'm not a demon, I'm human." Son Goku had never seen anyone other than his grandfather and even less knew what a woman looked like. Suddenly, when he saw Ayaka, who looked different from him, he took her for a demon. Son Goku threw away the big fish in his hand and stared with a wary face, "Nonsense. If you're human, how come you don't look like me?" HMFFH. Ayaka lost her voice and laughed. She couldn't imagine that she was subjected to the same experience as Bulma. Son Goku was too innocent of distinguishing between a man and a woman. "Well, you're a boy, and I'm a girl, of course, we look different." "Woman?" Son Goku listened to Ayaka's explanation. There was some confusion in his heart, and his gaze towards Ayaka remained unrelaxed. "Yes, men and women are looking different. Didn't your grandfather tell you that?" Son Goku suddenly realized. He remembered what his grandfather had told him. "Really, grandfather had mentioned it to me, so you are a woman." Son Goku said and walked around Ayaka, but he found that Ayaka did not have a tail. "Why do you not have a tail? Moreover, your hair is also long." Ayaka felt a burst of speechless when Son Goku surrounded her. She couldn't help but laugh lightly after hearing his words. "Not everyone has a tail like you. There were some men and women without tails out there." Son Goku remembered that his grandfather didn't have a tail and believed Ayaka's words. Ayaka picked up the clothes on the ground for Son Goku to put on. After rustling his clothes, Son Goku asked curiously, "My name is Son Goku. What is your name?" Ayaka thought about it for a while and said, "Ayaka. You can call me Ayaka. Of course, you can also call me sister." Ayaka thought it was very appropriate to let Son Goku call her sister. "Well, I'm 4 years older than Son Goku, and we both have the Saiyan bloodline. I'll live with him from a young age and lay the foundation, so letting him call me sister is right." "Sister?" Son Goku cocked his head, remembering what his grandfather had said about calling a girl older than him a sister. Dragging the big fish he had just caught, Son Goku and Ayaka walked down the road. Son Goku then asked, "So, sister, what are you doing here on Mount Paozu?" "I'm here to find Son Gohan." Ayaka couldn't say she was here to find him, so she moved to Son Gohan. Moreover, looking at Son Goku's simple appearance, she doubted whether he understood the meaning of sister. "You came to look for Grandpa?" Son Goku's eyes were a little bleak, "Grandpa died a year ago." Ayaka remembered the story. When she saw that he was a bit depressed, she said comfortingly, "I'm sorry. I did not know that your grandfather has passed away. Your grandfather once helped me, since he is no longer here, then I will take care of you in the future." She took this opportunity to climb up the pole and made an essential connection with the protagonist. "Will sister live with me in the future?" Son Goku asked happily. "Yes, from now on, I will take care of you. Let me tell you, my strength is powerful. I can help you train in the future." Upon hearing Ayaka say that she was powerful and could help him train, Son Goku frowned in disbelief and said, "My grandfather trained me since I was a child. How can you be stronger than me?" "Well, because I'm a sister." "Of course, a sister should be stronger than her brother." Ayaka jokingly knocked Son Goku's head, causing Son Goku to shout with great dissatisfaction. The two of them quickly became familiar with each other. Soon, they arrived at the residence located at the top of Mount Paozu. Son Goku's home was made of a large, high-quality, and durable material. It was a 4-square hut made of bricks and tiles, and the 4 corners of the roof of the house were high up, making it a place full of Chinese atmosphere. The house was surrounded by bamboo and cedar trees, and the wind blew on the sound of instigation. There was a large piece of open space in front of the house, which should be where Son Goku practiced his martial arts, with firewood piled up on the side. Son Goku dropped the fish in his hands, ran inside the room, bowing to the Dragon Ball placed in front of the incense niche. Ayaka saw the incense niche placed on the mat in front of the 4-star Dragon Ball, next to a red stick. This was the 4-star Dragon Ball and Power Pole, and Son Goku still thought the 4-star Dragon Ball was his grandfather. Ayaka followed the salute to respect Son Gohan, the martial artist. Son Goku jumped up and ran to the open space in front of the house. He then removed the scales and guts from the big fish he caught and started preparing to set up firewood. I'm starving. Today I'm treating my sister a grilled fish. Ayaka looked at Son Goku skillfully scaled and gutted the fish and set up firewood. Her face couldn't help but show a smile. With the Saiyan blood, the children seemed to be very good at survival skills. Not only her but Son Goku as well. This was probably the characteristics of the warrior race. Otherwise, how dare they send young babies to a strange alien planet? When the firewood was set up, Son Goku ran back to the house to look for tools to start the fire. However, after Son Goku searched for a while, he could not find anything to start the fire, so Ayaka shouted to the house, "Goku, no need to look, I'll help you light the fire." Son Goku came out of the house, embarrassed. He scratched his head with his hand and said, "Sister, I forgot where I put the matches." Ayaka shook her head helplessly. She turned her finger to the stacked firewood, and with a little use of ki, a light blue ki wave was released. Poof! The ki wave hit the firewood, emitted a slight bursting sound, and the pile of firewood immediately burst into flames. Son Goku looked on in surprise, his mouth opened wide. Son Goku had never seen such a magical move, so he couldn't help but be shocked. What an amazing move! He jumped up and said, imitating Ayaka's action just now. He stretched out his fingers and pointed around hard, but he couldn't send out a ki wave as Ayaka did. Ayaka knew that this was because Son Goku's body didn't have enough ki and couldn't send out ki waves yet. She then went up and said with a smile, "This is the use of ki. Your body's ki is very weak, so you can't make this move yet. First of all, you have to make your ki strong. If you want to learn, sister can teach you." Son Goku was busy nodding. He now believed that the sister's strength in front of him was far above him, so he was delighted that Ayaka was willing to teach him to practice. "Oh, I'm so full. I can't eat anymore," Son Goku said with a satisfied look as he patted his bloated and bulging belly. A several-meter-long fish was almost all wiped out by him alone, while Ayaka only ate a small amount. It was strange, Ayaka used to eat as much as Son Goku, but since she practiced the energy bound, she ate less and less. Now, she was just like a normal girl, and sometimes she didn't even have to eat. Am I going to be able to stop eating? Ayaka was startled. Immortality, if coupled with the incarnation, was it going to turn one into a god? Chapter 20. Ayaka was shocked by her thoughts. Did she unknowingly have almost become a god? Ayaka quickly came back to her senses. She was already much more powerful than Cami, it wasn't too exaggerated to say that she was a god. After dinner, the sky had darkened. There was only one bed inside Son Goku's room. After all, Ayaka was a girl, and although Son Goku was still young, sleeping in the same bed with him felt a little strange. So she was ready to take out the capsule house she had purchased. To not make sure that Son Goku didn't make a fuss about it, Ayaka also made a special effort to explain some general knowledge about the outside world. However, when she threw out the capsule, Son Goku was still stunned with his mouth shouting demonic magic. Finally, Ayaka dragged the reluctant Son Goku into her house, then put hot water on him and let Son Goku bathe himself in it. Sister. Son Goku ran into Ayaka's room naked. I don't know how to use those things. Ayaka listened and thought about it, so she took Son Goku into the bathroom, rubbed body wash on him, and began to bathe him. After washing Son Goku's clean, Ayaka took out a set of pajamas and had Son Goku put them on, then told him to go to a room and sleep. Ayaka soaked in the bathtub with a burst of amusement in her heart. What I'm doing now is what Bulma did later on. After washing away the sweat stains, Ayaka put on pajamas to lie comfortably in bed, mentally planning the road. The night was hazy, surrounded by silence. Occasionally, there was the chirping of small insects. Suddenly, Ayaka remembered a plot in the original story when Son Goku ran into Bulma's room at night and stripped Bulma's underwear. At first, Bulma didn't know, but eventually, Master Roshi, that lecherous old man, saw everything. Upon thinking about Son Goku's bad records, Ayaka rushed up to lock the door. I almost forgot that episode. Son Goku was still young, he doesn't know that those things can't be done to girls. It seems that in addition to training Son Goku, I have to strengthen his education on the concept of life. The next day, at dawn, the crackling sound of fist pumping came to her ears. It was early in the morning when Ayaka yawned because she was disturbed by the sound of punching. She then walked out of the room with sleepy eyes and saw Son Goku already exercising in the open space. "You're so diligent. You're practicing so early in the morning," Ayaka said to Son Goku as she straightened her hair. "Sister." Son Goku stopped his workout to call out when he saw Ayaka walk out. Ayaka nodded with a faint smile and asked, "How did you sleep last night?" "I slept great, but that bed is too soft. It's a little uncomfortable." Son Goku rubbed the back of his head with his hand and said with a naive smile, "I'll go prepare breakfast and call you later to eat." After saying that, she went into the kitchen. Son Goku saw Ayaka had gone back to prepare breakfast, so he continued to exercise. From time to time, he swung his fist and raised his foot. His rapid movements rubbed the air, causing a whirlwind with a sizzling sound. After about half an hour or so, Ayaka finished preparing breakfast and called Son Goku over to eat. She handed Son Goku a towel to wipe away the sweat on his body and then sat on the seat to eat breakfast. She prepared not much breakfast for her but a lot for Son Goku. In front of Son Goku, there was a whole meter high, dozens of steam buns. Watching Son Goku wolf down a cage of steam buns, choking and drinking a full glass of water from time to time, Ayaka's face couldn't help but hang a smile. She felt that this scene was so real that she and Son Goku were like a real family. She slowly carried the role of a parent. The Dragon Ball world always had some attachment in addition to the training. After breakfast, Ayaka and Son Goku came to the open space on Mount Paozu. She wanted to see how Son Goku's foundation turned out. Son Goku found a stake of more than a meter in diameter, gritted his teeth, and threw the stake violently up into the sky. Ho! Son Goku stared at the stake that was thrown up into the sky. His body suddenly jumped upwards, and with a flash of his body, he had already flown next to the stake and instantly kicked out dozens of feet at it. Thump, thump, thump. The stake received a heavy blow from the center began to break apart. It shattered into dozens of pieces of varying sizes, and the pieces fell from the sky in a scattered pile. Ayaka couldn't help but nod as she watched. Although Son Goku didn't know how to raise and use ki, his use of that little power had been quite impressive, with small leakage. As expected of the child raised by Son Gohan, the foundation is excellent. He just needs to be carefully trained, and he will become a remarkable person. Speaking of pointing out mistakes, Ayaka struggled with it. The only thing she could teach Son Goku was to improve his ki and skills in battle, and other things were not suitable for Son Goku. Ayaka learned that the Scion had a set of training, and if this set of training was given to Son Goku, it would only bury him. Scion's improvement depended on two aspects. First was the bloodline. The pure bloodline Scion could do everything with half the effort, while the impure bloodline required more effort. Of course, it was not that the bloodline determines everything, it was just a relative indication of a priority. The second one was their training. Scions were a warrior race and had an outstanding feature. Whenever they were on the verge of death, they could significantly increase their power level once they recovered. This was because the Scions had a more profound sense of the enemy's attacks when they were on the verge of death. The fighting bloodline prompted them to look for moves to crack, so a near-death situation was often worth a long time of hard work. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages to everything. Each near-death situation was the process of vitality. The normal recovery would require at least a few months or years. Frisia had an efficient life-saving device. The Earth also had senzu beans, both of which significantly shortened the Scion's healing time. If they deliberately let themselves on the verge of death without the slightest attack from a strong enemy, it was unlikely that they could improve significantly. Ayaka had already figured out that each of her enhancements could be said to be accompanied by severe injuries. When she was on the verge of death in battle and underwater training on planet Faroko, the two enhancements in power level were various. So, Ayaka concluded that to improve power level quickly, the most important thing was the actual battle and daily exercise. Ayaka decided to improve Son Goku's ki and combat skills temporarily, and she would let Master Roshi take care of the rest. Although Master Roshi's strength was not high, he was very good at teaching his disciples. "Goku, watch out!" Ayaka threw a log high into the air and swoosh forward. She then completely disappeared in an instant. Son Goku's eyes turned around, trying to find Ayaka, but he couldn't find her. At this time, there was a crackling sound in the sky. The wind was whistling, and there was a momentum between lightning and fire on top. The log was divided into more than 100 neat and tidy wooden sticks. These wooden sticks were smooth and neatly cut, just like a knife cut. The size was surprisingly not different in any way. Thump, thump, thump. One by one, the wooden sticks fell neatly together and piled up into a tall hill. Awesome! Son Goku watched Ayaka's performance and clapped his hands excitedly. How did you manage to do that, sister? These woods were cut into the same size. This was the use of ki. Goku, although you have reached a remarkable level of strength, you do not know how to use ki yet. Ayaka said seriously, then she formally taught Son Goku, now the first thing you need to learn is to learn to sense ki and then constantly grow ki. After having enough ki, you will also be able to use it, only then you become strong. Son Goku listened carefully, his eyes revealed a strong desire to know. Seeing Son Goku's expression, Ayaka nodded in satisfaction. Close your eyes and don't think about anything, let yourself be at peace and sense your body with your heart. Then gather your attention up and feel the changes in your body carefully. Son Goku quickly achieved mindfulness, trying hard to sense his body's ki. Perhaps because of his unique purity, Son Goku sensed the presence of ki faster than Ayaka did at first, making him couldn't help but shout with joy, really. There seems to be a hot thing inside my body. Be serious, and do not talk much. Ayaka reprimanded nonchalantly, putting a hand to Son Goku's chest to help him grasp the presence of ki more quickly. Although Son Goku's physical qualifications weren't excellent, and he couldn't hold a vast amount of power at once, his comprehension was perfect and ideal for practicing the Earth's mastery of ki. In just a few days, Son Goku had already mastered the ki in his body. Although this ki was still very weak and couldn't shoot ki wave, these few days had let Son Goku feel his body's changes. After each practice, he would feel his body warm, and from time to time, there was a flow of air inside his body. He heard Ayaka said that as long as he had enough ki, she would teach him many techniques. So, every time he thought he could learn Ayaka's techniques, Son Goku would jump up and down with excitement. As the days went by, it had been nearly a year since Ayaka had moved to Mount Paozu. This year, in addition to teaching Son Goku about the knowledge of ki, Ayaka taught him some simple cultural knowledge. So, at least he could be a better person than he was in the original story. Besides, Ayaka also didn't slacken in her training. Although the growth of strength slowed down after coming to Earth, she was still on a steady rise. Chapter 21. After more than a year of practice, Son Goku had grown the ki in his body. At this time, his ki was no less than at the beginning of the original story. With Ayaka's guidance, Son Goku's strength was continually getting more robust. One day, Ayaka began to formally teach Son Goku about the use of ki in battle. Goku, use your strongest power to attack, Ayaka said to Son Goku, then stood blandly to the side with an utterly defenseless look. Son Goku nodded thoughtfully, then took an attack stance, his face staring intently at Ayaka. Ho! Son Goku lightly shouted. His body slightly leaned forward and then flashed as fast as the wind rushed towards Ayaka. The original place produced a whirlwind because of the speed. In an instant, Son Goku had arrived in front of Ayaka and launched a fierce attack on her. Slap! Snap! Snap! Son Goku's blistering attack didn't hurt Ayaka, instead, Ayaka smiled and dazzled amid Son Goku's attack. The attack didn't even hit her once. She then stretched out a finger, quickly took Son Goku's attack. This time, it's my turn to attack. Ayaka looked at Son Goku with a faint smile. Her gaze was like a torch, seeing the flaw in Son Goku's attack with a single glance. She then falsely pointed her finger and gently touched Son Goku's chest. Bang! Son Goku felt as if a heavy hammer had been pounded on him. His body violently flew backward and fell heavily into place, losing his ability to react all of a sudden. So powerful. Son Goku bared his teeth and said with a sad face, obviously, it was just a light touch, but I never thought it would have such a great power. You attack with too many unnecessary movements. This will reduce the force of your attack and make it easy for your opponent to find a flaw. Ayaka stretched out her finger and said to Son Goku, a real attack is enough with a single blow. You should shed the unnecessary movements and gather a single point to kill with a single blow. Comma. Of course, that is when there is a huge difference in strength between the two sides. If the two sides are similar in strength, then do not think of a single fatal move, but a deadly one. Seeing Son Goku listen carefully, Ayaka was getting very interested in explaining, in the case of similar strength, any flaw may be fatal. At this time, we must completely abandon the extra action. Try to hit with 7 points, leave 3 points so that you don't need to give full strength, and leave no room for maneuvering. It's important to do that. Ayaka pointed out Son Goku's mistakes in the attack, and Son Goku listened carefully to Ayaka's explanation. However, the universe was so big, and the opponents he encountered were often vastly different in strength, so the advantage of overall strength was quite significant. Then, Ayaka began to explain the use of ki. Before attacking, you have to be as powerful as a spectrum and go forward. With that, a majestic aura emerged from Ayaka. This aura was like a black cloud that makes people tremble. It carried endless destructive ki, making Son Goku felt like he was in purgatory all of a sudden. His body couldn't help but tremble, and cold sweat flowed out from his back. Attack like a swift thunderbolt, and fast as lightning. Ayaka's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot at once, while a crack of several meters square appeared where she was standing just now. Ta-da-da. From time to time, the sound of footsteps came to his ears, but he couldn't sense Ayaka's presence. Ayaka deliberately slowed down so that Son Goku could see her movements. In an instant, Ayaka's figure appeared in the sky, the ground, and the forest, and afterimage covered the whole Mount Paozu, making Son Goku's mouth open wide in shock. The moment you attack, you have to be as steady as a mountain and heavy as a rock. Ayaka stopped the high-speed movement. She paused and continued to explain. She clenched her fists, and the two fists knocked against each other. Immediately, a strong shock wave came from between her fists, and the shock wave carried a powerful cyclone, which instantly bent the surrounding bamboo forest and trees. The powerful cyclone also blew Son Goku, causing him to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Son Goku saw Ayaka leap to a height of tens of meters and then swooped downward. Boom! Ayaka smashed her fist on the ground. Suddenly, the ground began to shake up, and the entire open space quickly sunk with Ayaka's fist as the center. There was a strong sense of vibration along with a visual impact that couldn't be seen directly swept away. When everything calmed down, a vast crater more than 100 meters wide was produced in front of Son Goku. Son Goku was shocked by Ayaka's series of movements. In his perception, even his grandfather, Son Gohan, didn't have such a powerful force. Looking at the space that was already a mess, Son Goku said with a slightly shaky voice, "Is all of this the power of ki?" Ayaka nodded, smiled, and said, "Yes, these are the use of ki. After all, the strength of the human body is limited. Ki, on the other hand, can make the human body produce a terrifying force in battle. Goku, the ki in your body, is not yet so powerful to do what I do, but there are a few tricks you can learn." Ayaka intended to teach Son Goku Kamehameha and dancing sky art. As for Kaioken, solar flare, or whatever, Ayaka intended to let Son Goku comprehend it himself when he encountered it in the future. She could teach Son Goku the use of ki, but regarding his growth, Ayaka was prepared to let nature take its course and not interfere too much. After all, it was easy to teach him, but the only way for him to comprehend it deeply was to do it personally. "Really? Sister, what technique are you going to teach me?" Son Goku said excitedly, rubbing his fists together, looking stupidly eager. "The first technique is called Kamehameha." Ayaka stretched out one finger and said to Son Goku, "Kamehameha is your grandfather's teacher's Master Rosha's signature attack that your grandfather also knew. Kamehameha was a move that focused the release of ki in the body to the outside of the body. After a certain amount of ki had accumulated, a person could release it as long as there was a window. There was a question of efficiency in releasing ki, and Kamehameha was considered an efficient release. The same applied to Master Shin's Dodon Ray. Grandfather's teacher. Son Goku's eyes widened. Since it was his grandfather's teacher's signature move, then the power must be mighty. Master Roshi is known as the god of martial arts, and his martial arts skills are excellent. It was the lustful problem that gave him a lot of demerits. In Ayaka's mind, Master Roshi was just as good as the bad, with admiration and contempt. The second technique I want to teach you is called dancing sky art. This is and the turtle school and crane school technique. Master Roshi and Master Shin are brothers, and their techniques are efficient. However, your grandfather did not learn this technique. Upon seeing Son Goku's impatient look, Ayaka smiled and began to teach him Kamehameha. First of all, she roughly gestured the starting stance of Kamehameha. The blazing blue ki wave shone between her hands, and then the wave was launched towards the distant mountain. Boom! Kamehameha struck the opposite mountain and instantly cut the opposite hill in half. Looking at the powerful Kamehameha, Son Goku cheered with a smile on his face. He then followed Ayaka's actions to use Kamehameha, but because he hadn't mastered the principle of releasing Kamehameha, the ki wave just gathered a little between his hands and soon disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Ayaka carefully explained the starting form and precautions of Kamehameha and then let Son Goku practice alone. Although Son Goku was a little exhausted from his training, when Ayaka gave him the method and precautions, he kept practicing. After a few days, Son Goku was finally able to release Kamehameha. Despite the slight lack of power he used on Kamehameha, which was more like a fire trail, he was already 4 years ahead of the original story. Next, Ayaka began to teach Son Goku the Crane School's secret technique, Dancing Sky Art. Condense the ki on the feet, and then raise yourself little by little. Ayaka taught Son Goku to learn how to float first. Dancing Sky Art was excellent combat skills. With Dancing Sky Art, many things became convenient. Son Goku followed the instructions, and slowly his body was able to float. When Ayaka saw that his perception was quite good, she taught him even more vigorously. Finally, one day, Son Goku was able to fly freely. Time had passed by another year, and Son Goku had reached 12, while Ayaka began to enter puberty a few years ago. The young girl's body had started to develop, and her breasts had gradually bulged. At first, she had some discomfort. Her chest was sore when her nipples and areola were changing. As a small mound slowly appeared on her chest, she knew that this was the accumulation of subcutaneous glands and fat. Therefore, she chose some loose clothing when dressing because she didn't want to have a deformed body. After the body's initial embarrassment, now Ayaka had slowly adapted to the adolescent girl's body. The inevitable development of the breasts had taken shape a year ago. Previously, it was like the size of a lotus egg, but now it was a bulging mass, a handful of grip. The thriving look seemed to be hidden under the vigorous vitality's flesh, and there was a trend of more explosion. As for the sensitive parts between the legs, it had unknowingly appeared. Eventually, some things must come, making Ayaka embarrassed because now, she was half tender and half ripe. Considering that she had entered puberty, it could be expected that girls' most significant trouble would also visit shortly. Of course, at the moment, these were still very personal changes, not enough for outsiders to come. However, the striking differences were not without consequences. Ayaka's height began to grow fiercely, and now her height had reached 168 meters, close to 1 meter 7. It was utterly a pair of height that had grown up. Since her body began to develop, her strength increase was also pronounced. It seemed that when science entered the developmental period, the growth of strength would open the floodgates and join the fast lane. Now, Ayaka had fully felt the change from day to day. Besides, Ayaka's hair had grown up to her shoulders. In addition to the 2 long strands of hair hanging on her chest, she also had a long braid behind her back. Her dress was full of the playfulness and beauty of a young girl. Such a dress wouldn't interfere with the sensitive activities in any way and certainly did not affect the strength of the move. Chapter 22. The glazed moon shines between the bamboo leaves under the moonlight, interspersed with the mist that had just risen, making the night look extra hazy. The west wind blew the tender bamboo, which swayed enchantingly and made a loud sound. A pavilioned young girl stood among the green pines and tender bamboo, holding a cup of fresh hot tea in her hand, looking out at the scenery of the distant mountains. Sister. Behind her, a child with a tail on his butt called softly. Ayaka turned back to Son Goku and asked, "What's wrong? You can't sleep." "I'm hungry again," Son Goku said as he touched his stomach in embarrassment. Ayaka rolled her eyes, looked helplessly at Son Goku, and went back to prepare snacks for him. He ate so much during dinner, how come he's hungry again so soon? Could it be that he's starting to grow? Upon thinking of Son Goku that was already 8 years old, he should be growing up. However, she had read the original story and knew that Son Goku would have to grow in size after defeating Demon King Piccolo. Ayaka was preparing a midnight snack in the kitchen when she suddenly felt the sound of intense vibrations and roaring beasts coming from outside. Oh no! Ayaka suddenly remembered that today was a full moon. How could she be so melancholy because of the beauty of the moment? Full moon meant giant ape. She quickly ran to the outside of the house. Scions can transform into giant apes under the full moon. Son Goku will lose consciousness after turning into a giant ape, completely turned into a fierce beast. Ayaka came to the courtyard and saw a giant ape more than 10 meters tall roaring madly, yanking a large tree in his hand and waving it around indiscriminately. The giant ape jumped up and down, making potholes in the courtyard. Ayaka looked at the inhumanely damaged yard, flowers, and plants that she had planted with her own hands, causing anger to spring up in her heart. The giant ape's eyes were glowing red when he saw Ayaka, and in a frenzy, he threw away the big tree in his hand and attacked Ayaka. There was a flash of coldness in her eyes, and the corners of Ayaka's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, completely ignoring the giant ape in her eyes. She gently leaped up into the air, making the giant ape's huge arm tossed in empty. The giant ape roared angrily towards the sky, and a wave of ki shot out from its mouth. When you lose your mind, how can you still use ki waves? Ayaka was slightly surprised. She then knocked the giant ape's ki wave to the other direction with one hand. Boom! The ki wave hit a hill with a massive explosion, and a mushroom cloud rose far away. After turning into a giant ape, your power level has increased 10 times. In that exchange just now, Ayaka accurately saw that the giant ape transformation Son Goku had a power level of 430, 10 times more than usual. This power level is already comparable to the strength of Son Goku at the beginning of the Dragon Ball Z saga. Although the giant ape was a tremendous weapon of the Saiyan and could make the Saiyan strength surge by more than 10 times, such strength surge was limited in the Dragon Ball main story. The strength after the wave wouldn't continue to grow after reaching the 100,000 power level. In other words, the giant ape was only suitable for Saiyans with a power level below 100,000. After the strength exceeded 100,000 power levels, even with the giant ape transformation, the power growth was minimal. Instead, because of the vast clumsy body, it gave the enemy more opportunities. Although the giant ape's disadvantages were broken in the outer circle, it had been from another angle to explain the giant ape. On Ayaka's current understanding, the giant ape was the Saiyan's initial life-saving move, but the latter effect wasn't potent. Seeing that the giant ape couldn't cause damage for Ayaka, Son Goku jumped up and down violently, letting out a roar. Several waves of ki shot out from the mouth of the giant ape at once. Although it couldn't hit Ayaka, it caused significant damage to the surrounding area. Ayaka frowned slightly and thought unhappily, if I let it attack any longer, the whole Mount Paozu will be destroyed. Ayaka looked straight at the giant ape. Immediately, from Ayaka's body emerged a powerful aura that overwhelmed the mountains. It was like a giant dragon flying out of the abyss, constantly hissing and roaring. The ground began to shake, and the sky's bright white moon seemed to lose its luster. In the powerful and compelling aura of Ayaka, the giant ape stopped the destructive actions. Its body began to tremble. Although the giant ape lost his mind, he was shocked by the tremendous sense of oppression out of instinct and couldn't move. Ayaka's hand condensed a ki blade. Suddenly, her figure flashed, instantly disappeared from the spot, and then came behind the giant ape as fast as lightning. When the giant ape failed to react, she sent a ki blade at its tail. Barf! The giant ape's tail was cut off, the thick tail fell and raised a dust cloud. The giant ape let out a big hissing sound, then fell to the ground and passed out. After the giant ape fell to the ground, its body gradually became smaller and finally returned to Son Goku's appearance. Upon looking at Son Goku lying in ruins and then look at the ground covered with cracks from his destruction, Ayaka lost her voice. She shook her head helplessly and carried Son Goku back to his room. The next day, Son Goku woke up from a coma and had no memory of what happened last night. Because his tail was cut off, Son Goku lost his balance for a moment and fell to the ground with a pop. Son Goku asked Ayaka in confusion, "Sister, why did my tail break? You can grow it back. Besides, your tail is also your weakness, isn't it good to lose it?" Ayaka was lying on the sofa in the living room, with one hand on her chin and the TV remote control in the other. Son Goku stared in disbelief, wondering how his tail broke. In his mind, he thought, since my sister said it would grow back, it doesn't matter. "Goku, how's the practice of Kamehameha and Dancing Sky Air going?" Ayaka saw nothing good on TV, so she put down the remote control and asked Son Goku. "I've mastered them all." Son Goku said, using the dancing sky art to fly to Ayaka, moving very naturally. "Since you've mastered it all, it's time for me to take you out of here. To leave Mount Paozu." "Sister, where are we going?" Son Goku had great trust in Ayaka and had no objection to leaving Mount Paozu with her. "Sister will take you to see your grandfather's teacher, Master Roshi." Ayaka said with a light smile, "Master Roshi is known as the god of martial arts, so it would be good for him to instruct you." "Really? Grandfather's teacher? He must be mighty." Son Goku's face couldn't help but be filled with excitement when he heard Ayaka wanted to take him to see Master Roshi and had Master Roshi instruct him to train. Ayaka nodded and said, "Master Roshi's strength is considered the strongest among earthlings. He also started the Turtle School, which is the top martial arts school. Only his brother, Madashin's Crane School, can be on par with it." Actually, Master Roshi wasn't powerful at all compared with the entire universe, but Ayaka indeed wouldn't have said it. In any case, Master Roshi was weak, but his martial arts skills were still worth learning. Your grandfather, Son Gohan, was the disciple of Master Roshi. Since you are Son Gohan's grandson, Master Roshi must be willing to instruct you. Son Goku listened, and his head kept nodding. A few days passed, and when Son Goku had utterly adapted to his tail's loss, Ayaka was ready to take him to Master Roshi. Son Goku carefully wrapped the 4-star Dragon Ball in a cloth, put it in his backpack, then took the power pole and walked out of the room. Don't you want to take something else? Ayaka saw Son Goku only carried a backpack with empty hands, so she couldn't help but ask. I'll just take Grandpa with me. Son Goku replied. Ayaka nodded without saying anything. Even if Son Goku didn't bring anything, the usual clothes were stored inside her capsule house. By pressing the room's button, poof, a cloud of white smoke rose, and the room turned into a capsule. Ayaka picked up the capsule on the ground, put it into her travel bag, and then flew up in the air with Son Goku. Master Roshi was known as the god of martial arts, a disciple of Master Matedo from a generation 300 years ago. Nowadays, Master Roshi and his brother, Master Shen, were the pinnacles of martial artists on Earth. Master Roshi only took 2 disciples in the early days, which were Son Gohan and Ox King. Now he was no longer accepting disciples and was living alone on an island offshore. According to the original story, Ayaka brought Son Goku to a city first and then found a town where Master Roshi later took Son Goku with Krillin to deliver milk. After arriving at the town, Ayaka determined the location of Master Roshi by inquiring the residents of the town. Chapter 23. The sea was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the sparkling light under the sunlight. 2 black shadows flew rapidly over the sea in the distance, both carrying a whirlwind behind them. After the flight, the whirlwind split the calm sea and swept up 2 fierce wake currents. After flying for a while, Son Goku asked Ayaka, Sister, are we still not there? Ayaka looked at the nearby islands and said lightly, It should be near here. The 2 continued to fly in the vicinity, looking for Master Roshi's house according to the villager's description in town, and soon saw a small island. There it is. Ayaka pointed to an island with a pink house built and said, That's Kame house where Master Roshi's lives. After flying for so long, they finally found their target. Ayaka took Son Goku's hand and rushed towards Kame house with a sharp speed, splashing a high wave behind them. At this time, Master Roshi was wearing sunglasses, lying on a cool chair in the sun. Suddenly, he saw a lovely young girl with a young boy fell from the sky and came to his side. Dancing sky art. Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't imagine that the 2 people in front of him were using the stance of his arch-rival, Master Shen. Could it be that they are Crane School's disciples who have come to trouble me? Master Roshi carefully looked up the 2. At first, there was a hint of caution, but he was soon charmed by Ayaka's beauty, and an obscene smile appeared on his face. Oh, but this little girl is so cute. Those breasts, really full and soft, and those thighs were like snow-white skin. Her soft curves, No, my nose is bleeding. Son Goku was stunned by Master Roshi's lewd appearance and quickly asked Ayaka, What's wrong with this old grandpa? Is he okay? Nothing, he just has too much energy. Ayaka said disdainfully. She had a horrible smile on her face, and her face was gloomy as she thought, How dare he look at me with such lewd eyes? This debt will be recorded first. Old grandpa, are you Master Roshi? My name is Ayaka, this is Son Gohan's grandson, Son Goku. Ayaka put on a sunny bright smile, pulling Son Goku, and said, He is here to learn martial arts from you. Gohan's grandson. Master Roshi put away his vulgar expression and looked up at Son Goku with a straight face. As a top martial artist on Earth, he felt unusual ki in Son Goku. This child has very pure ki. The ki of the turtle school. Gohan used to say that he adopted a child, that's him, right? Yes. Ayaka nodded and answered for Son Goku. I can't believe that Gohan adopted a beautiful girl like you in addition to a boy. Ayaka shook her head and said, Son Gohan does not adopt me. Son Goku and I are not real siblings. I see. Master Roshi nodded, How is Gohan now? Why did he not come to see me? Grandpa has been dead for several years. Son Goku's voice was low and somewhat sadly. He died. Master Roshi was surprised for a moment, then sighed, feeling sad that his disciple passed away early. His eyes then turned to Ayaka, with a rare gaze that did not carry any lustful look. Little girl, what you just used was the dancing sky art of the Crane School. Are you a disciple of the Crane School? Ayaka said with her usual face and without a trace of pride, no. I developed that on my own. I don't know that Crane School you're talking about. Did you completely self-taught and develop the dancing sky art? Master Roshi was slightly stunned. To have developed the dancing sky art at such a young age, what a qualification. He carefully stared at Ayaka, and saw that she was not lying, so he exclaimed, little girl, you are outstanding. Not only that, but Son Goku also knows Kamehameha. Ayaka said. Really? Upon hearing that Son Goku could use Kamehameha, Master Roshi's eyes sprouted golden light. Son Goku, let me see your Kamehameha. Son Goku turned his head to Ayaka. After seeing Ayaka nod gently, Son Goku set up his pose and made the starting stance of Kamehameha. Kamehameha. Son Goku shouted softly. He formed his hands into claws, then slowly leaned them together. He used the ki in his body and slowly gathered it into his hands, and a feeling of oppression was released from Son Goku's body. Ha! More ki gathered above the two claws, gradually making the air produce a transparent distortion. The body's ki was like a fierce tiger out of the cage, unbridled play out. Ki. Son Goku slowly put away his hands and then moved to the waist. The ki condensed in the hands gradually piled up. Finally, the quantity became a quality change. The ki was transformed into a ki wave, which emitted a dazzling blue light in his hands. Wave. After pushing the ki wave at his waist fiercely forward, his claws unfolded. A powerful ki wave was fired out abruptly, and the dazzling blue light shone so brightly that people had to close their eyes. The Kamehameha kept shooting forward along the sea surface. The super high speed brought up an intense whirlwind and stirred up a straight line of waves. Master Roshi saw Son Goku make authentic Kamehameha and couldn't help but smile happily. It's an excellent Kamehameha. Son Goku, did Son Gohan teach you this? After looking at such a small child, who could use Kamehameha, Master Roshi knew that Turtle School had outstanding disciples. It was impossible to send out Kamehameha without 50 years of training. So, this could be concluded that the child's qualifications were quite good. Grandpa didn't teach me. My sister is the one who taught me Kamehameha and the dancing sky art. Son Goku told the truth. Your sister taught you. Master Roshi turned his gaze to Ayaka, wondering where she learned it from. Ayaka saw that it was about to be worn out and quickly explained, Son Goku's grandfather once helped me, and also taught me Kamehameha. Then I climbed Korin Tower, and I developed the dancing sky art from Korin. This statement was wholly made up, but no one would check, it was considered a better excuse. After hearing Ayaka climbed up Korin Tower to meet Korin, Master Roshi didn't doubt it. It was amazing to be able to accept Korin's instruction and develop the dancing sky art. Then what is the purpose of your visit to me? Master Roshi asked. Ayaka finally got to the point and smiled, all I can teach Goku is the use of ki and combat techniques. After all, my training style is not suitable for him. So I want Master Roshi to take Goku as your disciple and instruct him in his training. Take him as a disciple. Seeing that Son Goku was looking at him expectantly, Master Roshi stroked his hairless head. He nodded with a silly smile, it's not bad to accept a disciple with such outstanding strength like him. Well, I'll take Son Goku. From now on, Son Goku will be under my guidance to train. Master Roshi tapped the palm of his hand as he decided to accept Son Goku as a disciple. Ayaka sighed with relief, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She thought she had completed her mission. Son Goku was also happy when he saw Master Roshi was willing to teach him to practice. At this point, Master Roshi crept to the side of Ayaka. He put his hand on Ayaka's thin waist and said in a lewd manner, Ayaka, your brother has worshipped me as a teacher, don't you want to join him? I do not mind taking you as a disciple. With that, Master Roshi placed his hand on Ayaka's waist and gently stroked it. Ayaka felt Master Roshi touch her thin waist, and her face suddenly became gloomy. Old man, how dare you to take advantage of this lady? Go to hell. With that said, she punched Master Roshi on the chin, sending him flying into the sky, turning into a shiny point. Son Goku slowly arranged his clothes inside the Kame house, while Ayaka sat on the sofa looking at magazines. It was just that Master Roshi only had women's fitness magazines here. On the side, Master Roshi, covering his injured jaw, kept offering his courtesy to Ayaka, trying to make Ayaka his disciple. Looking at the lecherous old man who kept offering, Ayaka gloomily flipped the magazine in her hand, sighs, I'm starting to regret bringing Son Goku here. After learning the news that Ayaka would be staying temporarily, Master Roshi's emotions instantly rose. He decided to instruct Son Goku in his training immediately. He rummaged through the cupboard, retrieved a bulky turtle shell from under the bed, and made Son Goku carry it on his back. This turtle shell was about 50 kilograms, so after putting the turtle shell on his back, Son Goku's movements suddenly became slower. Ayaka saw Master Roshi instructing Son Goku and was happy to see it. She then turned on the TV to watch. Of course, Ayaka was hoping to learn the martial arts techniques on Earth, but currently, what Master Roshi's teaching to Son Goku was too superficial. It didn't involve a high level of mastery. She had mastered it long ago, so she didn't bother to follow it. Chapter 24. On the beach in front of Kame House, Son Goku was on the ground doing push-ups with a turtle shell on his back, while Master Roshi sat on Son Goku's back. He occasionally tapped Son Goku's hands and feet with his cane to criticize his movements. Ayaka was lying on a beach chair with her eyes closed, but her heart always paid attention to Master Roshi's teaching to Son Goku. As a scion, Ayaka had her training system set, and her strength was far beyond Master Roshi's. However, Master Roshi's training set was very effective, especially the proper use of ki. It's worth learning from. It had been more than a few months since she came to Cami house. During that time, Ayaka kept observing the training methods of Master Roshi and had memorized the training methods of Turtle School. Unfortunately, Turtle School's practice was only suitable for Earthlings with low power levels and didn't have much effect on the Scion, whose power level was close to 140,000. It couldn't be said that there was no effect, but it was just hard to see the impact of that slight degree of exercise. Turtle School training method is indeed able to lay a good foundation. Unfortunately, that little exercise has been unable to let me get a big breakthrough. Ayaka looked at Son Goku's sweaty face, inwardly sighed, should I go to create the gravity chamber? Ayaka remembered Vegeta's hard work inside the small space of the gravity chamber in the original story, but the gravity chamber is too bulky, and that kind of training is not suitable for girls to practice. Should she find a giant planet with high gravity to continue her practice? However, when she thought about it, she felt that it was too homogeneous. Although the effect was good, it seemed that relying on the same training method all the time wouldn't be conducive to an all-round improvement. Suddenly, Ayaka thought of inspiration, if I use the Dragon Balls to ask Shenron to create a multifunctional battle suit, then it will solve a lot of problems. This thought excited Ayaka. In addition to her gender factor, there are two main problems that confused her. The first problem was how to strengthen her power further. Turtle School training method was very effective, but unfortunately not suitable for high-intensity training. So, in the original story, Son Goku and others, by coincidence, used the gravity chamber approach to achieve high-intensity exercise and then supplemented by the Turtle School method of training so that the strength soared. The second problem that plagued Ayaka was bursting clothes caused by the impact of energy during the battle. In the original story's late battle, the training clothes couldn't resist the effects of powerful energy, making them fight naked. As a girl, Ayaka didn't want to explode in battle and to be left naked. If she used the Dragon Balls to create a set of battle armor that could change gravity and instantly repair the damaged parts when fighting, it would be a perfect solution to Ayaka's two problems. Ayaka didn't ask Shenron to make a battle armor that could resist energy attacks and didn't damage it because she knew that the power of Shenron couldn't do that. Therefore, the second best thing to do was to let Shenron make a battle armor that could recover instantly after an energy attack, so at least no one could see her body. Upon thinking of this, Ayaka suddenly had an urgent desire to immediately collect the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to fulfill her wishes. During dinner, Ayaka told Son Goku and Master Roshi that she wanted to go out. Son Goku was a little reluctant about it. Ayaka then smiled and said, I'm just leaving for a while, I'll be back in a few years. Master Roshi had long known that people like Ayaka could not live permanently in Kame House and did not think much of her leaving. He just thought it was a pity that such a lovely girl had gone. By the way, Goku, I want to borrow your 4-star Dragon Ball for a while, I will definitely give you back later. Ayaka asked Son Goku for the 4-star Dragon Ball. Son Goku nodded in agreement and reluctantly gave Ayaka the 4-star Dragon Ball in his chest pouch. Do not worry, a year at most 2 years I will be back, Ayaka said with a smile. She then turned her gaze to Master Roshi, and her face changed like the fickle weather, saying, Old man, give me your Dragon Ball too. Master Roshi faintly froze, but as if he was used to seeing Ayaka's bossy in recent times, he pulled out the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck and asked, I found this little ball in the sea before. I think it's special so I've been carrying it. Does it do anything? No. Ayaka denied it. In the original story, Bulma got Dragon Balls by showing him her panties. However, Bulma didn't know that she wasn't wearing panties at that time, so it was a tragedy for Bulma that a young girl's critical part was looked at by a horny old man, 2 or 3 times in a row. If she let Master Roshi know the Dragon Ball's role, she wondered what he would ask from her. However, Ayaka still underestimated the wisdom of Master Roshi. He had already judged from Ayaka's attitude that the Dragon Balls must have some significance. So he lewdly said to Ayaka, "Little Ayaka, as long as you kiss me, I will give it to you, how about it?" Ayaka heard this and was instantly enraged. A few veins sprouted from her forehead as she gritted her teeth and said, "Damn, old man, you want to die." Feeling the anger in Ayaka's words and a powerful murderous aura, Master Roshi sarcastically untied the rope around his neck and handed the Dragon Ball to Ayaka. "Humph, that's more like it." After getting the Dragon Balls, Ayaka used the dancing sky art to float in the air. She then said to Son Goku and Master Roshi, "I will come back within 2 years. Goku, you have to train well. Old man, teach Goku well, and do not teach him those messy things, or watch out for your skeleton." After saying that, she didn't wait for Master Roshi to react. Instead, Ayaka gave an explosive power, turned into a shadow, and quickly disappeared in front of Son Goku and Master Roshi's sight. When Ayaka's figure disappeared, Master Roshi breathed a sigh of relief. "Goku, this young lady of yours is horrible. It's a pity that such a lovely appearance has such a bad personality and does not know how to respect the elderly." Ayaka left Kame House and ran directly to the West City. At this time, Bulma was just over 12 years old and shouldn't be able to create Dragon Ball radar. So, Ayaka was looking for Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, to ask him to help make Dragon Ball radar. Ayaka's speed was breakneck, and in just a moment, she was already in the sky above the West City. Ayaka landed in an alley when no one was looking and then began to inquire about the Capsule Corporation headquarters address. West City was a bustling city with technology nearly 150 years more advanced than other cities, which was an incredible gap. There were all kinds of strange spherical buildings and air train tracks in the West City, an abstract overpass crisscrossed with hovering jet vehicles. With her lovely appearance, Ayaka easily asked pedestrians for the Capsule Corporation headquarters address. According to the address, Ayaka found the Capsule Corporation and then looked up where Dr. Brief lived. Bulma's home was a 4-story hemispherical building covering a vast area. Around the house were planted various flowers and trees, which looked like a wealthy family's residence. Ayaka pressed the doorbell. Shortly afterward, Dr. Briefs, covered with oil stains, came out of the indoor laboratory with a cigarette in his mouth and opened the door. Upon seeing Ayaka at the door, Dr. Brief noticed that the young girl in front of him was about the same age as his daughter Bulma. He then asked with some surprise, "Young lady, are you Bulma's classmate?" "Bulma is not at home right now." Ayaka shook her head, "No, Dr. Brief. I'm not here to see your daughter, I'm here to see you." "Are you looking for me?" Dr. Briefs was a little surprised, not sure what the young girl in front of him wanted to see him about. "Come in and talk." He smiled as he let Ayaka inside. "Help yourself to anything you need." "Sorry, can you let me finish the task at hand first?" Ayaka smiled and nodded, then sat on the sofa and watched TV. Half an hour later, Dr. Brief finished his business and came to Ayaka after washing up. "May I ask what you want from me, miss?" Ayaka took out the 2 Dragon Balls in her hand, and the 2 Dragon Balls emitted a golden glow from time to time when they were put together. "I am trying to ask you to create a radar that can detect the special electric waves emitted by these 2 Dragon Balls." Chapter 25. Dr. Brief picked up a Dragon Ball and curiously poked around. "I think I should be able to create a radar that detects its special signal, but it will take a few weeks." Upon hearing that Dr. Brief was willing to help make a Dragon Ball radar, a smile appeared on Ayaka's face, and she politely thanked Dr. Brief. At that moment, Bulma's mother came over with fruits and entertained Ayaka. "Ah. Little sister is so cute, have you got a boyfriend?" "Our Bulma still refuses to have a boyfriend until now." Listening to Bulma's mother, Ayaka didn't know how to say something. So, she just smiled politely. "Ah, do you have a place to stay?" "How about staying here?" she asked Ayaka. "Bulma would be very happy to have you here. It would be nice for her to have someone to play with." "Thank you for the offer, but I already have a place to stay." Ayaka refused the offer with a smile. Refusing to stay with Bulma's parents, Ayaka found a hotel nearby and stayed there. After a good wash with hot water to remove all the dust, Ayaka wrapped in a bathrobe lying on the bed, thinking, "I have 2 of the 7 Dragon Balls in my hands now. I only know that there is one in the hands of the Ox King. The Dragon Balls in Bulma and Tien Shinhan's hands should not be obtained and may still be somewhere else. It seems that I still need to wait for Dr. Brief to build the Dragon Ball radar. Ayaka intended to stop thinking about these things. To not affect the journey of Son Goku and Bulma's search for the Dragon Balls, she had to send it back to Ox King after she used it. The next day, Ayaka came to the Capsule Corporation. The Capsule Corporation headquarters had something that was not available in other cities. Ayaka especially came here to spend a lot of money to repurchase a villa. This villa was very similar to Bulma's house, which was also a hemispherical house with many glass windows. The house had a total of 4 floors, which had more than 30 rooms counting the living room, kitchen, bathroom, etc. There were more than 50 small areas. Ayaka spent a lot of money arranging each room with electricity, curtains, sofas, etc. The final total cost was about 600 million. After swipe 600 million from the card, Ayaka thought with pain, there are 360 million deposits, and a better house costs 600 million. This money indeed doesn't last long. Upon turning this huge villa into a capsule to carry around his waist, Ayaka began to wander around the West City. West City, as one of the most technologically advanced cities on Earth, had many amusement facilities. Ayaka went to several amusement parks and took pictures at some famous attractions. When she finally was bored, she went to a clothing store and tried on a lot of beautiful clothes and fully lived a hanger addiction. 2 weeks passed, and once again, Ayaka came to Bulma's house. She rang the doorbell, and this time it was Bulma who opened the door. A little girl with blue hair and wearing casual clothes appeared in front of Ayaka. Ayaka knew Bulma was a good girl. Just because the pre-Dragon Ball definition was a funny manga, it was inevitable to make Bulma look a little naive. Since entering the Dragon Ball Z, the change in style also reflects Bulma's gentle and virtuous side. Her husband, Vegeta, was also considered a loving and supportive person. At least they were happier than Son Goku and Chi-Chi, who shared more days. Bulma saw a beautiful young girl standing in front of the door and asked, "Miss, who are you looking for?" Ayaka smiled and said, "You are Bulma. I'm here to see your father, Dear Brief. I'm here to ask if the radar Dear Brief made is finished yet. You're the one who asked Dad to make that strange radar. These days Dad has been working on those 2 beads, and the radar is almost finished." With that, Bulma led Ayaka into the living room and then asked her mother to entertain Ayaka while calling Dr. Brief. As soon as Bulma's mother saw Ayaka's arrival, she warmly brought out drinks to entertain her. In a short while, Dr. Brief came over with the Dragon Ball radar and 2 Dragon Balls. "Little girl, these 2 beads of yours are magical, they glow golden on their own whenever they touch together. I haven't found the reason for their glow until now." With that, Dr. Brief handed over the Dragon Ball and the Dragon Ball radar to Ayaka. "This is the radar you want. Although it can already find the mysterious signal emitted by these 2 balls, I always feel that something is missing. If you want to add the music playing feature, why don't you wait for 2 more days and let me perfect it?" Seeing that Dr. Brief was still dwelling on his strange aesthetics, Ayaka couldn't help but lose her voice and laugh lightly. Measuring up the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, Dr. Brief made a Dragon Ball radar very similar to the one of Bulma but more perfect than Bulma's. In addition to the zoom in and zoom out function of the signal, it was specially equipped with a global map so that it would be easier to find the Dragon Balls. Ayaka looked at the Dragon Ball radar in her hand with satisfaction and said gratefully, "No need to add that function. This Dragon Ball radar is now perfect. Thank you very much," Ayaka said, bowing to Bulma's father to express her gratitude. Dr. Brief laughed and rubbed his head with his hand. He was happy to have completed another invention. As for receiving money, he had never thought about it. At that moment, Bulma curiously surveyed the Dragon Ball and asked Ayaka, "Miss, what is this strange ball of yours for?" Ayaka smiled and said, "Bulma, we are all the same age, you can call me Ayaka." Bulma was startled and looked at Ayaka with a surprised expression. This tall, beautiful, and pretty young girl was the same age as her. With such a comparison, Bulma immediately became frustrated. She lost, no matter what aspect of the body. She had lost. These 2 balls are called Dragon Balls, a magical item made by Cami. It is said that if one collects all 7 of these balls distributed throughout the world, one will be able to summon Shenron to fulfill any of the summoner's wishes that do not exceed Cami's ability. For example, becoming the richest man in the world, becoming a head of state, or regaining your youth, Shenron will be able to fulfill it for you easily. So amazing. Bulma's eyes glowed in amazement after heard Ayaka's explanation. Even Dr. Brief's face showed a look of surprise. Bulma pleaded with Ayaka and said, "Then, Ayaka, can you take me with you to find the Dragon Balls?" Ayaka shook her head with difficulty. "No, the journey to find the Dragon Balls is full of danger, you are still young, wait a few more years. When you are 16 years old, we are traveling together, how about it?" Dr. Brief also thought that Ayaka had a point. He certainly didn't feel comfortable letting his daughter go out. Miss Ayaka has a good point. Wait until you're a little older before you go, then mom and dad can also rest assured. Bulma shook her head, dissatisfied. Isn't Ayaka also look for the Dragon Ball alone? She and I are the same age, even when she is bigger than I am, she's not much older. I am different. I am a friend of Master Roshi, and he's powerful. I know you're not afraid of those dangers, but you don't have the same strength as me. So, you should go out again in a few years. Ayaka patiently explained. Bulma didn't believe for a second that Ayaka would have great strength. However, being under the control of his parents, she could only give up the idea of going out with Ayaka to find the Dragon Balls. Ayaka took the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the search button. Beep, beep, beep. After a few sounds, the radar screen shows the location of the 7 Dragon Balls. The red triangle center showed where she was with 2 points of the Dragon Ball signal. On the map next to it was also marked with the words West City. With the specially added map, it was much easier to find the Dragon Balls. Ayaka smiled and said goodbye to the Bulma family and then flew up in the air. Whoosh! With that, Ayaka disappeared from their sight, leaving the already dumbfounded Bulma family. How can Ayaka fly? Bulma stammered. It seems that Miss Ayaka really has a special ability. No wonder she dares to travel the world alone. Dr. Brief wiped the frames of his glasses and said with a calm look. Bulma, you don't have that kind of power, so stay at home for the next few years. Bulma nodded with a downcast look and a secret resolve. In a few years, I will make my own Dragon Ball radar and go in search of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 26. After leaving Bulma's house, Ayaka flew towards the place shown on the Dragon Ball radar. The first stop she had to make was the Fire Mountain where the Ox King lived. According to the Dragon Ball radar, Ayaka soon arrived at the Fire Mountain. At this time, the Fire Mountain had not been covered by the Earth's core flames. On the top of the Fire Mountain was built a lofty castle. The Ox King was the second disciple of Master Roshi, and his heart was good. It was just his rugged appearance and that unique outfit that made him look like a demon king. Nearby villagers were afraid of the Ox King and did not dare to step into the Fire Mountain where he lived. Ayaka flew directly over Fire Mountain and then landed on the castle. She surveyed the lofty old castle in front of her and thought to herself, I can't believe the Ox King is still a tycoon. If flames hadn't destroyed this castle in the end, Chi-Chi would have inherited a family fortune full of money and wouldn't have had such a hard time living afterward. Who's there? From behind the stone pillar came a girl's soft voice. A little girl with a helmet on her head, a cloak behind her, and a strange dress came out. The little girl was about 8 or 9 years old. She had some panic in her eyes as she forced herself to look at Ayaka calmly. Is this Chi-Chi? Ayaka looked at the little girl, and her thoughts jumped quickly. Ayaka was impressed by this girl who could be called Son Goku's childhood sweetheart. Because she didn't understand love as a child and made a marriage contract with Son Goku, she kept her childhood promise to find Son Goku and marry him as an adult. Ayaka had a very great affection for Chi-Chi, although her love for Son Goku was too simple. Son Goku once sent her an apple to make her blush for a long time. Therefore, Chi-Chi's life was dedicated to Son Goku and their family. However, in the original story, Son Goku died, leaving her 2 sons to raise alone, while the Ox King left behind a fortune but only enough, so she was living a hard life. However, Ayaka felt that Goku was quite sorry for Chi-Chi. Ayaka looked at Chi-Chi with a smile, I am a friend of your father's teacher, Master Roshi, and I am here to find your father. Are you here to see Dad? Chi-Chi asked, puzzled. She thought about it and felt that Ayaka did not look like a bad person. So, when she heard that she was looking for her father, she led Ayaka towards the lobby. In the hall, the Ox King sat at the dining table, nibbling on a piece of meat in his hand, while a servant on the side carefully handed over a tray of dinner plates. Seeing his daughter entered with a strange young girl, the Ox King put down the food in his hand. Daughter, this is the freshly slaughtered beef. Do you want to try it? He said and ate by himself, chewing beef in his mouth, and asked vaguely, who is this young girl? Your friend. She said she is a friend of Master Roshi and is here to find you, Daddy, Chi-Chi said in a small voice as she refused the Ox King's offer. Master Roshi's friend? The Ox King brushed himself up, throwing away the meat piece in his hand and coming to Ayaka. Are you really a friend of Master Roshi? The Ox King had respect for Master Roshi. The only ones who could make him so respectful were his teacher, Master Roshi, and his senior brother, Son Gohan. Ayaka nodded. To make the Ox King believe in her, Ayaka significantly extended her palm and condensed a ki wave in the palm of her hand. At that time, only Crane School disciple could use ki waves, other than Kamehameha, on Earth. My name is Ayaka. You see, this is Kamehameha. Ayaka smiled and said. The Ox King looked at the blue ki wave emitting from Ayaka's hand and nodded his head. Yes, this is Master Roshi's signature technique Kamehameha. So, you are really Master Roshi's friend. I wonder what purpose Master Roshi asked for you to find me. The Ox King asked. It's not that Master Roshi is looking for you, instead, I want to ask you a favor. The Ox King asked with a curious face, little girl, you are powerful, what else do you need my help with? Since Ayaka could use Kamehameha, then her strength should be above him. Ayaka took out a Dragon Ball and asked the Ox King, according to my radar, you should have a ball just like this one here. I hope you can lend it to me. After listening to this, the Ox King picked up the Dragon Ball and put it in front of his eyes to look at it carefully. He then vaguely seemed to have that impression, but he forgot where he had put it. The Ox King smiled nervously in embarrassment and returned the Dragon Ball to Ayaka. I remember that there seems to be such a thing, but I did not pay much attention to it, and now I forgot where I put it. Ayaka took the Dragon Ball, shook her head, and said, it does not matter as long as you have it here. I have the Dragon Ball radar so that we can find it quickly. She said and pressed the button of the Dragon Ball radar to narrow the search area gradually. According to the radar display, the Ox King took Ayaka to the treasure trove. After he pushed open the door of the treasure trove, Ayaka saw a pile of gold and silver treasures inside and was immediately shocked by the wealth of the Ox King. He is wealthy. Not less than what I got from the treasure trove under the sea. Ayaka searched in a pile of gold and silver treasures, and in a short time, she found the Dragon Ball buried underneath. The surface of the Dragon Ball still shone brightly with a golden light. After putting the Dragon Ball into the pouch at her waist, Ayaka happily said to the Ox King, thank you so much. I'll send it back when I'm done with it. That little ball looks a little special. If you want it, take it, no need to return it. The Ox King gave the Dragon Ball to Ayaka without care. How can that be? I will return the Dragon Ball when I'm done with it. Ayaka shook her head. She knew that if the Dragon Balls were not returned, Son Goku and Bulma might not come to Fire Mountain in the future, and then the marriage between Goku and Chi-Chi wouldn't happen. Although the Dragon Ball plot inevitably changed because of her arrival, Goku and Chi-Chi's marriage couldn't be broken. Upon thinking about Son Goku and Chi-Chi's marriage, Ayaka brightened up and could not help but want to help set them up. She gazed at Chi-Chi, and said softly to the Ox King, Uncle, I have a brother named Son Goku, who is the grandson of Master Roshi's great disciple, Son Gohan. He is about the same age as Chi-Chi, and now was training under Master Roshi. I want to see if I can get Chi-Chi together with him in the future, what do you think? When the Ox King heard this, he became interested. He's the grandson of Brother Gohan, who is now practicing under Master Roshi. The Ox King looked at his daughter Chi-Chi, then quietly asked Ayaka, how is that kid named Son Goku in person? How is his strength? Ayaka immediately patted her chest and gave a guarantee, don't worry, Goku is a simple person with outstanding strength. He has long since learned Kamehameha. Such a good son-in-law hitting the lantern are hard to find. Later, I will bring Goku for you to see. If by then Chi-Chi has no opinion, we will set the marriage between the two of them, how about it? Ayaka promoted Son Goku to the Ox King. When the time comes, if Chi-Chi is okay with it, of course, I agree. The Ox King was still more concerned about Chi-Chi, so, everything was always based on Chi-Chi's opinion. However, since Son Goku was so excellent in Ayaka's mouth, he believed that there must be quite a high hope of success. In this case, Son Goku and Chi-Chi were unaware that their sister and father were already planning a lifelong event for them. At night, the castle on Fire Mountain was lit up, and to welcome Ayaka's arrival, the Ox King held a special banquet for her. During the feast, Ayaka took out a photo of herself and Son Goku then handed it to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, this is my brother. His name is Son Goku. In the future, if you meet him, you should get along well. Chi-Chi took the photo, curiously looking at the image of the boy named Son Goku. She thought that Son Goku was quite photogenic and cute. At this point, Ayaka deliberately lowered her voice and said, maybe he is your future husband. Chi-Chi heard Ayaka's words, and her face immediately reddened. She then ran away in embarrassment. Upon seeing Chi-Chi shyly run away, Ayaka smiled leisurely. She turned back to the Ox King and said, "It seems that Chi-Chi is not opposed to this matter. It may really work out in the future." With that, Ayaka and the Ox King laughed together. As for the Chi-Chi, she was also impressed by the boy named Son Goku, who may become her husband. Chapter 27. After getting the Dragon Ball from the Ox King, Ayaka went ahead to find the next Dragon Ball. With the Dragon Ball radar display, Ayaka came to a depression surrounded by mountains. Caw! 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 Crows cawed between the branches and swooped through the air. Mountains surrounded the small depression. Because the terrain was relatively low, there were few times when the sun shone all year round, making the entire depression seem extraordinarily deep and silent. Ayaka walked on the path covered with weeds and branches. She pulled her sweater covered with balls of thread from time to time. Looking at the sweater rolled full of thread balls, Ayaka's heart was very depressed. Originally, I looked good in this style and bought it, but I cannot imagine that it has become like this so quickly. After looking up at the sky covered by the shade of the trees above her, Ayaka could only speed up her steps to find the Dragon Ball that had fallen nearby and get out of here as soon as possible. Roar! A roar sounded ahead. The roar produced several echoes, and the echoes kept spreading out in the depression as a flock of startled birds flew through the sky. Ayaka looked at the sound and saw a large black bear appeared in front of her. Ayaka did not want to pay attention to the black bear and wanted to go around and leave. However, the black bear saw Ayaka and rushed towards her as if it saw food. Ayaka frowned and gave the black bear an unpleasant look, a cold chill flashed in her eyes. Huff and puff. The black bear hurriedly stopped, feeling the eerie coldness in Ayaka's eyes. It then ran in the opposite direction with a whimpering sound from its mouth. Turns out it still has the sense. Seeing the black bear farting away, Ayaka could not help but smile and then walk towards the depression. After walking for about half an hour, Ayaka stopped and looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, which showed 4 Dragon Balls in the center. After subtracting the 3 that Ayaka carried with her, the 4th Dragon Ball was nearby. Ayaka looked around but found no trace of the Dragon Ball and could not help but feel strange. The radar shows that the Dragon Ball is in this place. How come I didn't find it? Ayaka rummaged around again in the nearby grass, shrubs, and piles of debris but still couldn't find any. Right. Ayaka remembered, in the original story, the Dragon Ball seemed to be found in a bird's nest. Could this Dragon Ball also be inside the bird's nest in the tree? Ayaka used dancing sky art to leave the ground and came to a position equal to the tree's height, then began to look up. Sure enough, on top of a large tree, she found a bird's nest, and inside the nest, in addition to 2 giant eggs, there was an orange Dragon Ball. Ayaka picked up the Dragon Ball, and her heart was happy, so there are 4 Dragon Balls in my hand. If I find 3 more, I can summon Shenron. With that in mind, Ayaka flew high into the sky and headed for the next target. With the more advanced Dragon Ball radar, Ayaka found the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls in the gravel mountain and the desert, respectively. She then flew towards the location where the last Dragon Ball was located. According to the radar, the last Dragon Ball was located in the deep sea. Upon looking at a vast ocean with crazy waves, Ayaka smiled blandly. The last Dragon Ball was at the bottom of the ocean. Flutter. Ayaka leaped into the sea and then dived down continuously. This sea was not deep, even at the bottom of the sea, there was still the sun shining. In the ocean, the variety of coral and reefs had been shaped by the long years into various strange postures, on which it sorbed or red or blue crustaceans, making the entire bottom of the ocean shows a diverse landscape. Ayaka shuttled between various colorful fish, continually surveying the surroundings, trying to find the 7th Dragon Ball. I found it. Ayaka exclaimed in surprise as she found the 7th Dragon Ball in a cluster of rock shelves covered with coral and water plants. Ayaka reached down and picked up the Dragon Ball, placing it inside a cloth bag. As the 7 Dragon Ball converged, the shining light frequency accelerated as if Shenron was about to break out of its shell. Landing on a barren island, Ayaka poured out the 7 Dragon Ball from the cloth bag. Hoo! Hoo! The 7 Dragon Balls kept flickering with golden light, each flicker emitting a soft chant similar to that of Shenron. Ayaka looked at the glowing Dragon Balls on the ground and felt some uncontrollable excitement in her heart. Finally, Shenron is about to be summoned. Come out, Shenron. Ayaka shouted to the Dragon Balls with her heart full of expectation. At once, the sky resounded with several thunder sounds and a large swath of dark clouds dense over. The overwhelming dark clouds converged as if they were mountains and soon obscured the entire sky, causing the surrounding area to fall into a terrifying darkness. Boom! The golden lightning seemed like an angry dragon, weaving in and out of the dark black clouds, cutting straight down. The roar of thunder was deafening as if the world was ending. The golden light shining from the Dragon Balls became bigger and brighter, echoing the sky's golden lightning. At this time, the distance between the sky and the ground seemed to be brought closer. It was no longer possible to tell where the sky was and where the ground was. Ayaka was also stunned by this seemingly apocalyptic scene. The scene is really imposing as Shenron coming out. Roar! The 7 Dragon Balls burst out at once with a large amount of golden light. The golden light snaked and soared towards the sky, merging with the lightning in the sky. A vast dragon roar resounded through the world, and Ayaka knew that Shenron had appeared. In the sky, the green Shenron kept circling among the black clouds and finally stared at Ayaka with eyes that shone red. "Human, say your wish, I can fulfill any of your wishes." Ayaka held down the excitement in her heart. She took out a box of 100 sets of clothes, including underwear to jackets, hair bands to shoes, and all of them were the most innovative and popular in the market. "Shenron, please transform my 100 sets of clothing into a battle armor that can freely change the weight and can instantly restore the broken parts." Shenron looked at Ayaka in silence for a long time before speaking. "Sorry, this wish cannot be granted. Your wish contains 2 wishes, and you can only choose one of them." Ayaka couldn't help but roll her eyes. Shenron wasn't generally intelligent, and it distinguished. Initially, she wanted to write a paper full of requests and then let Shenron fulfill them. Shenron in the Dragon Ball world was like Judge Lu with a human touch. Since Shenron could only grant one of the wishes above, Ayaka had to take stock of it. After a brief thought, Ayaka said to Shenron, "Shenron, please turn all my 100 sets of clothing into clothing that can freely change the weight." In Ayaka thought, the original story's first wish was utterly wasted by Oolong after 4 years. So, it would be better to add the repair function to his clothes at that time. Now, the weight-bearing function was more needed to enhance her power level a lot in 4 years. Easy. Shenron's eyes emitted a red glow, and then all of the 100 sets of clothing in the box shone white. Ayaka picked up a sleeveless jacket, found that the jacket had become different. There was a special aura that entered Ayaka's body. Shenron said, "This 100 sets of clothing have gone through the key recognition. In the future, only you can use it. When using it, silently recite the load weight to it. Your wish has been granted, so goodbye." After saying that, Shenron turned back into 7 Dragon Balls, then spun in the sky a few times before flying towards the world. Ayaka did not notice because she was experimenting with her clothes, and only after the Dragon Balls flew away did she come back to her senses. "Damn, I can't believe I forgot to stop the Dragon Balls." Ayaka regretted it a little. Just now, she did not stop the Dragon Balls. They now had turned into stones and flown around the world, and if she wanted to use it again, she would have to wait until a year later. Chapter 28. I can only use the Dragon Balls again in a year. However, she should get Son Goku's 4-star Dragon Ball and the one from the Ox King back. Ayaka unbuttoned the clothes on her body sharply, took off all the clothes on her body, and then changed into the underwear and jacket that Shenron had transformed, then finally put on the boots after she took out an orange ribbon and tied it around her neck. With the attractive figure of Ayaka in adolescence, she looked extraordinarily vibrant and beautiful, youthful and beautiful. Ayaka was delighted with her outfit, which brought out her beautiful side in its entirety. She then changed the clothes' weight silently, and in an instant, Ayaka's body felt like a mountain. Her hands and feet were bound by the heavy clothes and collapsed down, causing the ground to split into tiny cracks and plunging nearly half of her 2 feet into the ground. Although the clothes on my body produced a huge weight, their shape did not change at all. There was not the slightest downward pressure, as if those weights did not exist at all. Ayaka moved her body's key and gently lifted her body against the massive weight that the weight-bearing suit brought to the ground. The weight-bearing suit was not simply weight-bearing. Ayaka experimented and found that the weight-bearing suit's gravity was not caused by the gravitational force of the clothes and the ground but was generated on the entire space. So, even if she moved into the universe, she could still feel the gravity of the weight-bearing suit. The weight of the weight-bearing suit itself did not change. However, when it was worn on Ayaka, it gave Ayaka a considerable force, ripping space. She couldn't imagine that Shenron could create such a magical prop. Moreover, the strange thing was that gravity was very evenly distributed on every cell of the body. The higher her power level, the higher the field energy, and the greater the oppression of space. She converged her ki to half of its original level and found that half of it was still counteracting spatial pressure. With half of the effect on space, this was too unbelievable. Let's increase the weight to see. I wonder if there is an upper limit to the weight of these clothes. Ayaka became interested and continued to increase the weight of the clothes on her body. She raised the weight ton by ton and soon found the pressure of space on her did not increase. It always remained at half of the limit. Instead, Ayaka gradually felt the actual weight increase until she felt a certain pressure. Gradually, beads of sweat emerged from Ayaka's forehead. At this time, each piece of clothing on Ayaka's body had nearly 10 tons of weight, counting the body's underwear, boots, hairbands, ribbons piecemeal total of more than 100 tons of weight. These were the actual weight. Ayaka looked at the clothes on her body and thought, this time, it has become a mobile fortress. To resist the damage caused by the enormous gravity on the ground, besides carrying the weight on her body, Ayaka also used ki to support her body to prevent her body from being too heavy to cause damage to the ground. Above Corinne Tower, the lookout. Cami, just now the sky turned dark all of a sudden, is it? Mr. Popo stood at the edge of the lookout and asked Cami who was watching the lower realm. Just now, the sky turned dark all of a sudden when Ayaka summoned Shenron, reminding Mr. Popo of the way Shenron was summoned decades ago. Cami frowned his wrinkled brow and said, just now, someone collected 7 Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron. Then, what did that person wish for? Although Mr. Popo made Shenron's body, Mr. Popo had been holding complicated feelings about the existence of Shenron. Mr. Popo entered the pantheon earlier than Cami and understood the nature of human beings. Mr. Popo was very worried about what harm would be done to the world if the Dragon Balls fell into the hands of an evil person. The person who summoned Shenron, as you know, is the little girl who arrived on Earth a few years ago. The one from an alien planet. Cami said slowly. Seeing Mr. Popo's somewhat surprised eyes, Cami continued, after several years of not seeing, that child's strength should be more refined. Although there is no clear sense of ki growth, that child should be digesting and become more precise, which is scary. The wish she made was to transform her 100 sets of clothes, making it possible to change the weight freely. It seems that the child is also a martial artist who focuses on training, not an evil person. After listening to Cami's explanation, Mr. Popo put his mind at ease. As long as evil people didn't use the Dragon Balls, it would be fine. That child's strength has refined a lot, which may not be a bad thing for Earth, Cami said with a gleaming gaze. Cami understood the situation, and he was already in his twilight years when he began to consider Cami's successor. Cami, Mr. Popo called Cami. Mr. Popo had come to the lookout for many years and had served the previous generation of Cami, so he had a deep affection for Cami. Ha 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 ha. Cami laughed out loud and said with some emotion, I was not qualified as a Cami. I even brought the whole world a devastating disaster. He recalled the scene of Demon King Piccolo stirring up the world more than 300 years ago. Watching Cami enter the palace with his crutches, Mr. Popo stood behind silent. He knew that Cami had a guilty conscience towards the world, and it was not his fault. Ayaka put on the flamboyantly styled weight-bearing clothes and felt the strength she could exert now. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ayaka disappeared out of thin air and began to move at high speed, leaving countless afterimages in the world. Ayaka then stopped and sent a ki wave at the distant ocean. In a flash, the light blue ki wave emitted a gorgeous glow and cut straight across the sea level, rolling up 2 columns of huge waves and sinking a deserted island in the distance. Boom! The sound generated by the explosion came along with a shockwave, which carried a powerful storm and struck on the sea surface, sending a high mushroom cloud into the sky. After being restricted by the weight-bearing suit, probably I can only send out a small part of my original power level. Ayaka eyed the island that she destroyed and produced a mushroom cloud. Even with the restricted strength, she still had no opponent on Earth. My strength hasn't grown much in the past few years. It's almost time for my peaceful life to come to an end. Since that reborn, Ayaba's body cells were replaced entirely. Although her power level broke through to 140,000 in one fell swoop, the subsequent after-effects also gradually emerged. First, the years on Earth were too comfortable. Second, the sequelae caused Ayaka to feel that it was difficult to raise the power level. If she had not entered puberty, which coincided with the period of scion shedding, she did not know how long she had to sulk. After entering puberty, she could feel her body crackling like fried beans. The feeling of improvement was quite a lot, but the actual power level did not improve too much. Ayaka suspected that she felt too good about herself, and the reason for this should be that her soul and brand new body needed a process of refitting. It seemed that the extinction of rebirth should not be chosen as a last resort. The good thing was that Ayaka had a long lifespan, and even if she sank for a few years, there was still a day when she could sprout again. The only drawback was time. Sion's training system was too demanding, but the basic part was neglected. Ayaka found that her self-regulation seemed to compensate for this aspect of the deficiency after her rebirth slightly. This was an evolution. If she did it a few more times, it was estimated that she would not learn anything. Yet, she could perfect the problem of congenital deficiencies. However, how much time must be dissipated? There were gains and losses. The more significant the defect, the longer it took to fit in after rebirth. This time, she was in time for puberty, her body was in a vigorous sprout, so it only took a few years. If it hadn't been so coincidental, it might have taken longer. Ayaka didn't dare to gamble because she didn't want to die so easily. This time, the golden period should be almost over, and she felt that the weight suit was an opportunity. However, if she were strong enough, even the weight-bearing suit would be useless. Right now, it could produce a spatial compression equivalent to half of her power level and a substantial gravity boost as soon as it functioned, so maybe at some point, it would reach its upper limit. Ayaka guessed that the weight-bearing suit could probably benefit people like her whose strength did not exceed 100 million. When the power was raised to a certain point, the weight-bearing suit would lose its effect. If the weight-bearing suit was compared to a terminal, its output must have a certain limit. Now the strongest on Earth is Cami and Mr. Popo, followed by Master Roshi, Master Shen, and Mercenary Tao, so how can I make my strength more refined? Ayaka was very concerned about her strength. She trained in the Sion system, and the Sion training method had a big error based on the early stage, which was not conducive to the later stage of development. Ayaka needed to find a teacher who could guide her training. Initially, she thought she could look for guidance from Master Roshi. However, after meeting Master Roshi, she discovered that Master Roshi's training was still low-level training. It was not necessarily suitable for her. The only ones left were Cami and Mr. Popo. Ayaka wanted to go over to King Yemma, but she thought better of it. Although King Yemma was knowledgeable, King Yemma only taught some general training directions. He could not give detailed instructions to Ayaka. Forget it. Let's go to the lookout to see Cami. In the end, Ayaka decided to go up to the lookout, seeking guidance from Cami and Mr. Popo. Swoosh! Ayaka flew up at high speed, towards the direction of the lookout. Ayaka soon arrived at the sacred land of Korin and then flew upward along with the Korin Tower, beyond the Korin Tower, and continued upward, through the heavy clouds covered with lightning. Eventually, Ayaka arrived at the hemispherical lookout located in an extremely high position in the sky. Phew! Ayaka stopped and stepped onto the lookout with one foot on the ground. Hello! Ayaka greeted the black-skinned, Arabian-like Mr. Popo in front of her. Ayaka knew that as very early life in the Pantheon, Mr. Popo's strength was probably still above Cami. Looking at Mr. Popo, whose eyes were wide and colorless, Ayaka felt a lot of pressure and said in a sad voice, "Is this the real state of mind like water?" "Hello, the little girl from the alien planet." After a long time, Mr. Popo greeted. "Now I also live on Earth, just call me Ayaka." "So, Miss Ayaka, I wonder what business you have in coming to the lookout," Mr. Popo calmly stated his question. Ayaka smiled and said, "I came to the lookout because I want Mr. Popo and Cami to instruct me in my training." Mr. Popo was stunned by Ayaka's words for a long time before he said, "Miss Ayaka's strength is far above Cami and me, how come she needs our guidance?" "Due to my training method that was too demanding, I left a big error in the foundation. I hope Mr. Popo and Cami can instruct me to make up the foundation." As for the strength, Ayaka said, secretly increased the weight on the body while restraining her power. Suddenly, her power level raised to 260, equivalent to Son Goku when he defeated Piccolo. Looking at the suppressed strength of Ayaka, Mr. Popo said in surprise, "So you use the weight and another mysterious mechanism. In that case, then you can stay." Chapter 29. With Mr. Popo's permission, Ayaka stayed at the lookout. The lookout life was very dull and tedious, but Ayaka could endure loneliness and didn't become irritated by it. At this time, Ayaka was practicing on the lookout, constantly waving her fists and palms into the air. In a quiet time like a pretty flower shining in the water, she moved like a weak willow with a beautiful physique showing no doubt. Ayaka's dress was lovely at this time. She wore a snow-white long-sleeved sweater with an amber casual shirt over it, her bottom body was covered with a pair of tight black pants and a denim skirt. A beige ribbon was wrapped around her neck, just like a budding flower stamen, which would have attracted people's attention like a massive magnet if there were people around. Mr. Popo observed Ayaka's movements, giving her advice from time to time, helping Ayaka constantly change her movements' shortcomings. Ayaka, when you move, keep your mind like water. Be as fast as lightning, and don't overthink, Mr. Popo said to Ayaka. Ayaka nodded knowingly and then kept adjusting her movements to try to keep her mind as still as possible. Ayaka was also an excellent martial artist but lacking a basic teacher. With Mr. Popo's guidance, Ayaka quickly made up for her shortcomings. Time flew by, and Ayaka's foundation increased under Mr. Popo's guidance. She was able to fight with a mind like water and not be disturbed by external objects. The refinement of the heart had become a small success. After months of training at the lookout, Ayaka made up for the lack of foundation and laid a good foundation for future development. On this day, Mr. Popo called Ayaka and took her to a room located below the lookout. Walking down the stairs that wind downward, Ayaka was filled with confusion as to where Mr. Popo intended to take her. Could it be the hyperbolic time chamber? It was not right to think about it. Although the air was thin, the temperature change was significant. The gravity was many times that of Earth inside the hyperbolic time chamber. A person could only go in for 2 days in a lifetime, and there seemed to be no point in going into a hyperbolic time chamber for her. The hyperbolic time chamber mainly depended on the harsh environment to refine the practitioner's physique. The vast but empty, lonely environment would test the practitioner's psychological endurance. It was not a big deal, to say the least. It was just a hang-up, 1 year inside equal to 1 day outside. Speaking of the harsh weather in the hyperbolic time chamber, Ayaka could only snort a laugh. The air was thin with a temperature difference of -40 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius and gravity equal to 10 times that of the Earth. How could the combination of these 3 points not be described as a harsh environment? How could Ayaka, who had experienced the inhumane conditions of Steel Planet, be affected by this? As for the psychological torture of the empty, Ayaka was used to living alone, and the time spent with others was less. It must be said that Dragon Ball had utterly lost the balance of the power system at a later stage. With a few hundred tons of heavy exercise, a terrifyingly strong person could break through and burst the earth with a single punch. Remember little Goku as a child who could push a small mountain? How much more could he grow? The hyperbolic time chamber was initially set up to gain time strength before facing the enemy and didn't have much meaning in training. The hyperbolic time chamber does not have any meaning for training. Mr. Popo should be aware of this. Then, where is he taking me to? While Ayaka was thinking, Mr. Popo had led her to the door of a room. After pushing open the door, Ayaka saw the black room inside. There was a diesel generator-like equipment on the corner, next to a piece of operating equipment with either red or green buttons and several handles. In the center of the room, a vast magic array was faintly visible. This is... Ayaka seemed to have seen such a room somewhere and could not help but close her eyes in search of it. By the way, this is not the original content. In the original story, Mr. Popo once turned on the time machine, sending Son Goku back more than 300 years ago to see Master Mateto, the teacher of Master Roshi. Could it be that Mr. Popo intended to send me back 300 years ago? Although it was not part of the original story content, it was also a Dragon Ball story. Just like the anime version, which even had a great conflict with the manga. In comparison, the original anime story was just a supplement to the original manga. In Ayaka's opinion, Dragon Ball's original anime story was still doing very well, making up for Son Goku's training process over several years. Miss Ayaka, your training in the lookout has been completed, so I intend to send you to other places for training. Take the strengths to complement the weaknesses, and collect the strengths of 100 schools. At this time, Mr. Popo had the idea of letting Ayaka become the successor of Cami. Ayaka was not quite sure what Mr. Popo and Cami were planning to do. She was all smiles and said happily, "Thank you so much, Mr. Popo. I really don't know what to say." Mr. Popo let Ayaka stand in the center of the magic array as he walked to the console's front to prepare to turn on the equipment. Wait a minute. An old voice came from outside the room, and Cami approached with his crutches. Cami. What are you doing here? Mr. Popo saw Cami walking over and greeted him. Cami nodded to Mr. Popo and then looked at Ayaka. Ayaka also looked at Cami with wide eyes. Kid, I need you to travel over 300 years ago to defeat a Demon King Piccolo. Cami stated his purpose. 300 years ago, Demon King Piccolo endangered the whole world and enveloped the whole world in a dark panic. Although the strongest person among humans later sealed Demon King Piccolo at the cost of sacrificing his life, I want you to go and defeat him. Let me go and defeat Demon King Piccolo. Ayaka was stunned that it was too easy to defeat Demon King Piccolo. Ayaka was worried about how it would affect the current world if she went back 300 years and defeated Demon King Piccolo. Wouldn't it have an impact? Could it be it was like the future Trunks changed the Dragon Ball world's fate without forming a change in his world, otherwise, it would completely change the current world. Cami probably saw Ayaka's concerns, explained, "You do not have to worry about how it will affect the current world. Because in my memory of our world 300 years ago when Demon King Piccolo endangered the world, you did not appear. That means you are not a participant in this world of Demon King Piccolo incident. Now, if I send you back to 300 years ago, no matter what you do, you will not be able to affect this world, but will only create another different world." Ayaka heard and understood. Because this world now had no involvement in the world of 300 years ago, so no matter how she changed the world, it would not affect this place. What if, for example, in a certain world, I was involved in it? Would that world be changed then? Ayaka asked. In that case, that world will not be changed either because you are participating in that world's history. The future of that world is formed after your participation. Cami replied. Many people cling to the paradox of going back in time to kill their grandfather so that there would be no birth of their own. They wouldn't be able to realize the event of their grandfather's murder again, thus creating a paradox. This was not a paradox but slightly limited thinking. Imagine a parallel space theory, which was two unrelated worlds. Naturally, there was no way to interfere. The grandfather's death only caused the subsequent changes in the world of grandfather's death. The other scenario involved the same world theory, where the person who travels back in time tried to kill his grandfather. Obviously, he could not succeed because his existence told us that his grandfather was not dead. His intention to kill the grandfather wouldn't go well, and he was already a participant in history. At that point, he also existed in the past, from which he traveled back in time. He became an agent of history rather than a change agent. Perhaps the reason why grandfather and grandmother met was set up by the unexpected event of him trying to kill grandfather. In this theory, many people believe that time travel formed a loop and proceeded infinitely. This was another misunderstanding because the two time periods did not proceed simultaneously from the timeline standpoint. People who believed in an infinite loop tended to think that the world developed until crossing continued to develop. In contrast, those who crossed back to the past were marching again according to the historical trajectory. It was subtle that they thoughtlessly applied the idea that the two worlds proceeded simultaneously. In reality, we did not encounter people from the future made the possibility that time machines had a minimal period of days, hours, or even seconds. Perhaps time machines couldn't be made. Another one was the world line theory, which held the idea that there was only one world, but with a different script. Small change to the plot would end the original script at the point of change, and the world would enter another script to continue development. In the case of a time travel change, the entire world development within the time spanning arc would be erased by filling this gap through a pattern such as instilling everyone's memories after the plot's change developing in real time after the point of crossing. Due to the small magnitude of the plot change, the people's fate of life and death did not change much. However, if a change occurs in a major event, enough to affect the world's course, the world would enter another world line completely, then the fate of people would also change drastically. Suppose one could kill the grandfather, which meant self-denial of the original history from the grandfather's moment of death. That part of history was erased, thus filling the memory to the crossing point and then enter the actual track and continue to develop. Time theory was roughly dominated by these three, of which the parallel world theory was the most widely used and was also elaborated in cosmic physics. If there were two universes of the same mass, under the premise of following the same physics laws, starting with the singularity of the Big Bang, everything in them would continue the same pattern with the only minor changes in the world by some incidental factors. By and large, two parallel universes. The same world theory was the truest, and the world line theory was the most innovative and logical. So, the meaning of what Cami said indicates that Dragon Ball was an applicator of the parallel world theory. In other words, no matter how you change, it will not affect this world. Suddenly, Ayaka thought, So, there were countless Dragon Ball worlds. How could that be? Was it super space-time chaos? All right. I'll kill Demon King Piccolo. Ayaka had no more worries in her heart and readily agreed to do so. Seeing Ayaka's promise to defeat Demon King Piccolo, Cami breathed a sigh of relief and instructed Mr. Popo to turn on the time machine. Beep. The machine emitted a beeping sound, and the central array cast a dazzling white light. Poof! An intense white light flashed, and the vivid flash stung people to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes, there were only a few strands of faint green smoke left in the room, and Ayaka's figure had disappeared into the array. Cami. Do you want Ayaka to kill Demon King Piccolo? After Ayaka disappeared, Mr. Popo asked Cami worriedly. Demon King Piccolo should have been killed a long time ago. If Demon King Piccolo is killed, then there will be no more Cami and Dragon Balls in that world. The whole world might be able to be changed. Cami closed his eyes and said slowly, this is also a test for Ayaka. If she can kill Demon King Piccolo, Ayaka will be qualified to inherit the position of Cami. Do you intend to give the position of Cami to Ayaka after Ayaka returns? Mr. Popo did not object to Cami's intention to let Ayaka inherit the position of Cami. He also knew that Ayaka had the strength to do so, and Cami no longer needed a better reason. Ayaka's strength was powerful, and she had a kind heart, so it couldn't be better for her to inherit the position of Cami. Ayaka didn't know that these were a test for Cami to choose the Cami successor. As long as Ayaka killed Demon King Piccolo, then she would become the new Cami. Chapter 30. Time travel was full of unknowns and uncertainties, and if you were not careful, you could get lost in the unknown world. Ayaka only felt a tingle in her body, as if she had been electrocuted. When she came back to her senses, she had already appeared inside a large forest. The trees in the whole forest were tall and upright, with lush branches and leaves. From time to time, birds stopped in the trees and made squeaking and chirping sounds. Ayaka slowly walked out of the forest along the mountain path to a small township with a tiny population. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going in the streets, wearing oversized shirts with ancient colors, Ayaka couldn't help but think, this place does seem to be more than 300 years old, with very simple clothes. She paid no attention to the stunning glances that the men and women were casting at her. Ayaka unknowingly came before a waterfall and saw a set of women's clothes on the ground. Behind the rocks of the waterfall faintly, she saw a graceful and exquisite body. Is someone bathing there? Ayaka was not interested in going over to peep. If it were the old Ayaka, she would not have let this opportunity go. However, now Ayaka was a woman herself, and both her figure and appearance were very outstanding. After years of looking at her beautiful and seductive body, she had strong immunity to other women. Furthermore, the two worlds were different, and the supreme pursuit was different. As she was about to leave, Ayaka saw a man hiding there, peeping from afar behind a large tree. Surprisingly, peeping at women bathing. Ayaka was amazed and walked in the direction of the man without a word. It's pretty, isn't it? Ayaka quietly and silently came to the man's side and asked in a soft voice. The man nodded and wiped away the nosebleed coming out of his nose. It's so beautiful, my Fan is so cute. Fan. Ayaka heard the woman's name was somewhat familiar. She then remembered that it was the girl that Master Roshi had a crush on when he was young. Could this man be the Master Roshi of his youth? At this point, Master Roshi came back to his senses and found that a lovely girl had appeared next to him at some point. When he thought that his peeping was revealed, Master Roshi was about to shout, "Ah," when Ayaka quickly covered his mouth and dragged Master Roshi to a distance. "Miss, you are cute. May I know your name?" After leaving that place where things were wrong, Master Roshi accosted Ayaka. "Indeed, you're a pervert. No wonder you're so horny, so you were like this since you were young." Ayaka rudely glared at Master Roshi and did not reply. Master Roshi could only shut his mouth and was dragged by Ayaka towards the market. Where is Matedo Training Academy? Walking through the market, Ayaka turned her head and asked Master Roshi. "Ah. You are looking for Master Matedo Training Academy. I am Master Matedo's disciple. Let me take you there," Master Roshi said. Ayaka secretly smiled, already knew that he was a disciple of Master Matedo, otherwise, why would she ask him? In this era, the Earth's technology had not yet developed. A small town was tiny. It didn't take long for Master Roshi to lead Ayaka to the door of Matedo Training Academy. Matedo Training Academy was not very big, and there were only about 30 students inside. Matedo was an outstanding martial artist with unique insights into martial arts. Ayaka came to see Matedo because she wanted to meet this person who had a high martial arts attainment level. Walking into the training academy and passing through several dojos, Ayaka came to the inner room of the academy, where Matedo lived. Ayaka saw an old man in a white martial arts uniform sitting on the wooden floor, holding hot tea in his hand from a distance. "Greetings, Mr. Matedo." Ayaka walked up and said very politely, "My name is Ayaka, a martial artist from far away. I have heard of Mr. Matedo's great name and have come to pay a visit to the master and seek his guidance." Mateto put down the cup of tea in his hand and looked sharply at Ayaka as if he wanted to see her through. Girl, I sense a touch of nature in your gait. It seemed that your understanding of the martial arts is not below mine. Ayaka smiled modestly and did not deny it. It's also a great pleasure to spar with a real martial artist. With that, Mateto stood up and invited Ayaka to come to the middle of the dojo. Ayaka knew that Mateto was valuing her and wanted to have a sparring session with her. Ayaka adjusted the weight on her body and collected her internal ki. She suppressed her power level to 200, roughly as strong as Mateto, and then posed for a fight. Mateto gazed at the young girl in front of him. It was hard to imagine that such a young girl already possessed a strength no less than him. Ayaka also looked grave. Mateto's stance let her see a different kind of martial artist. The atmosphere of majestic aura came to the surface. Whoosh! Mateto's figure disappeared from in front of Ayaka, whose eyes kept turning as her gaze followed Mateto's figure closely. Ho! A fist steeply appeared in Ayaka's waist. Ayaka fell sideways, avoiding the fist in her waist, and the intense wind energy struck the ground, making a sudden sound. Ayaka's body flashed, avoiding a series of attacks from Mateto. The attacks came in wave after wave, like wolves and tigers, constantly growling and hissing. Ayaka retreated, withdrew dozens of meters, then squared her stance. With a dive, she rushed toward Mateto. Mateto's gaze flickered as he stared closely at Ayaka's movements. Bang! Ayaka attacked with a punch, but unfortunately, Mateto took it with his elbows. Looking at Ayaka's direct attack and never dragged, Mateto couldn't help but nod his head before quickly launching an attack towards Ayaka. Swoosh! Mateto appeared behind Ayaka at an incredible angle and swung his fist down at Ayaka. Ayaka had already noticed Mateto's action. When a punch was about to attack her back, she smiled bashfully and fell towards the ground to avoid Mateto's attack. The two of them kept attacking each other, and their attacks became faster and faster. Slowly, only the crackling sound from the fight could be heard. In the light of day, the two have exchanged hands no less than 100 times. Bang! Mateto landed a heavy punch but was gently slashed away by Ayaka with her hand, making that punch fall short. After a long battle, neither of them had a trace of disorder in their ki, and it seemed that neither of them had brought out their actual skills to fight. Ayaka leaped back and came to a certain distance away from Mateto. She then sent out a ki wave with one hand. The azure ki wave flashed with a dazzling light and flew towards Mateto. When Mateto saw that Ayaka had made a ki wave, he did not panic and opened his hands to catch the wave. Boom! The damage from the explosion caused the wooden floor to break into shreds, raising the wind and filling the dojo. Good opportunity. Ayaka seized the moment of the explosion. Her body rushed forward and launched a general attack on Mateto. Caught off guard, Mateto was sent flying nearly 10 meters away by Ayaka's palm strike. Master Rashi, who had long been stunned by the battle between Ayaka and Mateto, ran over and helped Mateto up after seeing his master being knocked away. It seems that I lost. Mateto said with a calm expression, not putting up a good fight. It's true that heroes come out of youngsters. Little girl, your strength is definitely among the world's strongest. No, I'm the one who lost. Ayaka shook her head, raised her arm, and at the armpit's location near her chest, a cut was made at some point. Ayaka knew that this was Mateto showing mercy. If it were not for the fact that she was a girl, Mateto would have temporarily retracted the force of his hand on her chest. The blow just now would have seriously injured her, and it would have been her who fell to the ground. Ayaka did not feel terrible about the defeat, even after the guidance of Mr. Popo and Cami. In the case of the same power level, she still lost to Mateto by one move. It showed that the high level of Mateto's martial arts was not inferior to Cami and Mr. Popo. No wonder he was named Master by the people of the world. Master Rashi and Master Shen also inherited the title from him. Even though Ayaka's actual power level at the moment reached 140,000, it was worth thinking about how to make good use of them in a subtle way. With every effort made, Ayaka had decided to build a solid foundation before coming to Earth. During her time with Master Rashi, she couldn't even look at Master Rashi's training because the level was too low. When she was with Mr. Popo and Cami, she gained a boost, and here with Mateto, it seemed that there was also room for improvement. This was worth the trip. She thought that Cami and Mr. Popo were also aware of Mateto's martial arts attainment. As long as she learned the martial arts attainment of Mateto, Ayaka believed that there should be no more subtle realm in the world. At that time, her foundation would be completed, and then she could enhance her power level without fear. Miss Ayaka is an outstanding martial artist. Matato laughed brightly and said to Ayaka with a fist, "You always welcome to come and spar with me, Mississippi." Ayaka returned the greeting to Matato and said she would be staying nearby. Ayaka knew that when Demon King Piccolo appeared, Matato would bring his disciples to fight. By staying near Matato Training Academy, she wouldn't only learn from Matato's experience but also grasp Demon King Piccolo's whereabouts. Chapter 31. Ayaka settled down in the town and slowly integrated. The villagers also took a great liking to Ayaka, a young girl who dressed up innovatively. Slowly, Ayaka had lived in the town for a year, during which Ayaka often went to the Matato Training Academy and sparred with him in martial arts. This let many villagers knew that this quiet and lovely girl possessed a powerful strength that could destroy the world. This year, Ayaka had been wearing weight-bearing clothes, controlling her strength to over 200. Ayaka knew that with the lookout and this year's training, even though they had temporarily abandoned the pursuit of power level, it should be known that the partial improvement would also be magnified to the overall improvement. As a result, Ayaka's strength had broken through to 150,000 power levels. One day, Ayaka came to Matato Training Academy but found that everyone inside was silent while Matato was thinking about something with a grave face. Seeing Ayaka come in, Matato said, "Ayaka, a large city nearby, was destroyed by Demon King not long ago, and everyone inside was killed. According to the projection, the next target may be here." When Ayaka heard this, she came to her senses and said with a twinkle in her eyes, "Is it Demon King Piccolo?" Yes, Demon King Piccolo had already destroyed dozens of big cities in a row. Unexpectedly, he came to us this time. Matato said gruffly, "The villagers in the nearby villages are worried about being attacked by the Demon King Piccolo and are leaving one after another." Demon King Piccolo's power had spread worldwide in the previous wars, and now the whole world was falling into a panic because of Demon King Piccolo. "Master, let's unite some people to crush Demon King Piccolo." The young Master Rashi proposed to Matato. Hearing this, the disciples at the side all murmured in agreement, "Yes, Master, why don't we go crusade against Demon King Piccolo?" Matato stood up and reached out to squash the discussion of the disciples. Turning his gaze to Ayaka, he asked, "Ayaka, what do you think?" Ayaka agreed with the disciples and said, "I think to stop Demon King Piccolo, we need to join forces to attack. However, for this battle, the two of us will be fine, no need to bring others." Matato nodded, and then Master Rashi said reluctantly, "Master, take us with you. We have to fight Demon King Piccolo too." Sweeping a glance at Matato, a powerful aura of Ayaka swept over the sky. Instantly, Matato and the others seemed to be placed in the ocean, floating as a cold and bone-chilling sensation arose. "If you can't even catch a bit of my ki, how can you deal with Demon King Piccolo? Stay here and practice well. If we fail, at least we have you guys to pick up." Under the pressure of Ayaka, the disciples could only lower their heads and stop talking about going to deal with Demon King Piccolo. Matato looked at Ayaka with a smile and said, "In that case, then the two of us, Ayaka and I, will go to deal with Demon King Piccolo." Upon hearing the words of the Master, Master Rashi and other disciples echoed with tears in their hearts, hoping that the Master would be able to destroy Demon King Piccolo. Walking along the long and winding path, Ayaka and Matato put on their backpacks, said goodbye to the disciples behind them, and set out on the road to crush Demon King Piccolo. Behind them, the disciples waved hands with tears to wish Ayaka and Matato good luck. Master Rashi looked at the distant backs of Matato and Ayaka as he prayed in his heart, "Master, you and Ayaka must succeed in destroying Demon King Piccolo." The sadness of such an expedition made Ayaka helpless. A mere Demon King Piccolo, making it look as if they were bound to sacrifice. 3 or 4 days after Ayaka and Matato left, they came to the city that Demon King Piccolo destroyed. At this time, there were broken walls everywhere, abandoned farmland, and collapsed houses, forming a depressing scene of doom. The sky was also dyed blood by the dark power of Demon King Piccolo. Looking at the decaying, depressing scene revealed by Demon King Piccolo, Matato's eyes widened with an iron face. The anger in his heart had reached a point where he couldn't vent it. Perhaps because Ayaka had seen the apocalyptic scene of planet Kano, she just had a heartfelt disgust for what was in front of her. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Let's go straight to Demon King Piccolo." Matato nodded, agreeing with Ayaka's proposal. He wanted to solve that Demon King who threatened the whole world as soon as possible. In front of the door of Demon King Piccolo's palace, Ayaka and Matato looked at the palace in front of them, which was as gloomy and dark as a demon's lair. They looked at each other before stepping into the door of the palace. Hey, there are still humans rushing to the palace of the Demon King. They are looking for death." A sharp and unpleasant voice came from the roof, and then Ayaka saw a green-skinned lizard man with a pair of demon wings. This is the subordinate of Demon King Piccolo, how disgusting. Ayaka looked at the lizard man with disgust. Matato's body stirred up powerful ki when the lizard man appeared, ready to strike and kill it. Upon sensing the contempt of the two humans in front of him, the lizard man rose in anger. Humans, I will let you know what happens when you offend Lord Piccolo. The lizard man stirred the wings on its back and darted towards Ayaka. Gah! The lizardman's attack fell short as it swooped over. By the time Ayaka and Matato both disappeared with a swoosh. Only a bang sound was heard before Ayaka's ki wave turned the lizard man into ashes. Hurry up and find Demon King Piccolo, Matato said. Ayaka nodded and continued to walk deeper into the palace. Some Demon King Piccolo's subordinates popped up from time to time, but they were all killed by the two. Soon, Ayaka arrived in front of Demon King Piccolo. The young Demon King Piccolo was sitting on his throne wearing clothing with the word demon printed on it, looking at the two humans in front of him with a strange face. Just a short while ago, a group of humans came to die, but I never thought that someone else would come so soon. Demon King Piccolo arrogantly said, since you are here, this king will make you regret coming here. This king will make your life worse than death. Looking at the arrogant and maniacal laughing Demon King Piccolo, Ayaka's face flashed with cold killing intent. With the arrogance just now, she would make him disappear entirely from this world. Swoosh! Matato made his move. His body instantly disappeared in place. He quickly came to Demon King Piccolo with a fist wrapped in a powerful aura smashed down. Boom! The powerful attack stirred up a massive whirlwind of energy like a shocking wave generally rippled out, lifting the dust on the ground. Demon King Piccolo felt the mighty power of this strike in front of him and hurriedly dodged it. Discovering that he had underestimated these two humans, Demon King Piccolo could not help but become angry. His icy cold eyes swept towards the two of them, and a terrifying killing intent seemed to condense into a ball. Matato looked at Demon King Piccolo with a stony face, carefully gathering the ki in his body, ready to attack Demon King Piccolo at any time. Ho! Matato lightly shouted. The ki on the whole body surged several times. The overwhelming ki seemed like a fierce tiger that just came out of the cage, continually hissing and roaring. Demon King Piccolo had a colder face in this steeply increased huge ki. Unexpectedly, this human's ki was only a few points worse than his. Ayaka, who stood next to him, also showed a surprised look. She didn't expect Matato to have such strength and thought that his focus on martial arts details was not too strong at the power level. It seemed that he had already made the bottom of his trump card out. Thunder shock surprise. Matato let out an explosive shout. His body steeply flashed and incredibly came behind Demon King Piccolo. In the stunned gaze of Demon King Piccolo, a palm with a golden glow struck down. The golden palm brought up an intense flash of electricity, cutting a terrifying arc of electricity in the air. Thunder shock surprise swept down with an irrepressible momentum, thundering down, knocking Demon King Piccolo tens of meters away and hitting the stone pillars of the palace heavily. Ayaka saw Matato make thunder shock surprise and couldn't help but pause to watch. The blow just now, it was evident that Matato had the upper hand. Chapter 32. Aayaka. Demon King Piccolo let out an angry roar and wiped away the purple blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! I can't believe you hurt me. Demon King Piccolo swore that he would completely tear the human in front of him to pieces. With his evil and icy gaze sweeping mercilessly at Ayaka and Matato, Demon King Piccolo licked his lips at the corners of his mouth and wore a cold smile on his face. He tugged his fist up tightly with one hand and said wickedly, surprisingly, you made me get hurt, so prepare to meet the baptism of death. Demon King Piccolo's ki kept rising. The whole palace began to shake continuously, and a whirlwind swept out in all directions with him as the center. The deadly, desolate aura came out as if in an endless purgatory, making the surrounding area filled with the smell of blood. The smell like a sure hell made Ayaka's brows furrowed. Demon King Piccolo's strength seems to be much stronger than when Son Goku dealt with him. Is it because he is at his peak now? Facing the powerful ki that came upon him, Matato's face could not help but become grave, his gaze focused on Demon King Piccolo. Now, I'll let you see the strength of this Demon King Piccolo. After saying that, Demon King Piccolo's figure suddenly flashed. He reappeared and arrived at Matato's side, as a sharp claw with a powerful corrosive attacked Matato. Matato's face remained unchanged. He shifted his defensive posture and set his feet, then raised his elbow to ward off the attack of Demon King Piccolo. Hiss! Matato's face changed slightly as the key with a hugely corrosive effect corroded his elbow area's martial arts clothing. Matato suddenly turned around and pulled a distance of several meters away from Demon King Piccolo. However, when Matato stabilized his body, Demon King Piccolo came in front of him at some point and attacked Matato's heart. Boom! A slim white hand clutched the attacking demon claw. At the crisis moment, Ayaka decisively stepped in and caught Demon King Piccolo's attack. The corrosive key kept devouring the small snow-white hand, emitting a sizzling sound of corrosion. Matato saw Ayaka's small hand being swallowed by the corrosive key and couldn't help but show a worried expression. However, Ayaka's face was as usual. Her right hand tightly grasped the demon's claw, then her small hand squeezed hard, and a terrifying explosive power poured out from Ayaka's fingers. Ha! Ayaka forcefully ripped off one of Demon King Piccolo's arms. Eh! With his entire arm ripped off by Ayaka, Demon King Piccolo let out a roar of pain. How did this happen? Demon King Piccolo said in disbelief as he looked at his disconnected arm. He looked evasive, and sweat started to form on his forehead. Matato was also shocked by Ayaka's fantastic move. He knew the strength of Demon King Piccolo. How could he have his arm torn off by Ayaka so easily? Piccolo, you know, I came to this era is to destroy you. At this time, Ayaka didn't need to conceal and said with light and face. What? Demon King Piccolo was stunned by Ayaka's words. She came to this era, could it be that the young girl in front of him wasn't from this time and space? That's right. I am not from this era. I come from 300 years later, commissioned by Cami to come and destroy you. Cami. Demon King Piccolo understood that the young girl in front of him was unexpectedly sent over from 300 years later from his other self. Do you think you can kill me? Demon King Piccolo laughed wildly. In this world, no one could defeat him. A vast aura from Demon King Piccolo exploded violently. It was even more terrifying oppression than just now, causing the palace to begin to shake, and a tiny crack appeared on the wall. At this time, even Matato had a cold sweat under this maddening ki. This strength is no weaker than the second Demon King Piccolo at the beginning of the Dragon Ball Z. However, such ki was so weak to Ayaka. She didn't put that ki of Demon King Piccolo in her eyes. Ayaka narrowed her eyes as if looking at the clown Demon King Piccolo. Feeling Ayaka's mocking eyes, Demon King Piccolo spat blood in anger. Ayaka shook her head, you know what, there are countless strong people in the entire universe, they can crush you like an ant, so don't sit back and watch the sky. As it happens, I am one of them. Activating the unrestricted, abruptly, Ayaka's eyes emitted a faint ghostly light, these eyes of mine can see through anyone's power level. Earth is a planet with a shallow power level. Master Matato has around 200 power levels, which is considered the most powerful among humans. Ayaka turned her eyes with blue light to Demon King Piccolo, and you, Demon King Piccolo, have 340 power levels in your peak state now. Upon looking at Matato's puzzled eyes, Ayaka continued, my power level is much higher than you think. However, to train on Earth, I specially put on weight-bearing clothes, a total of more than 100 tons of weight. Moreover, I have deliberately restrained the use of ki during normal times. My real power level is 156,000. Ayaka said as she reduced the weight on her body to 0. As the weight disappeared, the oppression of space also vanished along with it. Suddenly, a shockingly humongous beatable ki rose to the sky. The ground seemed to begin to shake up, and the entire palace collapsed under the powerful momentum. The dust was paved with strong air currents. The ground centered on Ayaka sank several meters, covered with deep and winding ravines. The untouched ground suddenly became potholes while the powerful cyclone swept over the sky, making it impossible to see straight. The world all seemed to become restless because of Ayaka's ki. This was the first time Ayaka unrestrained released her ki. Immediately, a feeling of the sky was high enough for birds to fly was born. Looking at Ayaka, whose ki had undergone a sudden and shocking change, Demon King Piccolo and Matato were dumbfounded. They were unable to imagine that there could still be such a powerful person in the world. How is this possible? Demon King Piccolo reveals a crying expression, slightly bitterly said. With such a monster-like person in this world, how could his ambition to rule the world still be realized? Demon King Piccolo, today it is impossible for you to escape. So, be a good boy and die. Ayaka said with a flat face as if she had pronounced his death sentence. Demon King Piccolo hissed crazily, no, I am the fearsome Demon King, everything in the world is at my disposal. I will make the whole world covered with darkness. Noisy. Ayaka's eyes flashed a harsh cold light, and her body suddenly burst out a wave of golden energy. Powerful golden energy like a huge dragon, looking up to the sky and roaring, and the powerful ki that makes the whole world fearful went towards Demon King Piccolo. Boom! The golden energy wave that surged and tumbled continuously expanded and compressed. Demon King Piccolo was instantly turned into ashes under the compelling energy. At the same time, Cami in the lookout and the 7 Dragon Balls in various parts of the world turned into dust in the world. Looking at Demon King Piccolo, who brought panic to the world and was unbeatably turned into ashes in a wave of energy from Ayaka, Mateto did not come back from the shock for a long time. Until now, Mateto could not believe that the young girl in front of him had such a terrifying strength to destroy the world. However, the surrounding earth, which had become pitted and disfigured, told him that this was real. Recollecting her ki and recovering her weight, Ayaka turned back into that petite and elegant little girl. Seeing Mateto's shocked look, Ayaka smiled lightly. What Cami asked herself to do has been completed. She had also learned the martial arts tips of Mateto. The next step was to sit back and wait for the time for Mr. Popo to pick her back up. I never thought you came from the future. Mateto's face was full of shock. He was stunned by Ayaka's identity. Chapter 33. After a brief exchange with a distraught Mateto, Ayaka returned to the town with Mateto. Looking at the charming young girl beside him, Mateto still couldn't believe that there was such a powerful strength hidden under her slender body. Back in the town, the villagers cheered with excitement after learning that Demon King Piccolo had been destroyed. During the night, the town held a grand celebration ceremony. Ayaka and Mateto were surrounded by enthusiastic villagers, constantly toasting and laughing at them. The party lasted until the early hours of the morning before slowly dispersing. Ayaka also experienced the joy of the villagers bursting out after the Great Panic. This time, Demon King Piccolo was destroyed by her intervention, causing the world's trajectory to be slightly different. Mateto did not die. Only the next day, Ayaka got away from the enthusiastic villagers. Phew! Ayaka let out a long breath. She was not used to this feeling of being surrounded by everyone. Mateto came around and said with a smile, Ayaka, the villagers are very grateful that you killed Demon King Piccolo. Ayaka rolled her eyes and said helplessly, I killed Demon King Piccolo, which Cami commissioned. Even without my hand, Demon King Piccolo would have been sealed by you in history. Mateto shook his head and said, I know very well the strength of Demon King Piccolo. According to you in history, if you had not made a move, Demon King Piccolo would have been sealed by me, but I think I would have paid a small price. So, I still have to thank you. Ayaka nodded with a light smile and accepted Mateto's thanks. In history, Mateto brought his disciples to crusade against Demon King Piccolo, and he failed. However, with a strong vitality, Mateto did not die of serious injuries. He departed alone, leaving a message to his disciples that he would return. Later, Mateto returned and used the evil containment wave to seal Demon King Piccolo into the rice cooker jar. However, he also paid the price of his life. After that, Master Roshi and Master Shin sunk the sealed rice cooker jar with Demon King Piccolo inside into the sea. Ayaka thought about it. She had now killed Demon King Piccolo. It meant that Cami and Dragon Balls would disappear from this world. Son Goku and Bulma wouldn't meet in the future, and all history would have changed. Suddenly, Ayaka's heart flashed with a bad feeling. I have killed Demon King Piccolo. So, of course, Son Goku and Bulma will not meet in the future. However, the Science at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z will still come to Earth. Even if Vegeta and Frieza would not come to Earth and planet Namek, as a result, the androids will not appear. However, Majin Buu's egg is still on the Earth. If Majin Buu appears, Ayaka's mood became terrible all of a sudden. She was vaguely regretting that she had rashly killed Demon King Piccolo. Dragon Ball. The nexus of the Dragon Ball world was Dragon Ball. Therefore, Demon King Piccolo and Cami, who were closely related to the Dragon Ball, were also critical links to the main story. Cami does not know what the future of the Earth will face. He thought that the world would be peaceful if I killed Demon King Piccolo, so he sent me over to kill Piccolo. However, the result of his action caused the Dragon Ball to disappear, and there is no one to deal with Majin Buu. Ayaka's face became ugly. As a result of a moment of negligence, the world might be plunged into eternal darkness in the future. Wait a minute. There seems to be no Majin Buu in that future world of Trunks, will this world also? Damn. I can't have this kind of gambling idea. The world of Trunks might be the one where Majin Buu hasn't come out yet. If Majin Buu appeared in this world without the Dragon Ball traction, then it's all over. Ayaka racked her brain, trying to find a way to compensate. Mutato saw Ayaka frowning and meditating with a look of distress. He thought she was in some trouble and asked with concern, "Ayaka, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with your body?" Ayaka shook her hand without saying anything. Now, it was a little late to say anything. Perhaps Demon King Piccolo was the first to be destroyed for the people of this era, and nobody knew what would happen 300 years later. Finally, Ayaka told his concerns to Mutato, who, after listening, said with a grave face. "Ayaka, do you mean to say that killing Demon King Piccolo today might have an impact on the future, making it impossible to destroy future enemies?" Ayaka nodded and said, "I come from the future due to the existence of Demon King Piccolo. 300 years from now, a group of powerful Earth warriors will gather. They will fight against monsters that are eviler than Demon King Piccolo to protect the Earth. However, now that I have destroyed Demon King Piccolo, I am worried that those warriors will not appear anymore." Ha! Mutato laughed cheerfully and said under Ayaka's surprised eyes, "Although Demon King Piccolo no longer exists, we still exist, just let us train the future warriors. What about that? For the sake of the future, I, Mutato, will also strive to train outstanding disciples, allowing them to inherit our beliefs to raise powerful and outstanding warriors for the Earth." Mutato's words were like a thunderbolt that shook through Ayaka's heart and soul. Yes. No matter what the future enemy, even without the Dragon Ball's bond, one can still leave enough faith for the future. Let's reunite the Dragon Ball warriors. All of a sudden, Ayaka became open-minded and cheerful before the depression and confusion swept away. Even when there was no more Dragon Ball resurrection function, it should generally still reach the ultimate goal of defeating Majin Buu if the clever layout. Then it's up to us to start a new world. Ayaka gazed solemnly said to Mutato. Mutato smiled and nodded. To deal with the possible emergence of more evil existence than Demon King Piccolo, now it was necessary to start planning for the future. Mutato gathered his disciples, set up arrangements, and began to accept disciples. He then broke the martial artist stereotypes and taught them all his skills to train the best disciples. The young Master Roshi's and Master Shin's martial arts skills gradually improved under the guidance of Mutato. As a result, there was no later rebellion because of the death of Mutato. Time passed little by little. Ayaka knew the day she left this world was approaching. She also planned to leave something behind to prepare this world for the future against cosmonauts and evil creatures. After all, it was due to her momentary negligence that caused the uncertainty of the future. Seeing Ayaka take out a rice cooker, Mutato asked in confusion, "What are you doing with the rice cooker?" "I feel that soon I will have to leave this world and return to the original world. I want to leave something for this world, at least in the future when there is something different, it can play a small role," Ayaka said with a smile. Putting the rice cooker in the middle of the courtyard, Ayaka stretched out her arm and took a deep breath. A half-moon-shaped key blade coalesced in her hand. Poof! A wound appeared above a white arm, and blood dripped down the arm and fell into a long-prepared wide-mouth bottle. "Ayaka, what are you doing?" Mutato asked with shock and confusion. Ayaka ignored Mutato's question. She endured the pain coming from the wound and filled the wide-mouth bottle with her blood. In the end, she quickly put the wide-mouth bottle into the rice cooker and then used her body's ki. All of a sudden, a surging and vast ki came out from Ayaka's body. Ayaka carefully condensed a golden ball of ki and put the golden ball of ki into the wide-mouth bottle, then sealed it against the rice cooker. Evil Containment Wave. Ayaka condensed her ki with one hand and cast the evil containment wave into the rice cooker. A long blue dragon winding towards the rice cooker, and the evil containment wave emitted a bright light, making people close their eyes. Bang! The evil containment wave hit the rice cooker with Ayaka's blood in the wide-mouth bottle sealed in one go. Ayaka picked up the sealed rice cooker with her blood from the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The wound on her arm had stopped bleeding due to the powerful healing ability, and it won't take long to repair. Mutato was concerned and stepped forward, reaching out to take the rice cooker handed up by Ayaka. Ayaka said, "Do not worry. I have a powerful recovery ability, the wound on the arm will soon be restored." Chapter 34. As soon as Ayaka finished speaking, a golden glow emitted from the wound on her arm. Then, in front of Mutato's astonished gaze, some small balls of flesh grew out of the wound. The flesh balls kept moving and slowly grew longer, bringing a slight itching sensation, and gradually a flawless arm emerged. Phew! Ayaka shook the healed arm, and the white jade-like skin flowed with a faint glow. The seemingly bulletproof skin hid a fantastic strength. Mateto saw with his own eyes Ayaka's recovery ability. His mouth opened wide in surprise, he had never seen someone who could heal his injuries in such a short period. Mateto shook his head with an incomprehensible look. I see, you're the real monster. Ayaka smiled lightly. She was delighted with her recovery ability. Although this would consume a huge amount of her energy for a short period, it was better to drag a stump to fight someone else than to drop a little in overall strength to fight with an adequate body at full force. Her previous expectation of that night was correct. Her recovery ability would indeed gradually become stronger with the increase in strength. With the current recovery ability, it was already almost no worse than that of the Namekians. Ayaka accepted all of Mateto's words, she still had an apparent understanding of herself. I'm really a monster now, a real undead monster. However, I like myself being such a monster. Ayaka handed the rice cooker in her hand to Mateto and said with a serious face, I have an immortal body. It means that no matter how injured I am, I can regenerate infinitely as long as one cell exists before the end of my natural life. The bottle sealed in this rice cooker contains a sample of my blood, which in theory can also be said to be me. Because of my existence as the original, I cannot transform into another me. However, when I leave this world, this bottle of blood sample should become the new Ayaka and become my doppelganger. I have injected enough life force into the blood sample. I hope you will keep this rice cooker. When an irresistible evil existence appears in the future, open this seal and release my doppelganger. Mateto solemnly took the rice cooker with Ayaka's doppelganger sealed in it and said with a serious face, Don't worry, Ayaka, I will preserve her well. At this point, Ayaka remembered that Cami no longer existed in this world. Therefore, new Cami had to be re-elected, and among humans, Mateto was an excellent candidate. Master Mateto, have you ever been to Korin Tower? Ayaka asked. Korin Tower? Mateto shook his head. Although he did not know why Ayaka asked about Korin Tower, he still answered, I know the sacred land of Kailan. It is said to be a sacred place of martial arts. Unfortunately, I have not been to Korin Tower. Ayaka hoped that Mateto would go to Korin Tower and become the new Cami, so she said, above the Korin Tower in the sacred land of Korin lives Cat Hermit. He is an existence whose martial arts are not inferior to that of Cami. Above the Korin Tower also exists Cami. Cami? Is that the god that sent you to this era? Mateto asked in surprise. Yes, Cami, the god of Earth. He is responsible for watching over the order on Earth. Cami and Demon King Piccolo were originally one, but Cami was unable to come down to the world to remove the Demon King Piccolo for some reason. So he asked me to kill the Demon King Piccolo. Ayaka said the secret about Cami. Upon thinking that Cami had disappeared in this world, her face could not help but feel a little lost. Cami and Demon King Piccolo are the same. Demon King Piccolo's death also means that Earth's Cami has disappeared, so I suggest Master Mateto go to Korin Tower. Maybe you can inherit the seat of Cami. Mateto developed a heartfelt admiration for Cami, who guarded the earth and willingly disappeared with Demon King Piccolo, but he was not interested in the throne of Cami. Mateto shook his head and rejected Ayaka's suggestion, I have no idea of becoming a god. Ayaka knew that Mateto was a martial artist who was single-mindedly devoted to martial arts. There was only a different pursuit of martial arts. Master Mateto, after becoming a Cami, there is a chance to meet North Kai, who is in charge of the entire North area. North Kai is an outstanding martial arts master. As long as you can receive instruction from North Kai, there will be a huge breakthrough in the martial arts. Seeing that Mateto seemed to be somewhat moved, Ayaka continued to persuade, after becoming a Cami, Master Mateto will not be immortal. You will then have a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary people so that you can better guard the earth. For the sake of peace on earth, you too must become a Cami. She continued to compel. After Ayaka's continuous suggestions, Mateto's attitude finally loosened and hesitantly said, in that case, I'll go to Korin Tower for a while. Seeing that Mateto finally agreed to go to Korin Tower, Ayaka's face loosened up. As long as Mateto was willing to go to Korin Tower, becoming the new Cami was confirmed. After a few more days, Mateto took the rice cooker and set off for Korin Tower, leaving the training academy in the hands of two disciples, Master Rashi and Master Shen. Looking at everything that had been arranged, Ayaka could leave this world with peace of mind. With Mateto becoming a new Cami, Mateto Training Academy trained martial artists, plus her sealed doppelganger. Even if a powerful enemy appears in the future, they should be able to deal with it. The reason why Ayaka sealed the blood sample in the rice cooker with the evil containment wave was mainly because she did not want to let her genes out. If Dr. Gero also exists here, it was possible that the Dragon Ball warriors would meet her cloned robots before the appearance of Majin Buu. Ayaka was aware of her perversion. It was safe to say that with her incredible physique that became more powerful at a later stage, the only one who could defeat her at that time was herself. Although the cloned robot might not have the same characteristics as Ayaka, the Scion bloodline was undoubtedly there. Even when it was a little light because of the features, or modified Scion bloodline, there was still a potential to exceed the vast majority of pure Scion. Ayaka didn't forget to ask Mateto to bring the rice cooker to the lookout. As long as the timing was right, Ayaka doppelganger would be born by that time. There were things that need to be instructed to that doppelganger. First, for the preliminary stage, the doppelganger should not wander around, otherwise, the genes would be exposed. She was not the original, naturally, there were no immortality characteristics, only an infinite lifespan, and superb healing ability. Therefore, she must not die midway because she couldn't be like the original, who could be extinguished and reborn. Ayaka also said goodbye to Master Roshi and others before leaving and set out on a journey alone. 300 years ago, the landscape was much better than that of Ayaka's time. Ayaka also took the opportunity to relax and began to swim in the mountains. After another 3 weeks, a huge magic array appeared at Ayaka's feet. The magic array glowed and produced a large cloud of smoke, and when the smoke cleared, Ayaka had left this world. Above Korin Tower, the lookout chamber. Mr. Popo controlled the machine in his hand and carefully brought Ayaka back. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the secret room, and thick smoke covered the entire room, forcing Mr. Popo to leave the room and come out into the corridor. Ahem! Mr. Popo, why are you making so much smoke? Ayaka frowned as she walked out of the smoke, covering her mouth with one hand and saying with some dissatisfaction. The machine has not been used for a long time, some parts are starting to deteriorate. It seems Popo has to rebuild a new one. Mr. Popo looked at the young girl who came out of the thick fog and said with a calm face. She was traveling through time and space in this old machine. What should she think about it? She was afraid that if it broke down in the middle, she would be forgotten somewhere. At the side, Cami saw Ayaka and asked, Ayaka, how is Demon King Piccolo? Ayaka straightened the clothes on her body and combed her hair a bit, then smiled lightly and said, with me, you can completely rest assured that Demon King Piccolo has been destroyed. Cami turned his gaze to Mr. Popo, who said affirmatively, according to my detection of Ayaka, she did kill Demon King Piccolo. What, detection? Did Mr. Popo put a camera on her? Ayaka was startled and stared at Mr. Popo with an ugly face, an appalling aura emanating from her body. Seeing Ayaka's tendency to storm out, Mr. Popo hurriedly explained, Miss Ayaka, don't be angry. These are what I saw through the time machine's monitor, and not specifically spying on you. With that, Mr. Popo pointed his finger at the monitor that had become a piece of debris. Ayaka's breath eased, good thing it's just the monitor. It didn't let them hear what I said. Otherwise, my secrets will all be exposed. It seems that I have to pay attention to it in the future, and I can't just talk nonsense. Seeing Ayaka's key disappeared, Mr. Popo breathed a sigh of relief. He was really shocked by Ayaka's terrible key. Chapter 35. After getting Mr. Popo's affirmation, a complicated expression appeared on Cami's face as he knew that Ayaka had indeed destroyed Demon King Piccolo. Cami looked at Ayaka and said in a serious tone, Ayaka, since you killed Demon King Piccolo, then you passed the test. Test? Ayaka looked at Cami in confusion. Could it be that Cami asked her to kill Demon King Piccolo as a test, and what exactly was she being tested for? Mr. Popo saw that Cami was ready to tell the story, so he opened his mouth and said, this is a test for Cami to select a successor after Cami and Popo unanimously affirmed that you would be listed as Cami's successor. Ayaka was taken aback. How could she become the successor of Cami? It seemed that she also passed the test, didn't that mean? Am I becoming a Cami? Ayaka said incredulously with wide eyes. She had just facilitated Mateto to become the successor of Cami, but unexpectedly, as soon as she returned to her world, Cami intended to make her his successor. Ayaka didn't think about becoming a Cami. She had never considered the possibility until now. Yes, I want you to become the new Cami. Cami's expression was serious as he said with a solemn face, I was not qualified as a Cami. I was once caused the world to fall into panic. After meeting Demon King Piccolo with your eyes, you should know the relationship between him and I, right? Ayaka nodded. She naturally knew that Piccolo and Cami were the same. Seeing Ayaka nodded, Cami continued, Demon King Piccolo endangered the earth, which I caused. This is my dereliction as a Cami. Unfortunately, for so many years, there has been no human who can inherit the throne of Cami until your appearance, Ayaka. Cami fixed his gaze on Ayaka. There are too many existences in the universe that are more powerful than Earthling. It would be best if you had more power than I do to guard Earth better. More importantly, although you are not an Earthling, you have a kind heart. Through my observation of you over the past few years, I know you love this planet. Therefore, I hope you can become the new Cami of Earth. Cami said with a firm gaze. Facing the burning gaze of Cami, Ayaka didn't know how to refuse. It seemed that what the Cami said was what she had said to Mateto. It felt like a slap in the face. Wouldn't Mr. Popo be better suited to become a Cami? Ayaka said. Although she did not resist becoming a Cami of Earth, she couldn't be bound to Earth. Ayaka still had ambitious goals and couldn't stay on Earth. Popo is a servant of Cami for generations. He is responsible for guarding the lookout and cannot become Cami. Mr. Popo explained that there was a clear division of labor between Cami and Cami's servants. Cami guarded the Earth, while Cami's servants guarded the lookout and could not overstep the limits at all. But, I can't stay at the lookout all the time. I may leave the Earth often. Ayaka said with difficulty. However, Cami didn't intend to give up on Ayaka and said, this does not matter. I will still stay in the lookout. I just pass on the position of Cami to you. When you leave the Earth, Mr. Popo and I will take care of the Earth, you just have to step in to guard the Earth at critical times. Since Cami had said the words to a point, and the Earth's future was also dependent on her and other people to guard, so Ayaka did not refuse. She was quick to agree. Well, then, I promise to become the Earth's Cami. After seeing Ayaka agreed to become Earth's Cami, Cami and Mr. Popo's face revealed a smile. They were happy from the bottom of their hearts to be able to elect such a young and outstanding Cami for Earth. Next, Mr. Popo took Ayaka to the lookout's bathroom so that Ayaka could cleanse her body properly. Lying in the bathroom, Ayaka touched her lamb-like delicate and fleshy thighs and thought somewhat dizzily, am I about to become a Cami? After bathing, Cami led Ayaka to a room at the bottom of the lookout, which was where the souls of Cami of the past generations slept. Cami bowed respectfully to the rows of Cami and then said solemnly, Seniors, I have now chosen a new Cami, Ayaka. She has come to pay respect to the ancestors' spirits. After saying that, Cami pulled Ayaka to kneel. In a flash, Ayaka seemed to see the spirits of Cami of the past generations detach themselves from the tablets and then swirl around. A peculiar aura emerged from those spirit positions and then entered her body. A feeling of infinite comfort rushed to her heart, and Ayaka felt her whole body was warm and indescribably painful. Greedily absorbing this peculiar aura, Ayaka's body emitted a crackling sound like firecrackers exploding in her ears. Cami did not interrupt Ayaka because he knew that Ayaka was receiving the inheritance of Cami of the past generations. After receiving the inheritance power of the Cami, Ayaka felt her body became more powerful. There was an indescribable feeling of comfort all over her body. Ayaka stood up, stretched her arms. It was a simple action but contained endless power. All of a sudden, the whirlwind swirled, the wind whistled, like a wild horse of the rains, wanting to run wildly. Cami felt the majestic ki emanating from Ayaka, and he couldn't help but feel cold all over his body as if he was in tens of degrees below zero all of a sudden. Cami's face anxiously shouted to Ayaka, Ayaka, stop quickly. This is the place where the Cami of the past generations sleep, you can't be so rude. His heart was thrilled. The more powerful the new Cami, the safer the Earth will become. Ayaka laughed in embarrassment, and bowed to Cami's tomb, and apologized. After leaving Cami's tomb, Cami said to Ayaka, Ayaka, you are Cami on Earth from now on. I will teach you how to use the powers of the Cami in the next few days. Ayaka nodded with a smile on her face. Just a moment ago, after receiving Cami's inheritance, Ayaka found out that her power level had reached 180,000. 180,000 power level was truly a high power level power of the universe. In the original story, this was the power of Son Goku when he arrived on planet Namek. He reached it when he had just turned 15, which made Ayaka's mood extraordinarily soothing. Cami, I feel the presence of another world, which is full of death. Ayaka said, and Cami replied, that is the other world. Cami can travel between the other world and the world of living. I will have to take you to visit King Yemma. Cami said to Ayaka again, Ayaka, you are already a Cami, so you don't need to call me Cami anymore. Call me Bodhi or Old Cami. Okay, Bodhi, Ayaka said. She had never heard of the name Bodhi in the original story, so she thought it was a name given by Cami himself. The next few days, the old Kami Bodhi taught Ayaka how to use Kami's ability. After old Kami's teaching, Ayaka found that Kami's ability was more like a wizard's magic and somewhat like superpowers. This ability could only be passed down, and there was no other way to learn other than passing it down. Since the old Kami was a Namekian, and the Namekians had magical abilities, he didn't lose his Kami ability. When Ayaka was familiar with the ability of Kami, the old Kami took Ayaka into the other world to meet King Yemma, who was in charge of the death of the North area. Chapter 36. The first time she saw King Yemma, Ayaka was startled by his huge body. She never thought that King Yemma was as huge as the original. With her appearance and a small talkative mouth, Ayaka and King Yemma made a good relationship, and she often made King Yemma laugh. Ayaka was considered to have the best relationship with King Yemma in the history of the Earth's Kami. When Ayaka left to return to the world of living, King Yemma specially sent her out of the hall, which caused a burst of envy and jealousy in the old Kami hearts who had not received such treatment. Ayaka stayed in the lookout for a few more months. During these months, under the leadership of Mr. Popo, Ayaka became thoroughly familiar with the lookout structure and gradually became a qualified Kami. Today, Ayaka must go down to the lower realm. Initially, she promised Son Goku that she would return to Kame House in 1 or 2 years, but she had been away for nearly 3 years due to the delay of various things. In another year, Son Goku would be 12 years old, and then the plot would begin. She must find the 4-star Dragon Ball before then and then take Son Goku back to Mount Paozu, waiting for Bulma's arrival. I cannot imagine that it's been 15 years since I came to the Dragon Ball world. Next, the plot will be played out. Ayaka thought without emotion, gently stroking her gradually growing body and the fair and watery skin. Ayaka felt that her body was becoming more and more attractive. At this time, Ayaka's heart began to distress. As a result of facing such a beautiful and petite body day and night, she started to pay more attention for this body. Ayaka felt that she was more and more inclined to narcissism. Just when Ayaka lost in thought, the old Kami, Bodhi, came to the side and said, "Ayaka, I heard that you are going down to the lower realm." Ayaka resumed her usual appearance and said, "Yes, it's been 3 years since I said goodbye to Son Goku, it's time to go back and see him." The old Kami nodded and followed Ayaka to look at the lower realm. The old Kami reminded Ayaka, "After you go down to the lower realm, you should be sympathetic to the people of the lower realm and do your duty as a Kami." "I know how to do that." Ayaka agreed. Since accepting the position of Kami, Ayaka had often thought from the perspective of a Kami. "That's right." The old Kami looked at Ayaka in a casual and fashionable dress, remembered something, and said, "This outfit of yours is too undignified. I hope you can change." Ayaka couldn't help but roll her eyes and said helplessly, "Come on, old Kami. I'm not like you, I'm the first ever female Kami on Earth. Is there a rule that a female Kami must dress like the costume you're wearing?" Ayaka said somewhat forcefully, not willing to back down at all regarding the dressing of her body. The old Kami sighed and said, "Well, dress how you want to dress. But the mark of Kami cannot be left behind." With that, the old Kami stretched out a finger and cast a magic spell on Ayaka's clothes. With a poof sound, a small Kami was printed on the inside of Ayaka's blouse collar. The shoulders were also draped with a female white Kami trench coat, which also had the word Kami printed on the chest and back. In addition to wearing a beautiful and fashionable dress, Ayaka was draped with a heroic goddess trench coat 3 centimeters from her shoulders, making her look even more solemn and mysterious. You don't have to wear this female-style Kami trench coat in general, but you must have the mark of Kami printed at the collar of your hundreds of tops. Got it. Ayaka lazily agreed. She took out all her clothes, printed the Kami mark on the collar of her clothes, and then leaped down the lookout. Upon looking at the figure that had disappeared, the old Kami smiled and shook his head. Through the thick layer of lightning, Ayaka saw the top of the Korin Tower's round sphere. Remembering Korin, who she had not seen for several years, Ayaka stopped and entered the tower with one step. At this time, Korin enjoyed the fish that Ayaka had left behind when he saw Ayaka appear in the Korin Tower. "Hi, long time no see, Korin." As Korin heard someone greet him, he put down the fresh fish in his hand and turned his gaze. He found that Ayaka was looking at him with a smile. When Korin saw the white Kami trench coat Ayaka was wearing, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't even know when the fish in his hand had fallen to the ground, obviously shocked by Ayaka's outfit. Korin pointed his paws at Ayaka and said with a look of disbelief, "Ayaka, this dress, doesn't it belong to Kami?" "Yes, Korin, I am the new Kami of Earth." Ayaka smiled lightly and nodded to acknowledge her new identity and then extended her hand to shake Corinne. Please take care of me in the future. Corinne looked at Ayaka in dismay, incredulous at Ayaka's new identity. He didn't expect that the little girl who had just climbed up the Corinne Tower a few years ago would now become a Cami after just a few years of absence. Ayaka, you are so out of my expectation. Corinne quickly calmed down and accepted Ayaka's new identity. Ayaka smiled. She did not expect to become a Cami herself. She smiled at Corinne and said, it was the old Cami's choice. At first, even I was shocked. I never thought that Cami would choose me to be his successor. Corinne nodded. Ayaka had such a strong power that it made sense that she would be noticed by the Cami and chosen as the new Cami. However, he did not expect that she would become a Cami already. I happen to be going down to the lower realm. Since I passed by here, I came to see you. How about it? How do those fish taste? Do you want me to bring you some more next time? Hearing Ayaka said that she would bring it some more fish over, Corinne's ears perked up at once and listened carefully to Ayaka's words. Well, those fish taste very good. So if you can, bring me some more. Yes, I will bring you a lot of fish next time. Ayaka smiled and nodded in agreement. She then jumped off the Corinne Tower and flew towards the lower realm. Corinne looked at the clouds below and licked his paws, full of anticipation for Ayaka's next arrival. Ayaka quickly landed on the ground and hit her Cami trench coat with a divine shadow. She then took out the Dragon Ball radar and searched for the 4-star Dragon Ball of Son Goku and the Ox King Dragon Ball. Beep! The Dragon Ball radar quickly showed the location of the 7 Dragon Balls. After a simple judgment, Ayaka chose the nearest Dragon Ball and then, whoosh, towards the radar location. With Ayaka's strength today, even with a weight-bearing suit, she still could fly very fast in no time. Ayaka arrived at a plateau of barren vegetation and yellow sand. This plateau above the stone pile, large and small stone pillars covered the entire plateau. Due to the proximity to the nearby Gobi beach, the temperature difference between day and night on the plateau was extremely high, and moisture was also scarce, making the desert devoid of vegetation. Ayaka landed on a cluster of rocks in the desert, looking at the plateau filled with sand and dust, and couldn't help but frown. I'm afraid this plateau will turn into a desert in a short while. Chapter 37. The Earth was a beautiful azure planet with continents and oceans evenly distributed on it. Comfortable climatic conditions and very little artificial damage allowed countless lives to flourish on the planet. Although the planet was suitable for the survival of life, there were also places of extreme harshness. This plateau where Ayaka was located was not such a harsh environment, but it was much worse than other places. The temperature difference between day and night and the lack of water here wasn't very suitable for large numbers of life, yet there was always some life that could survive here. Roar! A giant dinosaur came out from behind a pile of rocks with a mouth full of saliva and roared at Ayaka demonstratively, treating Ayaka as prey and swooping over with its whole body. Ayaka looked at the mouth full of saliva and was disgusted by its image. Her feet gently jumped upwards to avoid the dinosaur's attack. Boom! The dinosaur's bulky body hit the stone pillar in front of it with a loud sound. The ground shook up, and scattered stones rolled down from above. It smashed on the dinosaur's head, breaking its brain into a daze. The dinosaur shook his head and attacked again toward Ayaka. Are all dinosaurs such silly animals? Looking at the dinosaur that continued to attack her Ayaka was a little speechless. She remembered that when Son Gohan was brought to training by Piccolo, there was also a dinosaur chasing Son Gohan, trying to take Son Gohan as food. However, in the end, Son Gohan cut off his tail and roasted it to eat. Since you dare to chase me, you have to be prepared to be beaten. Ayaka's body flashed, disappeared from the stone pillar. The breakneck speed left a few streaks in the air, and between lightning and fire, she had come under the dinosaur. Bang! A fist smashed the jaw of the dinosaur. The dinosaur let out a low whimper and passed out with 2 straight eyes. Big head but so low strength. It tumbles down in 3 or 2 moves. With a foot gently landed, Ayaka stroked her hair. She looked at the fainted dinosaur and said. Ayaka had no intention of roasting it, so she left the dinosaur behind. Long after Ayaka left, the dinosaur wobbled up from the ground, then looked in horror at the direction Ayaka left and fled in the other direction. Ayaka landed on a dead tree bush, pressed the Dragon Ball radar button, zoomed in on the map, and the radar showed that the Dragon Ball was nearby. It's around here. Ayaka looked around, looking for the place where the Dragon Ball might be hiding. After searching for a long time without finding any Dragon Ball's trace, Ayaka chopped the dead shrubs and went deeper into the bushes. After splitting nearly half of the bushes, Ayaka saw a flash of light in a cluster of bushes. Found it. Jumping to the middle of the shrubs, an orange-red Dragon Ball was caught between the shrub's branches, reflecting the light of the sun. Wrenching the fork of the tree to get the Dragon Ball in her hand, Ayaka found that this Dragon Ball was not the 4-star of Son Goku. It's not the 4-star. I'll give this one back to the Ox King. Ayaka put the Dragon Ball in her pouch and took out the Dragon Ball radar to search for the next Dragon Ball location. With 2 beeps, the radar shows the other 6 Dragon Balls signal, and Ayaka's body gently flew up towards the nearest Dragon Ball. From time to time, the wind whistled wildly in her ears. Her cheeks were blown cold by the strong wind, and her loose hair was fluttering in the wind. Flying through the jungle and plateau, she gradually came to flatter terrain. Ayaka continued to fly forward into the rocky structure of the canyon. The floor of the canyon was distributed with crisscrossing cracks, some cracks were thin and deep. The vertical gullies formed a separate block of rocks, stacking on top of each other, and the edges became weathered and fragile under the erosion of rain and frost. It's troublesome to find the Dragon Ball here. Upon facing the crisscross gully, Ayaka felt a little numb in her heart. These thick cracks were as wide as a person, and the thin cracks were a fist size. Each one of them was deep, about a dozen meters deep. If the Dragon Ball fell into a certain deep gully crack, it would be very troublesome to get out. After turning the Dragon Ball radar map to the maximum, the Dragon Ball's signal was displayed at the red triangle of the radar screen. It seems that the Dragon Ball really fell inside the crack. Ayaka smiled bitterly. If she wanted to get that Dragon Ball, she would have to turn the whole canyon over. Ayaka slowly flew into the air and stopped 1,000 meters from the ground. With one hand, she gathered up the ki in her body. The surging ki in her body exploded steeply, flowing from all parts of her body toward her palm, condensing into a ki wave in her palm. Ayaka's entire arm emitted a blinding light. She then raised her fist high to bring the ki in her palm toward the ground. With a whoosh, a blue ki wave descended from the sky. It was like a fierce tiger roaring, rushing with a destructive aura, crashing unstoppably into the canyon. Boom! The ki wave struck the ground with a huge explosion through the sky. The loud explosion sound was accompanied by a dazzling light that came to the surface, and the stunning and blinding light made people close their eyes. The ground was constantly shaking, and a large handful of rock was blown into the air. The shock wave from the explosion swept around at a breakneck speed and soon flooded the entire canyon. The explosion produced a huge mushroom cloud that enveloped the entire sky. A powerful cyclone rolled up a sky full of dust and sand flying in the sky. A huge change in the canyon that was difficult to see with the naked eye instantly changed the canyon structure. The chaotic and raging storm gradually subsided, and the thick smoke slowly receded. The vision became clear again, and the sight was a completely different face of the earth. Rocky ravines consisting of canyons had been flattened, covered with potholes of varying sizes. A few wisps of smoke still drifted over the land as if it had experienced an apocalypse. Ayaka slowly landed and stood on a large piece of ruined ground. I seem to have overplayed the fire. As she gazed at the canyon that had been razed to the ground, Ayaka froze, slightly inattentive. The fire just now seems to be a bit too much. The Dragon Ball should not be destroyed, right? Taking out the Dragon Ball radar, she carefully detected up. Fortunately, the Dragon Ball's signal was quickly displayed on the radar. Ayaka breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the attack just now did not destroy the Dragon Balls, or Ayaka would have to find the old Cami to recreate the Dragon Balls. The whole ground had been flattened, trying to find the Dragon Ball was also quite difficult. Fortunately, the Dragon Ball had been knocked out in the explosion just now, and it was much easier to find. Ayaka found the general location and then bombarded it with ki waves. This time Ayaka controlled the power of the ki waves, and each time only a meter-deep hole was blown. Soon, the Dragon Ball was blown out by Ayaka. Catching the Dragon Ball blown up into the sky, Ayaka carefully counted the number of stars on it. 6 star. Ayaka was a little disappointed that the Dragon Ball found this time was also not Son Goku's 4 star. She carefully put the 6 star into her pouch, then flew away from the area and continued to fly in the direction of the Dragon Ball radar display. As Ayaka continued to fly, the sky gradually darkened. She decided to land near a forest lake. Boom! She threw out the capsule, took her luxury villa out of the capsule, and then entered the bathroom to turn on the hot water and took a painful hot bath to wash all the dust off her body. Chapter 38. After a comfortable bath, Ayaka walked out of the bathroom wrapped in just a yukata and picked up a hairdryer to dry her damp hair. Even though she was wearing a simple yukata, Ayaka's exquisite body was also very clearly reflected. The thin and gentle yukata could not cover the breasts that were already proudly erect. The snow-white skin on top of the breasts was exposed, and the two white, smooth and fleshy thighs flowed out from under the yukata just right. Such beauty would make people's hearts beat faster, and their blood boils. Ayaka blew her hair dry and quickly removed the yukata. She then went to the bedroom and found a set of white underwear to put on. In the face of such a charming body, Ayaka found herself growing more and more fascinating. In the long run, she would be on the verge of becoming a narcissist. Shifting into the quilt, she covered her head and fell asleep. The next day, with the sun shining through the window, Ayaka got up. She got dressed, then went to the bathroom and washed up briefly. After eating breakfast, Ayaka turned the villa back into a capsule and put it away, then took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it. Huh. Ayaka found a slight change in the Dragon Ball signal shown on the radar. In addition to the signal being sought, Ayaka found that a Dragon Ball was approaching at a speed of 3,000 km per hour and was expected to pass by here in 10 minutes. Could it be that this Dragon Ball has been obtained and is flying at high speed? Ayaka intended to temporarily give up the Dragon Ball that she was initially looking for and wait for the approaching one. 10 minutes passed quickly, and from afar, Ayaka saw something flying towards here. Something is flying over there. There was a whoosh. A red shadow flew through the sky and quickly moved away. Although it passed by very briefly, Ayaka could already see what it was. Surprisingly, it is the world's #1 assassin, Mercenary Tao, the younger brother of Master Shen. Ayaka looked at the person who flew past with some surprise. That person was Mercenary Tao, who had the name of the world's #1 assassin. Mercenary Tao stood on a concrete pillar and flew through the sky. Ayaka hurriedly took out the Dragon Ball radar, which showed that a Dragon Ball was moving away rapidly. The Dragon Ball is on Mercenary Tao. Ayaka thought with certainty. Although she didn't know why there was a Dragon Ball on Mercenary Tao, she shouldn't let it get away since she ran into it. Her body gently floated up, and Ayaka accelerated and chased towards Mercenary Tao. As the world's #1 assassin, Mercenary Tao was one of the very few who could be compared to Master Roshi and even stronger than Master Roshi. In the original story, Mercenary Tao accepted the Red Ribbon Army's commission to snatch the Dragon Balls from Son Goku and was later defeated by Son Goku, who climbed up the Korin Tower. Ayaka's flight speed was faster than Mercenary Tao's. It didn't take long for her to catch up to the concrete pillar that Mercenary Tao was standing on, and then she also jumped onto the concrete pillar. After seeing a young girl who suddenly jumped on his concrete pillar, Mercenary Tao could not help but be a little stunned and said in a dark tone, "Who are you that you dare to come to the world's #1 assassin, Mercenary Tao?" Ayaka lightly smiled and did not answer Mercenary Tao's question. Instead, she gently dodged her foot, and energy with great explosive power burst out from the bottom of Ayaka's foot, followed by the whole concrete pillar shaking violently. Suddenly, the concrete pillar disintegrated with a bang, turning into a sky of flying sand and dust. The energy bursting out from the bottom of Ayaka's feet was so destructive that it destroyed the concrete pillar structure internally, causing it to disintegrate into sand and dust. Mercenary Tao jumped down the moment the concrete pillar disintegrated, flipped through the air, and landed on the ground with a shocked look at the girl not far away. Ayaka slowly landed across from Mercenary Tao with a dancing sky art, smiling blandly. "Mercenary Tao, you should have one of these balls on you, right?" Ayaka asked with a smile as she took out a Dragon Ball from her pouch. "How dare you talk to this lord like that? Little girl, you're really impatient to die. If you have the sense, hurry up and get out of my way." Mercenary Tao's face showed a disdainful look, but his heart was secretly shocked. He was full of alert and ready to strike at any time. Ayaka secretly shook her head. How could she not see the hostility of the Mercenary Tao? She showed a look of helplessness and said, "Originally, I planned to solve the problem peacefully. Mercenary Tao, you are too troublesome." Seeing Ayaka's attitude so reckless towards himself, Mercenary Tao raised his eyebrows a little. He could not help but be enraged. His face became gloomy. His body's morbid murderous aura instantly burst out, making the surrounding temperature seem to have dropped several degrees at once, and a bloody smell spread out. Ayaka felt the murderous aura that permeated the surroundings and couldn't help but frown. She didn't like this dark and bloody smell. "Little girl, originally for the sake of your beautiful look, I intended to let you die without pain. However, since you are so ungrateful, then do not blame this master for making you beg for death." With that, Mercenary Tao quickly attacked Ayaka, then turned his palm into a sword. With the key of 1,000 horses, he attacked with great speed. With a flash of his body, he came to Ayaka and slashed at Ayaka. "Go to hell, little girl!" Mercenary Tao shouted with a wild whistle. The huge palm in his hand was wide open. With a harsh killing aura, he slashed down towards Ayaka's head. Bang! When Mercenary Tao's huge palm was about to attack Ayaka's head, Ayaka's body flashed. Her whole body disappeared and then came to Mercenary Tao's side at a great angle, grabbing Mercenary Tao's palm with one small hand. The explosive palm was tightly grasped by Ayaka's small, snow-white hand, and the powerful impact was instantly terminated with a muffled thud. Mercenary Tao was dumbfounded at the young girl who caught his powerful attack. His face was filled with shock. How? Mercenary Tao couldn't imagine that such a small, slender hand was powerful enough to catch his attack. He wanted to get rid of Ayaka's small hand to retract his palm but found that the young girl's thin hand held him firmly like an iron pincer. Could it be that this little girl was a hidden supreme expert who for some reason remained youthful? At this thought, sweat instantly sprang up on Mercenary Tao's face. Ayaka did not know what was going through Mercenary Tao's mind. She smiled lightly and looked at Mercenary Tao with a teasing look in her eyes. Mercenary Tao fixed his mind and couldn't help but burn with anger, making his face more gloomy. Since his debut, he hadn't suffered such an insult. So, he vowed to break the young girl in front of him into pieces. Even if the other party were a supreme expert, he would let her see the means of the world's #1 assassin, Mercenary Tao. Mercenary Tao attacked Ayaka with his legs. His legs were swift, his powerful attack brought up a whirlwind, and his legs seemed to create countless stigmata. Even so, Mercenary Tao still could not attack Ayaka. Ayaka easily dodged him, and his inability to attack Ayaka for a long time made him gradually depressed, causing a sense of powerlessness to rose in his heart. "Get me aside!" Ayaka flung Mercenary Tao's arm, throwing Mercenary Tao's entire body hundreds of meters, hitting the tree, then breaking the whole tree. It broke several large trees in succession before falling heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground shook for a while, and a big pit was created by Mercenary Tao's fall. Mercenary Tao was lying inside the giant pit in a wretched state. Chapter 39. Damn it! Mercenary Tao crawled out of the pit. With a hand tightly clenched into a fist, he shouted with a blue face, touching some tingling arm, and his face showed disbelief. Ayaka steps in front of him, stroking her hair with one hand, and said lightly, "Obediently hand over the Dragon Ball, and I can spare your life." Mercenary Tao was covered in blood. He had killed many people for money, and Ayaka knew that she didn't feel terrific about him. So, when she met him today, she had to give him a look. If he handed over the Dragon Ball, nothing would happen, but it wouldn't be so easy for him if he didn't hand over the Dragon Ball. Yuck! Mercenary Tao shook his head, spit out a mouthful of saliva. His face was solemn as he set up an attacking style. Ayaka shook her head, "You really don't know how to live." Swoosh! With that, Ayaka disappeared from her spot, and suddenly, there was no trace of her around. Seeing Ayaka disappear, Mercenary Tao became even more vigilant and observed the surroundings. His eyes were constantly turning, and ears were listening to all sounds, trying to find Ayaka's trail. However, the gap between him and Ayaka was too great. There was an infinitely large gulf spanning between them, and Ayaka's trail was beyond Mercenary Tao's grasp. Steeply. Ayaka appeared right in front of Mercenary Tao, and there was a clear and beautiful smiling face in front of Mercenary Tao. Shit! Mercenary Tao reacted and felt a fierce attack on his waist. A powerful force spread out in his waist as Ayaka appeared on his left side and landed a fierce attack on Mercenary Tao's waist. A terrifying force erupted from his hand and sent Mercenary Tao flying out. Mercenary Tao stood up after landing on the ground. The severe pain coming from his waist made his face look a bit distorted. Ayaka found that his power level had risen from the original 140 to 180. His power level did go up a bit. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ayaka also quickly came above Mercenary Tao and... boom! Mercenary Tao was kicked in the chest, his chest dented in somewhat, and his body was shortened by the powerful impact downward by a few dozen centimeters. His 2 feet sank deeply into the mud. Poof! Mercenary Tao spitted out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Ayaka walked over to Mercenary Tao, reached out and pulled out a Dragon Ball from Mercenary Tao's blouse, and counted the number of stars on it. 4 star. Ayaka happily smiled. She had got the Dragon Ball she wanted. Ayaka's mood became extraordinarily comfortable, and her face was full of smiles as she turned around and wanted to leave suddenly. Dodon Ray. Red energy shot over from behind, straight at Ayaka's chest. It turned out that mercenary Tao did not pass out but trick Ayaka into taking the bait. When the whole wave was about to attack Ayaka's chest, Ayaka turned around and stretched out a hand to take the next. The red energy wave hit Ayaka's white palm, raising only a few wisps of light smoke, and did not cause her any damage. This time, mercenary Tao was dumbfounded. His Crane School pride and joy had been taken without causing any damage to his opponent. Ayaka's eyes flashed a cold light. Instantly, her body surging out with terrifying ki that enveloped the earth. Cami's majesty filled the whole world. The white clouds in the sky seemed to disappear suddenly, and the ground began to tremble for it. Ayaka stretched out a finger to the sky. The vast ki gradually converged towards the finger, slowly forming a peanut-sized blue ball of ki wave. The blue ball of ki constantly flicking in Ayaka's fingertips, emitting breathtaking and terrifying energy. The peanut-sized ball of ki quickly became larger. In the blink of an eye, it became a huge energy ball with a diameter of 50 meters. The energy ball emitted a cold blue light, and a powerful explosive force that destroys the world was hidden inside. In mercenary Tao's frightened gaze, Ayaka gently threw the blue energy ball toward him. Boom! A huge explosion resounded for 100 miles, then the ground shook violently, and various mountains and rocks kept rolling down with the ground shaking. From afar, a huge mushroom cloud rushed up to a height of several thousand meters. The huge shock wave swept away with a wild momentum that was difficult to see directly. Upon looking outside the earth, a bright spot of light could be seen, and for several minutes, the world was shrouded in chaos. After dozens of minutes later, the ground finally stopped shaking. The dust flying in the sky gradually drifted down, and peace returned to the world. In the location just now, a huge crater with a diameter of 10 kilometers appeared. In the center of the crater, magma continued to gush out. Ayaka slowly floated down from the sky, still dragging a person in her hand, which was mercenary Tao. At this time, mercenary Tao's eyes were already white, completely fainted. Looking at the forest, which was entirely disfigured by her attack, Ayaka felt very sorry. The move that Ayaka just made was an imitation of Frisia. The look was somewhat similar, but the color was dark blue. In the nick of time, Ayaka used her power to wrap up the entire area under attack so that the outside world couldn't know what was happening here. Otherwise, Ayaka's strength would have been known to the old Cami. She left the fainted mercenary Tao on the ground. She did not care about his death and flew away alone. If mercenary Tao weren't still somewhat useful later on, I would have killed him with one move. After 3 years of absence, Ayaka came to the Fire Mountain again. From afar, she saw the green castle standing tall on Fire Mountain. The lofty ancient castle was surrounded by green hills and water, looking extraordinarily old. It was surrounded by lush grass and trees with dense foliage and was alone in the lush mountains of the beautiful forest, causing a feeling of straddling the past was born. Ayaka leisurely landed in the castle's garden, watching the trees in the garden with great interest. At this time, the servant responsible for looking after the garden came over. When they saw Ayaka appeared and shouted to the Ox King to report. Ayaka couldn't care much about the servant and continued to watch. Shortly after, the large size of the Ox King came over. He held a black axe the size of a man, shouting, and his words could be heard from a distance, "Is that the intruder? How dare you be in the middle of this king's garden? Get out of here." When he saw Ayaka, his fierce look turned into a smiley one at once. "So it's Ayaka. I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown into a big girl. How come you don't come to play in Uncle's castle for so many years?" The Ox King shouted. He threw away the axe in his hand and smashed a big pit on the ground. Ayaka said with a smile, "I've been training all over the world for the past few years. Now that I've gotten better, I plan to go to Master Roshi's island. I just happened to pass by here, so I came to take a look." The Ox King nodded, believing Ayaka's words. He then said, "So, since you're going to Master Roshi's residence, can you say hello to Master Roshi for me? By the way, I have some specialties here, can you bring them along for me?" He asked Ayaka to bring a few local specialties to his teacher to pay proper respect to Master Roshi. "Yes, I'll wait a moment so you can prepare what you want me to bring. I will bring it for you." Ayaka nodded her head and agreed. Then took out a Dragon Ball and handed it to the Ox King. "This is the Dragon Ball that I borrowed last time. Now I will return it to you." The Ox King accepted the Dragon Ball and casually put it into his pocket without even looking at it for a second. He then took Ayaka to the castle's hall and instructed the servants to prepare food properly. He wanted to treat Ayaka to a good meal. Where's Chi-Chi? Why haven't I seen her? Ayaka looked around. Except for the busy servants, there was no sign of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi went to the village to deliver food to some old people. With a bit of fatty meat and his mouth constantly chewing, the Ox King replied somewhat vaguely. Ayaka nodded. Although the nearby villagers were afraid of the Ox King, they were more fond of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi often ran to the village to help some older people who had difficulties in life. After a simple meal, Ayaka said goodbye to the Ox King. She collected a whole cart of souvenirs that the Ox King had prepared for Master Roshi and prepared to go towards the Kame house. At this point, Ayaka turned her head to look at the Ox King and said, "In a year or so, I'll bring Son Goku over. Don't you forget about him and Chi-Chi by then." Ayaka did not forget to remind the Ox King about Son Goku and Chi-Chi, before abruptly flying off in the distance. Inside the Kame house. Master Roshi's mouth was drooling as he was looking at the TV with a lewd face, watching Aerobics Lady. Outside the house, Son Goku was carrying a heavy turtle shell, kept running around the island. Booze, booze. Son Goku gasped. He was carrying a heavy gate running around the island with a bean-sized bead of sweat on his small face. Whoosh! Son Goku suddenly saw a tiny figure flying over from afar, and when it got closer, Son Goku realized that it was Ayaka. Sister. Son Goku was excited to see his sister, whom he had not seen for many years. As soon as he flew towards Ayaka, he ran over. After 3 years of absence, Son Goku had grown up a lot, and she was delighted. "Goku, I'm back. Take it, it's your Dragon Balls," she said and threw the 4-star to Son Goku. Son Goku raised his hand to catch the flying 4-star, pulling Ayaka's hand towards the Kame house, shouting, "Grandpa Roshi, my sister is back." Ayaka's back. Master Roshi's head turned from in front of the TV, just in time to see a big beautiful woman walked into the room. His eyes went straight at once. Master Roshi quickly popped over from the couch and came to Ayaka, breathing heavily through his nose in a feverish manner. "Wow! Such a great beauty. Is this Ayaka? I'm sure she's getting prettier and prettier. Oh, can you give old grandpa a feel of your chest?" Master Roshi's eyes glowed red, and his trembling hands opened into claws and attacked Ayaka's breasts. Humph! Ayaka coldly snorted, unceremoniously knocked away the 2 ghostly hands of Master Roshi, and said with a grim face, "Master Roshi, you haven't changed your old habits. If you have the guts to give me another try, see if I don't break your hands." Chapter 40. Master Roshi retracted his hands sarcastically. His face was a little embarrassed looking at Ayaka, muttering, "Why is her temper getting worse and worse? She even refused me to touch her breast." "What are you muttering about?" Ayaka's face became ugly, with an icy coldness in his gaze. Nothing. I wanted to say how come you didn't come back until now. Goku and I missed you so much." Master Roshi was digressing to talk about Son Goku's training results over the past 3 years. Ayaka could see that after 3 years of hard training, Son Goku's strength had grown considerably. His power level reached more than 100, only 20 lower than when he first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. "By the way, when I came back, I passed by the Ox King's Fire Mountain, and he asked me to bring you something." "You've met the Ox King?" Master Roshi was a little surprised. He did not expect that Ayaka knew his second disciple, the Ox King. Ayaka nodded, took out a capsule, and threw it on the ground. Boom! The entire room filled with thick white smoke, and by the time the smoke cleared, the whole room was already stuffed with all kinds of meat and fur. It was hard even to find a place to land. "Wow, a lot of meat." Son Goku looked at a room of meat. His mouth was drooling, and his eyes were shining brightly. Master Roshi was looking at the room stuffed with pieces of meat, and his face muscles couldn't help but twitch up. He had nothing to say to his second disciple. Kame house was located in the sea, and typically there was little meat in addition to seafood. This afternoon, Ayaka very busy in the kitchen, floating out a tempting smell of meat. The tantalizing aroma attracted Son Goku, his mouth was full of drool. He could not wait to run back and forth in the house. Finally, it was time to eat. Son Goku's mouth was stuffed with pieces of meat, and he grabbed 2 fatty meat pieces in his hands. His tongue rolled, and only a bone was left. He grabbed the roast meat with both hands and kept sending it to his mouth. After enjoying the meal, Son Goku was lying on the ground with a happy face. He patted the bulging belly with his hand, so full, rarely have I ever eaten so much. Goku is very good at eating, right? How have you lived these years? Ayaka quietly asked Master Roshi. This small Cami house didn't look like it had a lot of food in stock, so she wondered how Master Roshi fed Son Goku. As soon as she mentioned Son Goku's meal, Master Roshi's eyes became red as if he was in love with the scene, and he was about to shed tears, which startled Ayaka. She didn't know that all this would have to be borne by the Master Roshi since she left. Previously, he didn't know that Son Goku's meals were so horrible, until one day, Son Goku almost consumed the stock of food in the Kame house. Master Roshi hurried to the market to buy food, but it was eaten up within a few days. Upon watching the money in the waistband slowly flatten down, Master Roshi wanted to cry. So, for the following days they lived with so little food. Until Son Goku began to catch the fish in the sea, their lives had improved, but they never returned to the previous standard of living. Looking at Master Roshi's pathetic story of these years of experience, Ayaka couldn't help but begin to sympathize with Master Roshi. These years were not easy for Master Roshi. However, Ayaka's sympathy did not last a few seconds, and her face became an iron blue. After seeing that he gained Ayaka's sympathy, Master Roshi buried his head into Ayaka's chest and kept rubbing Ayaka's soft chest. Sure enough, this dead old man does not deserve sympathy in the slightest. Ayaka grabbed Master Roshi, who was still buried in her chest. Bang! She punched him in the head. Boom! Master Roshi was hit by Ayaka's punch and flew straight toward the wall with a bang. His head went through the wall and was stuck in the wall. Soon, it had been a few days since Ayaka came to the Kame house. In the past few days, Ayaka had been nothing but good to Master Roshi. From time to time, she lost her temper with him, making Master Roshi as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Of course, this was all his own doing. In the meantime, Ayaka tested Son Goku's training and found that Son Goku's strength had been close to the degree when he participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. His age was nearly 2 years earlier than the original. It seemed to be good reason for coming to the Master Roshi a few years earlier. This day. Horny old man, you come here. Ayaka was extremely bad-tempered and yelled at Master Roshi. Son Goku stood by her side, standing still. What is it? Master Roshi was wearing a pair of sunglasses, which reflected a dazzling bright light from the sunglasses corner under the sunlight. In addition to Kamehameha, don't you have a set of Thunder Shock Surprise? Why didn't you teach Goku? Ayaka remembered Master Roshi had 2 techniques. Respectively, Kamehameha and Thunder Shock Surprise. In the original story, Master Roshi transformed into a dragon and defeated Son Goku with Thunder Shock Surprise. The Thunder Shock Surprise was the same as the Crane School Tri-Beam. Due to excessive power, it was not easy to control. Master Roshi had not passed it on until he was gradually eliminated in later high-intensity battles. Ayaka thought, since Son Goku could use Kamehameha, perhaps he could better play the Thunder Shock Surprise's power. She had seen Mateto use the Thunder Shock Surprise, and the power was one of the most powerful peaked demon King Piccolo had to avoid it. Huh, how do you know that I know the Thunder Shock Surprise? Master Roshi was astonished. When Master Roshi and Master Shen were still studying with their teacher Mateto, Mateto taught Master Roshi the Thunder Shock Surprise and Master Shen Tri-Beam. As a result, they developed Kamehameha as well as the Dodon Ray. Since the establishment of Turtle School, Master Roshi had rarely used the Thunder Shock Surprise. He usually only used the Kamehameha because the power of the Thunder Shock Surprise was too powerful. It was easy to cause devastating damage. Master Roshi thought that no one in the world would know about the Thunder Shock Surprise anymore, but unexpectedly Ayaka knew about it. You don't have to worry about how I know. Tell me, have you ever taught Goku this technique? Ayaka's eyes widened with a fierce look. The Thunder Shock Surprise is too powerful, I don't think it's time for Goku to learn it yet. Master Roshi said seriously. The Thunder Shock Surprise was to transform all the ki in the body into the form of lightning to release. The release was challenging, and the power was many times stronger than Kamehameha. The slightest mistake could endanger Goku's life. Master Roshi believed that current Son Goku was not ready to master the Thunder Shock Surprise. However, Ayaka did not think so. Although Son Goku was not very strong, at least he was very close to Master Roshi. Son Goku was kind-hearted, and even if he learned the Thunder Shock Surprise, she did not have to worry that he would go to do evil. Moreover, Master Shen had taught his Tri-Beam to Tien Shinhan. As a disciple of Turtle School, Goku's number of techniques couldn't be too far behind. Goku's strength is gradually becoming stronger. I believe that in less than a year or two, Goku will reach your level, and even far more than you. There is no need to worry that Goku will be unable to control what happens after he learns the Thunder Shock surprise. Seeing some hesitation in Master Roshi's eyes, Ayaka knew that Master Roshi was considering various factors, so she added fuel to the fire and said, I heard that Master Shin has already passed the tri-beam to his disciple. What? Master Roshi's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect Master Roshi to pass such a dangerous move to his disciple, so he couldn't help but have a gloomy face. That bastard Shen, how dare he pass such a dangerous move to his disciple? What nonsense, did he forget the instructions of Teacher Matedo? Master Roshi slate down his face. His face hung with frost, and his eyes penetrated with a cold light. Master Shin had gone too far, how could he pass on a move like the tri-beam so early? Call Goku over, I want to pass on the Thunder Shock surprise. Master Roshi said in a firm voice. Shortly after, Son Goku came to Master Roshi. Grandpa Roshi, what do you want to see me about? Son Goku asked seriously. When he heard that he was going to learn a new technique, he immediately became happy. Master Roshi nodded and began to teach Son Goku how to perform the Thunder Shock surprise and the things he needed to pay attention to. Master Roshi said thoughtfully, the Thunder Shock surprise is mighty and is a master technique of my teacher, Matedo. Goku, after you learn it, you must never use it at will to avoid causing additional damage. Son Goku nodded thoughtfully and took note of Master Roshi's words. The next few days, Master Roshi was constantly teaching Son Goku to learn the Thunder Shock surprise. Son Goku also gradually mastered the Thunder Shock surprise's essentials and was slowly able to release a small Thunder Shock surprise. When launching the Thunder Shock surprise, his whole body would be covered by a powerful electric current, emitting a glowing electric light. All the ki in his body would be transformed into lightning power, and two powerful electric currents would shoot out from the palms of his hands, and then the enemy would be completely crushed. Son Goku's strength was not enough to bring out the maximum power of the Thunder Shock surprise. However, even the immature Thunder Shock surprise would be covered with beeping arcs when it was used. The two bright currents converged in the palms of his hands, emitting the unique blue glow of electricity, and the lightning on his hands would be gently struck. The two thunderbolts were like flying silver snakes, winding and emitting dazzling lightning, with a roar, shooting towards the earth with great speed. Boom! The blue lightning struck the ground, instantly cracked countless blows. The powerful electric current ravaged the ground and from the center began to spread in all directions, continually flashing blue arcs of electricity. A large amount of mud and sand was powerfully squeezed and blown away, exploding a several-meter-deep circular crater, surrounded by wisps of smoke. Master Roshi secretly nodded. His heart was speechless. He did not expect Son Goku to learn the Thunder Shock surprise so quickly. In his year, he followed the martial arts teacher to learn it for a long time. He really couldn't be compared to Son Goku. The Thunder Shock surprise's power was indeed much stronger than Kamehameha, the same ki caused dozens of times the destructive power of Kamehameha. However, it still couldn't compare with the tri-beam. In the original story, Tien Shinhan used the tri-beam at the World Martial Arts Tournament, which blew the entire venue out of the bottomless square crater. Should be the strength gap. Son Goku now has a power level of more than 100, while Tien Shinhan's power level was nearly 180. Upon seeing Son Goku had learned the Thunder Shock surprise, Ayaka was ready to say goodbye to Master Roshi. After packing up a little, Ayaka would take Son Goku to leave at that moment. Master Roshi called Son Goku to a halt. Goku, wait a minute. I have something for you. Ayaka secretly speculated on the sidelines, Master Roshi might want to give Son Goku the flying nimbus. Chapter 41. What's the old grandpa going to give me? Son Goku turned his head and asked Master Roshi. Master Roshi did not answer but leaned on his cane, lifting his head toward the sky, and then shouted, Flying Nimbus. Son Goku followed the head up and looked to the sky. In the distance, little yellow-colored things flying from the sky. When it got closer, it turned out to be Flying Nimbus. The Flying Nimbus rushed closer, and then it stopped next to Master Roshi, floating a meter above the ground. Wow, what a big marshmallow! Son Goku climbed up the Flying Nimbus and jumped on it, surprisingly did not fall. This cloud can also hold people. That is called Flying Nimbus. It can be used as a flying vehicle with a very high speed. As long as the heart is free of evil thoughts, it is possible to stand on it. Ayaka explained out loud and then also jumped on the Flying Nimbus. Only people with good hearts can ride on the Flying Nimbus. There are many such clouds. The Korin Tower, Master Roshi's flying nimbus should be a gift from Korin. Master Roshi wasn't surprised that Ayaka could tell the origin of the flying nimbus. Since Ayaka had climbed up the Korin tower, it was normal to know the flying nimbus information from Korin. What surprised Master Roshi was that Ayaka could also ride on the flying nimbus without falling, which was really out of Master Roshi's expectation. In Master Roshi's view, Ayaka was a mature adult, and she was so grumpy. Her character was not as simple as Son Goku. Ayaka was receptive to the material and spiritual aspects of the outside world. He did not expect her capable of riding on the flying nimbus. Master Roshi did not know that aside from being a kind person, Ayaka was also simple-minded. Ayaka was able to sit on the flying nimbus because of her identity as a Cami. The flying nimbus was formed under the lookout by the divine influence of the Cami. So, as a Cami of the earth, Ayaka could naturally sit on it effortlessly. Ayaka and Son Goku were riding the flying nimbus, flying through the mountains and beautiful forests, lakes, and canyons. Soon, they arrived at the mountain range in which Mount Paozu was located. It was spring, and the whole mountains were full of flowers. The weather was good, with red or green colors dotted the entire mountain range. The grass was lush and green with a vibrant look. Ayaka and Son Goku jumped off the flying nimbus, and the flying nimbus disappeared into the sky with a whoosh. It had been more than 3 years since they left Mount Paozu. The hut made of brick and tile on the top of the mountain was a little old. The walls were covered with moss, and the open space in the courtyard had been covered with plants. The strange pine-tender bamboo behind it drew out new branches and showed a lovely green color. Ayaka opened the hut where Son Goku lived. Because no one had cleaned it for a long time, the hut had been crowded with dust, and the corners were covered with spider silk. Covering her nose with his hand, Ayaka walked into the room and surveyed furniture inside the hut. Besides the dirt produced by a long unoccupied period, some tables, chairs, and bed covers had also been a bit rotten. It seemed that everything inside had to be rearranged again. She took out the capsule and threw it into the open space in the yard, taking out her luxury villa. Boom! With a sound, a cloud of heavy white smoke rose from the courtyard, and a massive 4-story luxury villa appeared in the middle of the yard. Huh! Sister, when did you change your house? Son Goku was surprised to see that what Ayaka took out was not the previous house but a vast villa that was even bigger and more expensive looking. Ayaka led Son Goku into the villa and said with a light smile, I felt that the original house is not grand and spacious enough inside, so I replaced it with a larger house. Son Goku nodded, not quite sure. In Son Goku's view, the house was fine as long as they could live in it. He would not care how big the living place was. Ayaka pulled out a capsule from her arms and handed it to Son Goku. Goku, this is the house I used to have, I can't use it anyway, so I'll give it to you. It is complete with all the necessities of life. Also convenient for your future use. Son Goku smiled as he took capsule and placed it in his belt, alongside the 4-star Dragon Ball. During the night, Ayaka prepared the meat he brought from the Ox King and cooked another delicious roast meal. After a simple night's rest, Ayaka went alone to a small town nearby, wanting to purchase some household goods and a large amount of food. The winter turned to spring, time flew by, and more than a year passed in the blink of an eye. A young pavilion girl accompanied a teenager practicing martial arts with a punch and a kick in the courtyard, all looking fluttering. The young girl was wearing a pale yellow woolen shirt and light green leggings underneath with a red trench coat outside. A pair of eyes full of spirit dotted on her pretty face, looking extra youthful and energetic, very vibrant. This young girl was Ayaka. In addition to the growth of strength, Ayaka's body had become more and more perfect. She had exquisite curves with white and tender skin, which immediately made Ayaka extra charming. A pair of delicate, upright, plump, and well-proportioned breasts made the 16-year-old Ayaka look more mature. The plot is about to start. I have waited a whole 16 years for it. While instructing Son Goku to train, Ayaka had been thinking with infinite expectations for the future. In the past 16 years, Ayaka was constantly training hard so the Dragon Ball's fighters wouldn't surpass her in the future. Although now Ayaka was too far ahead of Son Goku and others, when she thought of those shootable enemies in the Dragon Ball Z, Ayaka did not dare to slacken for a moment. Ayaka's power level was now approaching 200,000. In the universe, it was considered the upper echelon of power level. However, whenever she thought of the strength of the universe overlords like Frieza and Cooler, as well as some terrifying existence that could easily crush Frieza, Ayaka felt the urgency. Before stepping into the Super Saiyan, Ayaka did not have the confidence to show in the universe of countless strong people. Ayaka intended to let Son Goku and Bulma got together on the journey to find the Dragon Balls, then return to the lookout to train correctly. Of course, the world outside the universe was more vast, and with her current strength, she should also step into the depths of the universe to train. Ha! Son Goku leaped up in the air, then steeply attacked down, like an eagle spreading its wings, opening its sharp claws to pounce on its prey. Bang! Son Goku swooped from the air upside down, and his fist smashed powerfully on the ground. In an instant, the ground in the center of the fist sunk, shaking to the earth. A vast force squeezing the ground, splashing mud and sand, and a 1-meter-sized concave suddenly appeared. At the same time, Son Goku flipped backward a few heels and jumped to 12 meters away. Then, with his hands clasped together as he calmed down. After more than a year of practice, Son Goku's strength had improved considerably. He had reached the level of the original story to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. One morning, Ayaka lazily got up from bed, walked to the mirror, and began to comb her hair. Through the glass window, she saw Son Goku was picking up a massive piece of round wood more than 2 meters wide and throwing it up into the sky. Followed by jumping to the air, with the speed that was difficult to discern with the naked eye, he kept attacking the log with his fists. The round wood withstood Son Goku's countless attacks before the boom disintegrated, breaking into more than 100 pieces of wood of the same size. In a moment of wood falling, Son Goku shifted his body with shadow continually flashing. He caught all the pieces of wood that fell, and when they landed, they became the original large round wood. Ayaka watched Son Goku train and smiled in the corners of her mouth. It seemed that Son Goku had understood her words and began to pursue natural training. I'm going to catch a fish, later, we will eat grilled fish. Son Goku shouted through the window to Ayaka and then quickly ran in the direction of the lake. Ayaka helplessly shook her head, then thought, counting the time, Bulma should also start heading to Mount Paozu. I'm looking forward to the start of the plot. After leaving home, Son Goku figure constantly scurrying in the forest he swished a few times, arrived next to a huge lake, and saw a big fish swimming inside the lake. Son Goku immediately took off his clothes and jumped into the lake with a poof, holding the big fish tightly with both hands. When the big fish felt that someone had grabbed it, it swayed vigorously in an attempt to throw the person on its back off, causing the calm surface of the lake to immediately surge up in huge waves. Humph! Son Goku sighed with a dissatisfied grunt, resting his hands on the fish's back emitted a ghostly blue electric light. Son Goku transformed a small part of his ki into thunder, using a little thunder shock surprise. The big fish underneath was struck by the thunder shock surprise at once, its body trembled and soon rolled its eyes. Puff! The overturning waves lit up under the blinding blue light, followed by the big fish and small fish constantly turning white belly floating on the surface of the water. Son Goku dragged up the big fish to climb on the shore, put on his clothes, and then carried the big fish in the direction of home. The thought of eating delicious grilled fish at noon made his mouth water. Hoof! Ha! Son Goku heard what sounded like something coming from behind him. He turned his head and saw a four-wheeled thing rushing towards him, with someone inside continually shouting. After Ayaka's teaching, Son Goku knew that the strange thing with 4 wheels was called a car, the same as his flying nimbus, a vehicle. Seeing the car was about to hit the person in front of her, Bulma panicked and shouted. However, the strange thing was that the man seemed to be stunned, standing there motionless. Why does not that man dodge? Am I going to run over someone? Why is my luck so bad? This is the first time I went out and ran into this kind of thing. Bulma closed her eyes in a panicked mood, feeling that she was too unlucky. She had just learned to drive for the first time on such a rugged mountain road, and she felt that a traffic accident would be difficult to avoid. The car had no intention of slowing down, and when it was about to hit, Son Goku violently threw away the big fish on his back, then jumped in the air to avoid the car. After landing, Son Goku caught the big fish but heard a loud bang in his ears. Looked back, he saw the car had hit the roadside boulders. Black smoke was still coming out of the car, and a blue-haired girl climbed out of the car. Is that, a woman? Chapter 42. What are you, and why did you come to Mount Paozu? Son Goku asked as he walked up to the blue-haired girl and squatted down. Mount Paozu was located near the mountain range and was sparsely populated. Mountains surrounded it with thick forests, and transportation was not well developed. Such a girl who looked like she had a little power level appeared in Mount Paozu made Son Goku feel very strange. Wow! Bulma was startled by this strange monster in front of her. When she came back to her senses and looked more closely, she realized that it was an ordinary little boy wearing a dark blue cloth. She couldn't help but touch her chest and let out a long breath. In this deep forest, fortunately, I did not encounter any demons. Can there be a Dragon Ball in such a place? Bulma looked around the mountain surrounded by a green, deep quiet forest, and felt creeped out. She regretted going out alone. Hey! I'm asking you, what are you? What is your business in Mount Paozu? Seeing the woman in front of him just dumbfounded, Son Goku frowned and asked in a tempered manner. Ah! My name is Bulma, from West City. How about you? How come you are alone in this deep forest? Bulma briefly introduced, but curious in her heart, how the boy in front of her appeared here alone. My name is Son Goku. This is Mount Paozu, and I live here. Bulma nodded, took out an orange-red Dragon Ball from the bag, and asked Son Goku, I came here to find the Dragon Ball. This orange-red ball. Legend has it that if one collects all 7 of these balls distributed throughout the world, one will be able to summon Shenron, which will grant the summoner any wish that does not exceed the ability of Cami. Once upon a time, it seems that someone searched for the 7 Dragon Balls and finally became a king. So I took advantage of the summer break to come out to look for the Dragon Balls and reunite the lost Dragon Balls everywhere. You're looking for the Dragon Balls? That's not easy. Son Goku said in a surprised tone as he looked at the balls. He had a Dragon Ball, a relic left to him by his grandfather. Yes, my first Dragon Ball was obtained at the family's auction house. Later, I made the Dragon Ball radar, while the other was found in the Northern Valley 10 days ago. According to this Dragon Ball radar, 2 more Dragon Balls exist, like this one existing somewhere in this deep mountain. By the way, have you ever seen such a ball? Bulma pulled out a small-sized Dragon Ball radar and pressed the radar button. After beeping twice, the signal of the Dragon Balls was displayed on the radar screen. There were 2 bright spots at the red triangle in the center of the screen, while there were 2 more bright spots right next to it. Bulma zoomed in on the screen, then pointed to the opposite end of the mountain and said, according to the radar, the other 2 Dragon Balls are in that direction. Son Goku looked back in the direction Bulma pointed and said, hey, that's the direction of my house. Your house? Bulma was stunned and quickly pointed to the Dragon Ball. I have 2 Dragon Balls, the 2 stars and 5 stars. You should also have 2 Dragon Balls in your house. How many stars are they? 4 stars and 6 stars. Son Goku thought about it and said. Then quickly take me to your house. Bulma was eagerly looking forward to it. Son Goku looked at her suspiciously, well, I happen to go home, you can come with me. Son Goku said and carried the big fish thrown to the side towards the direction of his house. Bulma swept her eyes on the car that was overturned on the ground. The car could not be repaired in a short time, and when she saw that Son Goku had gone far away, she hurriedly followed him. The mountain road was rugged. Bulma, who lived in West City, had never walked such a long way, and when she came to the top of the mountain, she was already panting and almost exhausted. Son Goku looked aside and saw the villa doors and windows were closed, so he took Bulma into his hut first. Bulma looked up and found that there was a super luxurious villa in addition to a brick and stone hut. The villa was new in style and spacious in its grounds, very similar to her house. It looked like her family's capsule corporation produced it. Bulma was very surprised to see such a luxurious villa in this poor countryside and remote corridor, where few people were. Bulma followed Son Goku into the room and saw a table in a conspicuous position in the room. On the table, a Dragon Ball was placed on the stand. Bulma excitedly rushed forward and picked up the Dragon Ball. Wow! It is the 4-star. Finally, I found another Dragon Ball. Son Goku saw this scene, and his body wavered a little. Soon, he grabbed the Dragon Balls from Bulma's hand. Don't mess with Grandpa's Dragon Balls. He growled. Sorry. I was too excited. Bulma saw Son Goku cast an angry look at her as if he considered the Dragon Balls a forbidden possession and hurriedly apologized. This Son Goku seems to think the Dragon Balls left by his grandfather is very important. I'm afraid he will not let me take the Dragon Balls away. To collect all 7 Dragon Balls, I must have this 4-star in the hands of Son Goku. What can I do? Without Son Goku's 4-star, it is impossible to collect the 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. The 4-star is essential, but looking at this situation, it is not easy to get the 4-star. Son Goku is not going to give the Dragon Balls, which he regards as precious, to himself. That's right. One only needs to collect all 7 Dragon Balls when summoning Shenron, and I can leave the 4-star Dragon Balls with Son Goku during normal times. In that case, just take Son Goku with me, or wait until I have collected the other few Dragon Balls, and then return to Mount Paozu to summon Shenron. Bring Son Goku with her, or collect all the Dragon Balls and then return to Mount Paozu to summon Shenron. Bulma considered these two options and thought she was just an ordinary girl, she had no special ability. On the contrary, although this Son Goku's age was younger, he seemed to be very powerful. In the future, when looking for the Dragon Balls, he might be able to protect her. So with that in mind, Bulma decided to take Son Goku together to find the Dragon Balls. By the way, what is that big villa next to it? How can there be such a luxurious house here? Bulma asked curiously. That's my sister's house. Son Goku answered truthfully. Your sister? You have a sister? Bulma froze. Oh no, Son Goku has a sister, so the other Dragon Ball must be in her possession. I wonder if she will agree to let me take Son Goku and the Dragon Balls. If she disagrees, what should I do? Is it possible to persuade them to find the Dragon Ball? Is it possible? Then let me see your sister. I have something to say to your sister. Whether Son Goku's sister agreed to take the Dragon Balls or not, Bulma felt the need to meet her. She needed to discuss with her and the best way to get them to travel with her. She believed that Son Goku's sister's strength should not be bad. With that, she would get not only 2 Dragon Balls, but also 2 more bodyguards. But how to distribute the wishes of the Dragon Balls? Bulma had some distress again. Well, then I'll take you to see her. The villa's doors and windows were closed. Usually, Son Goku did not bother to knock and directly went into his house. However, since Bulma wanted to see Ayaka, he would take Bulma and knock on the door. Son Goku walked to the door of Ayaka's villa and knocked a few times. Soon, the sound of tom-tom footsteps came from behind the door. Ayaka opened the door and saw Son Goku and a blue-haired girl outside the door. It was actually Bulma. Bulma is finally here. Ayaka's heart was happy, and there was a smile on her face. She quickly greeted Son Goku and Bulma into the house to sit. Bulma never expected to see Ayaka here, and she froze. How could you? Ayaka smiled. It's me. Bulma, I haven't seen you for more than 3 years. You must have come to look for the Dragon Balls, right? After making a cup of black tea for Bulma, she then brought a piece of cake to Son Goku. Ayaka's elegant and vivid demeanor made Bulma look dumbfounded. Yes, 3 years ago, I wanted to come out to look for the Dragon Balls, but Dad always refused to let me go. Until today I was able to go out alone. Bulma took the black tea, gently sipped it. Her heart was relieved. What a surprise, she was her acquaintance. An acquaintance made a good conversation. By the way, Ayaka, the last time you must have collected the Dragon Balls, right? So, what did you wish for Shenron after you found the Dragon Balls? Bulma put down the black tea in his hand and asked very curiously. Ayaka pointed to the woolen shirt she was wearing and said with a smile, I wish to Shenron to transform my clothes into a special material. Bulma nodded. In her opinion, it was normal for Ayaka to want to get some special clothes. The love of beauty was in everyone's heart. Just like Bulma, her purpose of searching for the Dragon Balls was to wish for a boyfriend from Shenron. Ayaka, I'm looking for the Dragon Balls. Can you lend me the Dragon Balls in your hand? Bulma said to Ayaka nervously and excitedly. As long as she got through to Ayaka, it was the same as getting 2 Dragon Balls at once. Dragon Balls? Ayaka pretended to contemplate, hanging Bulma's longing. After a long time, she said, of course I can lend you the Dragon Balls, but I have a request. What request? As long as I can do it, I will agree to you. Goku's 4-star is his grandfather's relic, I'm not okay to lend it to you, so you need to take Goku with you to find the Dragon Balls. I have other things to do, so I will not go with you. Are you not going with us to find the Dragon Balls? Bulma was surprised, you have searched for the Dragon Balls once, you should be very experienced. Why not join us, just to keep us company? Yes, the search for the Dragon Balls must be exciting, just go with us. Son Goku also said. Originally Ayaka intended to let Son Goku and Bulma go out for the trip, and she would return to the lookout to train for a while. However, seeing Bulma and Son Goku both persuaded her to travel with them, Ayaka slightly hesitant. Upon thinking that Son Goku and Bulma would take a few months, she made up her mind, she decided to go to the lookout later. First, she would accompany Bulma and Son Goku to find the Dragon Ball. Well then, I promised to search for the Dragon Balls with you guys. Ayaka agreed, then took out her 6-star and handed them to Bulma. Bulma was surprised to receive the 6-star from Ayaka and carefully put it into his bag. At night, after dinner of wild game, Bulma spent the night in Ayaka's villa. With Ayaka's luxurious villa, Bulma was embarrassed to take out her room for that wildlife. Early the next morning, Ayaka packed up a little something and then turned her villa into a capsule. She then put some of the tables and chairs, sheets, and bedding in Son Goku's room that wouldn't be used into the capsule, so that it wouldn't be corrupted by bugs or water vapor again. After getting everything right, Ayaka and her team of 3 people were fully loaded and ready to embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls. Ayaka wore a red and white threaded shirt with a white jacket over it, a pair of jeans underneath, and a white sun hat on her head, which looked as if she was out on a trip. "Bulma, let's leave to find the Dragon Ball." After Ayaka reminded, Bulma nodded with excitement and took out one of her field motorcycles to march into the distance. Meanwhile, Ayaka and Son Goku jumped on the flying Nimbus, followed closely behind Bulma. Not long after, the 3 embarked on their journey. They were attacked by a pterodactyl, which tried to capture Bulma as food but was easily taken care of by Son Goku with a single blow from the power pole. Ayaka as a spectator didn't intervene, while Bulma was scared and pissed her pants just like in the original story. Next, they met the bandits, but also simply defeated by Son Goku. Chapter 43. At night, Bulma and Son Goku lived inside Ayaka's luxury villa. "Nah, Ayaka, are you and Son Goku really siblings? How come you don't look like him to me? How come he has a tail behind his butt?" Bulma asked Ayaka curiously. Ayaka leisurely flipped through the magazine in her hands, looked to Bulma, and said, "I'm not Son Goku's real sibling. Goku was thrown in the mountains at a very young age, then found and raised by his grandfather. He has been living alone in the mountains since his grandfather died. I met him later." "Oh." Bulma suddenly realized. "And what about you? We already have 4 Dragon Balls in our hands, Bulma. How do you plan to find the rest?" Ayaka asked Bulma. Bulma thought about it and took out the Dragon Ball radar. She pointed to a bright spot on it and said, "Look. In the center of the red arrow gathered 4 bright spots, which is where we are now. The next one is here, about 1,200 kilometers to the west." Bulma knew that Ayaka also had a Dragon Ball radar in her hands, which her father had made for Ayaka 3 years ago. "Because I'm still in school, this time I'm taking advantage of the summer break to come out to play, so the search for the remaining 3 Dragon Balls will only be 30 days, I'm not as free as you." Ayaka and Bulma chatted for a long time. The night was deep, and Ayaka returned to her bedroom, lying on the bed with her hands behind her head. In the original story, Bulma and Son Goku only had 3 Dragon Balls and later received one from Master Roshi. "Now, I have used the Dragon Balls once, and the one from Master Roshi hasn't been returned to him, it's still with me. That means the other 3 Dragon Balls, one in Oolong's Octagon Village, one in the Ox King, and one in the hands of Pilaf. The next target should be Oolong's Octagon Village." The next morning, Son Goku got up early for his morning walk, just like in the original story. Son Goku met the turtle who had been away from home for more than a year. Since Son Goku knew the turtle of Master Roshi, so he decided to send the turtle back to the sea. Before leaving for the trip, Ayaka quietly spoke to the turtle and asked the turtle to tell Master Roshi to go to Fire Mountain in 10 days to meet the Ox King, saying that the Ox King had encountered some difficulties and needed Master Roshi's help. "Goku, it's your fault for being nosy, which caused us to delay for a day. I wonder if we can collect the 7 Dragon Balls before school starts." Bulma drove a cross-country motorcycle with a dissatisfied look on her face to Son Goku. She was a little glad that Son Goku had a divine weapon like the flying Nimbus, otherwise, it would have wasted more than just a day. A few days later, the group came to the small village shown on the Dragon Ball radar. However, the strange thing was that the doors and windows on the houses were closed, and no one was on the street. The wind blew the branches of shredded paper on the street, looking like a post-disaster depression and decay. The deserted streets and the locked doors and windows gave an air of deep fear. "Why isn't there a single person?" Son Goku curiously surveyed the entire village. Ayaka shook her head and pointed to the window of a room and said, "Those villagers are hiding behind the door, they are watching us. Something should have happened here to keep them from coming out." Bulma turned on the Dragon Ball radar and said, "No matter what, the Dragon Ball is here, we only have to get the Dragon Ball on the line. Is anyone there? Why they don't answer?" Son Goku was lying next to a window and saw someone hiding inside. Bang! Son Goku smashed the door with a punch and walked in. Ayaka held her forehead with his right hand, feeling speechless at Son Goku's recklessness, and followed into the house. At this time, a black shadow rushed out from Son Goku's side, holding an axe looking towards Son Goku. Watch out! Bulma saw someone attacking Son Goku with an axe and quickly shouted out. At the moment of the black shadow attack, Son Goku avoided the axe attack. His body leaped to the front of the black shadow and snatched the axe away. Bulma saw that the one who attacked Son Goku was an ordinary villager. Why are you attacking us? Bulma snarled. The villagers were full of fear looking at Ayaka and others. Next, they learned from the mouth of the villagers what happened in this village. It turned out that in recent times there had been a demon called Oolong who attacked this village. The young girls in the village were captured one by the demon Oolong. The villagers were afraid and hiding at home, they did not dare to go out on the street when the next target was their daughters. That means tomorrow at noon, the demon called Oolong will be back to capture your daughter? Bulma asked. Yes. The villager replied with trepidation in his heart. We can help you solve the demon called Oolong. However, the condition is that you will give us an orange-red ball like this one from the village. Ayaka made the condition. Yeah, we can help you get rid of that demon named Oolong if you give us the Dragon Ball. Bulma said excitedly, you just saw that little boy is powerful, right? I'll tell you, this one beside me is also powerful. We can help you take out Oolong. Really? The villagers were half-hearted. However, thinking that if they hired an outside martial artist, it might cost a large amount of money that their small village certainly couldn't afford, they nodded their heads in agreement. Eventually, a grandmother in the village took out the Dragon Ball she had found and agreed to take it as payment for Ayaka and the others. The next day at noon, a large-sized demon with 2 devil horns on the head came to the village, holding a bouquet. After seeing the little girl played by Son Goku, it turned into a handsome gentleman with a poof and bowed to Son Goku. Hiding in the room, Bulma saw Oolong turned into a handsome man, and at once, her 2 eyes were bubbling with love, and she wanted to rush out. Ayaka hurriedly pulled Bulma's hand. Bulma, you do not want to commit nymphomania, right? That handsome man is Oolong, the demon. If you want to be caught by the demon, then go out. Bulma heard what Ayaka said, and her body shivered. The fire in the heart immediately extinguished down. Soon, after Oolong found that Son Goku was a boy, they fought. After a fight, he was increasingly shocked and knew that he was never a match for Son Goku, so he transformed into a bat and flew quickly into the distance while Son Goku was not paying attention. You can't run. Son Goku summoned the flying Nimbus to chase after him. Damn it! Who is the strange boy? What a shame, after the defeat, I cannot go to that village again. Oolong cursed as he flew. Seeing the boy behind him getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but sweat on his head. Change. A cloud of smoke emerged from the air. It obscured Son Goku's sight at once, and Oolong took the opportunity to turn into a rocket and flee at speed. After a while, thinking he had lost the strange boy, Oolong hid behind a rock and breathed a sigh of relief. Son Goku came to a cavity and found a luxurious building inside the cavity, which was exactly the home of Oolong. In the luxurious building, he found Oolong, who had changed back to his original form. Shit! Oolong saw Son Goku, who broke into his home, and he was sweating all over. In the end, it ended just like in the original story. Son Goku returned to the village with Oolong and the captured girl triumphantly, and Bulma got the old grandmother's Dragon Balls as she wished. After getting the 5th Dragon Ball, Ayaka and others continued to find the next Dragon Ball. On a sunny, windy afternoon, Ayaka and others traveled on Bulma's speedboat in the mountains and rivers. From time to time, the willows and grasses on the shore and the verdant bamboo forests were filled with birds warbling. There are only 2 Dragon Balls left, much faster than expected. Bulma said in a cheerful mood. Why do I have to go with you guys too? Oolong was tied with ropes on his body in the back seat of the speedboat and said with a depressed face. Ayaka also sat on the last row of seats in the speedboat. She ran her hand through her wind-blown hair and said, because your transformation is so wonderful that it might be useful in the middle of the journey, Oolong. If we leave you behind, who knows who you will go to deceive again? Oolong looked at Ayaka's beautiful and seductive face. His face instantly showed the same lewd smile as Master Roshi, thinking, maybe it's good to travel a little. Bang! Ayaka landed a punch on Oolong's head. Behave yourself. Oolong clutched his head in pain, and for the next few days, he felt the full pain of travel as Ayaka's fist landed on his head almost every day. Where are you guys going? Oolong looked at the map in Ayaka's hand. Further ahead is the Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain? That's where we're going. What? Have you gone mad to go to Fire Mountain? Oolong was shocked, then cried and tried to get off the boat. However, he was held tightly by Son Goku, unable to escape. I don't want to go to Fire Mountain. Don't you know? I heard that people who come near would be attacked by the Ox King living in the Fire Mountain. You do not know the horror of the Ox King. He is absolutely a demon-like existence. Oolong refused to follow Ayaka and the others to Fire Mountain. However, how could he escape from the hands of Son Goku? His face could not help but show a look of despair. Ayaka sat quietly. Including her, no one paid attention to Oolong, whose body was jumping around. After a while, Oolong quieted down, resigned to follow Ayaka and others to the shore. After more than half a day's travel, Ayaka and others left the mountainous area's beautiful environment with sufficient water to yellow sand filled with blazing flames on the desert. There was no tree vegetation around and was only a cluster of hollow stalagmite pillars in the middle. I'm tired. Bulma leaned on a branch, sticking out her tongue with a look of dying from exhaustion. On one side, Oolong was already half dead and down. I can't. I need to rest. Bulma walked to a cluster of stalagmite pillars below, sat down on her butt, and complained to Son Goku breathlessly. Not far away, on a rock hollowed out in the middle, a cat-like animal with binoculars in hand spotted Ayaka and her party of 4, then ran inside and shouted to his master. Master Yamcha, prey has been found. Really, Poir? It's been a long time since any prey came to the door. A long-haired young man had just finished eating and wiped the corner of his mouth with a cloth, revealing a surprised smile. It had been more than half a month, and finally, there were fat sheep on the doorstep again. Because if not, they would have been starving to death. This long-haired young man is the bandit in the wilderness, Yamcha. The kitten was his servant Poir. Chapter 44. Ha! What is that? Son Goku, who was resting, saw something different in the distance. At the edge of the field of vision, yellow sand and dust roaming the sky, and the sound of the motor was heard from far away. A long-haired teenager was driving a desert motorboat on the yellow sand. Ayaka calmed down and then ignored it. Instead, she went to the stalagmite column and found a place to continue resting. In a short time, the desert motorboat stopped in front of Son Goku. As Bulma laid down in the middle of the stalagmite pillar to rest, Ayaka hid in the stalagmite pillar as soon as she saw Yamcha. Therefore, Yamcha didn't see 2 women among his so-called prey, which scared him. Who are you? Son Goku asked as he looked at Yamcha and Poir, who had gotten off the motorboat. I am the desert bandit Yamcha, this is my partner Poir. Little kid, if you want to live, hand over the money and the capsule on your body. Yamcha said to Son Goku with a cool face, holding a big sword. At that moment, Poir saw Oolong and shouted, Master Yamcha, that pig is called Oolong. He used to bully me in the Southern Transformation kindergarten, and then he was kicked out of the kindergarten because he was greedy and lazy. Is that so? Yamcha drew his big sword and said to Son Goku, it seems you have bad luck. I'll send you to heaven early. With that, Yamcha waved his big sword and slashed at Son Goku, moving very quickly. He came from a dozen meters away to Son Goku in just a few seconds and slashed down at him. Son Goku saw him suddenly attacked, and some annoyance rose in his heart. He didn't panic, turned his body to the side, and avoided Yamcha's big sword attack with a dodge. Gently leaped up, before Yamcha could react, Son Goku swung the power pole to attack down. Bang! The power pole hit Yamcha's big sword with a crisp sound, and Yamcha was pressed down by the powerful force coming from the big sword, and tiny cracks appeared on the ground at his feet. What a great force! Yamcha was shaken to the point that his wrists hurt, and he was horrified. I never thought this little kid would have such great strength. Yamcha knew that he was not yet a match for this child based on strength alone. Although there was some reluctance in his heart, Yamcha knew that he must use his masterpiece, otherwise, he might still lose in the hands of this hairy kid. Yamcha leaped back a few meters to distance himself from Son Goku. He then set up an attacking style. His hands cupped into wolf claws, his body slightly floating down, storing power in his body, a look ready to attack. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha shouted. His body was like a loaded bullet, whooshing towards Son Goku. His hands were like wolf claws with waves of fierce attacks as fast as lightning, moving quickly and fiercely as if a wolf attacked. Yamcha had already sent dozens of attacks to Son Goku, and his hands were like a shadow, rolling up a whirlwind. Yamcha's attacks were swift and relentless, causing death at every turn. However, Son Goku was even better and actually received Yamcha's Wolf Fang fist with unerring accuracy. How is it possible? While attacking, Yamcha was secretly shocked that the kid in front of him could catch his Wolf Fang fist, which he had never encountered since he had traversed the wilderness. Master Yamcha. Puar saw that Yamcha didn't have the upper hand when he fought Son Goku and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Oolong looked at the two people fighting, and the original tension was immediately thrown to the back of the mind. He was smiling at Puar, taunted, "It looks like your master is not Son Goku's opponent." Puar looked at Oolong angrily and turned into a fly swatter to strike down at Oolong. Puar's sudden attack hit Oolong, but Oolong angrily choked on Puar. On the battlefield, Yamcha saw that the attack could not gain an advantage, then began to change the attack strategy. Yamcha punched and struck with a fish to the flesh, but it was nothing for Son Goku after the special training of Ayaka. Son Goku's resistance to strike seemed to be far from human. Soon, Yamcha was pressed by Son Goku at a downfall. Boom! Yamcha and Son Goku struck each other with their fists. In the center of the two fists, a whirlwind blowing in all directions. Son Goku was knocked back several meters by the powerful fist, while Yamcha flew backward and hit a stalagmite pillar. With a boom, the entire several-meter-high stalagmite pillar collapsed and shattered into tiny pieces of stone. Yamcha's whole body ached as he struggled to climb out of the pile of broken stones. Master Yamcha. Puar flew towards Yamcha worriedly with tears streaming down his face. Damn it! Yamcha pounded the ground with one hand. He knew he couldn't beat Son Goku, and he was distraught. Since his debut, Yamcha had never been so powerless. Well, Bulma, who had been resting under the stalagmite pillar, was awakened by the loud sound of battle and looked at Yamcha not far away, so, handsome, with an excited expression on her face, she ran in the direction of Yamcha. Yamcha, who regretted that he was weak and unable to defeat Son Goku, suddenly saw Bulma, who appeared beside him. His whole body trembled, and his face was filled with an expression of horror. Woman! How can a horrible woman appear here? He jumped up with a panicked face and then ran away with a "whoa" towards the distance. Looking at Yamcha had escaped, Ayaka knew there was no more drama and followed him. Did he run away? Bulma did not know why Yamcha's running away as soon as he looked at her. She then asked Ayaka, "Ayaka, who was that? He seems to look pretty good." Upon looking at the face of the nymphomaniac Bulma, Ayaka spread his hands. "He is the desert bandit, Yamcha and his servant Puar." In the night, because there was no transportation, they were forced to take out their capsule, taking out a double-decker car from it. "Why didn't you tell me earlier, cheapskate, causing me to walk so much in vain?" Bulma looked at Oolong with dissatisfaction. She was dissatisfied with him for not taking out the caravan earlier. Oolong looked unhappy and said, "I've treasured this car for a long time." It was night, and Yamcha was not willing to lose to Son Goku. He took advantage of the night to attack Son Goku and let Puar turn into Son Goku's appearance to lure Bulma away and attack Son Goku himself. Unfortunately, due to the lust, Puar lured away Oolong, who transformed into a fat Bulma. Yamcha saw Bulma sleeping in the sheet, and his heart was shattered as expected. Although Yamcha's battle plan completely failed, Yamcha still learned the Dragon Balls from Son Goku and Oolong's conversation. So, Yamcha decided to grab the Dragon Balls and wish for Shenron to overcome his fear of girls. Early the next morning. "Oolong, I thought you said you would help me wash clothes, how come you have not washed a single one so far?" Bulma angrily yelled at Oolong. "There is a piece of clothing on the house that you can wear." Oolong said to Bulma as if he did not care. What he took to Bulma was actually a rabbit-eared girl's dress. Bulma was so angry that she wanted to roast Oolong into a suckling pig with fire, but she had no choice and to put it on in the end. Ayaka and her team of 4 people rode in a car driven by Oolong towards the Fire Mountain direction. However, on the way, they were attacked by Yamcha's rocket. The rocket destroyed the car, and as an apology, Yamcha gave a car, equipped with a tracker, to Son Goku and his team. Ayaka knew exactly what Yamcha was planning, but she was not interested in tearing Yamcha apart. Chapter 45. After 2 more days of driving in the direction of Fire Mountain in the car from Yamcha, they finally got rid of the desert of yellow sand and dryness and entered the hilly forest area. As soon as they entered the hilly forest area, Ayaka felt that the weather had cooled down. The sun was no longer so hot, and looking around at the dense forest, everything looked vibrant and wonderful. Upon continue to move forward for 2 more days, the sun was not fierce, but the air seemed stifling hot. So muggy. It's strange because this is the north. Bulma and Ayaka sat together in the back of the car, fanning with their right hands to relieve the heat. Usually, areas near the north shouldn't be this hot. It's probably because of Fire Mountain. Ayaka said, holding a magazine about Fire Mountain. Fire Mountain was called Pleasant Mountain not long ago, and it's a very cool place. A few years ago, when I went there, the climate was still delightful, but a year ago it seems that a big fireball fell from the sky and ignited the fire in the heart of the earth, causing the whole mountain to burn up and the climate changed with it. Ayaka, you've been to Fire Mountain before? Bulma asked curiously, remembering that Ayaka had started traveling around the world a long time ago. Ayaka nodded gently but did not tell Bulma in detail about her visit to Fire Mountain. That's the mountain. Oolong, who was driving, called out, pointing to a large burning mountain ahead. From far away, a lofty castle could still be seen at the top. Son Goku stood on top of the car and looked at the Fire Mountain, and said, "Ah, it's amazing. It's even hotter here than it was just now. It's better not to go there, the Ox King lives near here." Oolong stepped out of the car, his face a little white. "The Ox King is called the Demon King, he will kill anyone who comes near this mountain. Look, there is an ancient castle at the top of that mountain, it is the Ox King's castle. There are gold and silver treasures robbed from this area. Many robbers came to attack the castle, and they were all defeated by the Ox King." Oolong pointed to the castle on the top of the mountain and said. He wanted to escape like that, but unfortunately, Bulma found out and kicked Oolong in the stomach. Bulma pulled out the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the button on the radar that immediately beeped, showing the Dragon Ball location. Bulma handed the radar to Ayaka and said, "We must go up to Fire Mountain. Look, Ayaka, the radar shows that the 6th Dragon Ball is in the middle of that castle." Ayaka didn't even look at the radar, she naturally knew that the 6th Dragon Ball was inside the Ox King's castle because it was the one she personally gave to the Ox King more than a year ago. Flying Nimbus. Son Goku suddenly shouted towards the sky, "Bulma, I'm going to take a look at the top of the castle." With that, Son Goku was about to pilot the Flying Nimbus to leave at this point. Ayaka pulled Son Goku, "Wait, I'll go with you." Son Goku nodded, waiting for Ayaka to jump on the Flying Nimbus. He ordered the Flying Nimbus to fly towards the top of Fire Mountain. Bulma stood on the ground and shouted to the distant Ayaka and Son Goku, "Be sure to find the Dragon Balls." Next, Bulma and Oolong prepared to rest in place, but they could not imagine that shortly after Son Goku left, a huge black figure came behind them, holding a huge axe, and cut toward them. Bang! A huge axe flew from behind, chopping at the stone not far from Bulma. The stone was hit by the strong force of the huge axe and shattered into powder at once. Ah! Bulma and Oolong's eyes jutted out, and their faces were instantly white with fear. Turning their heads, they saw a giant dressed in strange armor. "Oh no, it must be the Ox King who knows that we come after his Dragon Balls, so he sent his men to finish us off." Oolong was trembling while constantly shattering, he also infected Bulma. Initially, she was not very bold. She just felt loose in her lower body and was about to pee her pants in fear. Heart deadly prayed, "Ayaka, Goku, hurry back. We encountered a demon here." "Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you here to steal the treasure?" the Ox King asked in a sinister tone. It looked at Bulma and Oolong with a fierce and evil look. Since thieves were trying to steal the gold and silver treasures in his castle for many years, the Ox King was very wary of strangers, and his fierceness was mostly to scare people. "We are not." Bulma trembled and tried to explain but was glared at by the huge armored man in front of her. She was immediately silenced, stammering and unable to speak. To her shame, there was cold in her lower body, and she actually peed out. In the distance, Yamcha and Puar rode the car with their eyes fixed on the monitor. They are advancing again. The direction is the Ox King's Fire Mountain. It seems that the 6th Dragon Ball is inside the Ox King's castle. "Master Yamcha, are we going to the Ox King's castle too?" With the legendary guy, the Ox King as their opponent, Puar was a bit worried. The opponent is Ox King, which is indeed very troublesome. However, perhaps the kid with a long tail has fought with the Ox King, so let's go with it and see. Maybe we can reap the benefits. Yamcha believed he was no match for the Ox King, but he thought he might be able to pick up a bargain. At this time, from afar ran a peculiarly dressed young girl. Behind her, there was a dinosaur constantly chasing the girl. The girl was Chi-Chi. In a panic, Chi-Chi threw the blade on her helmet and cut the dinosaur's neck. The dinosaur's head fell off at once. Frightened by this horrific scene, Chi-Chi sent another energy laser from the brow of the helmet, blasting the entire dinosaur into smithereens, and then cried out and fled. When Chi-Chi saw Yamcha and Puar on one side, she mistook them for another enemy. Without saying a word, she directly attacked Yamcha and Puar. Where did the wild girl come from? Yamcha was furious as he dodged Chi-Chi's attack. Then, with his palm as a knife, he struck Chi-Chi's neck with a heavy bang, knocking her unconscious. Then without further hesitation, he drove the car towards Fire Mountain. Yamcha arrived at the front of Fire Mountain, just in time to catch up with Bulma and Oolong, who were confronting the Ox King. They are going to fight. Yamcha saw this scene, and his heart was confident. It seemed that things were going in the direction he had expected, so he quietly hid behind a rock with Puar and observed. We really are not here to steal the treasure. Bulma shivered and tried to explain to the Ox King the purpose of her coming, but the Ox King obviously did not believe and still stared at Bulma with a wary look. This made Bulma feel like dying. At this time, after circling the castle in the Fire Mountain, Ayaka and Son Goku, who had not seen the Ox King, flew back on the flying Nimbus. Son Goku leaped off the flying Nimbus and landed in the middle of Bulma and the Ox King. Who are you, uncle? Why are you blocking Bulma so aggressively? With such a direct and rude tone, Son Goku's attitude instantly made Bulma's heart rise to her throat. Stupid. Be careful what you say, that is the Ox King. It's over. At this time, Ayaka riding on the flying Nimbus leisurely descended. When the Ox King saw her, he was surprised and said, It's Ayaka, how come you're here? Uncle, long time no see. Come, let me introduce to you, this is the grandson of Son Gohan, and the third disciple of Master Roshi. Ayaka smiled and said with a big grin, how is he? Not bad, right? Of course, the Ox King understood what the not bad in Ayaka's mouth refers to. He carefully observed Son Goku, and nodded his head, then said with a happy face, such a good boy. Just now, he came here on a flying Nimbus. Not a bad kid. Ayaka rolled her eyes, isn't it obvious? If that old pervert, Master Roshi, can ride on a flying Nimbus, it's strange. The Ox King laughed heartily. After laughing, he came close to Ayaka and whispered, I'm joking. However, you can't say that to Master Roshi's face, he's actually very good at hiding something. Ayaka disagreed and said with a faint smile, he had long lost face in front of me. The Ox King moved at the words. He then rushed Ayaka and gave a thumbs up, you're worthy of Ayaka. Only a beautiful woman like you can restrain Master Roshi. Hey, you guys have been talking for half a day. It looks like you know each other. Bulma asked with some surprise. Ayaka looked at Bulma and saw her shocked look. Her eyes glanced unintentionally saw that the crotch of Bulma's lower jeans was still soaking wet, and she was speechless. She was an adult, and as a girl, it was too indecent to pee her pants. Ayaka quickly shifted his gaze without breaking it down. She pretended not to know and explained, Goku is the grandson of Son Gohan and the third disciple of the god of martial arts, Master Roshi. His grandfather, Son Gohan, and the Ox King are brothers, the first and second disciples of Master Roshi, respectively. On the side, the Ox King constantly nodding upon hearing Ayaka's words, confirming that what Ayaka said was true. You are actually family. Bulma said with a bizarre face. Chapter 46. What? That kid with the long tail is the third disciple of the god of martial arts, Master Roshi. Yamcha heard this with a shocked face. He couldn't help but shudder. No wonder that kid was so powerful, he was actually a disciple of Master Roshi. The disciple of the god of martial arts, the grandson of the super-powerful Son Gohan, and now the junior brother of the Demon King the Ox King. What a brutal background. Yamcha felt his teeth hurt a little. By the way, where is Chi-Chi? Ayaka gazed at the crowd and did not see the figure of Chi-Chi. She couldn't help but thought that Chi-Chi might have gone to Kim House to find Master Roshi to borrow the Bansho fan like in the original story. As expected, the Ox King said with a smile, I asked Chi-Chi to go to Master Roshi to borrow Bansho fan. If she can borrow Master Roshi's Bansho fan, we may be able to extinguish the fire on Fire Mountain. But the Bansho fan was dirty and thrown away by Master Roshi long ago. It's useless for Chi-Chi to go there. Ayaka reminded. Ah. The Bansho fan was thrown away by Master Roshi. The Ox's body froze. He could not imagine that Master Roshi had thrown away the Bansho fan. Then, how can we extinguish the fire on Fire Mountain? Ayaka smiled. Previously, she asked the turtle to notify Master Roshi to come to the Fire Mountain. She expected that Master Roshi should be on his way here now. In a short time, he would arrive at the Fire Mountain. So she said to the Ox King, "You don't have to worry. I have already had someone notify Master Roshi, he should be on his way to here now. Master Roshi will come to Fire Mountain." The Ox King widened his eyes were sparkling. At first, he didn't believe it. He knew how Master Roshi was, and he was a great master, who looked like an ordinary old man. When the Ox King wanted to invite Master Roshi, he refused. Such a gentleman with a straight face. Because of this, the Ox King could hardly believe that Master Roshi would come to his Fire Mountain. With a look of admiration towards Ayaka, the Ox King gave a thumbs up. "I didn't expect that you, Ayaka, could do the job of asking Master Roshi to come to Fire Mountain. That's amazing. Is it hard to do his job?" Ayaka disdainful bristles. She guessed that as soon as he knew she was here, that lecherous old man would rush over. The Ox King was delighted. "Great. As long as Master Roshi can personally come here, the fire in Fire Mountain must have a way to be able to solve." At this time, far behind the rocks, Yamcha's face showed a shocked look. He covered his mouth and whispered to Puar, "Did you hear that? They said Master Roshi, who is known as the god of martial arts, will come here. I can actually meet that legendary figure." Puar wagged a tail and nodded to Yamcha. "I can't believe that the small Fire Mountain has gathered so many big and prestigious figures all at once. Hey, Son Goku, can you go in the direction of Master Roshi and bring back my daughter Chi-Chi?" The Ox King said to Son Goku. He then leaned down and whispered, "My daughter is an adorable girl. I can marry her to you later, how about that?" Upon hearing these words, Ayaka stood bashfully with a slight smile on her face. On the other hand, the people on the side shivered. In their minds, Bulma and Oolong, the Ox King's daughter, was a female version of the Ox King. They couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Only Ayaka knew, the Ox King's daughter, Chi-Chi, was indeed an adorable girl. "This is a picture of my daughter Chi-Chi." The Ox King took out a picture and handed it to Son Goku. It showed a picture of the upper body of a young and cute young girl. "This cute young girl is the Ox King's daughter?" Bulma and others saw the picture of Chi-Chi and said in amazement. They never thought that the Ox King's daughter was so beautiful. It wasn't scientific. Yamcha used binoculars to see the young girl on the photo from afar, and his whole eyes stared out. "She is the Ox King's daughter." The girl who was knocked unconscious by him came to mind, making him could not help but startled. This was a time bomb with huge momentum. "Yamcha, what should we do?" "That's the girl." Puar looked panicked. If the Ox King knew that the two of them had knocked out his daughter, he wouldn't let them go. Yamcha gulped, he was also a little panicked. He didn't dare to take action and could only watch as Son Goku took Chi-Chi's photo and then swooped towards the place where Chi-Chi fainted and flew away. Son Goku stepped on the flying nimbus towards Kame House direction. Along the way, he saw a fainting girl, and after comparing the photos, he was sure that the fainting girl was Chi-Chi, so he landed next to Chi-Chi and woke her up. Chi-Chi woke up from her daze and looked at the boy standing in front of her and felt that he looked a little familiar. "I think I've seen him somewhere." Suddenly, Chi-Chi remembered the photo that Ayaka had shown her and said that this boy would be her future husband. Upon thinking that the boy in front of her might be her future husband, Chi-Chi's face turned red all of a sudden. "Are you Chi-Chi?" Curiously looking at the girl whose face was a little red, Son Goku was a little puzzled. Chi-Chi nodded shyly. As soon as Son Goku saw that the girl in front of him was the person he was looking for, he picked up Chi-Chi without saying a word, put her on the flying nimbus as Chi-Chi did not fall off the tendon cloud. Only pure-hearted people can sit on this flying nimbus, your heart must also be very pure. Son Goku couldn't help but praise. Chi-Chi said shyly, "My heart is as clean as spring water." Upon looking at Son Goku and the cute girl back together on the flying nimbus from afar, Oolong said to himself in a sour tone, "What a lucky guy. Not to mention having a pretty sister, now he's riding with such a cute girl. Oh, I'm jealous to death. Look at Goku and Chi-Chi, what a perfect pair." Ayaka smiled and told the Ox King. The Ox King nodded nervously, "It's perfect. I can rest assured that Chi-Chi will be his bride." Oolong had a jealous expression on his face. His teeth were gnawing hard on his nails, cutting his nails and saying, "Goku is really lucky." Everyone in the room was scared by the word bride in the mouth of the Ox King. Wasn't this too fast? Son Goku looked confused. "What's a bride?" "Idiot. The bride is the person who will live with you in the future. Bulma knocked Son Goku's head as if Son Goku was very indisputable. Goku, do you think Chi-Chi is cute? Ayaka pointed to Chi-Chi, and Son Goku replied directly, lovely. Then are you willing to be with Chi-Chi? Yes. Then it's done. Ayaka said with a happy face to the Ox King and Chi-Chi, look, Goku is also willing, then it is set. When they are 18 years old, they will be married. The Ox King and Chi-Chi had no opinion, and thus, Son Goku had an additional fiancé for nothing before he could understand the situation. Damn it. Oolong chewed clothes. His eyes were filled with tears, and he said with a sad glance, why did Goku have a fiancé so easily? With your piggy appearance, you still want a fiancé? Dream on. Bulma kicked Oolong in the stomach, sending Oolong to the ground rolling around. She then came to Ayaka, whispered, Ayaka, is this okay? It seems like you're baiting. Goku doesn't even seem to know what a fiancé means to him. Ayaka chuckled and replied, Chi-Chi is just as innocent and cute as Goku. I think they'd make a great couple. At this time, from afar crawled a huge sea turtle, carrying a person on the turtle shell. The person was an old man with a white beard dressed up very fancy, with a turtle shell on his back and sunglasses on his head. Chapter 47. Master Roshi was sitting on the sea turtle's back, slowly advancing step by step carried by the turtle. With sunglasses on his head, under the sunlight, reflecting dazzlingly bright light. The turtle's speed wasn't fast, moving one step at a time, very sedate. On the contrary, it made Ayaka and others wait a little anxious. After a long time, Master Roshi finally arrived in front of Ayaka and the others. Son Goku shouted when he saw Master Roshi, Grandpa Roshi, you're here. That lousy old man is Master Roshi, the legendary and strong man. Bulma looked at Master Roshi's bony body, looking disbelief. He is Master Roshi, who is known as the god of martial arts. Ayaka was sure to prove the identity of Master Roshi. However, her eyes showed contempt as if on purpose and cautioned Bulma, but he is a big pervert like Oolong. Don't let him get close. Bulma carefully surveyed. She seemed a little less agreeable. When the Ox King saw Master Roshi, he fell to the ground as soon as possible and bowed to him, Master Roshi, it's been a long time. Master Roshi nodded slightly, leaning on his cane, and walked up to the Ox King, your big name is not insignificant. To protect your property, you have killed many people. You know all of them. The Ox King had sweat running down his head. He was ashamed and kept kowtowing to Master Roshi, I have no place to go. Your disciple has lost his mind, but please put out the fire on Fire Mountain first. Master Roshi turned his head to look at the burning Fire Mountain and said thoughtfully, this flame, it's not easy to extinguish. At this point, Master Roshi noticed Ayaka and Bulma, and his eyes instantly became nasty, wow, little Ayaka, you have become even more beautiful. The lovely lady next to you, do you want to have an unforgettable date with old grandpa? Snap. Ayaka's forehead sprouted a sinew. Her whole body then emitted a cold aura, her eyes became cold and stern when she looked at Master Roshi. Huh, joking. I just want to make a friend with the lovely lady next to you. Under Ayaka's chilling aura, Master Roshi immediately snapped and laughed. Is this really the god of martial arts? He is completely a horny old man. Bulma did not doubt Ayaka's words at this time. Master Roshi's behavior completely overturned the image of the god of martial arts in her mind. Upon hiding on the side, Yamcha was also shocked by Master Roshi's behavior. He did not expect Master Roshi to be this virtuous, so he was surprised and afraid of Master Roshi. Master Roshi, you'd better hurry up and put out the fire. Ayaka said with some impatience. Look, let me put out the fire. Master Roshi was holding a walking stick, full of happiness. He had to perform well in front of Bulma and other young girls so that these girls recognized his great figure. Thanks a lot, Master Roshi. The Ox King thanked excitedly. Master Roshi nodded towards the Ox King, then took off the turtle shell on his back and his outer shirt, revealing a skinny and rugged body with 2 large wound plasters on his back, giving people a feeling that he was on his way out. This old man will not be in trouble, right? Bulma asked Ayaka in a whisper. She looked at Master Roshi's thin body and worried that the old man would hang up later if he wasn't careful. Do not worry. Master Roshi is very old, but his strength is powerful. He should be a little stronger than Goku. Ayaka did not care and said indifferently. At that end, Master Roshi climbed up the stone wall with difficulty, then held his breath in the direction of Fire Mountain, with a severe look flashing in his eyes. Ha! Master Roshi bellowed, and an appalling aura burst out from his crippled body. The overwhelming aura came over him. At this moment, he was like a god descending into the world, giving a powerful sense of oppression that man couldn't overcome. Then, another low sound, and the muscles on Master Roshi's body began to move. The originally dried muscles swelled up violently. It formed a stronger image of a big man than the Ox King. If not for the white beard at the corners of Master Roshi's mouth, it would be tough to imagine that Master Roshi was hundreds of years old. Bulma and the others were dumbfounded by the remarkable change of the Master Roshi. They stretched out their necks and looked at the strong man in front of them with disbelief. Was this the horny old man who just now looked like he was having great difficulty walking? It's going to emerge. Master Roshi's specialty move, Kamehameha. The Ox King looked at Master Roshi's pose and immediately shouted with a shocked and excited face. Kamehameha. Master Roshi's hands formed claws, lightly shouted. Then, his hands slowly leaned together, and his whole body's muscles suddenly tensed. The upper and lower muscles burst out of the blue. Master Roshi slowly gathered the ki into his hands, and a more powerful sense of oppression released from his body. This coalesced the energy together and ejected in one breath. This is Master Roshi's masterpiece. Unexpectedly, today I can see it, hiding behind the pile of stones. Yamcha saw Master Roshi's action and couldn't help but marvel at it. Ha! The ki on both palms gathered more and more, gradually making the air transparent distortion. The ki on the body was like a fierce tiger out of the cage, unbridled play out. The ground began to shake, and the entire sky seemed to change color for it. Ki. Master Roshi's strong hands slowly retracted, then moved to the waist. The ki condensed in his hands gradually piled up. Finally, the quantity produced a qualitative change, and the ki was transformed into a ki wave, emitting a dazzling blue light in his hands. The dazzling blue light lit up in the hands of Master Roshi, illuminating the surroundings at once. The bright light made all light sources seem so insignificant. Wave. Master Roshi pushed the ki wave at his waist forward. His claws unfolded ahead, and a powerful ki wave was launched. The dazzling blue light shone so brightly that Bulma and others had to close their eyes. A thick blue ki wave shot in Fire Mountain's direction as if a fierce tiger were descending from the mountain with unstoppable momentum. The powerful and compelling aura, mixed with the power to destroy the world, roared and tore apart everything it encountered along the way. Boom! The powerful ki wave hit the Fire Mountain and sent an explosion. The whole Fire Mountain collapsed in the blast, and the ground began to shake violently. A powerful shock wave spread in all directions from the mountain top, causing the clouds to disperse at once. The shock wave came crashing down with an incredible visual impact. When the shock wave passed, everything calmed down, and the diffuse smoke gradually receded. What came into view was a puddle of flat land, where there was still a trace of Fire Mountain. The mountain and the castle are gone. Bulma and others were stunned to find that the entire Fire Mountain had been razed to the ground in a huge explosion. What's so surprising? Goku was able to do it too. Ayaka looked at the Fire Mountain that was razed to the ground without much surprise. However, the expressions of Bulma and other people with a more strange face made her feel very interesting. You said, Goku can also do some of this, Oolong stammered and asked, turning his head to look at Son Goku, full of disbelief. With his short height. Son Goku's current size was indeed not tall, but he was definitely taller than Oolong. In other words, Oolong had no reason to call Son Goku a short man. However, Oolong was shocked that Son Goku, who wasn't tall, had such terrible power. Several pairs of eyes watched Son Goku at once, making him hemmed and hawed and scratched his head. If I make Kamehameha, the power is probably not as powerful as Grandpa Roshi, but it is still possible to level the whole mountain. Upon looking at a scorched appearance in front of him, Master Roshi was stunned. After a long time, he said in embarrassment, it seems to be a little too much. Yamcha saw Master Roshi's fearfully strength, and his body was boiled. However, he was worried that they would discover him, so he sneaked backward. Yamcha did not know that, in fact, as early as the beginning, Ayaka had already found him. Subsequently, Bulma found the sixth Dragon Ball in the collapsed Fire Mountain ruins, and then Ayaka and her group said goodbye to the Ox King father and his daughter. On the way out, Chi-Chi asked Son Goku to come and marry her later, and Son Goku thought he was told to come and fetch something. So, without thinking much about it, he agreed to do so sparingly. After that, Ayaka and the others encountered a legion of rabbit that could turn people into carrots. After eliminating the Master Carrot's legion, Ayaka and her party marched toward the last Dragon Ball, Pilaf's castle. Chapter 48. When destroying Monster Carrot's legion, Yamcha also joined the battle, and then naturally, as depicted in the original story, Yamcha joined the team searching for the Dragon Balls together. After 10 days of travel together, Yamcha unexpectedly gradually overcame his fear for women and seemed to affect his habit of nature here significantly. Although Yamcha was still instinctively afraid when he saw women, it was not as severe as before. It was estimated that it would not be long before Yamcha would no longer be afraid of women. 10 days later, a group of 6 people entered the territory controlled by Emperor Pilaf, surrounded by an endless wilderness, full of tall plants like mushrooms. Anyway, Bulma, what wishes are you going to ask for when you get the Dragon Balls together? Sitting in the driver's seat of the hover car, Oolong curiously asked Bulma. I know it. Bulma wants a Prince Charming. Ayaka sat aside for Bulma's answer. Bulma was blushing and looked embarrassed. Ayaka, how can you just tell people's wishes out? What? Prince Charming? Oolong was startled. He suddenly felt a gust of cloudy wind hit him. Was the so-called journey to find the Dragon Ball a complete child's play, and how did he join in? For such a meaningless wish, you are willing to travel all over the world. Bang! Bulma knocked Oolong's head with her fist. It was so painful that Oolong bent down and glared discontentedly at Bulma. Women just have no ambition. If it were me, I would get the love of all the women in the world. Do you think everyone is a pervert like you? Ayaka glanced at Oolong and said disdainfully. It seemed that Oolong's ambition was not much higher. So Yamcha, what is your wish to find the Dragon Ball? Son Goku asked Yamcha in the back, but Ayaka answered again for Yamcha. Yamcha wants the Dragon Balls to help him overcome his fear of women. All of them are petty wishes. For a moment, everyone was speechless. After all the hard work to find the Dragon Balls, it's better to make a decent wish. Emperor Pilaf, I'm at location 15. There's a car passing through here. They're the target we're looking for. A woman stood on top of a mushroom tree, reported to her superior, then said to Dog Police, Shoo, see that car, that's our target. There are 6 Dragon Balls in it. The woman took out a rocket launcher and fired one by aiming at Ayaka's hover car. Boom! There was a violent shaking plus a loud bang. Bulma was dumbfounded by the sudden rocket launcher and didn't even know that a robot had appeared and snatched her Dragon Balls. Pilaf gang. Looking at the Dog Police who fled in the robot, Ayaka's eyes lit up. The final scene of the first episode was about to begin, which meant that soon she could summon the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Ho, our Dragon Balls have been snatched. Upon looking at the 5 Dragon Balls that were snatched away, Bulma suddenly cried out. It was so hard to collect 6 Dragon Balls, and 5 were snatched away at once. Bulma's heart fell from heaven to hell. Hey, don't cry. Goku's 4-star is still in our hands. When the time comes, just snatch all the Dragon Balls together. Ayaka took out a handkerchief and handed it to Bulma. She then took out the Dragon Ball radar and said, look, in addition to Goku's 4-star, the remaining 6 have all been gathered. This is an excellent opportunity, now it's our turn to attack. Bulma was dumbfounded, remembering that she had Ayaka, Son Goku, and Yamcha, 3 masters. If she wanted to snatch back the Dragon Balls, it was effortless. She turned from snot to smile and said viciously, that's right. Those who dare to snatch our Dragon Balls, we must teach them a lesson, and then snatch all their Dragon Balls. Bulma's face flashed a grim smile, which scared Oolong. Indeed, women really cannot be offended. Next, the 6 people rushed to Pilaf's castle. When they arrived at the castle, the sky was already dark. As in the original story, without Ayaka's intervention, Bulma and the others fell for Pilaf's ruse and were trapped in the castle. Goku, you go and destroy the castle. Ayaka instructed Son Goku. Son Goku nodded and leaped out, then took the starting pose of Kamehameha. Could this be? Oolong rubbed his eyes, remembering the powerful stance made by Master Roshi at Fire Mountain 10 days ago. Son Goku posed surprisingly identical to Master Roshi. Didn't I tell you that Goku knows all of Master Roshi's stances? He's not much less powerful. Ayaka said with a faint smile. He actually knows Master Roshi's techniques. Yamcha was full of surprise. He felt as if the gap between him and Son Goku was getting bigger and bigger. Ka-me-ha-me-ha. Son Goku pushed the Kamehameha around his waist fiercely forward. His claws unfolded ahead, and a powerful ki wave burst out abruptly. The Kamehameha emitted a dazzling blue light, causing Bulma and several people to close their eyes subconsciously. Only Ayaka was calmly watching, not a little affected. Upon feeling the violent vibration brought to the castle, Bulma and others struggled to keep themselves steady. When they opened their eyes, they found that Son Goku's Kamehameha had destroyed the entire castle, and a full moon was hanging tightly in the sky. Ayaka saw Son Goku gazing at the full moon in the sky. Her heart made a tom-tom-tom sound, and she immediately felt something terrible. "Oh no, everyone get out of the way!" she shouted in a hurry. Although Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar did not know what was happening, they still followed the instructions to dodge away quickly. At this time, looking at Son Goku again, they saw him frozen. His eyes lost, and the corners of his mouth carnage. The hair of a beast grew all over his body gradually became more extensive, and finally became a giant ape as huge as the castle. He was losing his mind and attacking the castle. Boom! The giant ape-like punch would destroy the tall castle. Broken stones mixed with sand and dust fell from high above. Around the giant ape, an unstoppable aura was born, making people look at it with fear. What is that? What is wrong with Goku? Bulma looked at the ape that wreaked havoc with a horrified face and shouted. As soon as Goku sees the full moon, he will lose his mind and turn into a monster without humanity, and his strength will increase tenfold. You guys stay here and don't move, let me subdue Goku. After saying that, Ayaka ignored Bulma's shouts and flew to the giant ape in one leap. Her face was as calm as ever, and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly up without putting the giant ape in her eyes. The giant ape turned around, saw Ayaka, and immediately roared angrily at Ayaka. The giant ape and Ayaka had met twice, and the old hatred and the new hatred were avenged. Ayaka leaped higher into the air so that the giant ape attacked in vain. Seeing this, the giant ape roared angrily at the sky, and a beam of ki wave shot out from his mouth. The yellowish ki wave was a raging pure energy attack, like a pale dragon, angrily sweeping towards Ayaka. The astoundingly huge energy gathered in one beam, and the power was solidified to the extreme. The power has been enhanced 10 times, and the power level has broken through 1000. Not bad, but still far from enough. Ayaka smiled blandly. Her right hand gently waved away, hitting the giant ape's ki wave in other directions. Boom! A mountain in the distance exploded with a huge explosion, rising a mushroom cloud from far away. A short while later, powerful shock waves recoiled from afar, blowing Bulma and the others to the ground, making them cover their eyes with their hands. Bulma, Yamaha, Oolong, and Puar were not calm. They opened their mouths wide, horrified at the high level of the battle. They were full of shocked expressions. Ayaka's hand condensed as thin as a cicada wing ki blade. Abruptly, with a flash of her figure, she was as swift as lightning and instantly disappeared from her spot. In an instant, she was already behind the giant ape, and when the giant ape had no time to react, she sent a ki blade at the giant ape's tail. Chapter 49. In the battle between Ayaka and the giant ape just now, Emperor Pilaf and his servant had long been stunned. Bulma took back the 6 Dragon Balls from them quickly, plus Son Goku's 4-star, 7 Dragon Balls had all been gathered together. Have you guys think about what to wish for? Ayaka asked Bulma and the others. Bulma looked at Yamcha. I originally wanted to find a Prince Charming, but now I have found him. So, this time I don't need a wish. I don't need it either. Yamcha shook his head. He had overcome his fear of women with the help of Ayaka. So, his purpose of finding the Dragon Balls had been achieved. Then how about giving me the chance to make a wish to the Dragon Balls? Oolong said to Ayaka with a look of anticipation. However, in response to him was Ayaka's unceremonious refused, no. The wish of the Dragon Balls cannot be given to you. Why did you ask Bulma and Yamcha if they wanted to make a wish to the Dragon Balls, but I didn't even get a chance? Oolong yelled with an indignant face. Ayaka ignored Oolong's complaints and said with an indifferent look, who told you to be a pervert? If you were given the Dragon Ball to make a wish, I wonder what kind of perverted wish you would make. That's right. Ayaka is right. Anyone here has the right to make a wish, but you. Bulma looked at Oolong with contempt as Puar flew in the air with a sneer, and during the search for the Dragon Balls, you thought about running away all day. You don't put in any effort at all. Bulma and Puar's words made Oolong powerless and crouched on the ground. His face dissatisfied, how can you guys do this? We are all companions. Unfortunately, Ayaka, Bulma, and Yamcha looked away, ignoring Oolong's complaints. Nah, Ayaka, anyway, there are also 2 Dragon Balls, one is yours and Goku's. You also contributed the most, this wish will be given to you. Bulma was very sensible. Since she, Yamaha, and Oolong were not wishing, it might be best to give this wish to Ayaka. Ayaka smiled. She had expected such a result, so it was better for her to make a wish. It just so happens that her hundreds of sets of clothes still needed to be remodeled. Instead of letting Oolong make a raggedy wish like getting a girl's panties, it was better for her to do it. Ayaka nodded slightly, then picked up the 7 Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls kept flashing with a golden light, and each flash made a buzzing sound. Come out, Shenron. Ayaka shouted to the Dragon Balls. As soon as the words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted golden light even more violently, flashing faster and faster. The buzzing sound kept ringing in the ears of Bulma and the others. Boom! Boom! The sky resounded with the sound of several thunderbolts, and a large swath of dark clouds dense over, covering the sky with dark clouds like a giant mountain converging. The thick dark clouds soon obscured the entire sky, causing the surrounding area to fall into a terrifying darkness. The dark clouds constantly flashing golden lightning, and the roar of thunder came as if the world had ended. Wow, why is it so scary? Bulma was suddenly trembling with fear, looking at the sky that had become dim. She felt hairy from the bottom of her heart. Ayaka was not surprised, she blandly looked at a dark sky and said, "This is the sign before the appearance of Shenron. The sky will fall into darkness when Shenron appears." Boom! The golden lightning seemed like an angry dragon, coming straight down from the black sky. The Dragon Ball's golden light grew bigger and brighter, echoing the golden lightning in the sky. At this moment, the world seemed to be plunged into chaos, and a shocking aura shot out from the Dragon Balls, mixed with tremendous power, pounced on it. Roar! The Dragon Ball erupted at once with a large amount of golden light. The golden light snaked and soared towards the sky to merge with the lightning in the sky, and a huge dragon roar resounded through the world. Shenron had appeared. In the sky, the green Shenron kept circling among the black clouds, and finally, it stared at Ayaka and the others with eyes that shone red. That's Shenron. Bulma and others looked at the sky with horrified and curious eyes as the huge figure kept circling. They were shocked by the astounding aura of Shenron. At this time, Son Goku also woke up from his faint and looked at the huge Shenron in the sky with a dazed look. Such a powerful key. Say your wish, I can meet any of your wishes. Shenron's huge dragon eyes flashing red light. Its bold and loud voice spread throughout the wilderness. Shenron, please add the function of instant recovering to those clothes that I transformed last time. Ayaka took out the capsule and took out the 100 or so sets of clothes inside. Easy. Shenron's eyes emitted a red glow as it applied divine power to the 100 or so sets of clothes and transformed them. Ayaka looked at her clothes with rapt attention, and soon Shenron's transformation was complete. Your wish has been granted, so goodbye. After saying that, the Shenron reincarnated into 7 Dragon Balls, then after spinning a few times in the sky, it flew towards the rest of the world, and the sky regained its brightness. Ayaka, is that Shenron? It's spectacular. Bulma gulped with a frightened face and rubbed her chest. She was very envious of Ayaka, who made a wish. Oolong shivered and said, yes, so scary. I thought it was the end of the world. That's because you have seen Shenron for the first time. The powerful key of Shenron is not something that ordinary people can really withstand. Ayaka said with a smile. She picked up a piece of clothing on the ground, hissed, and tore the clothes, but instantly, a bright light flashed up, and before she knew it, the clothes were back as good as new. Ayaka looked at the clothes in her hands with satisfaction and put them away. Shenron's transformation was indeed satisfying. In the future, Ayaka didn't have to worry about her body being seen by others because of bursting clothes. Bulma looked at Ayaka's clothes curiously. Is this the clothes you had Shenron transformed? It looks so nice. Ayaka nodded. With these clothes, it will be much more convenient when fighting in the future. After that, Ayaka suggested Son Goku and Yamcha to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament 8 months later. Bulma and Goku didn't know much about it, so she explained, the World Martial Arts Tournament is a gathering of the world's best martial artists. There will be a lot of strong people from around the world to participate. And you can get a lot of prize money after winning. Wow, there are martial artists from all over the world. I want to participate. Son Goku was instantly combative. Ayaka smiled and said, no problem. In 8 months, we will all go to the World Martial Arts Tournament together, and Yamcha will be there too, right? That's for sure. How can I miss such an interesting tournament? Yamcha laughed. Although he knew that with Son Goku participating, the champion would definitely not be himself, Yamcha also hoped to fight with more powerful people in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Since meeting Son Goku and others, Yamcha realized that he used to sit and watch the sky. Then we should each go out to train. Goku, you go to Master Roshi while I have things to do, so I will not accompany you. Ayaka said to Son Goku. Initially, she should have gone to the lookout to practice, but because she helped Bulma and the others to find the Dragon Balls, she had been delaying her training for more than a month. Son Goku nodded, then the few said goodbye to each other and left. Ayaka also flew in the direction of the lookout. Chapter 50. Ayaka flew in the lookout direction, and it didn't take long for her to arrive at the lookout. Ayaka, you found the Dragon Ball, right? The old Cami stood at the edge of the lookout, looking down at the lower realm. He knew what had just happened in the lower realm. Ayaka nodded to the old Cami, then changed into her white Cami trench coat and draped it over her shoulders. It's a good thing that the people who came with you are kind-hearted. If someone like Pilaf got the Dragon Balls, it would be a disaster for the world. The old Cami shook his head with a helpless face. Sometimes I wonder whether it was right or wrong for me to have made the Dragon Balls. The old Cami had a contradictory look on his face. The Dragon Balls existed in the world and brought a kind of hope to people, but it also gave those guys with evil intentions an opportunity to take advantage of it. If evil people get the Dragon Balls, it was indeed, as he said, a disaster for the whole world. Ayaka didn't know how to explain this contradiction. There must be gains and losses because the Dragon Ball world's essence laid in the Dragon Ball. Without the Dragon Ball, the world would be diminished. Whether the Dragon Ball should not exist in the world could only rely on time to test. However, for Ayaka, the existence of the Dragon Ball was in favor of the attitude. Ayaka said goodbye to the old Cami and Mr. Popo and went into her room in the lookout. The next few days, Ayaka remained in the lookout to practice. Cami, this is fruit for you. Mr. Popo came in carrying a tray of fruit and placed it on the table. Mr. Popo looked at Ayaka sitting on the carpet with her eyes closed in meditation and did not disturb, intending to walk out. All the things on the lookout were the responsibility of Mr. Popo alone. In addition to taking care of the two Camas, Mr. Popo had many things to do. At that moment, Ayaka opened her eyes and called out to Mr. Popo, "Mr. Popo, wait a minute, I have something to tell you." Mr. Popo stopped and came to Ayaka, staring with both eyes. "Mr. Popo, you are very busy, and you have to take care of the old Cami and me, aren't you exhausted?" Ayaka asked with concern. Although it seemed like nothing was going on in the lookout, the truth was that only when Ayaka sat in Cami's position did she really felt the busyness of being a Cami. Not only to keep abreast of the lower realm dynamics when the lower realm encountered things that couldn't be dealt with promptly, but also to communicate between the other world and the world of living, regularly every quarter to report on the jurisdiction of the other world. These reports didn't have to be detailed, and that meant not having to write everything on them, but major events and records about a few key people were indispensable. The sum of the pieces was enough to keep busy. Although Ayaka became a Cami, these tasks were still being done by the old Cami and Mr. Popo. This is Popo's duty. Popo's task is to take care of everything in the lookout and to assist the Cami to manage the earth. Well, how about I find someone to help you take care of the lookout together? Ayaka's bright eyes looked at Mr. Popo. Upon thinking of Mr. Popo's hard work, she felt the need to do so. Anyway, there are only 3 of us in the lookout, so it's strange and cold. Why don't we find another person to come up? In the future, you will specialize in assisting the Cami to manage the earth, the other things will be left to others. Mr. Popo did not speak, and for a while, Ayaka did not know whether Mr. Popo was in favor of her proposal. This is an excellent suggestion from Ayaka, Mr. Popo. You really can't take care of so many things by yourself. Cami came over at some point and looked at Ayaka for a moment. He then said thoughtfully, Ayaka can find another person to come up and take care of the lookout with Mr. Popo so that both of them will have a lighter task. When Mr. Popo saw that the old Cami also agreed with Ayaka, he nodded and said, since both Camas agree, please find a suitable person to come up from the lower realm. I'll take care of this. I'll find a suitable person to come up here. Since it was her suggestion, naturally, he wouldn't push it. Ayaka had a smile on her face and agreed to it with her mouth full. Thinking that she still had to hurry up and train, Ayaka then decided to choose a suitable person to come up to the lookout as soon as possible. After talking to the old Cami, Ayaka flew towards the lower world, thinking about what kind of person she should find to come up. That person must be able to do housework and also have some martial arts potential so that she can cooperate with Mr. Popo to manage the lookout. In a city in the western hemisphere of the earth, Ayaka used the unsighted to observe the strength of the people around in front of a luxury restaurant. The place was very crowded, so Ayaka's eyes were continually floating 2, 3, 2, 4, and other numbers. These were the power level of the targeted person. All of them were too low. After shaking her head, this world was truly the majority of ordinary people. If she wanted to meet a person with potential, it was too difficult. A young woman walked out in front of her. His power level is only 3, not qualified. After observing nearly 1,000 people, Ayaka gave up on the lot and used instant transmission to a nearby city and proceeded to look for a suitable candidate. After that, she kept switching cities but never had the right candidate. Sitting on a swing in a park, Ayaka frowned. Her requirements were not too high. She wanted someone who can do housework and responsive. She wanted them to be good-looking, so those who are ugly could not be selected. Most importantly, that person had to be female. These requirements were not excessive. Why couldn't you find the right person? Those who could do housework didn't necessarily have high power levels, and those who had high power levels were few and far between and didn't necessarily know how to do housework, let alone be pretty. Chi-Chi wasn't bad, but she was still too young. If in a few years Ayaka hadn't found the perfect person, she must choose her. Right. There's someone else. If it's her, it should be perfect. Ayaka thought of someone and thought that person would be perfect to go up to the lookout to assist her, and Mr. Popo then flew quickly towards where that person appeared. The person Ayaka looked for was Launch. In the original story, Launch was a strange woman with a dual personality. The blue-haired state of Launch was a gentle and virtuous, innocent and hardworking soft girl. When she sneezed, she would become blonde, and her personality became very violent. She became a wanted robber everywhere. In the original story, Launch was saved by Son Goku and Krillin. They took her to Kame House. Since then, she stayed in the Kame House, responsible for taking care of household chores. That meant dry housework was certainly no problem. Later, blonde Launch in the World Martial Arts Tournament fell in love with Tien Shinhan. She then left Kame House and lived with Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu until the Dragon Ball Z chapter. When Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu came to the lookout to accept Cami's guidance, she was never heard again. It wasn't until Majin Buu appeared and Goku gathered the vitality of the Earthlings that Launch appeared again. In that shot, Launch's age had been very old. She seemed to be working in a courier company and was unmarried for the rest of her life. She was such a distinctive and combative girl, but finally, the author discarded her. It was a pity. Since the lookout needed a helper, Launch was a more suitable candidate. By the way, she could also let Mr. Popo and Cami guide the training of Launch, so at least, her future would not be inferior to that of Krillin. Ayaka flew to a wilderness covered with sandstone. The surrounding area was filled with yellow sand, jagged rocks scattered all over the ground, and a rocky mountain standing in the distance after the frost cracked a fine line. Ayaka saw a blue-haired girl was crouching in place, her eyes were helplessly looking around. Not far away, 2 police officers foaming at the mouth lying on the ground, and police cars were falling apart everywhere. Son Goku and Krillin stood next to the police. At this time, Krillin was still relatively young. It seems that Goku has saved Launch from the police. Ayaka looked at the situation in front of her, and her heart speculated too. She then slowly landed from the sky. Goku, look, a girl is flying down from the sky. Krillin was startled. How could a person fly? Could she be a demon? Upon thinking of this, he immediately hid behind Son Goku, revealing half of his bald head. Son Goku looked up, unexpectedly saw that the visitor was actually Ayaka, and he was surprised. Sister. How did you get here? Huh, Goku, you know this great beauty? Krillin asked curiously. Son Goku nodded thoughtfully, she's my sister. Sister? Son Goku's answer shocked Krillin to the point that he looked between Son Goku and Ayaka with a suspicious look of doubt on his face. He never heard that Goku had such a beautiful sister, and she could actually fly. What a strange ability. Goku, is this your friend? Ayaka greeted Son Goku and Krillin with a smile. Well, his name is Krillin. He is trying to go to Grandpa Roshi to train, but Grandpa Roshi disagrees. He wants Krillin to find a beautiful girl first. Son Goku nodded and said. Sure enough, Master Roshi is that stinking virtue. Goku. Don't learn that bad habit of his. Master Roshi's hobby was somewhat made people speechless. He asked people to find a beautiful girl first, how could he think of doing it? It was such a way of life, yet also set the criteria for accepting or not accepting disciples. Was he not afraid that his performance as a teacher would completely collapse in front of his disciples? Shaking her head, Ayaka looked at Krillin and said with a faint smile, "Hello, my name is Ayaka." "Hello you, my name is Krillin." Krillin said with some nervousness, his small face brushed red color. He had never spoken to such a beautiful sister. He was such a simple child, making Ayaka laugh in her heart. She then pointed to the squatting blue-haired launch. "I want to take this girl away, you don't have to worry about Master Roshi there. I will go and tell him to take you as a disciple." "Really?" Krillin looked at her excitedly. "You can make Master Roshi accept me as a disciple?" "It must be possible. Grandpa Roshi seems to be very afraid of Sister Ayaka." Son Goku whispered to tell Krillin this important secret. Ayaka didn't care too much. She smiled blandly, then walked over to the blue-haired launch and helped her up from the ground. "If there's nowhere to go, come with me." The blue-haired launch was squatting on the ground with a helpless face, and when she heard Ayaka's words, she surprisingly nodded her head. "Ah, that." The blue-haired launch reacted violently and felt as if she had just sold herself out and instantly regretted it a little. "Heh." Ayaka smiled and went up and wrapped her arms around the thin waist of blue-haired launch, then leaped into the air amidst the shrieks of launch. "Goku, I'll go first. I'll talk to Master Roshi there, don't forget to train well. See you at the World Martial Arts Tournament." Chapter 51. Watching Ayaka came and went away casually, Krillin was dazed. It took a while before he came back to his senses. Subsequently, Son Goku and the frightened Krillin took the flying Nimbus and returned to the Kame house overseas. Ayaka and blue-haired launch were flying swiftly, with a comfortable, cool breeze blowing in their faces in the sky. Because she was afraid, Launch closed her eyes tightly. Of course, she didn't know that a few hundred meters below was an ocean. The moment Ayaka took her into his arms, the girl's soft, boneless body was tightly pressed against Ayaka's chest. From the arms came a delicate soft touch that brought Ayaka a strange stimulation of excitement. This kind of beauty in her arms with the feelings of compassion filled her chest. It was really very wonderful. "Wow, we're flying so high." Launch opened her eyes and looked down, and was immediately startled. Ayaka smiled faintly. Swoosh. The speed increased sharply. Soon, they arrived at the island where Master Roshi was located and landed. Master Roshi was sunbathing, and when he saw the two beauties arrived, he immediately dropped the magazine in his hand and ran over. "Ayaka, why do you have time to come to my place? Who is this beautiful girl?" Ayaka glanced at Master Roshi and said lightly, "This is the assistant I found. Of course, I brought her here not because she has anything to do with you but purely passing by to tell you something." "What is it?" Master Roshi got serious. "There is someone named Krillin. You should take him as a disciple." "That little monk with the bald head?" Master Roshi was a little surprised. "Are you coming all the way over here just for this?" "That's right." Master Roshi shook his head repeatedly. "No. Although that little guy has some martial arts skills, if he wants to join my turtle school, he must pass my test." "Your test is for him to bring a beautiful woman here?" Ayaka said mockingly. "That's a very tough test." Once Master Roshi saw that Ayaka actually knew this, he blushed and said, "Have you already met Krillin and Goku? Did they tell you all this?" "That's right." Master Roshi then jumped up and down, viciously said, "Goku, such an unworthy disciple. He actually told others such an important matter freely. And that Krillin. He has such a dishonest mouth. If I take him as my disciple, my turtle school's martial arts will be known worldwide. No, this person should never be allowed to be my disciple." "You're just angry, aren't you?" Ayaka couldn't help but glare at him. "I'm telling you, taking Krillin as your disciple is definitely not a bad deal. With his qualifications, he will definitely be an outstanding disciple that you can be proud of in the future. If you miss out on such a disciple, it will be too late to cry." "Are you telling the truth?" Master Roshi looked surprised. Seeing Ayaka's affirmative nod, he couldn't help but ponder. Ayaka's eyesight was unquestionable. Could it be that he really looked away? Did this bald guy named Krillin will have a great achievement in the future? Well, for your sake, I can make an exception to take that boy as a disciple. Looking for a step to take advantage of the situation, Master Roshi looked at Ayaka as he said, "I was doing it for your sake." After the matter was settled here, Ayaka took Launch with her and flew in the lookout direction. On the way, Launch's cheeks hurt from the harsh wind, and she was dizzy. "Nah, I'm Ayaka, what's your name?" Ayaka tried to greet Launch, who was still a little pale. She then replied, "My name is Launch. Where are we going?" "Oh, don't you have nowhere to go? Then, I'll take you to where I live." Although Ayaka's words were a bit overbearing, Launch didn't give much resistance. Perhaps because Ayaka's gorgeous posture along the way was too attractive, or perhaps because Launch was already tired of running around and living a wandering life without a fixed place. Anyway, when Ayaka showed her attitude, Launch's heart didn't reject. Therefore, she acquiesced to Ayaka's words. Seeing this, Ayaka couldn't help but reveal a smile with a flash of light in her eyes. With this, the candidate for Mr. Popo was decided. Ah, chew. Ayaka's hair touched Launch's nose during the flight. She sneezed, and all of a sudden, the blue-haired Launch turned into a blonde Launch. Seeing that she was being held in the arms of a beautiful girl with the cold wind pouring over, the blonde Launch immediately shivered and struggled to break free. "Who are you? Quickly let go of me, or I'll kill you." The blonde Launch shouted angrily, trying to break free from Ayaka's hand. However, Ayaka's strength was not something that the blonde Launch could break free from. With a glare, a force was transmitted to the blonde Launch's hand from between her fingers. "Quiet, a girl should have a girl's appearance, not an old lady. Learn from your other self." No matter how the blonde Launch yelled, Ayaka didn't budge. She was unbearable to be croaked, so she slapped the blonde Launch hard on the buttocks. When she treated the girl with such a rough character, she had to use a rougher way. The blonde Launch was instantly confused by Ayaka. "How dare you hit me? I won't let you go, put me down." "Is that so?" Ayaka looked at the icy, blonde Launch, and an appalling aura came towards her. The blonde Launch seemed to be in the middle of a severe cold, and the temperature around her dropped to the freezing point at once. "You're the one who said so, I'm letting you go." Ayaka violently let go of her hand that was holding Launch. Launch was abruptly flying down from a high altitude. Ah! There was a long, mournful cry, and the blonde Launch body kept falling. Seeing that she got closer and closer to the canyon below, the blonde Launch heart was regretful. How could she ask that woman to let go of herself? How could there were people in the world who were so vicious that they did what she asked and let her go? Whoosh! When the blonde Launch was 2 or 3 meters from the ground, Ayaka's body flashed. Suddenly, she caught the blonde Launch, and after a short buffer, the two landed smoothly. The blonde Launch felt a burst of weakness in both feet, helplessly fell to the ground. Her body was paralyzed as tears flowed from her eyes, and she wailed. Chapter 52. Ayaka handed over a tissue and wiped away the tears on the blonde Launch's face. "You behave yourself from now on, and what just happened won't happen again, okay?" She warned the blonde Launch fiercely. The blonde Launch was intimidated and settled down, letting Ayaka lead her. She didn't dare to move her body for fear that the young girl in front of her would throw her down from the sky again. "Where are you taking me?" The blonde Launch's hard apprehension. "To the place where I live. From now on you will stay there. There will be special people to teach you practice." Ayaka lowered her head and said in a calm tone, "You do not need to think about escaping, there is no place to escape when you get there." It must be known that the lookout was suspended in the high air. No one knew how far from the ground, and there was no place to escape. The general dancing sky art couldn't be cast at such a high place. "Why should I be chosen to go to you?" "Because you are a very suitable candidate. From today onwards, you are my private property." Ayaka heckled and laughed evilly, scaring the blonde Launch. Launch didn't know that Ayaka was playing around, and for a moment, she was really frightened. "Oh no. I've met a female rascal." The blonde Launch believed it. She felt that her future was dark, and there was no longer any semblance of hope. "So, you have to be obedient in the future. The other you is much better. Don't always look like this shrew, or I'll teach you a good lesson." Ayaka reprimanded the blonde Launch while flying towards the lookout. They soon passed through the thick clouds and arrived at the lookout located high in the sky. Mr. Popo and the old Cami were already waiting there. When they saw that Ayaka had brought a girl with her, they knew that the girl was the one Ayaka had chosen. Upon witnessing the lookout for the first time, the blonde Launch was stunned by the majestic appearance of the lookout. She didn't expect that there would be such a majestic lookout in the distant sky above. "Cami, is she the servant you found? Why is her key so confusing?" Mr. Popo felt the key coming from Launch and was a bit confused. It seemed that she was someone who couldn't even control her key completely, and she needed strict teaching. Could it be that the practitioners in the lower realm were already so bad? The old Cami stepped forward, placed his hand on the blonde Launch's head, and felt it. He was surprised. It seems that this girl has another soul in her body. She's a very rare two-soul person, and because she has two souls in one body, it's causing the chaos in her body's key. Such a person is very distinct between good and evil, indeed suitable for Ayaka's servant. Ayaka nodded. The old Cami had judged Launch's condition very correctly. Because Launch had two souls, it caused a rare double-layer personality, and the personality differentiation was very clear. Blue-haired Launch was gentle and virtuous, while blonde Launch was rude and brutal. Yes, the old Cami is not wrong. She is indeed a two-soul person. Ayaka pointed at Launch, then said to Mr. Popo, "In the next few months, Mr. Popo, you train this blonde girl hard. I want her to be strong in a short time. As for the blue-haired one, it depends on the situation." Ayaka said and put a hair in front of the blonde Launch nose. Ah, chew, Launch sneezed, and her hair immediately turned blue. She became gentle, and her face was covered with a light smile. "Wow, what a beautiful house, Ayaka. Is this our home?" Mr. Popo and the old Cami looked at the great change of character on Launch and nodded. She is a double personality. This blue-haired girl's heart is pure and flawless. Cami can rest assured, Mr. Popo will train the blonde girl just now well so that she also becomes kind. Ayaka smiled and walked over to Launch's side and said to the old Cami and Mr. Popo, to distinguish the two Launch, in the future, the blue-haired girl will still be called Launch, while the blonde one is called Lancy. Then, Ayaka took Launch to familiarize herself with the lookout's environment. The first time she arrived, Launch kept looking around excitedly. I can't believe that Ayaka is the Cami of Earth. She was very surprised. The next day, Mr. Popo took Launch into the bottom of the lookout to perform a Cami servant's transformation. First, she formed a master-servant relationship with Ayaka, then Launch stripped naked and entered the sacred pool naked to be transformed by the sacred water generated by the lookout. The cool sacred water gushed into Launch's body little by little and kept improving her body. Gradually, Launch's physique was continuously purified and transformed towards a demigod's body, and her martial potential began to increase slowly. A Cami servant could accompany a Cami, and as a Cami servant, her source of power comes from her Cami. The sacred water could only be endured by a Cami servant who had formed a master-servant relationship. Without a Cami, the sacred water would be like corrosive sulfuric acid. When Launch was out of the sacred water pool, her body had undergone a radical change. The skin became more delicate and rosy, and the tender and soft body contained amazing potential. The next step was to train Launch. For this, Ayaka and Mr. Popo will train Launch and Lancy day and night. Ayaka's training targeted Launch, mainly at night training. In training, Ayaka would be relatively gentle. On the contrary, Mr. Popo's training was more brutal. During the daytime, Mr. Popo would carry out inhumane training on Lancy, with the sound of various impacts and cries of pain. In the 7 months of training, Launch was like living in purgatory. Ayaka, in addition to training Launch, didn't stop her training. After 7 months of unremitting efforts, Ayaka's power level finally broke through the 200,000 marks, reaching 210,000 power levels. Because Launch had two personalities sharing one body, her power level had reached 140, which was at the top end of Earthling's power level on Earth. This was the result of baptism by sacred water. Over time, this effect would gradually unfold. At this time, Ayaka also learned that Launch was only 16 years old. Finally, there was 1 month left before the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 53. On this day, Ayaka came to the lookout square early and fully dressed. Her flaxen reddish hair was cut into shreds, and her childhood braid had been cut off. She also had a green ribbon tied to the side of the shreds. Her upper body was dressed only in a white camisole, her pair of breasts were high and firm, and her 2 white arms were exposed. Her lower body was dressed in denim shorts with a dark green casual dress, and her legs exposed in the air were able to perform reaction at any time. Launch was dressed similarly to Ayaka, with a red ribbon tied around her head. She had a soft green halter top and pale orchid denim shorts underneath. After Ayaka and Mr. Popo's instructions, she changed to a soft green camisole on top and pale blue denim shorts underneath with a red ribbon tied around her head. The lookout was located high in the sky, surrounded by divine power. The general dancing sky art couldn't be performed here. Ayaka and Launch flew down the lookout, all the way through the thick clouds. Soon, they saw a round tower top. Since Korean on the Korean tower had eaten the sea fish brought by Ayaka, so every time Ayaka returned from the lower realm, she would bring him sea fish that he liked, and it made him especially excited. According to the original story, it was almost time for Son Goku to ascend to Korin Tower. Although Son Goku's strength had surged under Ayaka's influence and had surpassed the original Mercenary Tao had also trained a lot under the great stimulus given to him by Ayaka at the beginning. His strength had been far better than the original story. Ayaka worried that Son Goku would still lose to Mercenary Tao. That was why she said hello to Korin in advance, so the next time Son Goku came up, Korin could train him properly. When Korin saw Ayaka and Launch, his eyes lit up. He threw away the teapot he was holding and ran over. Ayaka, you're here. Who is this lady? Her name is Launch, she's the new Cami servant of the lookout. Hello, Korin. Launch greeted Korin with a smile. Korin laughed heartily and stroked his beard. He turned around and found a jar of senzu beans and handed them to Launch. Ayaka likes these very much, so I'll give them to you. Very generous. Ayaka looked at the side, itching. A jar of senzu beans with a brief estimate, there must be more than 10,000 senzu beans. Ayaka then smiled lightly and said to Korin, Korin, in a few months, there may be a long-tailed teenager climbing up the Korin Tower. Please, train him well then. Okay. No problem. I will train anyone who climbs up Korin well. He licked his paws and said with greedy eyes, Ayaka, don't forget to bring some more fish when you come next time. Oh, I know. Ayaka waved at Korin and jumped off the Korin Tower in one leap. Meanwhile, at Kame House. Son Goku and Krillin were carrying a heavy turtle shell to practice. After 7 months, Son Goku and Krillin were led by Master Roshi around the town non-stop to deliver milk and unarmed plowing. Due to the solid basic skills, the strength of the two unknowingly improved, especially the Son Goku. His strength has completely surpassed Master Roshi. In the next test, Master Roshi pointed to a huge rock the size of a small mountain for them to push away. The result was that Son Goku went up and completed it very easily, while Krillin completed it barely, but also considered to have done it with all his might. Master Roshi was satisfied with the results of the test. He nodded his head, thinking. Son Goku was a monster. Leaving aside the battle, he never imagined that Krillin had trained to such a degree in just 7 months, which was beyond Master Roshi's expectations. I no longer have anything to teach you guys. Master Roshi was wearing sunglasses and said with a serious face, the essentials are included in your 7 months of training, and you have unknowingly developed a good sense of eyes, fists, and feet. The so-called martial arts are just the application of basic skills. Martial arts is not about winning or losing, it's about overcoming yourself. So you have to be flexible and use the basic skills you have learned these days to create your martial arts. Master Roshi said, thinking in his mind of his master, Mutato. In another month is the 21 World Martial Arts Tournament. I will not teach you specific martial arts. You still train as usual, but to increase the weight. So, Son Goku and Krillin carried 40 kilograms of a turtle shell. While mastering the basics, they also began to explore their moves in their spare time. Soon, a month passed. According to the common unit of measurement in the universe, Son Goku and Krillin's strength reached 160 and 120 power levels, respectively. On this day, Master Roshi took Son Goku and Krillin. He made them put on suits that were ordered at some point and got on a plane ticket to the place where the World Martial Arts Tournament was held. At the place where the World Martial Arts Tournament was held, countless world-renowned powerful people came together, making the whole venue unusually lively. Wow, so many people. There are many contestants. Son Goku looked at the crowd of people coming and going and exclaimed loudly. Let's go to the registration first, then to the preliminaries venue. Don't look around, beware of getting lost. Master Roshi bent over and sternly admonished the somewhat overexcited Son Goku and Krillin. Then led the two to the registration site. Such a small child, does he come to participate in the competition? The staff looked in amazement at the two behind Master Roshi. Yes, they are not here to observe, they are here to participate in the competition. Master Roshi nodded, then filled in the names of the two in the entry form. Then, he opened the suitcase and took out 2 sets of Turtle School martial arts uniforms. This is the combat uniform belonging to our Turtle School, you will wear this during the competition. Participants of the World Martial Arts Tournament, please go to the tournament hall for the preliminaries. At this time, a staff member with a loudspeaker said. Son Goku looked around and started to enter along with the crowd, looking for Ayaka's trail as he walked. How come I don't see her? Does she not come? Didn't she say she would come to the World Martial Arts Tournament? Ayaka may have entered the tournament hall. You should be able to find her after entering. Master Roshi calmly said. When Son Goku heard this, he nodded, then quietly slipped out. He pretended to be a dragon and signed himself up and then entered the tournament hall. Inside the tournament hall, the contestants who came to participate in the tournament had already filled the venue. Martial artists from all over the world looked strange and weird. There were werewolves, behemoths, and even traces of fierce beasts could be seen. It was odd. On the stage, the organizer first explained the rules of the competition. The 137 contestants would be divided into 4 zones, with 2 remaining in each zone to determine the top 8. All the contestants began to draw lots, and Son Goku and Krillin drew numbers 69 and 93, respectively. "Hi, Goku." A crisp voice came from the side. Ayaka and Launch walked over from the crowd. Son Goku looked at them happily and said to Ayaka in a firm tone, "Sister, I have become much stronger, I want to compete with you." Looking at the confident Son Goku, Ayaka smiled and shook her head. "If you want to compete with me, you first have to enter the top 8. She looked at her number and said, "I'm number 8, first zone. Don't worry, I will definitely make it to the top 8. Chapter 54. At this point, the organizers announced the official start of the qualifying rounds. Ayaka then came to the first zone. As Ayaka's number was relatively close to the front, it was soon her turn to take the field. Ayaka's opponent was a tiger man, twice Ayaka's height. His golden fur couldn't hide his thick, well-developed muscles, and his fierce eyes shone with an icy cold light. His eyes were sharp and bloodthirsty. "Huh, my opponent is a delicate little girl. Be good and listen to this Master Tiger. Go back to washing and cooking, this is not a place for you, little girls." The tiger man laughed arrogantly, but Ayaka didn't put it in her eyes. This tiger man's fate was naturally going to be tragic. Ho! The tiger man took the lead, clenched his fist, and slammed over to Ayaka. The fist was huge and powerful, and a forceful pressure of 1,000 pounds of ki came to meet her. Ayaka just stood there without any defense, as if the fist did not exist. Only when the fist was close, Ayaka stretched out her palm and blocked in front of the tiger's huge fist. Bang! Tiger Man's fist stopped, a tiny palm caught the huge tiger fist. Ayaka's figure suddenly disappeared, steeply appeared behind the Tiger Man. She gently pointed a light at the Tiger Man's back, and as if hit by a huge force, the Tiger Man's broad body flew straight out. His body hit the wall with a loud boom, and he passed out. The people who were watching were dumbfounded. The noise stopped abruptly, and everyone's eyes widened into an eerie silence. It was only when the referee announced that Ayaka had won that everyone came back to their senses. Goku, this big sister named Ayaka, is terribly strong. Krillin's eyes were filled with shock. Ayaka's strike just now seemed light but contained several blows. Krillin barely saw a few of these attacks since the actual situation was not quite clear. Son Goku nodded with grave eyes. Ayaka came down from the stage. The people under the stage made a path. The strong person's performance shocked them deeply. Next was Son Goku's turn on the stage. Son Goku's young appearance also brought a lot of laughter, but Son Goku soon used his strength to make everyone dumbfounded. He easily made his opponent pass out with a few punches, and Son Goku soon became a popular candidate in the competition. In the match between Krillin and his senior brother, Krillin easily defeated his former senior brother, making Krillin realize that he had become powerful without realizing it. The tournament continued with the 4 major divisions constantly being eliminated. As fate would have it, Ayaka was very lucky that she didn't meet her acquaintances in the elimination round. The final resulted in Ayaka, Launch, Son Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jackie Chun all advancing to the top 8, with the remaining 2 being Nam and Ranfan. In the top 8, 6 people basically know each other. Ayaka took advantage of everyone's inattention and walked up to Jackie Chun. "Pervert old man, what are you doing here for the competition?" Jackie Chun was shocked. He didn't expect to be recognized so quickly, so he laughed and rubbed his head. "I didn't expect to be recognized so quickly by you." As expected of Ayaka, "I entered the competition to test the strength of Goku and Krillin." Jackie Chun said solemnly, "Goku and Krillin are both disciples of my turtle school, I can't let them become complacent. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to their future martial path." Ayaka nodded, secretly saying that Master Roshi was indeed a competent teacher. Master Roshi taught his disciples to let them figure it out on their own and then cultivate their martial arts training, which would allow them to go farther in the martial arts. The crowd outside the competing martial arts school was so large and clustered into a pile that it was very difficult to move around in it. Ayaka walked in front, emitting an icy aura from his body. The crowd unconsciously made a way out. Despite Ayaka's eye-catching looks, the cold aura as if the polar winds and snow forced people to stay away from her. Master Roshi followed Ayaka, holding a handkerchief in his hand, and kept wiping the cold sweat on his head. Ayaka was such a lovely girl. How come the aura emitted is so scary? How did she train? Out of the tournament hall, Ayaka saw Bulma and others at the other end of the crowd from a long distance. At that moment, Yamcha squeezed through the crowd. Looking at the cut-hair Yamcha, Bulma, and the others didn't recognize him at first. Wow, Yamcha, you cut your hair. You look even more handsome. Bulma's eyes were starry, and her hands were on Yamcha's shoulders. Yamcha waved his hands in embarrassment, but his face was full of smiles, obviously very flattered. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. The 8 contestants, please gather inside the tournament hall. After a short break spent chatting on a cold drink stands row, the loudspeaker around the venue blared, informing the 8 participants to enter the tournament hall. Let's go. Ayaka stood up. Then the 5 of them, Launch, Son Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha, walked towards the grand martial arts stage inside the tournament hall. I'll see you later, go for it. Go for it. Bulma, Oolong, and other people were cheering for Ayaka and the others. Ayaka smiled blandly and waved at Bulma. Inside the tournament hall, all 8 contestants gathered. This year's competition has a rare 3 women to break into the top 8. Respectively, Ayaka, Launch, Ranfan. The blonde host first introduced the 8 players, then briefly described the rules of the competition later. The staff then took out a matchup chart and a box of draws. To decide the match opponents in order as soon as possible, please draw lots for the players whose names are called. The host took the microphone and read, Nam. A man dressed as a monk stepped forward, put his hand into the box, and drew number 6. Next, it was Ayaka's turn to draw. After Ayaka put her hand into the lottery box, she snapped her fingers and cast the divine power of Cami. The number bar in the box spun up, and a number 1 flew into Ayaka's hand. Ayaka, number 1. After the host announced the result, the staff put a tag on Ayaka and wrote Ayaka's name on the matchup chart's number 1 position. Under Ayaka's covert operation, the order of the 8 players' matchups was fixed. Starting from number 1, Ayaka, Ranfan, Yamcha, Launch, Son Goku, Nam, Krillin, and Jackie Chun. The first game, Ayaka vs Ranfan. The second game, Yamcha vs Launch. The third game, Son Goku vs Nam. The fourth game, Krillin vs Jackie Chun. In Ayaka's intervention, the top 8 and the order of battles had changed substantially from the original story. When the order of battle was announced, Yamcha's heart immediately cooled half. His opponent was rumored to be no less powerful than Master Roshi, Miss Lunch. Even if he won by chance, a terrifying Ayaka was waiting for him. Thinking about the strength that Ayaka showed at the beginning, Yamcha shuddered. The gap was too big. It was not that Ayaka wanted to make things difficult for Yamcha. However, with a total of only 8 people, 6 of them knew each other. Ayaka wasn't in the count, so if she didn't mix it up, it would be like beaten up soy sauce. Chapter 55. After everyone wait for a long time. Now, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament begins. This competition brings together martial arts enthusiasts from all over the world. After layers of screening in the preliminaries, 8 martial arts masters have been selected. They will compete in the venue for the title of the World Martial Arts Master. Besides, the World Martial Arts Tournament winner will receive a reward of 500,000 prize money. On the martial arts stage, the host announced enthusiastically with a microphone. The originally crowded people quickly boiled up. One by one, they pushed hard to the viewing seats, and a flood of people surrounded the conference venue. Bulma and Oolong struggled to squeeze for the front bleachers. The first game is Ayaka and Ranfan. Both players participated in the tournament for the first time. After the preliminaries' harsh test, they were finally selected, which showed that they're very strong. Both players are very beautiful girls. The host briefly introduced Ayaka and Ranfan. Now, I'll invite the 2 contestants to the stage. Ayaka, go for it. Bulma stood in the audience with her hands clenched in fists, looking very excited. The noisy venue was already boiling when the host announced the start of the competition. When Ayaka stepped onto the martial arts stage, it was even more crowded with all kinds of yelling and praise. The entire conference venue had 3 sides facing the crowd, blocked by a small wall separating the martial arts stage and the audience. In the middle was a wide martial arts platform, about 30 meters long and wide, paved with special stone slabs. There was a green lawn between the martial arts stage and the wall, where the staff maintained the competition's order. Behind the martial arts stage was a high wall, leaving only one entrance, which led straight to the tournament hall, for the contestants and staff to enter and exit. Another contestant, Ran Fan, walked onto the martial arts stage, and another cheer rang out from the crowd. Ran Fan was a beautiful woman, dressed in a sexy and alluring way, unlike Ayaka, who was pure and valiant. The two stood together to form a strong contrast. Thump. The host attendant knocked down the sledgehammer, several bronze bells rang out with a loud buzzing sound, and the competition officially began. On the martial arts stage, Ran Fan put up an offensive and defensive stance. Whoosh! Launching an attack, her entire body leaned forward, fiercely impacted over. As if just out of the chamber of the bullet, it was as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Ayaka, swinging her foot towards Ayaka. Ayaka's body wavering steeply leaped upward. She jumped 7 or 8 meters into the air, avoiding Ranfan's attack. Then her body rushed toward the ground, approaching it with incredible speed and attacking Ranfan. Ranfan didn't expect Ayaka to move so quickly and couldn't help but sway her body. She was in a panic to avoid Ayaka's downward attack. Bang! Ayaka's palm hit the ground with a muffled sound. The stone slab of the martial arts stage slightly loosened and cracked a few cracks. With a twist of one hand, Ayaka's body spun up and brought up a gust of wind like a storm. The powerful gust of wind blew up and down the sand and dust, blowing the audience to close their eyes. Ayaka is really strong. To make such a magical move, worthy of the top 8 players into the tournament. The host lost no time in rendering the atmosphere, causing everyone's emotions to be plucked up at once. Boom! Before everyone could react, Ranfan's body seemed like a kite off the string and was struck high by the whirlwind made by Ayaka. She then poofed and flew out of the martial arts stage, falling to the lawn outside the arena. The audience watched dumbfounded as Ranfan flew out of the arena, not moving for a while. Ranfan fell out of the arena, and Ayaka wins. The second match will be played next, Yamcha vs. Launch. When the host announced the start of the second match, the two of them, Yamcha and Launch, walked onto the martial arts stage and then stationed themselves on either side of it. Yamcha and Launch were engaged in a fierce battle. The two sides kept on impacting each other. Their bodies kept on flashing on the stage, punching and kicking each other, bringing the audience a feeling of being drenched. Bang! Yamcha and Launch attacked each other. Their palms struck each other with a loud bang. The stone slab beneath their feet suddenly cracked. The explosion's force caused the broken stones to bounce heavily, splashing out in all directions, and a whirlwind burst out from where they struck each other, blowing a gale. The two of them flew backward and spun in the air several times before landing on their hands. With a swoosh, their bodies quickly bounced up and dived towards each other like lightning, and a new round of engagement took place. Wow, player Yamcha and player Launch attacked again. As expected of world-class players. Both of them performed exceptionally well. Let's continue to watch their performance. The host took the microphone and plopped down on the edge of the martial arts stage. The whirlwind that swirled up due to the intense battle between the two on the field made it impossible for the host to get even a fraction closer. After such a fierce battle, to be so calm, this person called Launch is really powerful. With sweat hanging on his cheeks, Yamcha's gaze stared intently at Launch on the opposite side. However, he saw that she looked as normal as if she hadn't gone through any battle. If this continues, the hope of winning will continue to diminish. It seems that I have to play the ultimate move. Yamcha dried the sweat on his face, a light flashed in his eyes, and his whole body became alert. Miss Launch, please accept my ultimate move, Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha shouted, and his whole body surged out with appalling ki. A cold light flashed in his eyes, just like a lone wolf from the wilderness. He attacked fiercely towards Launch with a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura. Yamcha's movements were swift and ruthless, with each fist and claw striking at the vitals. The Wolf Fang Fist was as fast as a swift wind, moving like a vicious wolf attacking, making the opponent seem to be in an endless sea. No matter how, the opponent could not avoid its ferocious attack. Yamcha's attack was so powerful and swift that if it were an ordinary martial artist, they would never be able to avoid his attack. Unfortunately, Yamcha's opponent was Launch. In the lookout after Mr. Popo and Ayaka's dual training, Launch's strength had long been above Yamcha. Yamcha's seemingly insane and ferocious attack was full of loopholes in Launch's eyes. Achoo! This time Launch sneezed. Her hair instantly turned golden, and her ki became a little different. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and a mocking smile appeared on her face. Her eyes flashed with madness. The blonde launch appeared, her personality flipped 180 degrees, and she looked full of aggressiveness. Yamcha's luck is too bad. If it is the previous launch, it is still estimated to be decent even if he lost. However, now that he ran into the blonde launch, it seems that he will have to retire soon. Bless him for not being too seriously injured. Ayaka thought silently in his heart. The blonde launch looked at Yamcha standing across the stage with a mocking look on her lips. You're the one who wants to compete with me. You don't know what you're doing. Disappear for me. Lancey madly laughed up to the sky. The corners of her eyes were flashing with a cold and stern light. Her body moves and suddenly disappears in the same place. She was moving up quickly at an extremely high speed, like lightning. She flickered rapidly across the venue, leaving a virtual shadow of a seemingly real person on the martial arts stage. Afterimage fist. Jackie Chun was shocked. The blonde launch, which was Lancey, made Turtle School's Thunder Shock Palm. The Thunder Shock Palm usually leaves only one afterimage, and the one that could leave two afterimages was called the twofold afterimage fist, but Lancey left dozens of afterimages. Shit. Yamcha's heart was shocked and wanted to avoid Lancey's attack, but it was too late. With a cold smile on her face, Lancey disdainfully waved her foot and kicked out, snapping a heavy blow to Yamcha's back. With a boom, Yamcha crashed heavily into the wall outside the arena and then fell into the lawn. Player Yamcha fell out of the stage, and player Lancey wins. The host excitedly announced that such a high-level battle also increased the World Martial Arts Tournament color. Good, the following is the third match. The contestants are Son Goku and Nam. The host took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead, continued, Son Goku is only 12 years old and is the youngest of the contestants. However, to break into the top 8, his strength should not be taken lightly. Now, I'll invite the two players to compete. The brass sounded, Son Goku and Nam began to attack. Nam's purpose in participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament was to win 500,000 prize money and then improve his hometown's living environment. As in the original, Nam and Son Goku fought constantly, but even after he used the cross-arm dive, he was completely overpowered by Son Goku. Eventually, Nam could only leave the stage in disgrace. However, with Ayaka and Master Roshi's help, Nam returned home with a universal capsule containing a large water amount. The fourth match was Krillin vs Jackie Chun. This battle was almost one-sided because Master Roshi's strength was much higher than Krillin's. At this point, the top 4 of the World Martial Arts Tournament had been produced. Respectively, Ayaka, Launch, Son Goku, and Jackie Chun. They would compete in the next match to determine the World Martial Arts Master. After a break, the final 4 of the World Martial Arts Tournament kicked off with much anticipation. The first match, Ayaka vs Launch. As soon as the host's words fell, Ayaka and Launch walked onto the venue. The match between the two beauties attracted countless eyes, and all kinds of praise were heard. Launch, you strike first. Standing on the venue, Ayaka said leisurely with her hands on her chest. This fight wasn't suspenseful in the slightest, and Launch was destined to practice her hands and feet. The level of the next fight was already very high. Swoosh. Launch instantly disappeared. The whole body moved up at high speed, and only light footsteps could be heard in the venue, and the figure of Launch was never seen. Ayaka had a smile on her face. She concentrated her power at one point. With one foot lightly stepping on the ground, a thick and terrifying explosive force poured out from the bottom of her foot. With a muffled sound, Ayaka's entire body shot out like lightning, and the masonry on the ground shattered with a bang due to the strong recoil, splashing up in all directions under the strong pressure of the huge force. It left a shallow crater, covered with a crisscross of cracks around the crater. Ayaka's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, she came to Launch's side. Bang! There was a blow, and Ayaka kicked Launch. The two of them engaged in the action extremely quickly. They flashed on the bout for no more than a second before immediately disappearing. The only sound that reached the ears was the thump, thump, thump of blows. How terrible! Krillin looked at Ayaka and Launch, who constantly fought in the venue, and a cold sweat broke out on his head. Their strength has completely exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Jackie Chun's face was serious. You just need to reach the strength of any of them, and you will stand at the pinnacle of humanity. On the other hand, Yamcha's face was a little white. His feet were trembling, and his heart was a little scared. If Launch had fought me with this kind of strength earlier, I would not have been able to take a single blow. Only Son Goku, who was excited, grinning loudly and shouted. The two people on the field were so powerful, which made Son Goku unusually excited. Chapter 56. Launch, use your full strength. Let's end this battle as soon as possible. Ayaka looked at Launch, who had been fighting with her for a good half hour. Her breath had begun to disorder, and it was time for this trial to end. Launch nodded, then mobilized her entire body's ki. Shocking energy emerged from Launch's body, and the violent energy with a huge momentum that destroyed the world, like a divine dragon rising from the sky, roared and rushed in all directions. There was a sense of suffocation that made it impossible to breathe. With Launch as the center, a powerful storm swept through the entire venue, bringing up a chaotic spread of sand and dust. It made people cover their eyes with their hands. The audience became more and more excited to see such a battle. They felt fortunate to see such a battle, and the next battle made their whole body boil with enthusiasm. Looking at Launch, who released her energy with all her might, Ayaka smiled lightly and nodded her head. She mobilized the weight on her body, suppressed her ki to the same level as Launch, and then exploded her ki. Boom! With Ayaka as the center of a whirlwind, ki no less than Launch filled the entire venue. Ayaka and Launch, one on the left and one on the right, were like two typhoon eyes, attracting everyone's attention. What a terrifying ki! Yamcha tilted his body and shielded his eyes with his hand. On the martial arts stage, another fierce exchange began. Every movement brought up a powerful storm, and the violent whirlwind was mixed with a sense of vibration coming from time to time, allowing the watchers to experience the impact of iron and blood more visually. After a few minutes into the battle, the two have stopped. The silence of the atmosphere made the audience in the stands also couldn't help but hold their breath, and the whole place fell into an eerie silence. Then, Ayaka and Launch both moved. The two of them stood on both sides of the martial arts stage and stood up simultaneously. They then placed their hands in front of their chests and slowly lifted their hands apart, with their fingers separated and shaped like eagle claws. Watching Ayaka and Launch's movements, Jackie Chun, Son Goku, Yamcha, Bulma, and Oolong all opened their mouths wide with a look of disbelief. Could it be that they are going to use them? Ka. Me. Ha. Meha. Jackie Chun wanted to cry. His unique masterpiece became a big road, and it seemed that all the powerful masters who came up would use this move. Ayaka and Launch each pushed the ki wave in their hands fiercely forward. With both claws facing forward, a shining blue ki wave was fired out abruptly. The dazzling blue light illuminated the entire convention hall, making people had to close their eyes. Boom! The two blue ki waves collided violently, followed by a terrifying explosion. The shock wave generated by the explosion spread around with great energy. For a while, a violent hurricane with deafening sounds swept everywhere, and the entire venue was filled with thick smoke. Gradually, the smoke cleared. Ayaka and Launch were standing unharmed in the venue. It turned out that Earthling could issue such a powerful move. This Kamehameha technique was the masterpiece of Master Roshi from Turtle School. Let us salute Master Roshi and express our admiration to all martial artists. The host said in a loud voice, dutifully promoting the martial artists. Jackie Chun's face was slightly comforted by the host's attitude of admiration for martial arts and his strong professionalism, especially that advertisement, which made Jackie Chun's heart tingle. I admit defeat. Just as everyone was anticipating the next clash, Launch suddenly raised her hand and conceded defeat amidst the audience's dismayed eyes. Player Launch has conceded defeat. She has actually taken the initiative to concede. Player Ayaka has won this match and advanced to the final. The host came back to his senses and loudly announced that Ayaka advanced to the final. The audience consciously applauded and erupted into enthusiastic cheers. This match was really exciting. Although everyone was still a little bit impatient, such a result was considered an ideal ending. Next match, Son Goku vs Jackie Chun. The match begins. The referee stood aside and announced the start of the match. The atmosphere in the arena once again froze in general, leaving people breathless. Ha! Jackie Chun let out a low shout. His body rushed forward steeply, his quick speed caused several wisps of light smoke to rise from the original ground, and a wind force was created with it. Jackie Chun's body was like a chariot, fierce and ferocious, with ki that couldn't be taken lightly, slammed towards Son Goku. Son Goku responded calmly. His gaze firmly fixed on Jackie Chun. With a snap, he used his hand against it, catching Jackie Chun's flying kick. Then, his body turned in a hollow way, very quickly coming to Jackie Chun's side. When Jackie Chun was too late to respond, a powerful punch attacked over. Jackie Chun's heart was startled, and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. At some point, Son Goku had already come to his side. Faced with Son Goku's fierce attack over a punch, Jackie Chun was too late to make a move to any evasive action. Helplessly, Jackie Chun's arms closed, ready to receive Son Goku's attack. Bang! Son Goku's fist attacked Jackie Chun's body heavily, but Jackie Chun's arms bent, easily catch it. However, the strong force of the attack still made Jackie Chun's arms ache, and his body was already like a cannonball flying out of the strike. What a domineering force! Wow! Jackie Chun twisted his body. The body emitted the sound of crackling bones. When he touched the place where Son Goku attacked him with his hand, the whole arm still had a numb feeling. What a powerful punch. My whole hand is numb. Goku has really grown too much that ordinary attacks do not affect him at all. What a terrifying kid. Jackie Chun's face was serious. His eyes shone with a fine light. He was facing Son Goku sternly, and his whole ki surging up, giving people a huge sense of oppression. Suddenly, Jackie Chun's face on the stage began to glow red. His whole body staggered as if he was drunk. What's going on? What happened to contestant Jackie Chun? His whole body staggered like he was drunk. Did the alcohol from yesterday come up? What happened? Yamcha's eyes showed doubt. With Jackie Chun's strength, he shouldn't have gotten drunk during the match. It's the drunken fist. Ayaka had a torch-like gaze and saw at once that it was the drunken fist that Jackie Chun was using. My deceased grandfather was also good at this kind of punching technique. It gives a cold attack on the opponent. Son Goku calmed down and remembered his grandfather's moves. His whole body became crazy. His two eyes showed a ferocious light, and his teeth came out of his mouth, and a drop of saliva kept dripping down. Goku? What's wrong with him? Krillin was stunned by the appearance of Son Goku. Jackie Chun also felt very puzzled. At this time, Son Goku suddenly flew over and tore at him violently. This scared Jackie Chun as he dodged in a panic. However, Son Goku soon followed and attacked him. Caught off guard, Jackie Chun received several attacks from Son Goku, and his clothes were all torn. What kind of attack is that? Drunken fist. What drunken fist? It's obviously rabies. Jackie Chun roared in anger and was unable to perform his drunken fist. The good is higher than the devil. As expected of a quasi-finalist level, it was really very exciting. It seems that the younger contestant Son Goku is better. Jackie Chun's forehead veins were exposed. He suddenly gestured at Son Goku with both hands, muttering from time to time, which was hypnotism. Son Goku then fell to the ground at the sound of his voice and was brought into a deep sleep by Jackie Chun. Host, shouldn't you count the seconds? After a reminder, the host returned to his senses and began to count the seconds to Son Goku. Goku, wake up. Get up. If you don't get up, you'll lose. However, Son Goku was still lying on the ground and whistling. It's useless. He won't wake up until I call him up. Jackie Chun confidently put his hands behind his back and looked at Son Goku with bemused eyes. The reason I entered the competition is to make Goku and the others understand that there are people outside of the mountains and there are mountains outside the mountains. Goku, let's eat. Bulma suddenly remembered something and shouted to Son Goku. It's useless. Jackie Chun was about to go on and speak when suddenly, he became dumbfounded. He found Son Goku actually whooshing up from the ground and looking around for a meal. What? How can? Jackie Chun was shocked. A meal actually made Son Goku break free from his hypnosis. Jackie Chun's forehead drops of sweat. Since hypnosis does not work, it can only come a hard way. Chapter 57. Son Goku quickly reacted from hypnosis. The wretchedness just now made him more careful, and the moment Jackie Chun impacted in front of him, his body quickly jumped up and flipped a few heels in the air to avoid Jackie Chun's attack. Idiot, do you think you can avoid the attack like that? Jackie Chun saw this, and his body suddenly burst. He clicked his feet and stomped on the ground, then flew into the air. Goku, be careful, behind you. Krillin and others shouted in alarm. However, Son Goku did not react, stay in the air, and let Jackie Chun attack over. What? Jackie Chun kicked Son Goku and then felt something wrong. The kick seemed to land in space, there was no sense of substance. Not good. When did this kid learn the afterimage technique? Jackie Chun's heart was astonished, then felt a cool breeze overhead. He wondered when Son Goku had arrived above him. Hey! Son Goku kicked down head-on, hitting Jackie Chun's head hard. Jackie Chun's body lurched downward under the tremendous force with a boom, stirring up thick smoke on the ground. That blow was enough to render his opponent unconscious. Player Son Goku hit the head of player Jackie Chun. Did player Son Goku really get the victory? The host held the microphone with an excited expression. Great! It looks like Goku is going to win. Krillin and Yamcha said happily. Ayaka, however, shook his head. You guys are thinking too easy. Goku didn't hit him. That was just an illusion that Jackie Chun made to confuse his opponent. The real backhand should still be behind. Krillin froze for a moment, stunned. He turned his gaze to the ring, only to see Son Goku looking around alertly like he was preventing something. Abruptly, Son Goku tilted his head high into the air. There it is! Son Goku shouted. His whole body on alert, and his body's ki suddenly coalesced as if something existed hundreds of meters high in the sky. The audience also tilted their heads up, but they couldn't see the situation, and it felt like a black dot in the blur. It's player Jackie Chun. At some point, player Jackie Chun actually jumped hundreds of meters into the air. The host looked into the sky with binoculars, and the black dot turned out to be Jackie Chun, who originally hit the ground of the martial arts stage. When did Jackie Chun go up there? Krillin and Yamcha were shocked, so this Jackie Chun was too powerful compared to them. The blonde Launcha's eyes had a disdainful look in them. The corner of her eyes glanced at Krillin and the others. They can't even see through such a simple move. I really don't want to stand with weaklings like them. Clang! One moment, Ayaka's fist landed on Launcha's head. Jackie Chun avoided the attack with an afterimage strike a moment before Goku hit him, and then used a second afterimage strike to pretend to be hit and fly down to the ground, actually to launch an attack on Goku, you see. Ayaka's finger pointed to Jackie Chun in the sky, only to see his hands clenched. He was gathering his ki, and a light blue light shone out from his hands, as bright as a star, instantly blotting out the sun's light. Could that be Kamehameha? Jackie Chun can also use Kamehameha? Krillin and Yamcha were startled. The legendary Kamehameha really became a big road product, surprisingly one after another was made out. Including Son Goku's words, it was surprising that all the contestants who entered the top 4 of the World Martial Arts Tournament could release Kamehameha. That bright blue light, it's Master Roshi's Kamehameha. I didn't expect that the one used by the contestant Jackie Chun was also the legendary Kamehameha. Does it mean that the Turtle School's stance has spread to all the top masters in the world? The host with sunglasses looked excited as he said. The more surprising the player's performance was, the more excited he felt as the tournament's host. Indeed, Goku, your comprehension is very powerful. Let's see if you can take the power of the ki wave I have studied for years. Before you leave the school, let me properly test how strong you really are. Jackie Chun flew in the air. His face was serious, looking at Son Goku below. The blue glowing Kamehameha in his hands gradually accumulated, emitting a brighter light than the sun. Below, Son Goku also gazed at the sky, his hands were drumming, and the whole body of ki gathered up, also made a sound to release Kamehameha. I promised Ayaka I'd make it to the finals, so how can I lose here? Let's see whose ki wave is really powerful, take it. Son Goku grinned and shouted up with great pride. The ki waves in his hands converged out, emitting a blinding blue light. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! The two shouted out at the same time, and the two blue ki gong waves were fired straight out opposite each other, impacting towards each other in an unstoppable stance. Boom! The two ki waves collided in the air, and a huge explosion erupted. In an instant, the sky and the ground seemed to shake. Violent fluctuations were transmitted in all directions, and powerful shock waves surged and spread in all directions. The powerful whirlwind mixed with a blinding light, causing it difficult for the crowd's naked eye to see the spectacular scenery. The gorgeous dazzling strong visual sensation constantly impacted the audience's eyeballs, making them dumbfounded to watch, not daring to make any sound. Unbelievable, Goku actually used the ki wave to block back my Kamehameha. Slowly, the smoke cleared, and Jackie Chun landed on the ground, panting and staring at Son Goku. Just now, the full force of the Kamehameha had consumed a large amount of his ki. It's amazing that the so-called untold secret of Master Roshi, the Kamehameha, was used over and over again. In addition to player Ayaka and Launch, player Jackie Chun and Son Goku also used the Kamehameha. What a breathtakingly intense battle, and now they are tied. The few powerhouses that emerged from this year's tournament are arguably the best since the tournament was held, and each battle was so astounding. Cameraman, make sure to preserve the video data of these battles properly, we have to pass on the real situation of these battles all the time. The host roared with excitement. He wanted the world to see what the true powerhouse of the World Martial Arts Tournament was like. Goku hasn't lost much of his ki, it's so deep. I can't believe I'm not a match for him at all anymore. It seems that the future belongs to you young people, the following battle is no longer necessary. With a relieved expression on his face, Jackie Chun said to the host, Judge, I concede this battle. That kid is very strong, he can completely advance to the final. After Jackie Chun finished, he ignored the host's stunned expression and left the venue. Player Jackie Chun forfeits, player Son Goku wins and advances to the finals. The final will take place in 1 hour, please enjoy watching the two contestants' performance in the final. As the host loudly announced Son Goku's victory in this match, the crowd erupted in fierce applause. Although the tickets for the World Martial Arts Tournament were expensive, it was worth it to them to see with their own eyes the peak duel between the strongest. Chapter 58. In the original story, Jackie Chun was lucky to get up one step earlier than Son Goku and won the championship. It was not that Jackie Chun's strength was weak, but because at that time, to resist Son Goku, who had turned into a giant ape, Jackie Chun used nearly 70% of his power to attack the moon. At that time, only 3 people were standing at the top of the world, namely Master Roshi, Master Shen, and Mercenary Tao. The power of the 3 was very close, and the gap was not very big. Although Master Roshi attacked the moon and greatly reduced physical strength, Son Goku was still lost in his hands. Therefore, Son Goku would easily lose in the face of Mercenary Tao in his later heyday. Now, Son Goku was much stronger than in the original story. He was able to defeat Master Roshi in his prime, and his power was the same as when he first climbed the Korin Tower. If Mercenary Tao hadn't grown much in the past few years, he should not be a match for Son Goku. Ayaka pulled out a capsule from her waist and took out 2 green beans from it. She then handed them to Son Goku and Jackie Chun, respectively. Why do you take out 2 beans? Yamcha looked at Ayaka's actions strangely. Ayaka smiled, this is not an ordinary bean, it is called senzu beans, something from the sacred land of Korin, the Korin Tower. If you eat one, you won't starve for 10 days, and no matter how much you are injured, you will recover immediately. The battle just now, Goku and Jackie Chun have consumed a lot of physical strength, but as long as they eat the senzu beans, they can immediately recover to full strength. Is it that amazing? Krillin exclaimed in amazement, looking at the senzu beans with a stupid face. However, neither Krillin nor Yamcha asked Ayaka for the senzu beans. In their minds, senzu beans with such an effect should be very precious, and Ayaka must not have many on her. However, they do not know that in these years, Ayaka always liked to run to Korin Tower when there was nothing to do. She would scavenge Korin for senzu beans. A few years down the road, Ayaka had hidden at least hundreds of thousands of senzu beans. However, these were secrets. If it were not the last resort, Ayaka would not disclose. Jackie Chun looked at the senzu beans in his hand in amazement. He had seen this kind of senzu beans on Korin's tower and only used them for hunger. He didn't know that senzu beans had such effects. He put the senzu bean into his mouth and chewed it. Instantly, he felt a surge of heat in his body, the injuries on his body were gone, and his strength returned to full strength. This senzu bean is really miraculous, it's really a sacred medicine that martial artists can only dream of. An hour passed quickly, and the final round was about to begin. Everyone, the finals are about to begin. Player Ayaka and player Son Goku, please come up to the stage. At the host's words, Ayaka and Son Goku walked onto the martial arts stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the decisive moment is coming. The final of the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. Who will be the champion of the world in this year's tournament? Let's wait and see. Son Goku looked at Ayaka not far away. His body suddenly burst out powerful ki, and then his whole body moved quickly. He arrived in front of Ayaka at a fast speed, and dozens of afterimages appeared on the martial arts stage as if they were real people. Goku even made so many afterimages. Yamcha looked at Son Goku, who was constantly moving on the stage and was surprised. Afterimage technique, this kid is so strong in comprehension. Jackie Chun said with a faint smile. Ayaka calmly looked at the countless afterimage left by Son Goku. She felt like a juggling monkey in front of an elephant and smiled faintly. The difference between the two was too great, and even without using her full strength, Son Goku's movements could not escape her eyes. At that moment, Ayaka flatly stretched out one hand and gently struck out towards the side. Bang! That punch directly hit Son Goku's cheek, and Son Goku was smashed away, cutting a shallow trail along the ground. Ugh, that's awesome. Everyone in the stands, including Jackie Chun, froze a little. That was awesome. Son Goku got up from the ground and let out a low shout. His speed was even swifter than just now, and he attacked head-on with a swinging fist. Ayaka flashed sideways. Her body flashed again and appeared beside Son Goku in a matter of seconds. Shit! Son Goku was shocked, and his face suddenly changed. He saw a claw grabbing at him head-on and wanted to lower his body to avoid it, but unfortunately, Ayaka's movement was too fast. In a moment, she had already grabbed Son Goku's arm. Suddenly, from the arm came a huge force, and Son Goku's entire body was thrown high. When he reacted, he was already flying in the air. Suddenly, Ayaka's figure appeared again in the corner of the eye. Son Goku looked up and saw Ayaka unexpectedly came to his side at some point. Combat doesn't need too much action. The bigger the action, the more breakdowns there will be. Strong people's attacks need only one fatal move. Ayaka's hands clenched fist, striking down on Son Goku head-on. Bang! Son Goku was too late to react. He instinctively used his hands to resist the attack. There was a loud sound, and Son Goku fell straight down from the sky as if it were a cannonball. He hit the ground with a bang, smashing the ground out of a deep crater, making smoke and chaos of stones splashed up and scattered in all directions. The crowd only felt the ground shake, followed by the sound of cracking. When they looked back, they were shocked to find that the martial stage's stone slab had completely buckled and loosened, covered with crisscrossing cracks everywhere. In the middle of the place, there was a huge crater several meters deep. Is Goku okay? Krillin's jaw dropped as he looked at the large crater on the martial arts stage. Ayaka hit him so hard. Jackie Chun's gaze was fixed on the martial arts stage, sighing in his heart, Son Goku and Ayaka are not on the same level at all. Player Ayaka hit player Son Goku with one blow, knocking him into the ground. I wonder if he can still stand up. The host was leaning over the martial arts stage's edge, carefully watching the scene on the venue. Ayaka calmly floated to the side of the big pit. Looking at the pit that kept bubbling with dust, she grinned. Boom! Suddenly, a blue beam of light shot out from the crater and grazed Ayaka's cheek. The energy wave drove the air to a whirl. Upon feeling a stream of heat pass through her face, a strand of Ayaka's hair was driven by the wind, but that was it. When Son Goku once again performed his Kamehameha and rebounded from the ground to the air by the reaction, Ayaka slapped him back to the ground again. Son Goku obviously would not stop there, and another wave of ki with a flashing blue light emitted from his hand and shot towards Ayaka at a great speed. Interesting. The corners of Ayaka's mouth rose slightly. A smile appeared on her face as she stood there calmly without any defense. Just a moment before the ki wave was about to get close, she suddenly waved her arm and closed her palm with 5 fingers, flinging the ki wave to the side like a knife cut. As if it had encountered an irresistible giant force, the powerful Kamehameha rotated 90 degrees and changed direction to shoot out toward the sky. It grazed the eaves of the tournament hall with a bang, destroying one corner of the roof. Surprisingly, the direction of the Kamehameha changed, making it completely useless. Jackie Chun's face astonished. Thus could be seen, Ayaka's grade was so high that the Kamehameha had been completely invalidated. Ki wave condensation was not real. If you want to deal with this type of attack, there are actually many ways. As long as the body is strong enough, even if hit in the face, there will not be the slightest damage. Ayaka said in a flat tone. It is already flawless Kamehameha in our eyes, but in her eyes, it is not perfect. Krillin said in horror. Looking at Ayaka and Son Goku, who were attacking each other back and forth on the martial arts stage, Master Roshi fell into deep thought. Ayaka is right. Releasing the ki from the body in the form of ki waves is indeed condensed and insubstantial. If there is not enough substance, it is easy for people to find a way to break it. Chapter 59. On the martial arts stage, Son Goku's body slowly floated up in the air. When Ayaka saw this, she smiled blandly and also followed him into the sky. In the sky, Ayaka's afterimage fist intertwined, cascading, like a tidal wave rushing towards Son Goku. Son Goku reviewed the situation, constantly changing his body shape, avoiding the attack again and again. The deafening sound came from the fierce battle, with each blow ringing the door of the audience's heart. A light blue wave of chakra came straight up from below. A light smile flashed across Ayaka's face as she swished to Son Goku's side, then threw a heavy kick at him. In the moment of kicking Son Goku, Ayaka knew that she had kicked only an afterimage. Ha! Son Goku steeply appeared and attacked Ayaka, and it was too late for Ayaka to escape. She was hit hard with a solid punch. But you're still thinking too easy. The voice rang in his ears. Ayaka drifted surprisingly close to Son Goku's ear and then slammed down a blow. With a whoosh, Son Goku was struck by a tremendous force. Boom! His body fell heavily on the ground, making the stone slab on the ground be shaken up high. After many encounters between the two, the whole martial arts stage was already covered with pits and cracks everywhere. Son Goku gritted his teeth and got up from the ground with difficulty, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was a little white, but his gaze still looked firmly at Ayaka in the sky. Seeing this, Ayaka nodded slightly, then slowly descended from the sky. Take the last move. Son Goku said as he prepared to make the Thunder Shock surprise. It's really wonderful. This is the final of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Who is the #1 in the world among the two contestants? Let's wait and see. The host said in a loud voice. Goku is going to use his final move. Krillin's face was straight. His eyes were full of expectation. But Ayaka's strength is not trivial. Goku's trick may not work. Jackie Chun said with a grave face. In the sky, Son Goku closed his eyes. The muscles on his body constantly trembled, like a heartbeat, moving one after the other. He gritted his teeth and did his best to mobilize all the ki in his body. Steeply, a force of 1,000 pounds of huge ki burst out from the body. Like a pale dragon hovering, the huge ki was carrying a gale, whistling towards the ground overwhelmingly. The violent aura rolled up the wind, and the suffocating oppressive feeling pressed deadly to everyone. For a moment, everyone was like being in hell, feeling the surroundings became creepy suddenly. A strange oppressive feeling pressed people to feel very difficult even to breathe. Oh, it's almost impossible to breathe. In the stands, Bulma and Oolong's faces were white and trembling. Oh my god, is this Goku's full power? Krillin felt struck at once. This little kid has such powerful ki in his body. I'm afraid his strength has surpassed his grandfather, Son Gohan. Jackie Chun realized that he still underestimated Son Goku. This family was all terrifying monsters. Son Goku transferred all the ki to the hands, making his hands glow with lightning. Two powerful currents were generated from the palms of his hands, which instantly turned into a ferocious surge of lightning. The whole sky was covered with thunder and lightning. The glittering white staggered thunder and lightning looked like countless silver snakes, darting and surging in the sky, emitting a nuisance roar toward the ground. Take the move. Son Goku was ready, and his whole face was tense. Beads of sweat flowed out, and his whole body was covered with beeping arcs of electricity. The two bright currents converged on his hands, emitting the characteristic blue glow of electricity. He struck the lightning on both hands gently and then shouted to the ground. Thunder Shock Surprise. In a flash, the two thunderbolts were like flying raging pale dragons, emitting sinuous lightning and roaring toward the earth at a great speed. The crowd only felt a brightness in the sky. The dazzling light caused them to close their eyes. On the ground, Ayaka stood proudly, raising her head and half-narrowing her eyes to look at Son Goku cast the Thunder Shock Surprise. Heavenly Thunder Shock Surprise. This was a move that developed from the Thunder Shock Surprise. In an instant, the ground centered on Ayaka sank up with a bang. The surrounding rocks quickly cracked open, forming a huge crater. Instantly, the entire martial stage was submerged in a huge circular crater. A dazzling bright light rose from the crater as if a phoenix with wings ready to fly. It shot up to the sky with a proud aura and bright thunder light and attacked the Thunder Dragon in the sky. Boom! The invincible Thunder Dragon crashed into the incoming Thunder Phoenix with a loud sound that resounded through the world, exploding into the sky with a bright light that shook people's hearts. At this moment, the whole world was in chaos. It was impossible to distinguish where the sky was and where the ground was. A huge shock wave of frightening thunder and lightning roared out in all directions. The rumbling sound was continuous, and the distant echoes interlaced in the sky. Gradually, the bright light began to disappear, the ground stopped shaking, and the gale slowly slowed down to a fine wind. Everyone's sight began to return. When they opened their eyes, they were stunned by the scene they saw. The 30-meter-long and 30-meter-wide martial arts stage had become completely unrecognizable. There was a huge crater of more than 20 meters in diameter in the middle, surrounded by pits, potholes, and uneven cracks, with not a single piece of intact stone to be found. In the center of the crater, a beautiful young girl with a clear face and flawless eyes stood unscathed. Even the clothes on her body didn't have any broken parts. In her hand, she was carrying a teenager who had fallen unconscious. Is this Ayaka's strength? Krillin gulped. Such a terrifying big sister, it was the first time he encountered her. He has passed out. Start counting the seconds. Ayaka came to the host and said. The host then came back from his distraction and then began to count the seconds. Soon, 10 seconds had passed. The final battle of the tournament is finally over. The winner of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament has been crowned, and that is player Ayaka. Miss Ayaka has become the world's #1 martial artist of this year's tournament. Please give a round of applause and shout, and thank player Ayaka and player Son Goku for the wonderful competition they brought. The host announced this news with unparalleled excitement, and the whole audience instantly roared, crackling with applause and cheers. Chapter 60. With the closing of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the crowd of people gradually dispersed. After the tournament, Ayaka, Jackie Chun, Krillin, and others, walking beside Yamcha, who was carrying Son Goku, met up with Bulma and others. Is Goku okay? Bulma surveyed the Son Goku on Yamcha's back. He's fine, just too tired, Ayaka said with a light smile. What Saiyan physique needed most was this kind of high-intensity combat stimulation. It could be imagined that when Son Goku regained his strength, his power level must have gone up a lot. Seriously, you and Goku's battle made our heart jumped. I really did not expect you guys are actually strong to this point. Sitting in the rest area, the crowd began to chat. Krillin thought of the battle just now, and his heart flooded with chills. Ayaka smiled and said, don't say that. I believe you guys can do it in the future. Ayaka was not comforting them, but the future Krillin and the others did have strength far beyond this scale now. Is that so? Krillin asked with some expectation. It's definitely possible. Ayaka replied with a smile, you're already very powerful now. As the opponents you encounter continue to grow stronger, your own abilities will also increase drastically. That's great. Krillin listened to Ayaka's words and drifted a bit, thinking that this big sister was not only powerful, but even her comforting words were so soothing. By the way, this is for you. Ayaka took out a dozen senzu beans and handed them to Krillin. This one is. Krillin's eyes snapped wide. Senzu beans, it was senzu beans that had magical effects. Are these senzu beans all for me? Krillin asked in disbelief. That's right. This is for you. By the way, you guys also have a share. After saying that, Ayaka took out several more and gave one to each of the people present. Even Bulma also unexpectedly got a few beans. With a few life-saving senzu beans in their hands, Krillin and Yamcha were about to burst into tears of excitement. If we could grow the senzu beans by scientific means, how good it would be. Bulma fantasized. Give up, it's not possible. Ayaka laughed and shook her head. At this time, Son Goku woke up. When he saw that Ayaka was handing out senzu beans, he instantly came to life. Nonchalantly, he took the senzu beans that belonged to him into his arms. He really knew the importance of the senzu beans too well. Thank you so much, Ayaka. Krillin carefully received the senzu beans into his arms and spoke excitedly. The corners of Ayaka's mouth rose, smiling and nodding. She didn't feel any pain in giving away a few dozen senzu beans because she had a stock of hundreds of thousands of them in her bag. Rather, it was the touching looks of Krillin and Yamcha that made her a little smug. Where is old Grandpa Rashi? How come I don't see him? Son Goku shook his head to observe the surrounding area, did not see the figure of Master Rashi. I haven't seen him. Did he not come to see the game? Hey! An old voice came from the distance, and Master Rashi was seen running from afar, wearing a black suit and carrying a suitcase. Master Rashi, where the hell have you been? I was watching from behind and just went to the bathroom. Nah, Master Rashi, did you watch my game then? Well, I watched all of them. You all performed very well. Ah, there you are. I've been looking for you for a long time. The blonde host yelled loudly and ran towards them. Miss Ayaka, this is the 500,000 prize money you won. Please keep it. The host pulled out a thick wad of cash from his bag and handed it to Ayaka. Thank you. Ayaka smiled and accepted the prize money. For her who had billions, she wouldn't look at the hundreds of thousands of money. However, she still had a good feeling for this host who had always abided by his professional ethics. Even after decades, this host who loved martial arts had persisted in hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament. By the way, will you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament next time? Not necessarily in my case, but the three of them will definitely attend again. Ayaka pointed to Son Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha, then said. Ah. That's a pity, but I think if the three participate, the next World Martial Arts Tournament will also be very exciting. The host was very sorry that Ayaka was not going to participate in the next competition. However, with Son Goku and others participating, he felt that it was not bad news. Don't worry. There will definitely be new powerhouses at the next tournament. This time, it's mainly the Turtle School that dominates. After the live TV broadcast, the people of the Crane School should have seen the competition. Maybe they will participate next time. Ayaka said casually. Really? The host's entire body perked up at the knowledge that the Crane School might participate in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. After the host left, Krillin asked suspiciously, Ayaka, is it true that someone from the Crane School will participate in the next tournament? I think it will. In this tournament, the Turtle School performed too much, the people of the Crane School will definitely have trouble looking at it, and they may send their disciples to the next tournament. Ayaka said blandly. Ayaka is right. With the Crane School character, they will definitely send their disciples to compete in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Therefore, you should intensify your training in the next few years so that the disciples of the Crane School will not overtake you. Master Roshi said with a serious expression. Master Roshi, don't worry, we will definitely tighten our training and try to improve our strength. What's more, with Goku's strength, I think we can definitely defeat the disciples of the Crane School. Krillin was not too stressed. How could the Crane School be compared to the Turtle School? Master Roshi pondered, looking down and thinking up. He was not sure how strong the disciples of the Crane School. With Son Goku's strength, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Krillin, you're wrong. Goku's strength is strong, but the Crane School also has an outstanding talent. Their strength may not be below Goku. Suddenly, Ayaka interrupted and said that Krillin's pride was unacceptable. What? Is what you say is true? Does the Crane School has disciples whose strength is above Goku? Krillin and Master Roshi's face changed greatly, asked in shock. Ayaka nodded, as far as I know, the Crane School has two favored disciples. One of whom can use superpowers and has strength similar to that of the current Krillin. As for the other one, his strength even surpasses the world's #1 assassin Mercenary Tao. Even more powerful than Mercenary Tao. Yamcha was stunned, then cold sweat emerged. He had just looked down on the Crane School's disciples, but after hearing Ayaka says so, he realized that they were actually such bad characters to mess with. I did not expect that the Crane School would have such an excellent disciple. Goku, Krillin, you have to hurry up and train so that when the next World Martial Arts Tournament is held, everyone can see whether the Turtle School is more powerful than the Crane School or not. Master Roshi said with a serious tone. Chapter 61. After the end of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha were going to start their training, while Ayaka and Launch were going to embark on their own journey. After returning to the lookout, Ayaka decided to tell Launch and others some messages about other planets. In a few years, the Earth would enter a period of severe tests, whether it was Demon King Piccolo or the later Z chapter. The enemies were more powerful one after another. As the Earth's Cami, Ayaka's pressure was still relatively high. So, the only thing she could do was to improve her strength constantly. As for some trivial matters, she still had to leave it to the old Cami and Mr. Popo to deal with. Of course, even if she wasn't the Cami of Earth, since she was reborn into the Dragon Ball world, power enhancement was a hurdle that couldn't be bypassed. Only by becoming strong could she live in style in this world. This day, Ayaka gathered the old Cami, Mr. Popo, and launched to introduce them to the outer planet's information. Our strength is not bad, but if we talk about outside the Earth, even I am still weak. Ayaka said openly. Beyond Earth? Launch asked in surprise. Old Cami and Mr. Popo were also a little confused. They certainly didn't doubt the existence of aliens. After all, old Cami was an alien. What they were confused about was Ayaka's statement that even she was still frail. Ayaka's strength wasn't very public, but the old Cami and others still had a consensus that her strength was at least 10 times more than the old Cami. Even 100 times might not be impossible. Such a powerful person as the Earth's Cami had put the old Cami at ease. Well, Earth is just a weak planet among low-level planet. Compared to life on other planets, humans' power level is really not worth mentioning. Is there a specific reference for this? Mr. Popo asked, raising his hand. There is. Ayaka nodded. The common rule of the universe is to divide the rank of planets according to the numerical value of power level. Since this rule has a large consensus in the universe, it is relatively accurate. In the standard of division, the strongest power level below 1000 are low-level planets, between 1000 and 10,000 power level is the middle-level planets, and more than 10,000 power level is the high-level planets. To give an example, the specific reference standard is an ordinary human with no fighting ability has only a pathetic 5 points of power level when holding a firearm in his hand. Only 5 points of power level with a firearm in hand? How come the requirement is so high? Then how much power level do I have now? Launch said in disbelief as her eyes widened. Ayaka gave her a look and said precisely after observing with her unsighted eye, your current power level is almost 140. About the same as Master Roshi, which can be ranked in the top 10 on Earth. Goku is stronger, reaching about 160, one of the most powerful people on Earth. However, compared with those who can easily kill thousands of people on the outer planets is still not enough. Then she looked at the old Cami. The old Cami's power level is about 280. In fact, the Cami and ordinary humans are not too different. Cami just had a few more unique skills. Plus, the old Cami is a Namekian and carries some Namekian special abilities. Even the Cami is only 280 power level, then Mr. Popo must also be about this degree. Then if one day people from other planets invade the Earth, what should we do if we are completely defenseless? At the words, the old Cami and Mr. Popo also moved a little. This was also what they were worried about at the moment. If it weren't for Ayaka talking about aliens, they would never worry about the invasion. However, the fact was that this danger exists. In case it happened, they certainly couldn't resist with their less than 1000 power level. Didn't Ayaka say that less than 1000 was just a low-level planet? Ayaka smiled and shook her head. The average alien will not look at the Earth, but not absolutely. So there must be enough fighting to protect the Earth, which is why there is lookout on Earth. In addition to maintaining order on Earth, the Cami is also responsible for protecting the planet from the alien invasion. But it seems that with our abilities, we simply cannot defend ourselves against the vast majority of foreign threats. The old Cami said worriedly. Don't worry about that. Compared to those chillingly strong monsters in the galaxy, I'm still pretty strong. So don't worry too much about me being defeated. Hearing Ayaka's words, the old Cami had a slight bottom in his heart. This was the first time that Ayaka had revealed information about her strength in front of him. Upon listening to her tone, it seemed that she was still relatively confident about the more ranked kind. At least, she should be considered from a middle-level planet. The old Cami thought, if 10,000 or more was a high-level planet, then Ayaka should fit the tone of saying that thing as long as she had 10,000 power level. Ayaka, tell me honestly, what exactly is your strength? The old Cami asked seriously. Launch and Mr. Popo were also very curious about Ayaka's strength. Well, it's not very high. Ayaka said somewhat modestly, I just looked at it. It's about 213,000 or so. Boom! There was a lightning bolt coming from the sky. What? Ayaka, did I hear you right? What's your power level? 210,000. Launch's face showed a shocked expression. Although she was prepared, the terrifying strength of 210,000 was indeed too shocking, making her entire speech shiver. 210,000, you actually have the strength of 210,000. The old Cami was a bit dumbfounded. However, he soon recovered and smiled, it seems that my eyes are still good. Cami with 210,000 power level, that's enough to ensure the safety of the Earth. Ayaka, do you have any way to increase your strength quickly? Launch asked expectantly. No, I trained all my strength by myself. I grew up in a harsh environment, where the gravity and air composition is a bit different from Earth and is much harsher than Earth in comparison. Speaking of secret techniques, Ayaka still had a few techniques learned from planet Yardracht. However, they could not be taught to others indiscriminately without the consent of the Yardrations. Upon seeing that Ayaka didn't have any way to grow strength quickly, Launch couldn't help but be a little discouraged. Wait, there is a place that may be able to let you grow strength quickly. Ayaka looked at the old Cami and suddenly thought of the magical ability of the Grand Elders of Namekian. If the Grand Elders were allowed to develop their potential, not only Launch, but she could also increase her strength greatly. Ayaka couldn't help but curse herself for being confused and forgetting such an important matter. If it wasn't for Launch's words that made her remember, she didn't know when she would have remembered to go to planet Namek. As long as her strength becomes stronger, the better the effect of absorbing energy when using the energy bound. She needed to improve her strength before it was too late to enhance the effect of the energy bound faster. What place can enhance strength? Looking at the old Cami, Ayaka narrowed her eyes and said, Planet Namek. Chapter 62. Planet Namek was located in a remote corner of the north area. It was an emerald green planet with mostly land and minimal ocean area. However, it had many lakes and freshwater, almost one lake every few dozen kilometers, and the land was covered with green grass, giving the overall appearance of a prairie. It was a breezy afternoon on planet Namek. The breeze blew the tender turquoise grass, rippling out a wave-like ripple. The rising sun irradiated down, giving people a warm feeling. Is this planet Namek? It's stunning, and the air is very fresh. At the top of a rocky mountain, Ayaka brought Launch to planet Namek by instant transmission. Upon looking at the endless green grasslands, breathing in the freshness of the air, Launch's heart was full of excitement. This was the first time she left Earth to come to another planet, and a planet with such a beautiful environment. All of a sudden, a strong sense of satisfaction rushed to her heart. If she could live leisurely on such a beautiful planet, she would be so happy. This is planet Namek. Ayaka also sighed. We just need to find the Grand Elder of planet Namek to develop the potential in our body, and then we can significantly enhance our strength. Looking around, Ayaka found that planet Namek was actually quite desolate. At least, the richness of species was far less than that of Earth. In addition to the green grass all over the ground, very few trees exist. There were only a few spherical strange plants growing sporadically and animals that were even more pathetic. The visual impact of the first sight immediately formed a stark contrast. Ayaka roughly guessed that this was the result of the climate variation of planet Namek. Since the climate change that swept the entire planet, most plants and animals on planet Namek had been extinct. The number of people surviving here on planet Namek was also tiny, all living in community. Ancient Namekian once had extremely developed technology, even at the expense of the environment. Therefore, Namekian was once heavily polluted. The good thing is that the developed space voyage technology enabled a few people to spend a hard time on the outer planet. Later, when they returned to planet Namek, they learned from their mistakes and planted a lot of green plants to protect the carbon dioxide gas wall. Hundreds of years ago, however, another major climate change occurred on planet Namek. The vast majority of the population died, except for the few Namekians sent off the planet. Only the Grand Elder of the planet Namek survived. He reshaped planet Namek to make it habitable again, but so far, the Namekians on this planet are still very scarce. Ayaka briefly introduced the history of planet Namek to Launch, and Launch nodded repeatedly. Her heart lamented the misfortune of the people of planet Namek. Most of the Namekian have divine power, such as regeneration, body flexibility, cloning, and they can communicate with the power of the dragon god, Zulma, and summon the divine dragon down to create the magical Dragon Ball. Is it the kind of Dragon Ball on Earth that can grant wishes? Yes, the old Cami on Earth are the Namekians who fled over when the climate of planet Namek changed. That's why the Dragon Balls exist on Earth. The Dragon Balls made by the Great Elders of planet Namek are more powerful than the Dragon Balls on Earth and can grant 3 wishes at a time. This time, in addition to developing the potential, I came to planet Namek to borrow the Dragon Balls on planet Namek. According to her understanding of the original story, Ayaka roughly concluded that the Dragon Balls were only used to communicate with the dragon god, Zulma. When the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, the dragon god could rely on the Dragon Balls to project down. The dragon god, Zulma, wanted to be the entire Dragon Ball world's overall consciousness or the law of cause and effect, a power that exists in the otherworld. Based on the Dragon Ball creator's ability, the dragon god would have different abilities when descending. However, none of them could exceed the Dragon Ball maker's authority, otherwise, the wish would not be fulfilled. The abilities of the divine dragon and the Dragon Ball maker were different. What the Cami couldn't do, the divine dragon could do by relying on the power of the dragon god. However, it couldn't go beyond Cami's power. This was why the Cami couldn't bring people back to life, but Shenron could do it. Then why don't the Namekian use the Dragon Balls to wish for the transformation of the planet Namek or to bring more Namekians to life? Launch asked. Maybe it's because of the law of cause and effect. Ayaka thought for a moment. Let's fly to the east, I feel that there is life there. Ayaka felt the air filled with the scent and then flew with Launch in the east's direction. After flying for about 10 minutes, Ayaka found a Namekian village. The community was tiny, probably only a dozen Namekians, with scattered buildings in a half-arc shape. In the middle of which was reclaimed farming land, and a few Namekians were busy in the fields. The Namekian buildings were bizarre, looking like insects' shells, with sharp prisms sticking out of the rounded corners. When Ayaka and Launch landed on the ground, those Namekians stopped what they were doing and walked up to Ayaka with a surprised look. A chubby old Namekian walked out, "Young lady from an alien planet, may I ask what you are doing here on planet Namek?" He must be the elder of this village. There are so few people in this village. Ayaka surveyed these Namekians and found that there were actually only a few dozen people in the whole community. Nearly half of them were old people and children. "Hello, you are the elder of this village, right? My name is Ayaka, I am a Cami from Earth. This is my companion, Launch. We came to planet Namek because we want to see your grand elder. I hope you can lead the way for us." Ayaka, of course, didn't know the Namekian language. However, as soon as she heard the language of the Namekian, she could translate the Namekian language system using the language secret technique learned from planet Yardrat. So when she spoke, she was fluent in the Namekian language. That Namekian elder vaguely felt that the little girl in front of him harbored a terrifying power. When he heard that she was looking for the Grand Elder, his expression was abruptly tense, and his eyes became stern. However, when he saw that Ayaka did not have any evil aura on her, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Cami from Earth, welcome to planet Namek. The place where the Grand Elder lives is very far away from here. If we leave now to go there, we will not reach it even after dark. It will affect the Grand Elder's rest. Why don't you stay here for one night and wait until early tomorrow morning, and then I will send the young men of the community to accompany you there. How about that?" "Of course, then I'm sorry to disturb you," Ayaka said with a smile. She was clear that the status of the Grand Elder was supreme in the eyes of the Namekian. They would not disturb the Grand Elder's rest for anything. If Ayaka were going to go to the Grand Elder's residence now, in this village elder's opinion, she would not be able to arrive at least until the night. Then she would disturb the Grand Elder's rest, which was unacceptable. Ayaka knew what the Namekian had in mind. Besides, she was asking for help, so she nodded her head and agreed. Seeing that Ayaka was very good at talking, the Namekian elder had a bright smile on his face. He immediately and politely led Ayaka and Launch into the house. Into the room arranged by the Namekian, Launch sat down on the bed, and said, "I didn't expect that all these Namekian looks exactly like the old Cami of the Lookout. What a shock. Didn't I tell you, the old Cami of the Lookout is also a Namekian, who escaped to Earth when the climate of planet Namek changed. Oh, by the way, don't say anything to others about us coming to planet Namek in the future. I don't want others to know about the situation of planet Namek." Launch then nodded her head. A few hours later, night fell. Ayaka and Launch were invited to a dinner of the Namekian and had a unique dinner of the Namekian. Because the skin of the Namekian was green and had a function similar to that of plant photosynthesis, they simply had to drink water and use photosynthesis to produce starch to meet their physiological needs. So, the dinner they prepared was very simple. To be honest, Ayaka felt exactly the same before and after eating. In the end, she could only secretly chew a senzu bean even when Ayaka could also get energy through the energy bound. Moreover, she also didn't need to eat. Chapter 63. The next morning, the sky began to glow in a fishy white color. The night became bright and gorgeous sunlight shone down through the clouds, bringing a warm feeling to people. Planet Namek was the fourth planet in the 27th main galaxy of the constellation Vega. It was a planet in a trinary star system, and because it was a trinary star system, it was generally said that there was no day and night on planet Namek. However, all this was history, as in the early days of the planet Namek evolution, the primitive atmosphere was also very suitable for plants' growth. Therefore, the lack of species had entered a dire situation on planet Namek. Ayaka and Launch stood in the open space in front of a room. The planet Namek's elders were gathered around Ayaka with their people. "His name is Vinny, a young warrior of our Namekian. He will take you to the residence of the Grand Elder." The elder pointed to a young Namekian and said to Ayaka. Ayaka sized up the Namekian named Vinny. He was wearing a grey coat, looked very much like the young Piccolo. He had excellent strength, with a power level of more than 1,000, and was one of the best warriors of the Namekian. Thank you, Namekian's elders. I appreciate you taking care of us. Ayaka smiled and thanked the Namekian elder, then nodded to Vinny and flew up in the air towards where the Grand Elder lived. On the way, Vinny didn't say much. He kept silent and led the way in front. Ayaka was wise enough not to ask too many questions. So, she and Launch only watched the scenery along the way. The natural environment of planet Namek was perfect. Although the creatures were scarce and didn't have too many species, the open and flat grassland still gave Ayaka and Launch a big impact. The breeze and fine grass swayed with the wind, radiating a circle like a wave-like pattern. With the green lake along with the embellishment, it seemed extraordinarily vast and pale. The scenery along the way looked eminently spring-like, with beautiful images of vast and endless grasslands and jagged, unique mountains and strange rocks. After nearly 10 hours of flying, Ayaka and others gradually left the grasslands and lakes area, entering the canyon ravine area. The scenery here wasn't as beautiful as it was just now, with bare rocks rising from the ground, sporadically covered with green moss. The scenery was somewhat barren and desolate. The Grand Elder's residence is just ahead, through the canyon over there. Vinny pointed to the wide canyon in front of him. He turned his head to Ayaka and said. Ayaka nodded and continued to fly forward. She soon crossed the canyon and came to a stone forest surrounded by mountains and rocks. The stone forest here was old, already many years old. In many places, the rocks could not withstand the years' ravages and slowly weathered and cracked. These stone forests are all formed due to crustal movement during the time of the Great Climate Change. The Grand Elder is a nostalgic person and has been living here alone. In addition to the Namekian responsible for guarding the Grand Elder, others generally don't set foot in this area. Vinny introduced, then continued to lead Ayaka to fly towards the Grand Elder's residence. Ayaka nodded. At that moment, she turned around and saw that Launch was a bit stretched, and her face was slightly white and froze. Here we are. Up ahead is where the Grand Elder lives. I'll send you this far, go up and find the Grand Elder yourselves. Vinny pointed to a white building on top of the peak and said. Thank you so much for leading the way. Please express my gratitude to the elders for me. Looking at the white building on the cliff, Ayaka smiled and expressed her gratitude to Vinny. You're welcome. Vinny nodded at her and then returned along the road. Let's go up there. Taking a breath, Ayaka slowly flew towards the Grand Elder's residence. The Grand Elder's dwelling was much larger than the average Namekian's house. The whole place was divided into 2 floors. The top floor was the Grand Elder's room, and the bottom was inhabited by the Namekian warriors who were responsible for guarding the Grand Elder. When Ayaka and Launch arrived in front of the huge building, a green-skinned Namekian came out. You are here. The Grand Elder already knows that you are here to see him, please follow me. The young Namekian said to Ayaka. According to the original story, Ayaka knew that this Namekian was the guard in charge of protecting the Grand Elder, Nail. He was one of the few warrior-type Namekian and almost the most powerful fighter on planet Namek, which now had 30,000 power levels. Following behind Nail, they soon came to the Grand Elder on the 2nd floor. The Grand Elder was so senile that he couldn't move around and only lean on his seat. The Grand Elder's huge size was appalling. Hello, Cami from Earth. I can feel the pure divine power from you. I wonder what you want to see me about. The Grand Elder's old voice rang out, kind and gracious. However, due to his advanced age, his voice carried a slight tremble. Greetings, Grand Elder of planet Namek. I am very sorry to come and disturb you. I heard that you have the special ability to develop the human body's potential. We came here to enhance our own strength. I feel that shortly the Earth will encounter the threat from the foreign evil forces, and to protect the Earth, we need more powerful strength. Because of the request, Ayaka kept herself as humble as possible. The Grand Elder could foresee Ayaka's arrival and certainly could more or less scout out some of the things that would happen in the future. Although it might only be an outline, it was enough to testify to the truth of what Ayaka had said. Ayaka was telling the truth. The Grand Elder nodded his head slightly. Nail was shocked to hear this because even he didn't know that the Grand Elder had the special ability to develop people's potential. The Grand Elder smiled lightly and said, well, I didn't expect you to know about my ability. You are right, guarding one's planet against the invasion of evil forces does require great power. So, step forward and let me develop your potential. Wait, Grand Elder, you are old. If you use your power casually, it will greatly deplete your strength. Nail hurriedly stopped with a worried expression on his face. He was worried that if the Grand Elder used his divine power, it would consume his body's power, thus affecting the Grand Elder's lifespan. Oh, don't worry. Developing strong energy for people is my special ability. It doesn't consume physical strength. My body can still last for more than 10 years. At this time, Ayaka seemed to remember something, so she said to the Grand Elder, Grand Elder, before raising the potential, can I borrow the Namekian Dragon Balls for a while? Ayaka came to planet Namek to develop her potential and use the Namekian Dragon Ball to make a wish. Incidentally, she wanted to use the Dragon Ball to solve Launch's two soul problems, but she remembered a limit to Shenron's wishing. She wondered if Shenron still had the ability to make changes to Launch's body after boosting her power. Oh, I wonder where you know about the Dragon Balls from. The Grand Elder opened his half-closed eyes in surprise, and his eyes flashed with amazement. Grand Elder, the last Cami of Earth, was also from planet Namek. He escaped from planet Namek when it suffered a great climatic, so the Dragon Balls also exist on Earth. However, the Dragon Balls on Earth are not as powerful as those on planet Namek. Dragon Balls also exist on Earth, so no wonder. The Grand Elder said, it turns out that there are still Namekian on other planets. Earth's Cami, I'll leave this Dragon Ball to you. Come back after making a wish and let me develop the potential. I feel that shortly, planet Namek will also encounter the invasion of evil forces, and at that time, the extra power of justice is an extra hope. The Grand Elder stretched out his hand, took out the huge Dragon Ball behind his seat, and handed it to Ayaka. Thank you, Grand Elder. In the future, when planet Namek encounters the invasion of evil power, I will definitely come to help. Ayaka gave her promise without hesitation. Oh, I'll be counting on you then, Earth's Cami. Nail, you take them to each village to get the Dragon Balls. Yes, Grand Elder. Chapter 64. Ayaka watched as Nail walked out of the room. She then smiled at the Grand Elder and then used the divine power of the Cami to hold the huge Dragon Ball in the air, following in the footsteps of Nail. Cami of Earth, although I know that you came to planet Namek to guard your planet, the Grand Elder is old, I hope you won't trouble him too much. Nail said with a cold face as he flew ahead. Ayaka smiled lightly and nodded. Looking at Nail at this moment, she couldn't help but think of the lookouts Mr. Popo, the two were very similar in guarding. The Grand Elder is very lucky to have such a faithful guardian as you. On our Earth's lookout, there is also a good guardian who is dedicated to his duties. If you can get to know each other, you will definitely become good friends. Nail didn't reply and continued to fly rapidly. Since Nail's power level was extremely high and Ayaka was able to keep up closely, it didn't take long to wander through several large villages on planet Namek. With Nail as the Grand Elder Guardian to escort, it was very smooth to get the 7 Dragon Balls. When the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered together, the Dragon Ball's surface shone brightly with a golden glow. The buzzing low sound was incessant, and each flicker emitted a light chant similar to that of Shenron. Cami, since you have collected 7 Dragon Balls, then I will go back to the Grand Elder first after you have summoned Porunga. You should also go to the Grand Elder as soon as possible. Don't let the Grand Elder wait for a long time. Nail cold eyes looking at Ayaka, then swished up into the sky, flew toward the Grand Elder's residence, and soon disappeared into the sky. He. What a cold personality. Ayaka shook her head. After choosing an open and deserted area, it was grassland with green grass, a light green lake not far away, and a few short peaks standing further away, a place far away from the human population. If she summoned Porunga here, she wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed. Dragon Balls, don't you let me down. Setting the 7 Dragon Balls in place, Ayaka shouted in the Namekian language, come out, Porunga. As soon as the words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a fierce golden glow. The flash's frequency gradually accelerated, and a large black cloud slowly drifted in the sky, soon obscuring the entire sky. Boom! The sky suddenly resounded with thunder's loud sound, and golden lightning constantly flashed in the dark clouds. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded out, like 1,000 horses attacking. The momentum was magnificent. Rumble! Countless golden lightning struck straight down from the sky, stretching all the way to the ground, connecting the sky and the ground at once. The key is really spectacular. Ayaka sighed with a TSK. The huge Dragon Balls shone with an even stronger golden light. Each flash erupting with a booming sound, like a heavenly dragon about to take flight on the pale ground, which echoed with the golden lightning in the sky. Ow! The Dragon Balls violently erupted with a large amount of golden light, and a shocking aura shot out from the Dragon Balls, mixed with the power to destroy the world. The golden light snaked and soared toward the sky, merging with the lightning in the sky as a huge dragon roar resounded through the world. In the sky, a huge figure appeared. Planet Namek's divine dragon was called Porunga, which means Dragon of Dreams in the Namekian language. The dragon had a huge body of several thousand meters high, with well-developed muscles and 2 strong arms. It had black horns on its head and shoulders, and its broad and upright body contained more power than the Earth's Shenron. The huge shoulders and huge head with horns looked a bit like the Black Star Dragon in the Dragon Ball GT. Porunga stared down at Ayaka with scarlet eyes. His loud voice rang out in the sky, "You who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, you can say your wish. No matter what wish, you can only have 3. Ayaka breathed a strong sigh of relief, resisting the huge and terrifying aura of Porunga. As expected of the real divine dragon of planet Namek, the strength was really terrifying. Ayaka estimated that the key had nearly 1,000,000 power levels, far from the Earth's Shenron. First wish. Please split my companion into 2 full human beings relying on her personality. Ayaka pointed to the distant and already dazed Launch and said. To solve the 2 souls problem without wiped out either of Launch and Lancy was splitting them into 2 separate humans. Ayaka didn't wish to the Earth Shenron but relied on planet Namek Porunga, which had more powerful abilities. Got it. The first wish can be granted. Porunga's eyes suddenly lit up with red light, and so did Launch's body in the distance. Then, her body was magically split into 2 and slowly transformed into 2 young girls with identical clothing and attire. The 2 young girls were identical except for different hair colors. It was Launch and Lance, and at this point, they had become 2 completely separate people. Porunga, my second wish is to transform the 2 young girls in front of me, replace them with the Scion bloodline, and give them immortality. Ayaka started her second wish, then stared at Porunga with a gleaming gaze. She began to exploit the language loophole again. When she was on Earth, the Earth Shenron rejected such a wish of hers, and she wondered if the more powerful Porunga could make this wish come true. Porunga was silent for a long time, and his gruff voice rang out, "It is easy to grant immortality, but the Scion bloodline, forgive me for not being able to fulfill it." Why? Ayaka asked in amazement. Immortality was fine, why not a different bloodline? Because it involves the balance of the universe, which is bound to the rules. Porunga's gruff voice said. If any bloodline could be achieved, then countless monsters like Ayaka would appear. Therefore, the universe's rules didn't allow Porunga to change various creatures' bloodlines at will. Just now, Porunga said immortality, but it wasn't really immortality, but just a substantial increase in the original creature's lifespan. To achieve immortality like Ayaka was impossible. AI, that's a shame. The light gradually faded, revealing the 2 young girls' white and flawless bodies. Launch's appearance hadn't changed much, except that the skin became more delicate and lubricated, while Lancy's change was more significant. In addition to the more delicate and lubricated skin, the original golden hair became emerald green. The aura of the body also changed dramatically, less tyrannical and rough. It was more light and soft as if the whole person had been transformed. The second wish can only be fulfilled in this way. The third, the last wish, say it. Although she felt some shortcomings, Ayaka was soon relieved. That was true, the Dragon Balls weren't a universal wish-granting machine. If it were true that any wish could be granted, then the existence of the Dragon Balls would be a huge loophole. Porunga, I need a weapon. Please give me a sword that is integrated with my soul and can be summoned at will. With the previous wish that wasn't successfully fulfilled, Ayaka also seemed cautious when she made her third wish. This wish is easy. Porunga's eyes glowed red. Soon, Ayaka felt a tug at his heart. When her mind moved, a long sword appeared in front of her. It was a long sword with a brown scabbard and a golden hilt. The sword shone with a snow-white cold light, and at the end of the hilt, there was a golden star pendant like a bright pearl. Human, your wishes have all been fulfilled, so goodbye. With that, Porunga was about to ascend into the sky. Wait, Porunga, I have a question for you. Human, what is your question? Are you the same as Shenron on Earth? After she asked her question, she only waited for Porunga's answer. Yes, we are different alters of the same consciousness. Well, goodbye. As the Porunga ascended into the sky, the 7 Dragon Balls immediately dispersed to all parts of planet Namek. The whole sky was bright again, with the glorious sunlight shining down on the ground, mapping out a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Chapter 65 Ayaka got her answer, and her previous guess was not wrong. The Dragon Balls were just the media to communicate with Zalama, the dragon god. The ones who descended were the projections of Zalama, they had the same consciousness, they just played different strengths depending on the media. She smiled as she walked towards the two sisters. Planet Namek Porunga was really remarkable, it could really divide the two-soul person into two complete individual people. Although it did not replace the Scion bloodline and did not achieve a true sense of immortality, it had been perfect for Launch and Lancy. After observing Launch and Lancy through the unsighted, Ayaka found that after their transformation by the divine dragon Porunga, their power level had increased to a great extent, both reaching 280 power levels, twice as much as the original. Could it be that their power level is stacked to increase? If each person reached 100 power levels, they will both increase their power level by 200. That's incredible. Ayaka thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. There couldn't be such an unbelievable attribute. They are originally one. Although they are now divided into two people, they are still essentially linked together. The way of superimposed growth is unlikely, but the associated growth is possible. As long as one of them becomes stronger, the other will also grow in strength naturally in a short period of time. This possibility was the greatest. After lamenting for a while, it didn't take long for Ayaka and the others to return to the place where the Grand Elder lived. As soon as they arrived, Ayaka felt a mighty aura, which was surprisingly no worse than her full power. The owner of this key has a power level of no less than 200,000. Who the hell is it that has such a high power level? Ayaka's heart was shocked, and her vigilance had just risen. When suddenly she reacted again, how could this key be so familiar? It was actually Nail's key. Could it be that the Grand Elder had developed his potential for him? Nail was a rare warrior-type Namekian. He would eventually reach a power level of 42,000 with his training, and it would not be surprising to see him reach 200,000 power levels if the Grand Elder helped him open his potential. Ayaka remembered that Nail's power level was about 300,000, and after developing it, it reached 2 million, so it increased more than 6 times. What a terrifying increase! The more she sighed in her heart, the more Ayaka looked forward to it, wondering how much it would rise when it was her turn to develop it. Ayaka, what a terrifying key! Launch's and Lancy's face was gloomy. Ayaka smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, that's Nail's key. It should be the Grand Elder who opened up his potential for him, and he isn't able to collect his key yet. So it's him." The two looked slightly relieved. At this time, Nail came out of the room, slightly surprised to see Ayaka and the others. How could there be another one? However, he didn't say much and said succinctly, "You guys come with me up. The Grand Elder has been waiting for you for a long time." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the house. Ayaka smiled lightly and shook her head. He was so cold, and it made her helpless. So she is one body with two souls. It is a very rare physique. It seems that your wish has been granted. Earth's Cami, now I will develop your potential. Which one of you will be first? The Grand Elder looked at Launch, who had become two people, in amazement. He couldn't believe that he hadn't seen that she was a two-soul person at the beginning. A two-soul person divided into two people was an extremely rare physique, which was why the Grand Elder had paid extra attention to her. "I'll go first." Launch walked up to the Grand Elder and said. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, extending his thick arm and placing his entire palm on Launch's head. The Grand Elder was surprised and said, "What a pure heart. You are the purest human I have ever seen." With that said, the Grand Elder unleashed his divine power and triggered Launch's body's potential. Swish! A white light swept up from the ground. Launch only felt a huge surge of heat inside her body and soon spread to all parts of her body. Every cell was full of vitality like a bloodshot, and her body was soothed. As the Grand Elder developed her potential, the ki on Launch's body began to rise. Ayaka's face, who was standing on the side, changed at once. Outstanding potential. Little girl, keep up this mind. Your body still contains an amazing potential, I can only open so much for you. The rest will need to be developed by your continuous training. The Grand Elder said in a calm tone as he released his hand on Launch's head. On the side, Ayaka's face had been full of surprise. Through the unsighted observation, she found that Launch's current power level had risen to 85,000. The effect of developing potential was only a few tens of times, but Launch had surged 300 times, which was incredible. On the one hand, it resulted from the Grand Elder, who valued Launch's mind and tried his best to develop her potential. Also, it was the powerful potential given by the flawless mind, which was the advantage possessed by the one body with two souls. Launch felt the ki on her body, and the huge disturbance made the whole room under high-energy oppression. However, no one stopped her from releasing her ki until Launch was satisfied. She then collected her ki and bowed gratefully towards the Grand Elder. Next was the green-haired Lancy. After seeing her other self, Launch, develop her potential, her eyebrows showing a look of anticipation. Finally, after the Grand Elder development, Lancy also got what she wanted and reached a power level of 85,000. Earth's Cami, it's your turn. The Grand Elder's old voice rang out. Ayaka walked over to the Grand Elder's seat with anticipation. A large hand landed on her head and covered almost her entire head. A trace of astonishment flashed across the Grand Elder's face, then closed his eyes and pondered. Earth's Cami, I feel that in your body contains a very magical power. I had only felt this kind of power when I created the Dragon Balls, the universe's top divine power. I never thought that you would actually have this kind of divine power in your body. It seems that you have an unlimited future. Let me see how much potential can be triggered in your body. With the release of the Grand Elder's skill to channel her potential, Ayaka suddenly felt a dry heat rise within her body. A majestic and vast aura steeply emerged from nowhere, surrounding her body and beginning a continuous transformation. The cell's golden energy continued to overflow, little by little convergence to all parts of the body. Ayaka felt warmth all over her body, and then a vast aura rose to the sky. This ki broke the entire cloud layer of planet Namek, and the thick floating cloud spread out at once. With the area where the Grand Elder lived as the center, the air and clouds began to swirl, forming layer after layer of a ring-like spiral. What a terrifying potential. I can only trigger an extremely tiny bit of it. I'm afraid this child will become a remarkable existence in the future. A shocked expression appeared on the Grand Elder's face as his gaze flickered to look at Ayaka, who was still engrossed in power. On the other hand, Nail, Launch, and Lancy had long been frightened by the terrifying aura of Ayaka's ki. About half an hour later, from the intoxication back to consciousness, Ayaka slightly twisted her body. Immediately, there was a light, crackling sound under the body, as if the whole body was frozen in a clay pot to break out of the ground. General, indescribable comfort. Ayaka shook her head and then used the unsighted to observe herself. She found to her horror that her power level had reached a frightening 2.4 million. That's 2.4 million power level. Does it increase by more than 10 times at once? Although she had known that her strength would increase greatly after developing her potential, she didn't expect it to reach 2.4 million at once. I really don't know how to thank you, Grand Elder. Ayaka said with an excited face. It's nothing. It's all the power of justice. Of course, the more, the better. Unfortunately, the power inside you is too mysterious and powerful, I can only trigger a tiny bit of it. Ayaka nodded with understanding. Grand Elder, don't worry, in the future, if there is any danger on planet Namek, I will definitely do my best to help. After receiving such an assurance, a smile appeared on the Grand Elder's face. Then thank you very much. After that, the three of them bade farewell to the Grand Elder and left the Grand Elder's residence. What a terrifying potential. After Ayaka and the others left, the Grand Elder whispered to himself, it might be a very fortunate thing for Namekian to form a friendship with her. Grand Elder, has she really reached 2.4 million power level? Nail asked in disbelief. The Grand Elder nodded, yes, it's a pity that my ability to develop potential also has certain limitations. Otherwise, I could definitely develop more potential. After leaving the Grand Elder's residence, Ayaka and the others flew through the sky with excitement as if they were fish leaping into a river. In the next few months, Ayaka accompanied Launch and Lancy to practice the control of ki on planet Namek. After the serious study, they could finally control the huge amount of ki on their bodies at will. The journey to planet Namek was basically over, and the three of them gained a huge harvest. Unfortunately, the early stage can't interfere too much with the fate of Goku and other Dragon Ball protagonists. Otherwise, Goku's potential is definitely beyond words. Of course, Goku's bloodline wasn't the elite warrior Saiyan bloodline. Allowing him to develop his potential prematurely would be unattractive in turn. Chapter 66. The Lookout. Ayaka, Launch, and Lancy returned to Earth together. It could be imagined the astonished expression on the old Cami and Mr. Popo's faces when they saw Launch, who had split into two people. So it was a wish made through the Namekian Dragon Ball. I've never seen the physical attributes associated with this type before. Knowing what happened in planet Namek, the old Cami marveled as he surveyed Launch and Lancy. Well, now the lookout has another servant god. Both have a combat power of more than 80,000. Ayaka said with a smile. The old Cami nodded in relief. Yes, it's amazing that the Grand Elder of planet Namek could develop such a huge potential. What a remarkable ability. Then in conjunction with the old Cami, Ayaka made a few sets of weight-bearing clothes for the sisters. These clothes didn't have the magical function of Ayaka's clothes, just like the nature of the clothes worn by Son Goku in the original story. However, because of Ayaka's participation, the clothes style was changed to a very innovative one. The next few days, Ayaka stayed in the lookout, either for training or standing on the edge of the lookout from time to time overlooking the lower realm. Simultaneously, the sisters followed Mr. Popo in the maintenance of the lookout's daily work. Thus, the time passed uneventfully. During this time, a lot of things happened on Earth. She learned from Korin that Son Goku had climbed up the Korin Tower. Although Ayaka's intervention enhanced Son Goku's strength compared to the original story, Mercenary Tao wasn't a dry good. After being defeated by Ayaka once, he worked even harder to practice for a while. Eventually, Son Goku still lost to the much stronger Mercenary Tao by a hair's breadth. UPA's father, Bora, died in the hands of Mercenary Tao. Son Goku had to climb the Korin Tower. Under the guidance of Korin, he began to train intensely. In the hands of Korin, he grabbed the fake, ultra-divine water and eventually went to the next level of strength. Then, Son Goku challenged Mercenary Tao again and successfully defeated him. He then began to collect the 7 Dragon Balls to help UPA resurrect his father. In the place close to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, a plane was slowly approaching. It was the plane in which Master Roshi and the others were riding. Since learning that Son Goku broke into the Red Ribbon Army headquarters single-handedly, Krillin and others were anxious. Finally, at the suggestion of Yamcha, Master Roshi, Bulma, and others flew the plane to the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, intending to rescue Son Goku. Well, we finally arrived at the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Poir lying on the edge of the window, looking at the Red Ribbon Army's tall headquarters not far away. There are dense forests all around. Let's land at that place. Yamcha looked around and found a slightly flatter area. Why are we landing here? The distance is still too far. It's easy to encounter an ambush if we are too close to the base. Landing in this area can serve as concealment, and we can also rush into the enemy's lair when they are not prepared. Yamcha explained and landed the plane in the middle of the forest. Krillin first jumped out of the plane, cautiously observing the surrounding environment. After determining that there was no danger, the crowd jumped out of the plane one after another. Everyone, be careful. We must save Goku. Yamcha holding a machete. His eyes were flashing with harsh cold light and his face gloomy. Hold on. Yamcha, it's perilous to rush in like this. Let's make a battle plan. Master Roshi stopped them from rushing forward. The Red Ribbon Army was a behemoth, an existence that even the king of Central City couldn't erase. This was their headquarters, and once they rushed in, it would be impossible for them to get out in one piece. Although most of the weapons invented by the Earth's technological level were ineffective against the martial artists, some special points could be ruled out to cause harm to them. Master Roshi is right. Let's think of a more thorough plan. Yamcha thought for a moment and nodded his head. While Master Roshi and the others discussed countermeasures, a roll of black smoke suddenly rose in the distance. Krillin jerked up and pointed ahead. Look, there's an explosion in the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters base. What's going on? Did someone attack them? Master Roshi wondered. Goku, it's Goku. He broke out of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters base. Bulma saw Son Goku's figure in the telescope and shouted evenly. What, is Son Goku capable of doing that? Yamcha was shocked to hear that. The Red Ribbon Army was not a role to be messed with. Even if Master Roshi just barged in, he might not be able to get out in one piece. It seems that Goku, in this period of time, the strength has surged again. What a surprise. Master Roshi thought about it and said with some emotion. In the distance, Son Goku had gotten rid of the Red Ribbon Army's constant pursuit. That so-called headquarters base collapsed in a burst of rumbling explosions. Goku, here. Krillin shouted. What brings you guys here? Seeing Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi, Son Goku looked surprised. The next few people hurriedly left the spot and flew the plane to escape from the Red Ribbon Army's remnants. On the way to escape, Master Roshi and others listened to Son Goku tell what had happened in recent times. So, Goku, you climbed the Korin Tower and defeated Mercenary Tao. No wonder you can wipe out the Red Ribbon Army all by yourself. Master Roshi nodded, his heart was somehow understood. In his opinion, Son Goku's qualifications were extremely excellent. After Korin's guidance, his strength would certainly make a big leap. His previous worries became completely superfluous. Korin Tower, what is that place? Krillin and Yamcha's faces were filled with confusion. Korin Tower is a tall divine tower located in the sacred land of Korin. The height of Korin Tower is completely impossible to judge with the naked eye and technology. For some reason, no other tool can reach the tower's top except climbing up the tower by its own strength. Legend has it that at the top of Korin Tower resides the cat hermit, Korin. As long as you get Korin's guidance, your training can become more exquisite. So, Korin is known as the Hermit Master. I once received instruction from Korin 300 years ago, and my power level soared during that time. I was later called the God of Martial Arts. This time Goku also climbed up the Korin Tower and easily defeated Mercenary Tao. It seems that Goku is now far better than I was when I was young. Master Roshi shook his head, there was some sentiment of a new generation. Is this true? Krillin and Yamcha flashed in unison. Their eyes were flashed with amazement, but in their hearts, they kept the name of Korin Tower firmly in mind. When they are free someday, they must climb up there to have a look. A few days later, came house. The cool sea breeze came from afar, and several water birds soared against the sea. Suddenly a runaway plane stumbled and flew over. Boom! Not far away, it set off a huge wave, and the huge wave knocked the plane down just in time. Oh no, it seems I hit something. Krillin, trying his Kamehameha, seemed to see something being knocked down by his half-assed Kamehameha and hurried towards the place where the plane had fallen. On the sea, the wreckage of a battered plane was slowly sinking, and snap. A woman in uniform climbed out of the wreckage of the sinking plane. She was wearing a gray and beige uniform, a helmet, and had a Red Ribbon Army mark on her chest. Colonel Violet was torn and found herself surrounded by an endless ocean. Even if she was familiar with the water, it was impossible to stay calm in the center of the ocean. A few days ago, the Red Ribbon Army she had joined was destroyed, and Violet, who was already dissatisfied with the army, knew that her chance to leave had arrived. So, she took the opportunity to sneak into the headquarters vault and swept away a house full of money. This will be my payment for these years of work. Look, Yamcha, it's a woman. Krillin looked at Violet, who was struggling in the water, with surprise. She was wearing an officer's uniform with the Red Ribbon Army logo on it. Chapter 67. Krillin was a little embarrassed. Although the other side was from the Red Ribbon Army, she was a woman. In any case, he was the one who shot her plane down. Krillin scrambled to get Colonel Violet out of the water, an embarrassed look surfacing on his face. Came house. Master Roshi looked at the blue-haired Colonel Violet. So you took advantage of the destruction of the Red Ribbon Army to break away from it? Colonel Violet nodded, yes, originally I swept the army's vault and prepared to settle far away from the headquarters. After all, it would be very troublesome for those remnants to know if I did such a thing. She said awkwardly. In fact, now she vaguely regretted it. The remnants of the Red Ribbon Army were also very powerful. After all, she was alone, it was bad to mess things up. So, Colonel Violet urgently needed a group of people with enough power level to ensure her safety. You swept the Red Ribbon Army's vault. Krillin interjected. Master Roshi got excited all of a sudden, and his face became radiant. Why don't you stay here? We are all powerful here. Don't worry about the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army at all. Really? Colonel Violet said in surprise. Having been exposed to the Army Corps' internal information, wouldn't she know that the short, bad old man in front of her was actually the famous martial arts god, Master Roshi? And these few around here were his disciples who had excelled in the recent World Martial Arts Tournament. Master Roshi, is this okay? Yamcha asked cautiously. Master Roshi put on a serious expression, what would be the problem? Then he whispered, do not forget that she is a woman. We Turtle School also need a woman to take care of the household. Besides, she has money. She is the one who swept the Red Ribbon Army vault. How much money is that? We have so many people here to eat, the financial crisis. When he said so, Yamcha also had no reason to object. After the internal unification, Master Roshi said seriously, Colonel Violet, we will call you Violet from now on. However, you know that we are located in a remote area here, there must be no entertainment, and every time we go shopping, we have to fly the plane. We need money to pay for gas for this journey. You do not have to worry. If I stay here, I will certainly give you the appropriate payment. Colonel Violet was not very attached to money. At once, she took out more than $1 billion worth of gold and cash. These will be treated as the cost of my stay. Even the billions of cash left in her hand is enough for her to spend the rest of her life in style. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha were dumbfounded. Master Roshi's gaze was dull, and his saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth. Krillin was dumbfounded, probably never having seen so much money. As for Yamcha, he had a sour face. When he was a bandit in the desert, the best he could do was rob 1 million or so a year, and tens of millions were just a handful. And, everyone calls me Violet. This is my real name. Colonel is just my title. Master Roshi and others nodded dumbfounded. There really was a time when the pie falls from the sky. So, the first female was finally going to live in the Kame house, which was really congratulations. After Son Goku destroyed the Red Ribbon Army, he found 2 Dragon Balls in their headquarters. Great, there is still one last one to go. He pulled out the Dragon Ball radar. It beeped a few times, and the radar showed the location of the Dragon Balls. Hey! Strange. Why isn't the last Dragon Ball there? There was clearly more before. He found that he could not find the 7th Dragon Ball on the radar, except for the 6 Dragon Balls in the center. It's terrible. Is the Dragon Ball radar broken? Like the original story, the only way was that Son Goku had to go to Fortune Teller Baba's palace to find the Dragon Ball's location that Fortune Teller Baba had divined for him. Fortune Teller Baba's palace was located in a remote desert area. It was the only oasis in the distant desert. When Son Goku arrived at the Fortune Teller Baba's palace, he saw a long line of people at the palace entrance, and a ghost-like air mass was maintaining order. That was the servant hired by the Fortune Teller Baba. Because Fortune Teller Baba had the ability to straddle the other world and the world of living, so there were all kinds of strange and bizarre characters in her palace. According to Fortune Teller Baba's rules, each divination needs to charge 10 million or defeat her 5 warriors. Because Son Goku had no money, so he chose to defeat her 5 warriors. After defeating the vampire, transparent man, mummy, and demon, Fortune Teller Baba sent the last ace masked man, and the duel was held in the outdoor square. Son Goku's power had no longer been the same. It took some effort to defeat the masked man, and after taking off the mask, Son Goku realized that the masked man was his deceased grandfather, Son Gohan. After spending some time with Son Gohan, Son Goku rushed to the destination according to Fortune Teller Baba's divination and snatched the last Dragon Ball from Pilaf. Later, to achieve his ambitions after the Dragon Ball's loss, Pilaf scrambled to find Demon King Piccolo, who was sealed 300 years ago. On the other hand, after getting the 7 Dragon Balls and returned to Korin Tower, Son Goku found UPA. He then began to summon Shenron, asking Shenron to resurrect UPA's father. The Lookout. Ayaka, where are we going? The sisters were pulled by Ayaka and went down the hallway below the lookout. The winding and twisting hallway made launch, and Lancey felt a little dizzy. The bottom level of the lookout was actually a passage to another dimension. Ayaka said with one eyebrow and a smile, I'll take you to visit King Yemma of the Otherworld. He is the god in charge of the Otherworld in the North area. There are many benefits to having a good relationship with him. The god in charge of the Otherworld. Is the King Yemma as scary as in myths and legends? Launch black eyes flashed a little light, looking full of curiosity. Ayaka couldn't help but remember the first time he saw King Yemma and was scared by his huge body. Well, King Yemma is not scary even when many people are afraid of King Yemma, who is in charge of death. If you are familiar with the situation, you will find that the King Yemma is actually very nice to talk to. In fact, Ayaka also knew that King Yemma wasn't nice to everyone else. He only had an amiable attitude when it came to her. It should be known that the same Earth's Cami, the old Cami, would have to be submissive and trembling in front of King Yemma, whereas she could talk to King Yemma as she pleased. Above King Yemma, there exists Kai with a higher status. We are here in the North area, so it's under the control of the North Kai. North Kai is the supreme god of the entire North area. He is also a martial arts master with a different perception of the martial arts. If you can get the guidance of North Kai, your skills can advance by leaps and bounds. Ayaka, of course, didn't simply take the sisters to meet King Yemma. The main thing was to pay homage to North Kai through the Snake Road. Ayaka and the sisters' power was already strong enough. Their foundation was also solid, and they needed to improve their power through North Kai's guidance. Although North Kai was a bit of a joke in the whole Dragon Ball plot, there was no doubt that North Kai was the highest power level in this current situation. Of course, when it came to the Frisia clan, it was estimated that he couldn't do anything about it, but North Kai had the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, which was a big killer. A snake road was leading to the North Kai's planet. It was said to be 1,000,000 kilometers long. Walking on it was full of crises and could be attacked from hell at any time. For 100 million years, it was only King Yemma who had visited Kais through the Snake Road. Considering that the Earth's circumference was less than 40,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers long, and full of Snake Road crises wasn't a small challenge. Ayaka, you're amazing. You can even go to the other world, and know King Yemma. Lancey's eyes wide open, full of admiration. This is the power of the Cami. If I were by myself, it would still be a little troublesome to go to the other world. The corners of Ayaka's mouth emerged with a smile. Cami had the ability to communicate between the other world and the world of living and could travel freely between them. However, if she wanted to take a living person with her to the other world, Cami's divine power was still not enough, and she needed a little help from props. The power of Cami is just convenient. Although it does not play much of a role when fighting, it is convenient to use in normal times. The three of them walked down the hallway and came to the door of a room. Ayaka opened the door. My divine power cannot yet take you two to the other world at once, so we have to use the magic array in this room. It will allow us to reach the other world without any problems. Ayaka stepped into the room, then pressing the button next to the door. The lights in the room came on. They saw a complex pattern carved in the center of the room. The lines of the pattern were crisscrossed, and the picture was complicated and dazzling, and that was the magic array that could enhance the divine power of Cami. The three walked into the magic array. Ayaka activated the magic array. The room lit up with a dazzling red light and then, click, the red light flickered violently. The whole room was dazzling and blinding, and after a few seconds, the light gradually dimmed, and the room had lost the trace of the three. The sky in the other world was completely different from the earth and the world of living. It was filled with golden colors everywhere. The sky was still blue but covered by a golden cloud. Looking up, they could only saw one big golden cloud after another. The ground was also floating with golden clouds, suspended a foot above the ground, like cotton candy, making people wanted to take a bite. Chapter 68. Is this the other world? It's completely different from what I imagined. It's as if I've come to heaven. The scenery of the other world was completely unexpected. A floating cloud drifted along the roadside, and the air was a series of auspicious clouds. The entire other world was pale yellow color everywhere, giving people a warm feeling, without the imaginary cold and dark. Not far away, a row of white air masses arranged in an orderly manner. Ayaka smiled and introduced, that is the souls of mortals after death. They are waiting in line for King Yemma's sentence. Only people who are strong to a certain extent or who have done great good deeds in life are allowed to have a physical body form, otherwise, they are just a gas after death. Launch and Lancey nodded in understanding. At this time, a ghost with horns on his head saw Ayaka and others. Hey, three humans over there. In the other world, you have to abide by the other world rules, don't stand there dawdling. Hey, you don't have a circle of light on your head. You are alive, how come the living come to the other world? The ghosts came closer to find that Ayaka and the girls didn't have the halo of the dead on their heads, so he went to call his leader with a pale face. A short time later, the ghost officer came. He was a staff member with two horns on his head and wearing glasses. Ah, it's Miss Ayaka. Are you here to see King Yemma? Let me accompany you inside. I'm really very sorry that the new ghost staff didn't recognize you. As soon as that leader saw Ayaka, his face changed, and he immediately showed a respectful face. It's okay, we just arrived too. I will go to King Yemma by myself so that I won't disturb your work. Ayaka smiled lightly and nodded to that staff member, leading the sisters towards King Yemma's palace. That staff member saw Ayaka and the girls walking away and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He pretended to be stern and said to the ghost officer before, look carefully, that person just now is not ordinary. She is the Cami of the earth. Her status is much higher than us ghost officers of the other world. More importantly, she has an excellent relationship with King Yemma. If you offend that person, you will not be able to get along in the other world. I can't believe she's such a big shot. The ghosts were horrified to hear that. They were delighted that they had not recklessly offended them just now. Ayaka, you were so powerful. Those ghosts seem to be very afraid of you. Did you do something to make them afraid? Ayaka looked at them, casually grabbed a cloud next to her, and rubbed the cloud into a handful. It's not true. I haven't done anything scary. They are only afraid of me because I have a good relationship with King Yemma and are afraid of offending him because of me. So is King Yemma scary? I'm afraid of King Yemma is not because he's scary. King Yemma is the highest god in the other world, representing the other world. As long as they are in the other world, whether they are souls or ghosts, they will instinctively fear King Yemma. Here, that is the palace of the King Yemma. Pointing to the towering hall ahead, golden clouds surrounded the entire palace. Only the palace's eaves could be seen vaguely, and the light red glazed tiles were laid on the roof of the palace, reflecting a crystal bright light. There were guards oddly equipped with two things similar to the bull's horn on the palace's main door. There were countless ghosts in front maintaining order, allowing rows of suspended soul bodies to enter the palace of King Yemma in an orderly manner. Let's go. When you enter the main gate of the palace, you can see King Yemma. As soon as you enter the palace of King Yemma, you could see that King Yemma was holding his chin in his hand. He was sitting in front of a huge desk, holding a book in his hand to pronounce a sentence on the souls. Next to him, several staff members were busy organizing the documents. Seeing Ayaka people walked into the hall, King Yemma put down the book in his hand. There was a smile on his face, and he said, "Ayaka, you're here. I'll talk to you when I'm done with these souls." Ayaka nodded and took the sisters back to the side. Not long after, King Yemma finished sentencing the remaining souls, then head over. Why did you come to the other world today? You usually don't come here much. Well, these two living people are brought by you from the world of living. It is against the rules to bring living people to the other world. Hey, they are not normal human beings, no wonder. By the way, why do you want to see me this time? These two girls are my god servants. I brought them to learn about the other world. Also, I hope you will allow us to see North Kai. I would like to receive guidance from him. Do you want to see North Kai? To see North Kai, you have to pass the test of the Snake Road. It's full of crises, and you'll fall into hell if you're not careful. Are you sure you want to go through the Snake Road? King Yemma asked in amazement. Yes, I am confident that I can pass the Snake Road. Ayaka nodded seriously. Upon seeing this, King Yemma said, if you really want to meet North Kai, I can arrange someone to take you there later. However, I don't care if you fall from the Snake Road. You don't have to worry about this, you need to arrange someone to take us to the Snake Road. King Yemma did not say anything more, so he asked the assistant beside him to take Ayaka and others to the Snake Road entrance. The three of them followed the assistant on the old-fashioned car, all the way along the thin road forward. The sides filled with golden clouds, as if they were traveling in heaven. The sisters were curious and looked at the surroundings with their eyes were full of novelty. The chic and beautiful colors on both sides of the road made them feel like they were in a dream. Ayaka, is the Snake Road very dangerous? The Snake Road is said to be 1,000,000 kilometers long, and it is perilous for the average person. It is subject to attack from hell at any time, and if you are not careful, you will fall to hell. Once you fall to hell, it is basically impossible to come back up. So, for countless years, only a few people will challenge Snake Road. Only King Yemma has met North Kai through the Snake Road in the past 100 million years. If you fall to hell, you cannot come up, then it is perilous. Launcha's face changed slightly. Ayaka cast a reassuring look and said, that is for ordinary people. With our strength, there is no danger if we pay a little attention. Moreover, the length of the Snake Road is 1,000,000 kilometers, which may not seem long, but it can also circle the Earth 20 or 30 times, and running on it is not a small practice. The small car gradually drove away and finally stopped in front of a huge snakehead. Miss Ayaka, we are here. That is the Snake Road, just run along the snake body all the way forward, and you will see North Kai's planet. There is still a lot of work to be done in King Yemma's palace, I will go back first. King Yemma's assistant pointed to the huge snakehead with its bloody mouth wide open in front of him and said. Ayaka smiled and nodded at him, then turned his head, then, we should also step on the Snake Road. With our strength, we don't have to worry about the attack from hell, we can meet North Kai after a few days of running. Chapter 69. Soon, the three of them stepped on the Snake Road. They flew up in the air with a whoosh flying at full speed a few meters above the Snake Road. Generally speaking, the Snake Road had a strong restraint. It was difficult to leave the ground, but Ayaka and the sisters were so strong that they disappeared in a flash. The clouds around them were affected by the whirlwind they had created, and they swarmed away to the sides, forming an open channel. In flight, Ayaka looked down at the Snake Road and found that many black clouds were faintly appearing on the Snake Road. Those clouds came up from below the golden clouds and spurted towards the heights. Could these black things be attacks from hell? She flew comfortably. At first, she had some inexplicable worries, but later she found that the black clouds from hell could not affect her. Her figure had long since flown far away when the black clouds attacked her. Well, it seems that's it. The attack from hell is not really scary. If we fly at high speed like this, they can't even catch up, and how can they attack us? The threat of the Snake Road was only for those with low strength. For them, the dangerous Snake Road was just the same for Ayaka and the sisters. As long as they weren't foolish to let the black cloud attack them, there was no danger. However, the role of training on the Snake Road was completely lost. After half a day's flight, Ayaka and the girls had already flown through most of the Snake Road. Their speed couldn't be described as fast. After a while, Ayaka gradually felt a subtle change in the surrounding space. The otherworld's aura slowly decreased and fading, while another feeling of very sacred ki slowly appeared. The surrounding was transforming to some higher dimensional space. Ayaka, the ki here seems to be changing. There is no more ki of hell down there. Launch also felt as if she and the others had stepped out of the other world. Ayaka nodded, maybe the North Kai's planet in a higher dimension beyond the other world. Since North Kai is the highest god in charge of the entire North area, it is unlikely that North Kai's planet is in the other world. The Snake Road is probably the passage that connects the other world and the North Kai's planet. We ran from the other world Snake Road, and now we should have entered the space where the North Kai's planet is located. Ayaka also had some vague guesses. Above King Yemma was the North Kai, but there was only one Snake Road in the other world, and it went straight to the North Kai's planet, so why didn't it lead to the other 3 Kai's planets? Perhaps there were 4 other worlds in the whole galaxy, which were under the control of the 4 Kais and other King of Underworld. This explained why there was only one Snake Road in King Yemma's place, because this was only the other world of the North area, directly under the North Kai jurisdiction, so the Snake Road would only lead to the North Kai's planet. Then let's speed up a bit and fly out of the Snake Road. There's no point in staying on top of the Snake Road. I want to reach the place where the North Kai lives sooner. The scenery around the Snake Road was the same unchanging golden color. They would feel gorgeous and novel at first glance, but after such a long time of flying, Ayaka and the girls had already developed aesthetic fatigue and wanted to fly out of the Snake Road quickly. So, the 3 of them suddenly increased speed. With a quick flash of the swoosh, the 3 of them were completely invisible. Due to the substantial increase in speed, it only took half a day to see the Snake Road end faintly. Look, ahead is the end of the Snake Road. Ayaka pointed to the Snake Road that disappeared ahead, where it already belonged to another dimension. There was a largely empty, vast space with the Snake Road tail, surrounded by a sacred and tranquil atmosphere. The azure sky was covered with yellowish clouds, and the North Kai's planet was there. Finally, we've flown to the end of the Snake Road. Is that little green planet where North Kai lives? North Kai's planet was small. It was so small that it would take less than a few minutes to run around it for several weeks. The 3 of them flying above the snake tail, observing the tiny planet in front of them. The North Kai's planet was only 100 meters in diameter, covered with tender green fine grass. Except for the fine grass, there were only a few large trees and a house next to the trees. The trio took a few steps forward, and the North Kai's planet's powerful gravity immediately hit their bodies. The sudden gravity caused Ayaka and the others to fumble briefly as their bodies plummeted down toward the North Kai's planet. Ho! When they were about to hit the ground, Ayaka and the sisters steadied themselves, slightly opening their bodies to counteract the North Kai's planet's powerful gravity. Then, they slowly landed on the ground. The gravity here is really terrifying. My body seems to be bound, it's very inconvenient to move. Launch frowned. The gravity of the North Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth. Plus, you are still wearing weight-bearing suits. The weight pressing on your bodies must not be small. It would be strange if you can still move around as usual. 10 times the gravity is huge, but it's still easy to adapt well. Move your body, it feels much more comfortable now. The sisters twisted their wrists and bodies to stretch out and adapt to the new environment. They quickly adjusting their bodies to the 10 times gravity, then straightened their clothes and observed their surroundings. North Kai's planet was tiny. In one glance, they looked all over the planet, and not far away, a gorilla was looking at them curiously. How come there are still gorillas on the North Kai's planet? It's probably a pet raised by the North Kai. However, a gorilla that can survive in 10 times the gravity is not a simple species. That's right. It's a pet raised by North Kai. The North Kai's planet is small and unpopulated. If you live here for a long time, you will definitely go crazy if you don't have a companion. Being able to live on in this environment, North Kai's personality should not be quite the same as ordinary people. The gorilla named Bubbles cocked his head and stared at Ayaka and the others with its huge eyes. It then shouted, "Oh, oh, oh," and turned around to escape. This gorilla is quite interesting, huh? How dare you try to escape? Behave yourself and stop. Launch raised her eyebrows as if she saw a fun toy, revealing a bright smile. She then flashed her body and blocked in front of Bubbles. Seeing the woman who just appeared in front of him, Bubbles swung his hands in panic, grinning at the corners of his mouth, and shouted, "Oh." However, his body was already picked up by Launch, and no matter how he broke free, he couldn't escape from Launch's hands. Launch stopped fooling around. We still have to see North Kai. In North Kai's planet, Lancey was anxious. Just then, "Hey, who are you? How did you get here, and what are you doing holding on to Bubbles?" A voice came from the corner, and a fat figure was seen walking out. Chapter 70. When Ayaka and the others arrived at the North Kai's planet, North Kai had just taken a nap. When he heard the shrill hissing of Bubbles, he came out of the house ready to see what was going on. He saw 3 strange young girls appearing in the North Kai's planet, and Bubbles was being held in the hands of one of them with light blue hair. North Kai's eyebrows couldn't help but frown. Outsiders hadn't visited the North Kai's planet for a long time, and all those who could arrive were the top powerhouses of the North area. This time, there were actually 3 at once. It seemed that a lot of strong people had emerged in the world of living. Upon hearing the shout of the North Kai, Launch consciously let go of her hand. Babulus took advantage of the opportunity to escape the claws of the devil. With a shout from his mouth, he ran to the side of North Kai in panic. Ayaka looked at the legendary North Kai, and saw that North Kai had sunglasses on the corners of his eyes. His chin had 2 fleshy whiskers and 2 long antennae on his head. His swollen body wore a wide black suit with the word Kai printed on it. The 2 antennas on his head were used to sense the galaxy changes as North Kai managed the entire North area. "You must be North Kai. I am Ayaka, the Cami from Earth. These 2 are my servants. We came here to see North Kai through Snake Road." Cami from Earth? North Kai was slightly surprised. In his memory, the Earth should belong to the low-level planet. The successive Earth's Cami was weak existence with a power level of no more than 500. With a power level of 500, maintaining stability within the Earth was naturally not a problem, but it was not enough to look at the entire universe. "Well, you do have the key of a Cami on you. The 2 next to you have a slightly lighter breath, but they should be the God's servant. Okay, you have surprisingly passed the Snake Road. What do you want from me? I heard that North Kai is the most excellent martial arts master. We came to North Kai's planet because we hope to receive your guidance." Ayaka ruthlessly patted her back at that moment. Sure enough, North Kai's mood was great. "Oh, you guys can move freely under 10 times the special gravity. Your strength is really not simple. It's been many years since Earth has produced someone as good as you guys. Let me count, 10,000 years or 100,000 years, like hundreds of thousands of years." Upon seeing North Kai calculating with his fingers on the board, Ayaka was momentarily speechless. "North Kai, we want to get your guidance, please grant our wish. Do you want to improve your power through training?" North Kai looked squarely at Ayaka. His expression was serious, and he said, "You can break through the Snake Road and still move freely here. Your strength is already imposing. I have nothing to teach you, you'd better go back." "Without anything to teach, then what happened to your Kaioken and Spirit Bomb?" Ayaka was disgusted by the Kaioken's shabbiness. "Wait, North Kai. I have something for you here, read it, and then you can decide whether you want to teach us or not." Upon saying that, Ayaka took out a brand new book and handed it to the North Kai. North Kai took the book suspiciously, then turned a few pages. His body actually trembled violently, his breathing became rapid, and his whole face was held red as if he saw something that made him incredibly excited. North Kai read a few pages, then let out a deep breath and carefully collected the books, looking at Ayaka with serious eyes. "Indeed, you are really not simple to have such a divine object. Without teaching you something, I'll bury the talents of my North area. From now on, you'll stay here. Let's say in advance that your strength is already imposing, and even you have no less than mine. So, whether you can achieve any results, it's up to you. Don't worry, North Kai, we can wear weight-bearing clothes for training, you don't have to worry. By the way, I have a box of such books here, I'll give them to you now. Ayaka pulled out a box of books from the capsule and handed it over to North Kai like a treasure. He was carefully carrying it up and towards his hut. Find yourselves a place to stay, and tomorrow I'll teach you what you want. Ayaka looked around the pitifully small North Kai's planet. How could she still find a place to stay here? Poof. She took out a large house from the capsule, which was a house that had been enriched by divine power so that it would not collapse in the North Kai's planet. Watching North Kai walking away with the box in his arms, the two stared in awe. They didn't expect North Kai to have this kind of personality. It was really because he had lived on the North Kai's planet for a long time that his personality had been greatly distorted. Is this North Kai who is in charge of our North area? With this kind of personality, how can he really be a martial arts master? Why do I feel like I've come to the wrong place? Launch asked incredulously, shaking her head. Ayaka shook her head. North Kai may seem exaggerated and funny, but he is an uncompromising martial arts master. After living on North Kai's planet for countless billions of years, he has seen all kinds of martial arts in the world. Although his own strength is not very strong, in theory, no one in the entire North area can compare to him. So that's how it is. Ayaka, what book did you give North Kai? Amazingly, it could make him change his mind and teach us to train. Ayaka's face showed a strange smile, and she whispered, due to his long life on North Kai's planet, North Kai's greatest interest is to drive his small car and research jokes. Because no one listened to his jokes, so the content of those jokes slowly turned into lame jokes. Since North Kai likes jokes so much, I collected a box of lame jokes and gave it to him. North Kai is willing to teach us to practice just because of a box of lame jokes. Lancey felt incredible that North Kai would change his mind for some joke book. Well, it turns out that North Kai is very good at bribing. You don't have to spend too much. Just throw in some cheap books to bribe him. Bribing North Kai with a box of jokes is really an eye-opener. No matter how much, they couldn't believe it in their hearts. North Kai had already promised to teach them to practice. When they looked back at their big house, it looked a bit out of place to have such a big villa on the tiny North Kai's planet. Wouldn't it be a bit below and beyond the bounds of authority? Should I get a smaller house in the future? Well, forget it, it's still easy to put a smaller house elsewhere. Not all planets are as small as North Kai's planet. The higher space where North Kai's planet was located had no day and night. The whole world was blue and gold. About 10 hours passed before North Kai came out of the house satisfied, with a look of unfulfilled desire on his face. After getting a box of jokes from Ayaka, he spent more than 10 hours reading them, carefully studying every joke inside. Some of them always made him laugh and smile. However, knowing that Ayaka and the girls were still waiting for him, North Kai had to put down the joke book and walk out. It seemed that the mortal planet called Earth had developed a level of jokes far more powerful than their power. The strength was not good, but the culture was so high. It seemed that he had to pay more attention to it in the future. North Kai was filled with emotion. Although he could know every move of the North area, his focus was on the living beings. For those non-living beings, he still needed to go through the management system of the individual Cami. Earth's Cami, your name is Ayaka, and I am delighted with what you brought. You're really worthy of being a Cami under my leadership. Alas, how come the other Camis do not have the same idea as you and know to send me something? North Kai, you can call me Ayaka. These two are Launch and Lancey, please guide us well. North Kai nodded and stroked his hand over the black glasses at the corner of his eyes. I will teach you well. It is up to you how much you can learn. Then let's get started. Unbind yourselves, and let me see how strong you are. Okay, North Kai, Launch, remove your weight-bearing clothes. Ayaka looked at the sisters, who smiled and nodded. They removed the pendants hanging around their necks. After removing the pendant, both of them instantly changed their clothes from dark green to light green. The weight on their bodies disappeared abruptly, and after moving their arms and legs, powerful ki emerged. This particular weight-bearing suit was developed through research by Ayaka and the old Cami. Just bring a pendant as the enabling switch for the weight-bearing suit, which was very simple and convenient. When you didn't need to use the weight, take the pendant off, and you didn't have to take off your clothes. Oh, so it's a unique weight-bearing suit. What a novel setup. One of you is called Launch, and the other is called Lancey. Show all your strengths for me to have a good look. The two nodded with a light smile and then released their ki with full force. In an instant, a whirlwind blew up with them as the center. As if they were two typhoons, their hair floated in the wind. The green grass on the ground fell in all directions under the effect of their powerful ki. The tiny stones gradually broke away from the boundaries of the North Kai's planet and levitated upwards. North Kai felt the ki emanating from their bodies, and he was covered with terrifying ki. He shielded his forehead with his hand, blocking the whirlwind whistling around, then shouted, "Enough. Stop quickly. I already know your strength." When Launch collected her ki, North Kai wiped the sweat on his head and was really a bit surprised. Such a terrifying strength. According to the common calculation method in the universe, I'm afraid that both of them have tens of thousands of power levels. Launch and Lancey's power level are both 85,000, which seems very powerful, but compared to the monsters in the universe, it's still a far cry. North Kai nodded in agreement with Ayaka's statement. Tens of thousands of power level was enough to live in the universe in style, but to squeeze into the strong ranks was still far from enough. In the North area, where he was in charge, several characters had a power level of more than 10 million. The typical one was the strongest clan represented by Frisia, whose terror was so great that the galaxy was scared. I already know your approximate strength, the sisters have 85,000. So, as the core, how much is your power level, Ayaka? Well, you don't have to release your ki, just tell me directly. You can't ruin North Kai's planet. North Kai, my power level is roughly 2-4 million. 2-4 million. North Kai was astonished, and his whole body shook up. He then quickly walked to Ayaka's side and looked her up and down. With North Kai's eyes, he quickly judged Ayaka's strength, and his expression became even more shocked. To actually have 2-4 million power levels, it's incredible. No wonder you were chosen as the Cami of Earth. If I'm not mistaken, you just turned 17, right? At such a young age, you actually possess such a powerful strength. When did Earth produce 3 of you outstanding talents? North Kai said with a horrified expression. However, in his heart, he began to make a small calculation. He must let Ayaka and the others grow up and become warriors to guard the North area. Chapter 71. I will teach you all that I know, but you must not pass it on to anyone else, especially to some people who are not honest at heart, got it? Don't worry. We won't pass on what you teach to others. If I meet someone with good qualifications, I will personally send him here for you to examine. North Kai was satisfied with what Ayaka said and had a receptive expression on his face. He then turned his head to look at the sisters. Your strength is powerful. Even if my North Kai's planet has 10 times the gravity, it won't do much for you. So, get your weights back on, increase the weight on your body, and I will train you properly. Launch and Lancey nodded respectfully, then manipulated the clothes on their bodies to slowly change the gravity. The body was suddenly under huge weight, coupled with North Kai's planet's 10 times special gravity. They felt like their bodies were filled with weight. Every movement was challenging. They didn't even walk a few steps, and crystal sweat oozed out of their faces. Their breathing became difficult, with a crackling sound coming from their bones. Ayaka looked at their difficult walking appearance and was somewhat surprised. It seemed that North Kai's planet's special gravity was really different from the gravity of other planets. Even if they were 10 times, the effect was different. North Kai looked at them, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He then said, Launch and Lancey, for your first training, grab bubbles. You have to keep overcoming the limits of your body under difficult conditions so that you can grow faster. The two nodded knowingly. Then their bodies awkwardly lunged towards Bubbles, who lightly screamed and dodged to the side in a flash. Seeing that they had seriously captured the fleeing Bubbles around, North Kai turned to Ayaka. Ayaka, you are different from them. You are very powerful, and to be honest, I do not have much to teach you anymore. Ayaka understood this. With her power level of more than 2-4 million, she already had a certain level of power and basic skills. She had mastered almost everything on Earth. Now, what she lacked was only a variety of techniques, mastering a variety of combat skills, and achieving an increase in power, which was her future path to become a strong person. Finally, after a moment of silence, North Kai said what she was expecting in her heart, since I have nothing to teach you in terms of strength and combat skills, I'll teach you something a little more special. North Kai, what is it that you are going to teach me? Ayaka asked, pretending to be confused. Ahem, that is some knowledge about the training of various races that I have observed from the lower realms through countless years, as well as the result of my lifelong research, Kaioken. North Kai said proudly, twice Kaioken can raise twice the power in your body. Twice Kaioken means twice the power, and as long as your body can withstand it, you can keep raising your power. But if you exceed your body's tolerance range, Kaioken will be dangerous for your body. You can't use Kaioken continuously, for safety's sake. It's best not to make a Kaioken that exceeds 4 times. Ayaka's clear and flawless face emerged with a faint smile, as quiet and elegant as a breeze. She knew that Kaioken was not as magical as North Kai thought it was. Because of North Kai's strength limitations, he did not know that Kaioken actually had a ceiling. Like the Saiyan Giant Ape transformation, the Saiyan Giant Ape transformation could only reach a maximum of 100,000 power levels. After that, it would not increase the power level. Kaioken was also the same, only its limit was more lenient, which was 10 million power level. When the power level exceeded 10 million, the role played by Kaioken would become negligible. In the original story, after becoming a Super Saiyan, Son Goku would no longer perform Kaioken, mostly using the Spirit Bomb to defeat the opponent. The reason was when Son Goku became a Super Saiyan, the power of Kaioken had been negligible. Ayaka learned Kaioken from North Kai. She had some vague ideas in her mind to fuse Kaioken with her researched Heavenly Thunder Shock Surprise to develop a perfect punching technique. North Kai, teach me Kaioken. Okay. Just get ready to learn my Kaioken. After you learn Kaioken, you'll feel that it was worth the trip. North Kai shouted passionately. His bloated body trembled violently, and then he began to explain to Ayaka the mysteries of using Kaioken. A few days later, after the sisters had successfully captured Bubbles, North Kai brought in a new assistant, the Cricket Gregory, to capture. After capturing Gregory, North Kai increased their weight and began to carry out a new round of training. On the other hand, Ayaka slowly understood the wonders of Kaioken. North Kai was worthy of being a martial arts master after a long period of time. There were many wonderful martial arts that Ayaka had never even thought of. After the detailed explanation of Kaioken, many incomprehensions suddenly opened up. Looking at the 3 who were doing their training, North Kai leisurely sat on a rocking chair to the side. These 3 girls are all so outstandingly qualified. The 2 are two soul with connection, and the other has almost black hole-like potential. With a little training, they might be able to become a terrifying existence comparable to Frisia. Then it will be possible not to let Frisia do whatever he wants. The evil Frisia clan might be able to be restrained a bit. After several more months of research, Ayaka finally mastered the release of Kaioken. She then slowly tried to integrate Kaioken into her Heavenly Thunder Shock Surprise. Her strength also reached a 2.8 million power level after many days of hard work. North Kai was surprised and relieved at Ayaka's rapid growth. As her strength grew, the thoughts in North Kai's mind were slowly changing. It seems that Ayaka's strength will catch up with Frisia within a matter of time. If she performs the Kaioken, she can be temporarily comparable to Frisia. In the future, she can even be more powerful than Frisia. Chapter 72. Ayaka, use Kaioken with all your might, and let me check it out. On this day, North Kai smiled and walked up to Ayaka, wanting to see his teaching results over this period of time. It had been a while since Ayaka came to North Kai's planet, and it was almost time to see the results of her training. Ayaka nodded and began to show her power at full strength. All of a sudden, the wind blew, and the violent whirlwind spread out with earth-shattering energy. The whole North Kai's planet began to shake violently. Outside North Kai's planet, the world changed color. The powerful ki shook away countless golden auspicious clouds, and the sky took on an empty azure color. Twice Kaioken. With a soft cry, the ki of Ayaka's body instantly doubled. Her flaxen hair danced with the wind, and the terrifying ki poured straight into the ground. The ground then began to crack, and a thick crack scattered in all directions. Bursts of debris bounced up from the ground and hovered gravity-free beside Ayaka. Twice Kaioken. Triple Kaioken. 4 times Kaioken. The furious ki rose to the sky, blowing a huge whirlwind as if a pale dragon rushing up from the abyss roared to show its majestic body. The ground around Ayaka turned into pieces in the blink of an eye and disappeared. The earth-shattering energy was full of destruction. The distant cracked ground was like experiencing a cannonball attack, becoming pitted and cratered. With Ayaka as the center, a huge arc crater was presented in front of everyone. Enough. Quickly stop. If you continue like this, the North Kai's planet will be destroyed. North Kai's body was crushed to the ground by the ki. His hands were clutching a few handfuls of fine grass with beads of sweat dripping down from his cheeks. The sisters were also exerting their full strength, struggling to resist Ayaka's terrifying ki. Ayaka sniffed and gathered her ki. After the ki dissipated, North Kai rose from the ground. He took out a cloth to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He looked as if he had palpitations, and he said seriously, "Just now, when you released the triple Kaioken, your power level actually reached more than 11 million. There are probably only a few people in the entire North area who can match you." Ayaka spread her hands, but there seems to be some flaw in the Kaioken. When the power level reaches more than 10 million, the increase in power is not so obvious. The difference between the 4 times Kaioken and the 3 times Kaioken does not seem to be very big. This is up to you to study. I honestly can't do anything about the degree of 10 million power levels or more. However, Ayaka, you can work in just a few months to reach more than 8 million, and you can exert an 11 million power level if you rely on Kaioken. Although it is a temporary achievement, this kind of strength can already be called legendary in the North area. North Kai spoke excitedly. If North area had someone to rival Frisia's existence so quickly, it would be easier to balance the evil Frisia clan. Launch and Lancy, let me see your strength. The sisters went through the instruction of North Kai, and their strength naturally soared. Now, they have a 250,000 power level. Ayaka quietly watched from the side, and she calculated, Son Goku came to North Kai when his power level was not very high. After North Kai's teaching, his power level was also multiplied several times. However, how could it haven't reached 250,000? Now was still the early stage of the Dragon Ball, and Launch and Lancy had been a bit of an anomaly. Although they didn't have too much mastery of Kaioken, Ayaka was clear that with their power level, their limit should be able to withstand about 10 times as much as Son Goku Kaioken. That would still be below 10 million and was achievable. However, 5 million power was, after all, already overwhelmed the body in the limit state. If they wanted to fight freely, making a low multiple of Kaioken was the most appropriate. As for the late Son Goku, who made 20 times Kaioken, she wondered how he could carry it off. This was really tangled. Dragon Ball's early stage with a low power level plot was indeed a bit boring for Ayaka. Once she entered the Z chapter, the growth of power level was obviously excessive. If 1000 had been invincible in the early stage, it wasn't easy to survive without tens of millions in the middle and later stages. However, from 1000 to tens of millions, it took a few years to transition. Although it was said that the Z chapter was a few years after the end of the World Martial Arts Tournament, in fact, from 1000 to tens of millions, it was only in days per unit. For Launch and Lancy, Ayaka knew that they were 2 souls, but she did not know the limit of 2 souls. Of course, it was also unclear whether their strength could catch up with the later stages' plot speed. Even Ayaka, in fact, was also nervous in the heart. She wasn't Son Goku and a bunch of other protagonists. The good thing was that her physique was the existence of the Dragon Ball wish that could not be reached, which was her greatest reliance. So Ayaka's idea was to grow a little faster in the early stages. Well, a 250,000 power levels, it's awe-inspiring. North Kai nodded gratefully. Such power level was definitely considered cutting edge in the North area. But with a higher power level, you guys can't slack off. There are still many very scary and evil existences in the universe. Now it's almost time to tell you guys something. In our North area, there are 3 incomparably powerful guys. They are evil and brutal without a bit of humanity and full of villains. They used force to suppress those who resist them. They conquered countless planets into a human purgatory, and many planets have completely disappeared from the universe. Speaking of the 3 evil guys within his jurisdiction, North Kai's expression could not help but become grave. North Kai, give us an introduction to their situation, Ayaka said. North Kai nodded and said, their existence is a disaster for all the planets in the entire North area. However, their strength is so terrifying that no one can subdue them at all. Their strength is powerful. Even the weakest one of them is stronger than Ayaka after using Kaioken. Ayaka can barely fight with them, and it is impossible to defeat them. No way. Even Ayaka is not an opponent. Launch was astonished. With Ayaka's current 250,000 power level, if she wanted to destroy an ordinary planet, it was a simple matter. After using Kaioken, Ayaka would have a power level of more than 10 million, how could she still not match those North area evil existences? North Kai, the 3 evil guys you mentioned are Frisia, his father, and his brother, right? Ayaka confidently said, they are indeed terrifying. I am not their opponent yet, but I am confident that it will not take long to surpass them and then completely defeat them. Hey, you know Frisia and the others. They're the evilest thing in the North area and are their strongest clan. Frisia, his eldest brother, Cooler, and their father, King Cold, are these three bastards. They make the entire North area misty. They have destroyed so many lives, I really want to wipe them out. North Kai thought of the planets that had been destroyed by them, and his face was not so good. The North area was so good before the three of them destroyed it. Frisia and the others are members of the strongest clan in the universe. They were born on the Winter Star. The clan members will be frozen from birth. The longer they are sealed, the greater their strength. They are also an ultra-rare warrior race in the universe, regardless of talent or potential. They are powerful. With their powerful strength, they have carried out bloody suppression on planets that dared to rebel against them and engaged in planet trading activities. They gathered a large number of subordinates and scientists under their hands. Ayaka agreed and said, Frisia has triple transformation ability, and the final form is much stronger than my strength after using Kaioken. His eldest brother, Cooler, and his father, Cold, are even more terrifying than Frisia. He always commanded the northern part of the North area. When I was about 10 years old, I was attacked by the Cooler's armored squadron and managed to escape. Cooler's armored squadron. That's a terrifying force. North Kai was surprised. Ayaka has already encountered them. It's not easy to escape from them at such a young age. North Kai introduced the situation of Cooler's armored squadron. The strength of each of their members was terrifying. Cooler's armored squadron, Frisia Force, and Cold Force were made by the Frisia clan, who snatched the world's strongest character. They were the evilest and most notorious forces in the North area, and it was also the source of panic in the entire universe. Because it is composed of all the powerhouses of the entire North area, the strength of these three forces members are all ranked in the forefront of the universe. They are extremely dangerous existences. Just pulling one out will make a planet doomsday. Chapter 73. Well, I met Dor of the Cooler's armored squadron, which was considered weak among the Cooler's armored squadron members. However, he had a power level of 150,000, which almost destroyed Frisia Force. At that time, they were destroying planet Kano in the northern part. To cover the Kanosians' escape, I was almost killed by Dor. In fact, Ayaka had already been killed by Dor, but her body was special, so she survived. What? That guy, Dor, tried to kill Ayaka. It's unforgivable. Upon hearing that Ayaka was almost killed by Dor when she was a child, Lancey's face changed. She decided in her heart that the next time she had the chance to meet that Dor, she would beat him severely. North Kai stood aside, feeling the coldness emanating from Lancey. His body could not help but shiver. He could imagine that the future fate of this Cooler's armored squadron must be very miserable. However, he would, of course, be happy to see it. As long as the Frisia clan completely wiped out in the North area, the North area would return to stable and peaceful order. Ayaka said with a smile, that was a long time ago. I will find him sooner or later to clear up. Oh, let's put aside the matter of Cooler's armored squadron. Ayaka, you have learned Kaioken. I have a more profound move here, called the Spirit Bomb. But the requirements for learning the Spirit Bomb are too high. One must be as pure as a crystal in mind to learn it. Ayaka and Lancey, the killing intent in your hearts are too heavy. Even if you learn the Spirit Bomb, you won't be able to release it properly, so this move can only be learned by launch alone. Ayaka was stunned, then nodded. The good thing was certainly not for her to take up alone. She did not think too much about the Spirit Bomb. Moreover, through the transformation of the planet Namek Porunga, Launch's heart was transformed from a berserker to the most serene posture and was the calmest of the three. Although the Spirit Bomb release's power was very great, the preliminary preparation was too long, not suitable for Ayaka's combat style. The extra time would be better spent studying the fusion of the Kaioken and the Heavenly Thunder Shock Surprise. Spirit Bomb is a technique that gathers the vital energy of everything in the world, including grass, trees, animals, humans, the sky, and atmosphere, and releases it as energy. It is more powerful to fight when backed by a planet that provides huge energy. Theoretically, the greater the range of the help, the more powerful the resulting Spirit Bomb would be. Besides, it would not cause any burden to the body. Using the righteousness of the world to fight evil, this was the mystery of the Spirit Bomb. Although the Spirit Bomb researched by North Kai was magical, it required a lot of preliminary preparation and could not bring out the necessary agility in a high-intensity battle. It required several people to cover it to perform it. So, Ayaka completely gave up learning the spirit bomb. Relatively speaking, she was more good at relying on her power like a storm to give the enemy a thunderous blow. Lancey, you and Launch are two soul, so you can work together to cast the spirit bomb. If Launch learned the spirit bomb and then had Lancey as a support, the two together could bring out the spirit bomb's true power. The sun and the moon turned upside down, the white horse passed by, in the blink of an eye, another 4 months passed. Under the guidance of North Kai, Launch gradually mastered the essence of the spirit bomb. She was able to release a powerful spirit bomb. Lancey was also training on her own, and because of her associated physique with Launch, her strength had also grown considerably. Of course, the one with greater results was Ayaka. Although her power level hadn't increased much, she had completed the fusion of the Kaioken and the Heavenly Thunder Surprise Shock. Ayaka named the new technique Heavenly Fist. Heavenly Fist combined the characteristics of Kaioken and the Heavenly Thunder Surprise Shock. When used, the whole body was surrounded by vast lightning. It was not only able to hurt the enemy but also could protect her well. Its strength would be doubled according to the use of the Heavenly Fist. Ayaka continued to improve the Heavenly Fist. Therefore, the next step was to improve the upper limit of the Heavenly Fist's power and bring out its power in future super battles. Boom! Boom! A deafening roar came, and thick smoke filled the North Kai's planet as Launch controlled the bright point of light in her hand and pushed it forward, shattering the oversized bricks thrown by North Kai and sending an explosion through the air. Clap, clap, clap. North Kai clapped his hands together with a satisfied smile and said, "Launch, well done. I honestly didn't expect you to master the use of the spirit bombs so quickly. Even on a planet as small as North Kai's planet, you can gather mighty spirit bomb. On the planet you live on, there are many flora and fauna and a wide lake and ocean and atmosphere, and a huge star as a strong backing. When the time comes, your spirit bomb will be even more powerful and may destroy your world, so don't use the spirit bomb easily as the last resort." North Kai looked serious. The powerful might of the spirit bomb made him admonish avoid unnecessary casualties caused by excessive power repeatedly. "Don't worry, North Kai, I will use the spirit bomb properly." "Well, then I'm relieved. You have been here for 7 months, I have already taught you everything I know. Next, you have to figure it out on your own. There are countless masters in the universe. Besides the North area, there are also monsters of super high strength in other galaxy parts. Even the entire bank is just a drop of the universe." The three of them nodded in understanding. The universe was huge, and their eyes were no longer set in the small North area, but the vast and boundless universe, where there were countless guys with terrifying strength waiting for them. "North Kai, thanks for your guidance these times. We will keep becoming strong and then destroy all the evil guys who harm the universe so that the whole universe will know how strong we are." Upon hearing Ayaka said that, North Kai smiled gratefully. Next, Ayaka and the others flew up in the air and waved goodbye to North Kai. "North Kai, we are leaving. Take care. We will come back to visit you in the future. Bubbles, Gregory, goodbye." "Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh," Bubbles hissed, waving his arms. Looking back at the tiny North Kai's planet, the three of them whooshed towards the Snake Road, bringing a whirlwind behind them as they flew off towards the other world. Looking at their distant backs, North Kai seemed to see 3 future powerhouses rising, and his mood instantly became pleasant. They all have astounding qualifications and potential. Soon, they will be able to become a strong person that will move the entire universe. It's finally time for North Area to shine. Frisia won't be able to be arrogant again. Chapter 74. Ayaka flew on the Snake Road, and in a short while, she arrived in the other world and arrived at the palace of King Yemma. The palace of King Yemma was as busy as ever, with countless white air masses entered the hall in an orderly manner. The officer in charge of registering souls saw the girls and quickly recognized them, and went to them. "Miss Ayaka, you have returned from North Kai's planet so soon." Ayaka looked and found that this staff member was the one who had sent her to the Snake Road in the first place and nodded. "Well, we have already met North Kai, and now we have come to say goodbye to King Yemma." "Ah, you're really great. You've actually met North Kai. Only King Yemma has met North Kai in 100 million years. Wait a moment, I will take you to see King Yemma right away." The staff politely led Ayaka and others into the hall. King Yemma, who was judging the dead souls, saw Ayaka and others walk in, stopped the work in his hands. He was surprised. "Ayaka, how can you come back so quickly? Could it be that you have seen North Kai through the Snake Road?" Ayaka smiled and said, "Yes, we have received the guidance of North Kai, and it is time to return to Earth. Now, we come to say goodbye to you." King Yemma heard it and his face was full of shock. You have passed through the snake road so quickly? Previously, it took me more than a year to go. Are you guys going back to Earth so soon? Why don't you stay here for a while longer? There are still a lot of things to deal with on Earth. King Yemma nodded slightly and said very understandingly, in that case, I will not keep you. I also have a lot of work to do. It is also tough to be the king of Otherworld. Ayaka smiled, then bid farewell to King Yemma. She then returned to Earth together with the sisters by re-entering the secret room under the lookout. The northwestern part of the North area was a relatively peaceful region. In a northwestern solar system that emitted a ruddy glow, a cyan planet revolved around its sun. The planet was called Krux, a little larger than Earth, on which tens of thousands of species of life were nurtured. The vibrant planet Krux flourishes with the fires of a brilliant civilization. Cruxians looked very similar to Earthlings, and their average adult power level was around 300. There were a few strong people who have broken through to 1,000. Their better physical quality and the many accidental developments of the times had brought the development of technology. The Cruxians were mainly engaged in interstellar commerce and trade, with large transport ships carrying goods from different planets through the universe. They had a good reputation in the northwestern part. Ayaka, Launch, and Lancey had come to planet Krux for several days. For Ayaka, who was familiar with Dragon Ball's plot, it was time to get out of the Earth and enter the vastness of the universe. Of course, another aspect of this trip was to allow her two god servants to contact the universe further. In the future, it was an objective fact that Ayaka couldn't take them with her. Ayaka was used to fighting alone, especially when facing a strong enemy. It wasn't suitable to bring two trailing bottles. From what North Kai had revealed, it seemed that he wanted Launch and Lancey to be the scavengers of the North area, rather than being confined to one place on Earth alone. It's a waste to let such a powerful person be the guardian of a small planet. This was what North Kai said. Launch and Lancey should have more important things to do. The so-called scavenger, of course, was the person who cleaned up the garbage. However, the other meaning of scavenger was, with the same great strength to clean up those who violate the powerful existence order. North Kai was more interested in Ayaka. They then realized that Ayaka occasionally came to play a guest role. It was impossible to specialize her in the scavenger occupation. So the attention was turned to the two sisters, Launch and Lancey. The two sisters were not interested in the universe's evil existence and readily agreed to Launch and Lancey's vision. They clicked, so North Kai gave the two a new profession. Planet Krux was well developed, especially in terms of cosmic transportation, tourism, and entertainment. It was considered a major center of the entire North area. After touring several famous attractions on the planet, they were excited to stroll around them all. There was a commercial building called the Cubic Tower on planet Krux. The building had a wide range of goods, known for its good quality and low prices, and was a long-established trade center on planet Krux, with a long history of heritage. When Ayaka looked at the time, there were still about 3 hours before sunset, so she said, "We'll split up for the next 3 hours and go to the places we're interested in. Take these Krux gold coins and buy something you like, and then we will meet here. You guys have fun. I'm going to sit in the nearby tea house for a while." Okay, the aliens of planet Krux people quite similar to the Earthlings, but I prefer their food here. I'll have a good taste later. Launch stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. You just know how to eat. I don't care about you, I have to continue to stroll. Lancey said, carrying the purchased clothes and continue to walk to other stores. What a colorful life. Watching them walk towards the places they were interested in, Ayaka said with emotion. Then she walked close to the tea house. The tea house was decorated with classical architecture, elegant with antiquity, giving a light and quiet atmosphere. Ayaka found a window seat and then looked out the window overlooking the passing pedestrians. The Cruxians were more similar to Earthlings in both looks and manners, so Ayaka had a perfect sense of integration with the Cruxians. However, planet Krux was located in the northwestern part of the North area, while Earth was located in the southern part of the North area. The two were more than 100,000 miles apart and were two planets that could not possibly be connected. She picked up a cup of tea, smelled the faint fragrance coming from the tea, and then took a small dip. She gazed idly at the pedestrians outside the window, and her heart became clear and relaxed all of a sudden. The gorgeous daylight irradiated the ground, and as time went on, the sunlight began to change from direct to oblique. The blinding sun took on a reddish evening hue. Oh, 3 hours have passed so quickly. The sun is going down. Well, it's time to go back and meet up with them. Stretching her back, Ayaka stood up to check out and then meet up with the girls. When she arrived at the meeting place, she realized she was early. Launch and Lancy had not yet come. Ayaka leaned against the marble pillar in front of the store and waited quietly. Soon, Launch came running towards her with a big bag. Phew, Ayaka is really early. Launch casually put the items into the capsule. Ayaka raised an eyebrow, said, "You really buy a lot." "Fortunately, I brought extra empty capsules, otherwise, you could not bring them back." "Oh, a lot of things here are not on Earth. We only come here once, so I need to buy a lot. By the way, has Lancy not come yet?" "Not yet. I don't know where she's gone again." "Huh, she is here." Ayaka's finger pointed to the side, and a young girl with long emerald green hair is running in the wind, shaking something in her hand. "Lancy, you're late. I thought we agreed on 3 hours. Can you be on time later? You guys just arrived." "I wasn't late for long. Let's not talk about that. Look at this." Lancy handed out a few blueback tickets and gave them to Ayaka. "What is this, a travel ticket?" Launch took the blue ticket and looked it up and down, only to see the words, Planet Krux Deluxe Tour, printed on it. "What's with these tickets?" "This is not a trip to Planet Krux, it's an interstellar tour. A trip to the stars in a spaceship, but I had a hard time getting tickets." Lancy exaggeratedly gestured, thus illustrating how difficult it was for her to get these travel tickets. Interstellar travel? Ayaka was curious and looked at the travel tickets in her hand. Indeed, in the bottom right of the travel tickets written the destination of this trip, Planet Kufis. That's the third administrative planet of the Cruxians. It's quite a journey from Planet Krux to Planet Kufis. The two planets were so far apart that even with their most advanced spaceships, it would take several months to sail. It was a distance farther than Earth to planet Namek. Chapter 75. Surrounded by sea on 3 sides and facing the trade center on one side, Planet Krux's spaceport was built on the sea based on the trade city. It was mainly used as a platform for passing trade ships. The clever Cruxians used it not only for trade but also for tourism, politics, and military purposes. Planet Krux was a large and beautiful planet, attracting many aliens to come and visit the planet. As the largest trade center of Planet Krux, the spaceport had to play its role. Therefore, new berths were created on both sides of the spaceport for tourist ships and special ships. The spaceport was divided into 3 parts, with a wide, flat steel floor in the middle. It was nearly 10,000 meters long and was reserved for trade spaceships. It was evenly divided into spaceship landing and takeoff locations and cargo transport channels. A high platform was held up with solid steel on both sides, on which a transparent login bay was set up, where different spaceships from outer planets were docked. After handing over the ship tickets to the inspection staff, Ayaka and the others walked up the boarding gate along the self-propelled passager. After entering the boarding bay through the gray-golden space hatch, different types of spaceships of various sizes appeared in front of them, and the spaceship to Kufis was also docked there. Relying on the spaceship ticket in her hand to find her living cabin and lobby seats, Ayaka began to survey the passengers in the cabin. In addition to the 3 of them, there were nearly 100 people in the cabin, more than half of them were Cruxians, similar in appearance to Earthlings. The rest were aliens, which were far different in appearance, with all kinds of strange looks. That alien over there has dinosaur head, and the one next to him looks like a monster. Launch leaned over to Ayaka and whispered. They are travelers from distant civilizations. There are countless strange creatures in the universe, it's not strange that civilizations have evolved. Some guys who look like barbarians may come from super advanced planets. You can't judge the degree of planetary civilization by the appearance of aliens. But these people are frail. None of them have a power level of 1000. Lancy turned sideways. Ayaka smiled, power level of more than 1000 belongs to the medium-level planet. In the North area, there are not many planets like this. As Ayaka said, the North area didn't have a lot of warrior race. There were only a few dozen high-level planets in the North area and nearly 10,000 medium-level planet in addition to a few special races. However, the distribution to the entire North area was minimal. The universe was mainly ordinary planets, which had much high power level race to oppress planet with low power level. In particular, the strongest race was represented by Frisia. It's sporadic for people in the North area has more than 10,000 power levels. Well, not only the North area, I should say that the entire galaxy has very few people with a power level above 10,000. People with power level up to hundreds of thousands like you were enough to dominate and rule in some planetary areas. a powerful nation could easily destroy the planet. The unbalanced power level made a huge difference in the strength of each nation. As a result, resistance and suppression were born, and countless nations were mercilessly destroyed. Speaking of the knowledge in Ayaka's previous life, the galaxy was composed of 100 to 200 billion stars in the solar system, of which there were 2 billion stars similar to the Sun. However, due to the limitations of technology, humanity had not yet discovered extraterrestrial life. In contrast, the North area alone in the Dragon Ball world had tens of thousands of living planets in it, which seemed very prosperous. Ayaka understood very well the means of high-tech civilization and the strength of the strong. If they were underestimated, they would also turn over in the gutter. Moreover, they could also rely on those technologies to create powerful Cybermen. Even Ayaka did not dare to underestimate some of them. Passengers, the ship to planet Kufis is about to take off. Wish you all a pleasant journey. The announcement sounded in the cabin of the spaceship, prompting the spaceship was about to take off. Boom! Transparent energy was ejected from the outer part of the spaceship, which lifted the ship smoothly. The speed of the spaceship was so fast that it entered outer space in the blink of an eye. However, the people inside the spaceship did not feel the huge impact of the ship's acceleration, thanks to the powerful technological equipment. Outside the cabin, there was a blue-black starry sky. A green planet was gradually moving away. Then, the red star also began to become farther and smaller, slowly disappearing. Inside the living pod. The combination of work and rest is scientific. Moderate rest is also essential. After a short nap on the bed made of cashmere, Ayaka jumped up from the bed, a little, and then casually undid the clothes on her body and walked towards the bathroom. Soon, the sound of dripping water came from the bathroom. After a cold shower, Ayaka dried her body and picked up a hairdryer to dry her wet hair. Ayaka's age was 4 years older than Son Goku, and after 7 or 8 months of training in North Kai's planet, she was about to become an adult. Her body development gradually slowed down, and in recent months, it had not developed again. The figure had basically set. Since passing the growth period, Ayaka's hairstyle was no longer changing. Her flaxen hair, which was different from that of the purebred scions, was naturally draped over her shoulders, tied slightly with a black ribbon. It hung in front of her chest with 2 handfuls of long hair flushed with a faint red at the tip. Several clusters of hair on her head were intertwined, scattered but did not look chaotic. Instead, it added some valiant heroism to her. It is said that the scions are bloodthirsty and warlike people. Even female scions grow up to be vulgar and muscular. I'm afraid I have to disagree. Look at me, my face is still beautiful. This can't be called vulgar. Am I not a purebred scion? Ayaka was, of course, a purebred scion, but with some extra mysterious presence in her genes and in her soul. Judging from her background, she was just the offspring of 2 low-level warrior scions. Immortality coupled with the gift of ageless youth from the former Judge Lu made Ayaka maintain such a youthful posture for an infinite number of years to come, which was countless people's envy. Ayaka enjoyed the result so much that her mood seemed extraordinarily relaxed, and her mouth hummed a minor tune. Soon, the spaceship went about a third of the journey in the universe. One day, Ayaka and the sisters were having fun in the spaceship's entertainment area. Suddenly, a violent shaking occurred in the spaceship. The music and lights came to a screeching halt, and the whole room was plunged into an eerie darkness. What's going on? How did it become dark all of a sudden? And this vibration, is the spaceship malfunctioning? For unknown reasons, the ship shook violently, and the aisles outside were already swarming with people. Most of the passengers came out of the living cabin after the accident. They flocked to the relatively spacious hall, making the corridor appear congested all of a sudden. They panicked, shouted, and trotted toward the hall. The red warning lights were flashing and buzzing, and the scene was taut. At that moment, the announcement in the corridor blared. Passengers, please do not panic. Just now, the ship has hit an asteroid that entered the course by mistake. The asteroid has been destroyed, but the ship also suffered a certain degree of damage. To ensure passenger safety, this voyage will be temporarily cancelled and go to the nearby docking port for repair, and then take off again after the ship is fully repaired, for which we are sorry for the inconvenience caused. The radio played 3 times in a row, the panic crowd then gradually quieted down. It's a pity that a good tour was ruined. It's impossible to repair this spaceship without a month. The Cruxians would settle the trip passengers, but Ayaka was not going to stay on this small repair station for a month. It was a shame to have a good trip messed up, but it wasn't worth making Ayaka spend a month waiting. Ayaka left the space repair station and used instant transmission to take the sisters to a distant planet. Although it belonged to the northwestern part of the North area, it was extremely far away from planet Krux and Kufis. It was desolate and dry, not easy for life to survive, and it was a barren planet. Surrounded by jagged and cracked rocks, under the sunlight, from the rock crevices emerged a wisp of green smoke. There was also a strong smell of sulfur. This planet is not comfortable to stay, it is better to leave early. Ayaka nodded lightly, took their hands, and prepared to launch the instant transmission. Ayaka suddenly turned her gaze to the sky. What's wrong? Seeing this, Lancy also looked towards the sky. High in the distant sky, two tiny light points were rapidly cutting through the sky, trailing two long tails. Those 2 points of light were actually still outside the planet's atmosphere, grazing the planet, and had no intention of entering it. Oh, those two are small spaceships, right? Launch's eyesight, like Lancy's, could see things high in the distant sky. Those 2 dots of light were precisely the spaceships flying in the universe. Only those 2 spaceships were really small, overall spherical, and only one adult could lie inside. Ayaka's eyes could not help but narrow. The sisters didn't know the origin of the 2 spaceships, but Ayaka recognized. That was exactly Frisia's subordinates on a mission in a spaceship, and Ayaka once owned one. However, this was the northwestern part of the North area, far from Frisia's rule of the southern part of the North area. There was no reason for Frisia's subordinates to come here. In this case, the people were either assigned by Frisia to carry out a special mission or carry out a private operation without Frisia's knowledge. However, in any case, Ayaka felt that she had to follow up to see. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. Chapter 76. With the people in the spaceships completely unaware of the situation, Ayaka and the girls trailed all the way. The spaceships passed countless planets along the way, all without the intention of stopping. Soon, Ayaka's patience was gradually consumed. Damn it! It hasn't arrived at the destination yet. Where are these 2 spaceships going? It's not a good idea to keep following them like this. Why don't we intercept them and ask them directly? Ayaka thought in her mind and then gathered a key wave in her hand. She threw 2 waves of energy towards the spaceships from afar. The light blue energy wave cut through the universe and hit the spaceships. There was a violent vibration. The spherical spaceships attacked by energy waves suddenly deviated from the course, both towards a large purple planet. Ayaka's attack just now had caused damage to the interior of the spaceships, preventing them from exploding. However, they could no longer fly normally. So, Ayaka took the lead and went directly into the big purple planet and waited for the spaceships to land. It didn't take long for 2 brightly glowing fireballs to fall from outer space as expected. Accompanied by a whining roar as they passed through the atmosphere, the 2 fireballs smashed heavily into the ground. Boom! Boom! The 2 huge sounds shaking the sky, and the powerful impact makes the ground shake. A large area of mud and sand rolled through the thick smoke spread from the point of impact and soon obscured a large part of the sky. Ayaka and others were standing not far from the point of impact. When the mud and sand rolled through the sand and dust came, it magically stopped at a distance of 1 meter, forming a small spherical wind wall area around Ayaka. Ha! Amazing, your use of ki has been extremely subtle. Launch finger pointed a meter away from the sand and dust. In the gap between the sand and the wind wall, there was a subtle layer of ki surging, blocking the sand and dust firmly out. Ayaka smiled blandly and puffed out her chest, accepting the compliment with peace of mind. That's right. We've put in a lot of hard work to control the ki, and this little trick is certainly handy and effortless. When the mud and smoke began to dissipate, the hazy vision regained its brightness. 2 huge impact craters appeared ahead. There was a spherical spaceship in the center of the impact crater, already half sunk into the mud and sand. The surface of the spaceship was rough and unpleasant, some parts had become charred black. The smoke was coming out from time to time. Ayaka approached the impact crater and gazed at the 2 spaceships. Squeak! The spaceships vibrated a few times, and the hatch slowly opened. 2 figures, one tall and one short, came out of the spaceships. They looked around and were careful and alert. Surprisingly, it's them. Ayaka saw the people who came out of the spaceships, and a trace of consternation flashed in her eyes, then she frowned. They should be on a mission under Frisia. Why did they come to the northwestern part? The tall and short 2 people were wearing the Frisia forces battle armor. The taller figure was about 2 meters tall, and the smaller one was slightly taller than Ayaka. Surprisingly, it was Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta and Nappa's official debut should be in 10 years after the Dragon Ball Z chapter. Ayaka wasn't clear about their previous experience. In the original story, it was only mentioned that Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, 3 scions, had been working under Frieza, eliminating various civilizations and then selling planets at high prices. The business was quite a bold one. At this time, they saw Vegeta and Nappa, but not Raditz. On second thought, she seemed to have some understanding. Raditz's strength is too weak. Understandably, Vegeta didn't bring him around. If his strength did not exceed 1000 later, Vegeta did not care to carry out the task with him. Even though the scions in the universe have been incredibly rare, but Vegeta's pride still did not allow him to be with the weak. Ayaka snorted, disapproving of Vegeta's unknown arrogance. In the end, Ayaka was also of a low-class warrior origin. No doubt she was the child of a low-income family. When she encountered a royal family like Vegeta, she was somewhat upset. Ayaka didn't feel good about Vegeta. However, there weren't many evil thoughts. Vegeta completely inherited the scion arrogance and cold, the typical warrior race. He had a strong sense of pride to keep, not bothering to integrate into the community. Even now that he had become a subordinate of Frieza, the only one he could barely get along with was Nappa, who was also a scion. Well, that's the scion prince you said before, Ayaka. His name is Vegeta. He has a power level of 8000 and was born with higher potential than you. Lancey said with a grimace. They had long known a lot about the scions from Ayaka, including the scion prince Vegeta. However, Vegeta's current strength made her disdainful. As expected, the real one wasn't as good as the one in the story. Do not underestimate Vegeta. As the scion prince, he undoubtedly has terrifying potential. This potential is rare in the history of the scions. The future strength of a warrior like him will certainly be terrifying. Only our roots are more solid than his, one step ahead of him. Ayaka knew clearly about Vegeta's terrifying potential, which was a cut above Son Goku. In the original story, Son Goku always pressed Vegeta, and the reason was the role of the main character's aura. The other reason was Son Goku's opportunity and effort, which seemed to be a little luckier than Vegeta every time. Now, they were just a small sapling, and the strength wasn't significant. They just needed the right time to be triggered, like a big tree, and then their strength would soar and constantly break through the limits. However, no matter what, Vegeta's current strength was still weak, not enough to cause Ayaka too much concern. Even in the future, she was confident that Vegeta would never surpass her. Vegeta may really have the potential ability to say, but that bald won't work. When he was 20 or 30 years old, he might only have more than 1000 power levels, far from the other. Lancey surveyed. Her gaze was slightly condensed, trying to see through Vegeta. However, after all, she didn't know the future plot like Ayaka and only vaguely saw that Vegeta still had hope for improvement. Nappa, on the other hand, didn't seem to have much of a future. In the impact crater, Vegeta gently flicked away the ashes on his body. His face cold and ruthless, his eyes emitting a cold light. The big man Nappa moved his arms and legs, floating close to Vegeta, one hand touching his head. Vegeta, this does not seem to be the planet we are going. Did the spaceships malfunction? Those scientists developed really unreliable spaceships. Humph. Vegeta snorted discontentedly. Nappa saw the situation and hurriedly stopped laughing, not to provoke the other side of the displeasure. Idiot, it's not the problem of the spaceships. It is that someone deliberately destroyed the spaceships. Vegeta pointed to the scorched area on the ship. Obviously, the burns caused by the energy waves had almost burned through the outer protective shield. Vegeta's face was cold, and his voice contained infinite anger. The original handsome face was somewhat distorted. His hands clenched his fists and made a crackling sound. Damn, who is messing up with this prince? Let me know, and I will not spare that person. The spaceship material was a new material developed only in recent years, which was incredibly hard. It was even impossible for Nappa to use all his strength to break through the spaceship's outer wall protection. At the moment, the spaceship was actually covered with such a large hole. Nappa, standing on the side, did not dare to approach Vegeta easily. At this time, Vegeta was a powder barrel. Who touched the fire would get burned, and Nappa did not want to make fun of himself. Scions, as Frieza's subordinates, initially enjoyed the very high treatment. However, since Frieza jealous of the legendary Super Scions, hence he destroyed planet Vegeta. Scion's status in Frieza force had fallen. Now, even some slightly weaker races dare to blatantly mock them, saying they were the remnants of the lost home planet. How could the proud Prince Vegeta endure this? So, taking advantage of the time to recuperate, Vegeta and Nappa moved away from the Frisia forces to the distant northwestern part, seeking a strength breakthrough. However, they didn't expect their spaceship to be destroyed by Ayaka halfway. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of saliva and looked around. The sight was obscured by the rumbling mud and sand and ordered, "Nappa, look around. Those guys should be nearby." "Huh, okay. Let me find out those guys. I'll make sure they have a good time." Nappa smiled excitedly. His hands clasped together and made a crackling sound, then levitated and floated upwards. Soon, Nappa saw the three girls standing at the edge of the impact crater and shouted to Vegeta, "Vegeta, there really are people, three cute little girls." The corners of Vegeta's mouth turned up with a cruel sneer, and his body levitated up to Nappa's side. He floated above Ayaka and the others. It was these three little girls who destroyed the spaceship. "Oh, Nappa, it's your turn to show. Teach them a good lesson, and don't be lenient just because they are girls," Vegeta coldly said. Although the three girls look outstanding, especially the middle one was a little taller and was a rare beauty, Vegeta didn't have any mercy. "No need for you to command, I know what to do." Nappa landed on the ground, shaking his neck. His tongue licked his lips and then pressed the scouter worn in the corner of his eye, the scouter beeping, showing the power level of 3. "Huh, Vegeta, these three pussies' power level is only 5, simply pathetic. Let Lord Nappa treat them well." Nappa shouted with wild laughter and then waved his fist to attack Ayaka and others. "Only 5 power levels? No, they hide the strength." Vegeta was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Idiot, that's not their real power. They are definitely hiding their strength." Unfortunately, Vegeta reminded him late. Although Nappa heard Vegeta's reminder in time, he was not a match for the three. Bang! Nappa felt a sharp pain from all over his body, and his body had been struck far out by a huge force, clattering in the ground cut a deep gully. What? Vegeta was horrified. He felt a blur before his eyes, and Nappa had been thrown out. The action is too fast, even I couldn't see. At the end, who struck? Vegeta's face was gloomy, and his gaze swept over the three girls. He was trying to determine which one was the one who had just struck, but the three girls were standing casually in front of him, and he did not feel any change in their ki. Damn, these three people are so scary. The strength is so terrifying. Vegeta's face sunk. Even if he was proud of his talent, he had to admit that he could not see through the three people in front of him. Chapter 77. Ah! Who attacked this lord? Show yourself to this lord. Nappa got up in a rage. His eyes were full of blood, and his battle armor was covered with cracks. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Nappa's heart flashed a chill. The blow just now made him feel the breath of death, intense pain and fear hit the brain. Vegeta was dissatisfied with the performance of Nappa, who lost his mind. So, he reprimanded, "Calm down. These three people are not a generalist, you are not their opponent. Get over here." Feeling the anger in Vegeta's words, Nappa's heart was cold. He regained his senses and obediently leaned towards Vegeta. However, he was a bit apprehensive, not knowing whether he was worried about angering Vegeta or being afraid of Ayaka and the others. Vegeta vigilantly reviewed the surrounding, and his attention firmly locked not far from the three girls. These three people made him deeply scared. Ayaka stood calmly. With a smile on her face, she had a leisurely performance and did not make any response to Vegeta's vigilance. Vegeta certainly had endless potential, but it was not worth Ayaka's special attention. Vegeta's brow tightened, and his heart certainly felt angry at Ayaka and others' ignorance, but he did not act rashly. Long experience in battle told him that it would certainly bring horrible results if he made the slightest move. This was intuition, and this intuition made him very depressed. Even under the terror of Frisia, Vegeta retained the pride of the Scion Prince, and his pride didn't allow him to be ignored. "Vegeta, what should we do? They seem to be very strong." Nappa leaned down and asked in a whisper. Vegeta grunted, faintly swept Nappa a glance. Nappa was particularly dissatisfied with the performance of cowardice. His heart cackled in panic, "I am not afraid of them, it is, better to be careful." Haha, how can the data measured by Scouter be wrong? Humph, they should have a way to hide their strength. It is not surprising that it cannot measure their power level. Well, you are right. Indeed, we should be careful. Though they have ignited my anger, it is not so simple to extinguish them. Vegeta emitted an evil aura. His tone was cold and chilly, making Nappa feel a chill. The big guy is useless. Although he annoys people, the pointy-haired guy still has some power. So, why don't you give him to me, and I'll take care of him? Lancey skimmed Vegeta and said to Ayaka. Just now, Nappa was dispatched by her. Nappa's strength of just over 1,000 points was solved in one go, completely insufficient with her movement. So her target was Vegeta. The spiky-haired guy's strength was still passable. If she paid attention to the proportion, she could keep moving. Hey, I'll leave Vegeta to you. Please don't kill him. Vegeta will be of some use later. Just beat him. Ayaka smiled and said horrible words. She then backed up a few steps with launch, handing the field to Lancey. Leave it to me. I have a measure of things and will not play him badly. Hey, spiky-haired one, don't fall so easily. Bastard. Vegeta's face was blue. His hands were clenched in fists and his anger was at its peak. Damn, woman. How dare you insult me like that? Congratulations, you've pissed off this prince. I'll make you regret saying what you just said. Vegeta eyes like a fierce beast, cruel, deadly stare at Lancey. Feeling Vegeta's anger, Nappa's body took the initiative to retreat backwards. All of a sudden only Vegeta and Lancey left in the middle against each other. Fine wind blowing the ground, raising a curtain of sand and dust. Woman, now it's too late to regret. Vegeta's gaze was like a wolf through the fierce cruelty. His cold and bloody eyes had no trace of emotion, like a beast staring at its prey and looking closely at Lancey. Ha! Vegeta lightly shouted. His whole body instantly disappeared from the spot, and his figure could not be captured in all parts of the world. Lancey didn't move and stand there as if deliberately waiting for Vegeta's attack. Suddenly, her eyes shine. Her slender hand raised, unmistakably catch the fist of Vegeta appeared out of thin air. Buzz! The violent fist power hit the whirlwind, blowing up Lancey's green hair. Vegeta saw his attacks did not work and sneered. He quickly broke away from Lancey's counterattack range, changed the angle, and relaunched the attack. The two figures continued to tangle, from the ground to the sky and from the sky to the ground. Everywhere was filled with vibration and roar caused by the battle, loud noise, and explosions. Vegeta's body was like an arrow, weaving quickly. Each seemingly light attack but contains a powerful and suffocating power. Go to hell. A light blue ki wave launched from Vegeta's hands towards Lancey. Her eyes flashed with frenzy, and Lancey waved her hand to remove the energy contained in the ki wave. A huge whirlwind of energy immediately wrapped her entire person. Boom boom boom. The thick energy whirlwind flew out, and the overflowing ki wave stirred the ground. Sand and gravel debris flew all over the sky, and the ki wave rolled up the sand debris, spreading out in all directions layer by layer. A cluster of energy waves swept over Nappa's head. The rushing roar and the momentum were like a rainbow. It was so frightening that Nappa quickly leaned over and dodged, so close. I almost got hit. I have to get a little further away, or I'll get hurt by mistake. The figure popped far away. Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, Nappa looked around but found that he could not see Vegeta and the mysterious girl fighting. He couldn't help but envy. Vegeta as the Scion Prince, unknowingly has been this powerful. He really makes people aspire. However, if that woman can fight Vegeta, she also a terribly powerful role. If I can have this kind of strength. Then. Ayaka's eyes kept turning. Each turn, she saw Vegeta's trajectory accurately. The corners of her mouth slightly outlined a charming arc, although Vegeta's movement speed is breakneck, sensitive and swift at first glance. To accelerate ki, he consumes excess ki uselessly. Some of the gains are not worth the losses. The gap in strength is there, not so simple to cross. Sometimes, when the gap was too big, it didn't need a flashy move. A blunt bronze weapon, as usual, had deadly power. Feeling the effect of his high-speed attack was very little, Vegeta's heart could not help but sink. The opponent is really not a panacea. If it goes on for a long time, it is bound to be bad for me. Vegeta's thoughts turn rapidly. The next moment, he stopped on a steep rock cliff. He vigilantly reviewed the surrounding area, thinking of ways to win. At this time, Nappa's strength is not useful. The other side still has two people watching, it is difficult to win. Damn, where these three women emerged from. The strength is so strong. I'm afraid that even Frisia's men won't be able to match them. Vegeta became more and more difficult to see a few points. His cold cheeks seemed to condense into frost, and his body emitted a thick killing gas. I can't be slacking off. There was a young girl's voice in his ear, gentle and moving. However, it sounded like the devil. Vegeta turned back in astonishment, and his heart shook. The young girl had actually come to his side without a sound. Boom boom. A powerful force attacked his body, and Vegeta shot out like a rocket, smashing the rocks encountered along the way, and finally buried by the collapsed rocks. Vegeta. Nappa saw Vegeta lost and shouted in alarm. His large body didn't dare to take a step closer. Not to mention how risky it was to be close to the battlefield, it was enough for him to suffer from watching the two leaves on the side. If he rashly went forward, the first to suffer an attack was him. Vegeta shouted the pile of rocks on the body, bombing away. The rampant ki disperses the surrounding sand, dust, stone chips, causing a massive crater in the ground. Vegeta stood in the center of the crater, his entire body was a bit of a mess. His cold face was bloodied, and his shoulder shield was missing a piece from Lancey's fierce attack, which broke Vegeta's defense and left a shadow in his heart. His mouth gasped for air, and when he moved his arm, a tingling sensation came from the arm, the strength of Lancey completely out of Vegeta's expectation. Biting the tip of his tongue, Vegeta calmed down. It was undeniable that Lancey was the first one he encountered, in addition to Frisia's men, to suppress his existence for a long time completely. From a young age, Vegeta was recognized as the hope of the Saiyan. Since he could remember, he had to endure various cruel battle tests to become an outstanding warrior early in the Saiyan's history. Even after becoming Frisia's subordinates and planet Vegeta was destroyed, only a few people could defeat him in battle. Vegeta's self-confidence was thus inflated, but today's battle showed him that he might not be so powerful. Is this the Prince of the Saiyans? Vegeta, you disappoint me a little. The young girl's voice came into the ears. Vegeta shuddered, and his eyes widened a circle. He saw the woman with long flaxen hair among the three young girls shaking her head, looking disappointed. As if stabbed into the pain, Vegeta's face grim. He clenched his teeth and hissed like a beast, you know the Saiyans. How could I, Vegeta, be so easily defeated? Chapter 78. Angry? The so-called pride of a prince is just a yoke you imposed on yourself. Is the Prince of the Saiyans really that proud? Not really. Every strong man's pride is essential, but excessive pride will only hinder you. Without letting go of the unnecessary pride in your body, you will never know what it is to be truly strong. Ayaka said blandly. Whether the strong was arrogant, in the previous life, Ayaka watched an anime called Fate/Zero, there was a special description of the strong man with his pride, which was not wrong. However, if this pride blocked his communication with others, creating a closed space that belongs only to himself, this pride would only block him. People should not live their lives for pride. Pride was a character, but not everything. For Ayaka, it's not worth mentioning that Vegeta's great pride that was just self-deceiving self-importance. The powerful man would not be proud, much less arrogant and ignorant, and would never think that he had been unmatched. Vegeta roared in anger. The veins on his head were exposed as he stared hard at Ayaka. He then gritted his teeth to attack Lancey. Lancey's strength was far above Vegeta. Even if she didn't take it seriously, she was not something he could overcome. Not to mention that Lancey also took Vegeta as a warm-up object, responding to Vegeta's attack like a cat playing with a mouse. Rumbling explosions continued to sound. The ground trembled violently up and down. The storm rolled up, the sand and dust filled the surrounding area, and the world was a blur that could not be seen. The scene was huge, just like the end of the world. Vegeta attacked madly, and countless waves of ki shuttle in the sand and dust. The huge dust storm and the ground were blown out from time to time. Lancey's body lightly flickering in the sky, moving lightning fast to avoid the ki wave. Her body swish suddenly came to Vegeta's front. At this time, Vegeta's eyes were covered with blood. His whole body turned into a semi-mad state. Lancey's palm hit Vegeta, and then a pale golden light shone up in the palm of her hand. Shit! Vegeta's heart trembled. He dodged in a panic, but it was too late. Boom! The sky rose a huge mushroom cloud, and a bright orange light illuminated the sky. Powerful energy accompanied by a shocking and complete roar spread out in all directions. The clouds in the air were vaporized and disappeared in an instant. If you reach out into the cosmic space, you could clearly see a huge flare rising from the planet. Vegeta. Nappa raised his arms across his body to resist the raging energy. He waited until the energy wave gradually weakened, then Nappa bumped and flew to the center of the explosion. At the center of the explosion, a huge crater hundreds of meters deep and several kilometers wide appeared. The lava melted by the powerful energy flowed continuously, with greenish smoke rising from it and a smell of sulfur and iron chips. Nappa's eyes wide open, looking at the hundreds of meters deep crater. His eyes flashed with deep fear, and his heart of the unease is firm. Is Vegeta already? Nappa could not believe it. However, the enormous energy just now made him recognize that Vegeta definitely could not survive from the previous big explosion. The thought that Vegeta might have been dead made Nappa's eyes could not help but be flooded with the red light. The Saiyan Prince, who was incredibly powerful in his mind, was killed. Nappa's whole body trembled. Hey, big guy, how old are you? Why are you crying? Ayaka and Launch slowly landed. When Nappa saw Ayaka and Launch, his heart trembled violently, and a great fear swept over him. Suddenly, not knowing where the courage came from, he yelled, I'll fight with you. After yelling, he rushed towards Ayaka and the girls, knowing that he was no match for them. Nappa was going to fight for his life. What roar? It is too nonchalant. Ayaka grimaced in dissatisfaction. She casually grabbed Nappa and then threw far away. Boom! Nappa's entire body was stuck upside down in the ground. You. Nappa struggled and jumped out, trembling all over as he looked at Ayaka. He suddenly realized sadly that not only Vegeta, he might also have to account for here. Thinking of this, he stood still, not moving. Ayaka looked at Nappa in amusement. She just thought that this guy was dumb and had an IQ problem. The original Nappa had been following Vegeta. He obeyed Vegeta's instructions and never went beyond half a step, taking away Vegeta's strength and intimidation. Nappa's IQ had to be scrutinized. No need to look at it. Vegeta is not dead. She kindly reminded. Nappa unbelievingly widened his eyes. Just now, the explosion so strong, how could Vegeta survive? Silly. Look there. Ayaka pointed to a certain place high in the sky. Nappa looked up and saw a cluster of figures in a place extremely far from the ground. It was actually Lancey carrying Vegeta flying in the sky. Landed on the ground, she randomly threw Vegeta. Lancey clapped her palms back to Ayaka. It was not enjoyable, that guy could not stand to fight. He was defeated with only a few moves. Ayaka was happy. Vegeta had more than 8,000 power levels barely. How could he be the opponent of 250,000 strong Lancey? He had fallen when she could not even warm up. Nappa was rolling and crawling to Vegeta's side. At this time, Vegeta had passed out, and his body covered with wounds. The battle armor had been basically scrapped. If he hadn't been raised high in the air by Lancey at the moment of the explosion, Vegeta would have been turned into dust. Nappa carried Vegeta with a complex face to look at Ayaka and others. If Ayaka wanted their lives at this time, Nappa was simply unable to resist. I see you guys leave Frisia's territory with little purpose. This time, I'll let you go, take care of yourselves. Figure out how to leave, let's go. Ayaka said, pulling up the sisters' hands, ready to launch the instant transmission to leave. Those monsters are finally leaving. Nappa thought Ayaka and the girls were about to leave and was sighing with relief. By the way, big head, you're not too bad. You just have a shortcoming heart. Don't get killed by your own people. Ayaka thought of Nappa finally invaded the earth but died in the hands of Vegeta. After a reminder, she then swished and disappeared in place. Nappa suddenly turned around and was startled by Ayaka's sentence. His heart was shocked when he picked up Vegeta and flew towards the spaceship. Although the ship was damaged, it was better than nothing. Perhaps, it could still communicate with the outside world. After several days, Vegeta woke up. Only the thought that he was easily defeated by the girl with long emerald hair, Vegeta's face turned gloomy. For several days in a row, Nappa was in Vegeta's shadow. I'm not strong enough. Vegeta and Nappa were aware of this. Their strength could only be flaunted in ordinary planets. Once they encountered the real strong people, they would not even have a chance to escape. This time they were lucky that the girls did not bother to kill them, but in the future, who could guarantee that they would be able to live every time? Nappa, when the rescuers come, let's replace the ship and go to other planets. Nappa nodded in silence. Ayaka and others left the big purple planet with instant transmission and skipped many star systems. They moved from the northwestern part of the north area towards the eastern and finally landed on a lime-green planet. This planet had a tiny land area, and most of it is covered by glacial seas. It was planet Faroko where Ayaba lived as a child. The destination of this trip was located in the east of planet Yardrat. Since she promised North Kai to let Launch and Lancy inspect the north area, Ayaka naturally felt that the sisters should have more life-saving techniques. There were countless strong people in the universe. Although they were already considered high-level combatants in the north area, they should go to planet Yardrat just in case. There were countless magical techniques on planet Yardrat, and there were many suitable for the sisters. Ayaka's instant transmission was a secret technique. Even if she wanted to teach them, she could not. So, she got the idea of Yadrat's instant transmission, which was not as perfect as Ayaka's, but it was no problem for saving their lives. To go to planet Yardrat, Ayaka stopped by planet Faroko. As a young child living here, planet Faroko was never lower than Earth in Ayaka's heart. Is this the planet where you lived as a child? The environment is really nice. Lancy curiously surveyed the surrounding. The beautiful natural environment on planet Faroko was definitely a wonder. This planet has a good environment. The beings surviving on it are not high in power level and intelligence and cannot cause great damage. Lancy sensed that there was no single power level higher than 500 on the whole planet, and there were no brilliant primate creatures.